Antonia smiled. It was a wry smile, engaging yet shy. "Most of the time, they're all we have." The smile disappeared, replaced by a sadness Schofield was not sure he understood. "There's another thing." "What's that?" "You. I've watched you. You are a man with so much sorrow. It's as clear on your face as the marks on my body. But I can remember when I was happy. Can you?" "The question's not relevant." "It is to me." "Why?" "I could say you saved my life, and that would be enough. But that life wasn't worth much. You've given me something else, a reason to leave the hills. I never thought anyone could ever do that for me. You offered me freedom just now, but you're too late. I already have it. You gave it to me. I am breathing again, so you're important to me. I would like you to remember when you were happy." "Is this the courier's woman speaking?" "She is not a whore. She never was." "I'm sorry." "Don't be. It is permitted. And if that is the gift you want, take it. I would like to think there are others." Bray suddenly ached. The ingenuousness of her offer moved him, pained him. She was hurt, and he had hurt her again, and he knew why. He was afraid. He preferred whores. He did not want to go to bed with anyone he cared about. It was better not to remember a face or recall a voice. It was far better to remain deep within the earth. He had been there so long. And now this woman wanted to pull him out, and he was afraid. "You learn the things I teach you. That'll be gift enough." "Then you'll let me stay?" "You just said there wasn't anything I could do about it." "I meant that." "I know you did. If I thought otherwise, I'd be on the telephone to one of the best counterfeiters in Rome." "Why are we in Rome? Will you tell me now?" Bray did not answer for a moment. Then he nodded. "Why not?" "To find what's left of a family named Scozzi." "Is it one of the names my grandmother gave you?" "The first. They were from Rome." "They're still from Rome," said Antonia, as if commenting on the weather. "At least a branch of the family, and not far outside of Rome." Amazed, Schofield looked at her. "How do you know?" "The Red Brigades. They kidnapped a nephew of the Scozzi Paravicini's from an estate near Tivoli. His index finger was cut off and sent to the family along with the ransom demand." Schofield remembered the newspaper stories. The young man had been released, but Bray did not recall the name Scozzi, only Paravicini. However, he recalled something else. No ransom had ever been paid. The negotiations had been intense, a young life in balance. But there'd been a breakdown, a defection, the nephew released by a frightened kidnapper, several brigatisti subsequently killed, led into an ambush by the defector. Had the Red Brigades been taught a lesson by one of their unseen sponsors? "Were you involved," he asked, "in any way?" "No, I was at the camp in Medicina." "Did you overhear anything?" "A great deal. The talk was mainly about traitors and how to kill them in brutal ways to make examples of them. The leaders always talked like that. With the Scozzi Paravicini kidnapping, it was very important to them. The traitor had been bribed by the fascists." "What do you mean by fascists?" "A banker who represented the Scozzis years ago. The Paravicini interests authorized payment." "How did he reach him?" "With a large sum of money. There are ways. Nobody really knows." Bray got up from the bed. "I won't ask you how you're feeling, but are you up to getting out of here?" "Of course," she replied, wincing as she swung her long legs over the side of the bed. The pain struck her. A sharp intake of breath followed. She remained still for a moment. Schofield held her shoulders. Again he could not help himself. He touched her face. "The 48 hours are over," he said softly. "I'll cable Telenyakov in Helsinki." "What does that mean?" "It means you're alive and well and living in Rome. Come on, I'll help you dress." She brought her fingers up to his hand. "If you had suggested that yesterday, I'm not sure what I'd have said." "What do you say now?" "Help me." Chapter 20. There was an expensive restaurant on the Via Frascati owned by the three Crispi brothers, the oldest of whom ran the establishment with the perceptions of an accomplished thief and the eyes of a hungry jackal, both masked by a cherubic face and a sweeping ebullience. Most who inhabited the velvet lairs of Rome's dolce vita adored Crispi, for he was always understanding and discreet, the discretion more valuable than the sympathy. Messages left with him were passed between men and their mistresses, wives and their lovers, the makers and the maid. He was a rock in the sea of frivolity, and the frivolous children of all ages loved him. Schofield used him. 5 years ago, when NATO's problems had reached into Italy, Bray had put his clamp on Crispi. The restaurateur had been a willing drone. Crispi was one of the men Bray had wanted to see before Antonia had told him about the Scozzi Paravicinis. Now it was imperative. If anyone in Rome could shed light on an aristocratic family like the Scozzi Paravicinis, it was the effusive crown prince of foolishness that was Crispi. They would have lunch at the restaurant on the Via Frascati. An early lunch for Rome, considered Schofield, putting down his coffee and looking at his watch. It was barely noon, the sun outside the window warming the sitting room of the hotel suite, the sounds of traffic floating up from the Via Veneto below. The doctor had called the Excelsior and made the arrangements shortly past midnight, explaining confidentially to the manager that a wealthy patient was in sudden need of quarters, confidentially. Bray and Antonia had been met at the delivery entrance and taken up the service elevator to a suite on the 8th floor. He had ordered a bottle of brandy and poured 3 successive drinks for Antonia. The cumulative effects of the alcohol, the medication, the pain, and the tension had brought about the state he knew was best, sleep. He had carried her into the bedroom, undressed her, and put her to bed, covering her, touching her face, resisting the ache that would have placed him beside her. On his way back to the couch in the sitting-room, he had remembered the clothes from the Via Condotti. He had stuffed them in his duffel bag before leaving the pensione. The white hat was the worse for the packing, but the silk dress was less wrinkled than he had thought it would be. He had hung them up before sleeping himself. He had gotten up at 10 and gone down to the shops in the lobby to buy a flesh-colored make-up base that would cover Antonia's bruises, and a pair of Gucci sunglasses that looked remarkably like the eyes of a grasshopper. He had left them along with the clothes on the chair next to the bed. She had found them an hour ago, the dress the first thing she had seen when she had opened her eyes. "You are my personal fanciulla," she had called out to him. "I am a princess in a fairy tale, and my handmaidens wait upon me. What will my socialist comrades think?" "That you know something they don't know," Bray had replied. "They'd hang Marx in effigy to change places with you. Have some coffee and then get dressed. We're having lunch with a disciple of the Medicis. You'll love his politics." She was dressing now, humming fragments of an unfamiliar tune that sounded like a Corsican sea chanty. She had found part of her mind again, and a semblance of freedom. He hoped she could keep both. There were no guarantees. The hunt would accelerate at the restaurant in the Via Frascati, and she was part of it now. The humming stopped, replaced by the sound of high-heeled shoes crossing a marble floor. She stood in the door, and the ache returned to Schofield's chest. The sight of her moved him, and he felt oddly helpless. Stranger still, for a moment he wanted only to hear her speak, listen to her voice, as if hearing it would somehow confirm her immediate presence. Yet she did not speak. She stood there, lovely and vulnerable, a grown-up child seeking approval, resentful that she felt the need to seek it. The silk dress was tinged with deep red, complementing her skin, bronzed by the Corsican sun. The large, wide hat framed half her face in white, the other half bordered by her long, dark brown hair. The strains of France and Italy had merged in Antonia Grave. The results were striking. "You look fine," said Bray, getting up from the chair. "Does the makeup cover the marks on my face?" "I forgot about them, so I guess it does." In the ache he had forgotten. "How are you feeling?" "I'm not sure. I think the brandy did as much damage as the brigatisti." "There's a remedy. A few glasses of wine." "I think not, thank you." "Whatever you say. I'll get your coat. It's in the closet." He started across the room, then stopped, seeing her wince. "You're not all right, are you? It hurts." "No, please, really, I'm fine. The salve your doctor friend gave me is very good, very soothing. He's a nice man." "I want you to go back and see him any time you need help," he said, "whenever anything bothers you." "You sound as though you won't be with me," she replied. "I thought we settled that. I accepted your offer of employment, remember?" Bray smiled. "It'd be hard to forget, but we haven't defined the job. We'll be together for a while in Rome, then, depending on what we find, I'll be moving on. Your job will be to stay here and relay messages between Telenyakov and me." "I am to be a telegraph service?" asked Antonia. "What kind of job is that?" "A vital one. I'll explain as we go along. Come on, I'll get your coat." He saw her close her eyes again. Pain had jolted her. "Antonia, listen to me. When you hurt, don't try to hide it. That doesn't help anybody. How bad is it?" "Not so bad. It will pass, I know. I've been through this before." "Do you want to go back to the doctor?" "No, but thank you for your concern." The ache was still there, but Schofield resisted it. "My only concern is that a person can't function well when he's hurt. Mistakes are made when he's in pain. You won't be allowed any mistakes." "I may have that glass of wine after all." "Please do," he said. They stood in the foyer of the restaurant, Bray aware of the glances Antonia attracted. Beyond the delicate lattice work that was the entrance to the dining room, the oldest Crispy was all teeth and obsequiousness. When he saw Bray, he was obviously startled. For a split second his eyes became clouded, serious. Then he recovered and approached them. "Benvenuto, amico mio," he cried. "It's been over a year," said Schofield, returning the firm grip. "I'm here on business for only a day or so, and wanted my friend to try your fettuccine." These were the words that meant Bray wished to speak privately with Crispy at the table when the opportunity arose. "It is the best in Rome, signorina." Crispy snapped his fingers for an inferior brother to show the couple to their table. "I shall hear you say it yourself momentarily, but first have some wine in case the sauce is not perfect." He winked broadly, giving Schofield's hand an additional clasp to signify he understood. Crispy never came to Bray's table unless summoned. A waiter brought them a chilled bottle of Pouilly Fumé, compliments of the Fratelli, but it was not until the fettuccine had come and gone that Crispy came to the table. He sat in the third chair. Introductions and the small talk that accompanied them were brief. "Antonia's working with me," Schofield explained, "but she's never to be mentioned. To anyone, do you understand?" "Of course." "And neither am I. If anyone from the embassy or anywhere else asks about me, you haven't seen me. Is that clear?" "Clear, but unusual." "In fact, no one's to know I'm here, or was here." "Even your own people?" "Especially my own people. My orders supersede embassy interests. That's as plainly as I can put it." Crispy arched his brows, nodding slowly. "Defectors?" "That'll do." Crispy's eyes became serious. "Very well, I have not seen you, Brandon. Then why are you here? Will you be sending people to me?" "Only Antonia. Whenever she needs help getting cables off to me. And to someone else." "Why should she need my help to send cables?" "I want them rerouted, different points of origin. Can you do it?" "If the idiot comunisti do not strike the telephone service again, it is no problem. I call a cousin in Firenze, he sends one. An exporter in Athens or Tunis or Tel Aviv, they do the same. Everybody does what Crispy wants, and no one asks a single question, but you know that." "What about your own phones? Are they clean?" Crispy laughed. "With what is known to be said on my telephone, there is not an official in Rome who could permit such impertinence." Schofield remembered Robert Winthrop in Washington. "Someone else said that to me not so long ago. He was wrong." "No doubt he was," agreed Crispy, his eyes amused. "Forgive me, Brandon, but you people deal merely in matters of state. We on the Via Frascati deal in matters of the heart. Ours take precedence where confidentiality is concerned. They always have." Bray returned the Italian's smile. "You know, you may be right." He lifted the glass of wine to his lips. "Let me throw a name at you. Scozzi Paravaccini." He drank. Crispy nodded reflectively. Blood seeks money, and money seeks blood. What else is there to say? Say it plainly. The Scozzis are one of the noblest families in Rome. The venerable Contessa to this day is chauffeured in her restored Bugatti up the Veneto, her children pretenders to thrones long since abandoned. Unfortunately, all they had were their pretensions, not 1,000 lire between them. The Paravicinis had money, a great deal of money, but not a drop of decent blood in their veins. It was a marriage made in the heavenly courts of mutual convenience. Whose marriage? The Contessa's daughter to Signor Bernardo Paravicini. It was a long time ago, the dowry a number of millions, and gainful employment for her son, the Count. He assumed his father's title. What's his name? Guillermo, Count Guillermo Scozzi. Where does he live? Wherever his interests, financial and otherwise, take him. He has an estate near his sister's in Tivoli, but I don't think he's there very often. Why do you ask? Is he connected with defectors? It's hardly likely. He may not be aware of it. It could be he's being used by people who work for him. Even more unlikely. Beneath his charming personality there's the mind of a Borgia. Take my word for it. How do you know that? I know him, said Crispy, smiling. He and I are not so different. Bray leaned forward. I want to meet him. Not as Schofield, of course, as someone else. Can you arrange it? Perhaps, if he's in Italy, and I think he is. I read somewhere that his wife is a patron of the Festa Villa d'Este being held tomorrow night. It is a charity affair for the gardens. He would not miss it. As they say, everyone in Rome will be there. Your Rome, I trust, said Schofield, not mine. He watched her across the hotel room as she lifted the skirt out of the box and folded it on her lap as though checking for imperfections. He understood that the pleasure he derived from buying her things was out of place. Clothes were a necessity. It was as simple as that, but his knowing it did not erase the warmth that spread through him watching her. The prisoner was free, the decisions restored, and although she had commented about the exorbitant prices at the Excelsior, she had not refused to let him buy clothes for her at the shops. It had been a game. She would look over at Bray. If he nodded, she would frown, feigning disapproval, invariably glancing at the price tag, then slowly reevaluate, ultimately acknowledging his taste. His wife used to do that in West Berlin. In West Berlin it had been one of their games. His Karine had always worried about money. They were going to have children one day. Money was important, and the government was not a generous corporation. No grade 12 Foreign Service officer was about to open a Swiss bank account. Of course, by then Schofield had, in Bern, and in Paris and London, and naturally Berlin. He had not told her. His true professional life had never touched her, until it touched her with finality. Had things been different, he might have given her one of those accounts. After he had transferred out of consular operations into a civilized branch of the State Department. God damn it, he was going to. It had only been a matter of weeks. You are so far away. What? Bray brought the glass to his lips. It was a reflex gesture, for he had finished the drink. It occurred to him that he was drinking too much. You're looking at me, but I don't think you see me. I certainly do. I missed the hat. I liked the white hat. She smiled. You don't wear a hat inside. The waiter who brought us dinner would have thought me silly. You wore it at Crispy's place. That waiter didn't. A restaurant is different. Both inside. He got up and poured himself a drink. Thank you again for these. Antonia glanced at the boxes and shopping bags beside the chair. It is like Christmas Eve. I don't know which to open next. She laughed. But there was never a Christmas in Corsica like this. Papa would scowl for a month at the sight of such things. Yes, I do thank you. No need to. Schofield remained by the table, adding more whiskey to his glass. Their equipment. Like an office typewriter or an adding machine or file cabinets. They go with the job. I see. She replaced the skirt and the blouse into the box. But you don't, she said. I beg your pardon? Niente. Does the whiskey help you relax? You could say that. Would you like one? No, thank you. I'm more relaxed than I have been in a long time. It would be wasted. To each according to his needs, or wants, said Schofield, lowering himself into a chair. You can go to bed if you like. Tomorrow's going to be a long day. Does my company bother you? No, of course not. But you prefer to be alone. I hadn't thought about it. She used to say that. In West Berlin, when there were problems and I would sit by myself trying to think as others might think. She would be talking and I would not hear her. She used to get angry, not angry, hurt, and say, "You'd rather be alone, wouldn't you?" And I would, but I could not explain. Perhaps if I had explained, perhaps an explanation would have served as a warning. If something's troubling you, why not talk about it? Oh God, her words, in West Berlin. Stop trying to be somebody else. He heard the statement shouted in his own voice. It was the whiskey, the goddamn whiskey. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that, he added quickly, putting the glass down. I'm tired and I've had too much to drink. I didn't mean it. Of course you did, said Antonia, getting up. I think I understand now. But you should understand also. I am not somebody else. I have had to pretend to be someone who was not me, and that is the surest way to know who you are. I am myself, and you helped me find that person again. She turned and walked rapidly into the bedroom, closing the door behind her. Tony, I'm sorry. Bray stood up, furious with himself. In an outburst, he had revealed far more than he cared to. He hated the loss of control. There was a knock on the door, the hallway door. Schofield spun around. Instinctively, he felt the holster strapped to his chest under his jacket. He went to the side of the door and spoke. Si? Chi è? Un messaggio, signor Pastorine, da vostro amico Crispi, di via Frascati. Bray put his hand inside his jacket, checked the chain on the door, and opened it. In the hallway stood the waiter from Crispy's who had served their table. He held up an envelope and handed it to Schofield through the open space. Crispy had taken no risks. His own man was the messenger. Grazie, un momento, said Bray, reaching into his pocket for a lire note. Prego, replied the waiter, accepting the tip. Schofield closed the door and tore open the envelope. 2 gold-embossed tickets were attached to a note. He removed them and read Crispy's message, the handwriting as florid as the language. Word has reached Count Scorzi from the undersigned that an American named Pastor will introduce himself at Villa d'Este. The Count understands that this Pastor has extensive connections in the OPEC countries, acting frequently as a purchasing agent for oil-soaked sheiks. These are endeavors such men never discuss, so just smile and learn where the Arabian Gulf is located. The Count understands, too, that Pastor is merely on holiday and seeks pleasant diversions. All things considered, the Count may offer them. I kiss the hand of the bella signorina. Ciao. Crispy. Bray smiled. Crispy was right. No one who performed middleman services for the sheiks ever discussed those services. Profiles were kept excessively low because the stakes were excessively high. He would talk of other things with Count Guillermo Scorzi. He heard the latch turn on the bedroom door. There was a moment of hesitation before Antonia opened it. When she did, Bray realized why. She stood in the door-frame in a black slip he had bought her downstairs. She had removed her brassiere, her breasts swelling against the sheer silk, her long legs outlined below in opaque darkness. She was barefoot, the bronzed skin of her calves and ankles in perfect concert with her arms and face. Her lovely face, striking yet gentle, with the dark eyes that held his without wavering, without judgment. "You must have loved her very much," she said. "I did. It was a long time ago." "Not long enough, apparently. You called me Tony. Was that her name?" "No." "I'm glad. I would not wish to be mistaken for someone else." "You made that clear. It won't happen again." Antonia was silent, remaining motionless in the doorway, her eyes still without judgment. When she spoke, it was a question. "Why do you refuse yourself?" "I'm not an animal in the hold of a freighter." "We both know that. I've seen you look at me, then look away as though it were not permitted. You're tense, but you seek no release." "If I want that kind of release, I know where to find it." "I offer it to you." "The offer will be taken under consideration." "Stop it!" cried Antonia, stepping forward. "You want a whore? Then think of me as a courier's whore." "I can't do that." "Then don't look at me the way you do. A part of you with me, another far away. What do you want?" "Please don't do this. Leave me where I was, deep in the earth, comfort in the darkness. Don't touch me, for if you do, you die. Can't you understand that? Men will call you across a barrier, and they will kill you. Leave me with whores, professionals, as I am a professional. We know the rules. You don't." She stood in front of him. He had not seen her come to him. She was simply there. He looked down at her, her face tilted up to his, her eyes close, her tears near, her lips parted. Her whole body was trembling. She was gripped by fear. The scars had been torn away. He had ripped them because she had seen the ache in his eyes. She could not erase his pain. What made her think he could erase hers? And then, as if she were reading his thoughts, she whispered again, "If you loved her so much, love me a little. It may help." She reached up to him, her hands cupping his face, her lips inches from his, the trembling no less for the nearness. He put his arms around her. Their lips touched, and the ache was released. He was drawn into a wind. He felt his own tears well up in his eyes and roll down his cheeks, mingling with hers. He let his hands fall down her back, caressing her, pulling her to him, holding her. Please, closer, the moisture of her mouth arousing him, replacing the ache of pain with the ache of wanting her beside him. He swept his hand around to her breast. She pulled her own hand down and pressed it over his, pushing herself against him, revolving her body to the rhythm that infused them both. She pulled her mouth away. "Take me to bed. In the name of God, take me, and love me. Please love me a little." "I tried to warn you," he said. "I tried to warn us both." He was coming out of the earth, and there was sunlight above. Yet in the distance there was the darkness still, and fear. He felt it sharply. But for the moment he chose to remain in the sunlight, if only for a while, with her. Chapter 21. The magnificence of the Villa d'Este was not lost in the chill of the evening. The floodlights had been turned on, and the banks of fountains illuminated. Thousands of cascading streams caught in the light as they arced in serrated ranks down the steep inclines. In the centers of the vast pools, the geysers surged up into the night, umbrella sprays sprinkling in the floodlights like diadems. And at each formation of rock constructed into a waterfall, screens of rushing silver fell in front of ancient statuary. Saints and centaurs were drenched in splendor. The gardens were officially closed to the public. Only Rome's most beautiful people were invited to the Festa Villa d'Este. The purpose was ostensibly to raise funds for its maintenance, augmenting the dwindling government subsidies. But Schofield had the distinct impression that there was a secondary, no less desirable motive, to provide an evening where Villa d'Este could be enjoyed by its true inheritors, unencumbered by the tourist world. Crispy was right. Everyone in Rome was there. Not his Rome, thought Bray, feeling the velvet lapels of his tuxedo. Their Rome. The huge rooms of the villa itself had been transformed into palace courtyards, complete with banquet tables and gilded chairs lining the walls, resting spots for the courtiers and courtesans at play. Russian sable and mink, chinchilla and golden fox draped shoulders dressed by Givenchy and Pucci. Webs of diamonds and strings of pearls fell from elongated throats, and all too often from too many chins. Slender cavalieri, dashing in their scarlet cummerbunds and graying temples, coexisted with squat, bald men who held cigars and more power than their appearances might signify. Music was provided by no fewer than 4 orchestras, ranging in size from 6 to 20 instruments, playing everything from the stately strains of Monteverdi to the frenzied beat of the disco. Villa d'Este belonged to the Belli Romani. Of all the beautiful people, one of the most striking was Antonia. Tony. It was Tony now, by dual decree, arrived at in the comfort of the bed. No jewels adorned her neck or wrists. Somehow they would have detracted from the smooth, bronzed skin, set off by the simple gown of white and gold. The facial swellings had receded, as the doctor had said they would. She wore no sunglasses now, her wide brown eyes reflecting the light. She was as lovely as any part of her surroundings, lovelier than most of her would-be equals, for her beauty was understated, and grew with each second of observation in the beholder's eyes. For convenience, Tony was introduced, quite simply, as the rather mysterious Mr. Pastor's friend from Lake Como. Certain parts of the lake were known to be retreats for the expensive children of the Mediterranean. Crispy had done his job well. He had provided just enough information to intrigue a number of guests. Those who might wish to learn the most about the quiet Mr. Pastor were told the least, while others too imbued with themselves to care about Pastor were told more, so they could relate what they had learned as gossip, which was their major industry. Those men whose concerns were more directly, even exclusively, financial, were prone to take his elbow and inquire softly about the projected status of the dollar, or the stability of investments in London, San Francisco, and Buenos Aires. With such inquisitors, Schofield inclined his head briefly at some suggestions, and shook it with a single motion at others. Eyebrows were raised, unobtrusively. Information had been imparted, although Bray had no idea what it was. After one such encounter with a particularly insistent questioner, he took Tony's arm and they walked through a massive archway into the next crowded courtyard. Accepting 2 glasses of champagne from a waiter's tray, Bray handed one to Tony and looked around over the crystal rim as he drank. Without having seen him before, Schofield knew he had just found Count Guillermo Scozzi. The Italian was in a corner chatting with 2 long-legged young women, his eyes roaming from their attentive stares, glancing about the room with feigned casualness. He was a tall, slender man, a cavaliere complete with tails and graying hair that spread in streaks from his temples throughout his perfectly groomed head. In his lapel were tiny, colorful ribbons. Around his waist, a thin gold sash, bordered in dark red and knotted off-center. If any missed the significance of the ribbons, they could not overlook the mark of distinction inherent in the sash. Scozzi wore his escutcheons prominently. In his late 50s, the Count was the embodiment of the bello romano. No Siciliano had ever crept into his bed of ancestors, and per Dio the world had better know it. "How will you find him?" asked Antonia, sipping the wine. "I think I just have." "Him? Over there?" she asked. Bray nodded. "You're right. I've seen his picture in the newspapers. He's a favorite subject of the paparazzi. Are you going to introduce yourself?" "I don't think I'll have to. Unless I'm mistaken, he's looking for me." Schofield gestured toward a buffet table. "Let's walk over to the end table by the pastries. He'll see us." "But how would he know you?" "Crispy. Our benevolent intermediary may not have bothered to describe me, but he sure as hell wouldn't overlook describing you. Not with someone like Scozzi." "But I had those huge sunglasses on." "You're very funny," said Bray. It took less than a minute before they heard a mellifluous voice behind them at the buffet table. "Signore Pastor, I believe?" They turned. "I beg your pardon, have we met?" Schofield asked. "We were about to, I think," said the Count, extending his hand. "Scozzi. Guillermo Scozzi."
It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." The title was emphasized by its absence. "Oh, of course, Count Scozi. I told that delightful fellow Crispy I'd look you up. We arrived here less than an hour ago, and it's been a little hectic. I would have recognized you, naturally, but I'm surprised you knew me." Scozi laughed, displaying teeth so white and so perfectly formed they could not possibly have come with the original machine. "Crispy is indeed delightful, but I'm afraid a bit of a rascal. He was rapturous over La Bella Signorina." The Count inclined his head to Antonia. "I see her, I find you. As always, Crispy's taste is impeccable." "Excuse me." Schofield touched Tony's forearm. "Count Scozi, my friend Antonia, from Lake Como." The first name and the lake said it all. The Count took her hand and raised it to his lips. "An adorable creature. Rome must see more of you." "You are too kind, Excellency," said Antonia, as if born to attend the Festa Villa d'Este. "Truthfully, Mr. Pastor," continued Scozi, "I've been told that many of my more bothersome friends have been annoying you with questions. I apologize for them." "No need to. I'm afraid Crispy's descriptions included more mundane matters." Bray smiled with disarming humility. "When people learn what I do, they ask questions. I'm used to it." "You're very understanding." "It's not hard to be. I just wish I were as knowledgeable as so many think I am. Usually I simply try to implement decisions made before I got there." "But in those decisions," said the Count, "there is knowledge, is there not?" "I hope so. Otherwise an awful lot of money's being thrown away." "Blown away with the desert winds, as it were," clarified Scozi. "Why do I think we actually have met before, Mr. Pastor?" The sudden question had been considered by Schofield. It was always a possibility, and he was prepared for it. "If we had, I think I'd remember, but it might have been at the American Embassy. Those parties were never as grand as this, but just as crowded." "Then you are a fixture on Embassy Row?" "Hardly a fixture, but sometimes a last-minute guest." Bray smiled self-deprecatingly. "It seems there are times when my countrymen are as interested in asking me questions as your friends here in Tivoli." Scozi chuckled. "Information is often the road to heroic national stature, Mr. Pastor. You are a reluctant hero." "Not really. I have to make a living, that's all." "I would not care to negotiate with you," said Scozi. "I detect the mind of an experienced bargainer." "That's too bad," replied Schofield, altering the tone of his voice just enough to signal the Italian's inner antenna. "I thought we might talk for a bit." "Oh?" The Count glanced at Antonia. "But we bore the Bella Signorina." "Not at all," said Tony. "I've learned more about my friend during the last several minutes than for the past week. But I am famished." "Say no more," interrupted Scozi, as if her hunger were a matter of corporate survival. He raised his hand. In seconds a young, dark-haired man dressed in tails appeared beside him. "My aide will see to your needs, Signorina. His name is Paolo, and incidentally he is a charming dancer. I believe my wife taught him." Paolo bowed, avoiding the Count's eyes, and offered his arm to Antonia. She accepted it, stepping forward, her face turned to Scozi and Bray. "Ciao," she said, her eyes wishing Schofield good hunting. "You are to be envied, Mr. Pastor," remarked Count Guillermo Scozi, watching the receding figure in white. "She is adorable. You bought her in Como?" Bray glanced at the Italian. Scozi meant exactly what he said. "To be honest with you, I'm not even sure she's ever been there," he answered, knowing the double lie was mandatory. The Count could make inquiries too easily. "Actually, a friend in Ariad gave me a number to call at the lake. She joined me in Nice, from where I've never asked." "Would you consider, however, asking her about her calendar? Tell her for me the sooner the better. She may reach me through the Paravicini offices in Torino." "Turin?" "Yes, our plants in the north. Agnelli's Fiat gets far more attention, but I can assure you Scozi Paravicini runs Turin, as well as a great deal of Europe." "I never realized that." "You didn't? I thought it was perhaps the basis for your wishing to talk for a bit, I believe you said." Schofield drank the last of his champagne, speaking as he took the glass from his lips. "Do you think we might go outside for a minute or two? I have a confidential message for you from a client on, let's say, the Arabian Gulf. It's why I'm here tonight." Scotzi's eyes clouded. "A message for me? Naturally, as most of Rome and Torino, I've met casually with a number of gentlemen from the area, but none I can recall by name. But of course we'll take a stroll. You intrigue me." The Count started forward, but Bray stopped him with a gesture. "I'd rather we weren't seen going out together. Tell me where you'll be, and I'll show up in 20 minutes. "How extraordinary." "Very well." The Italian paused. "Ippolito's fountain, do you know it?" "I'll find it." "It's quite a distance. There shouldn't be anyone around." "That's fine. 20 minutes." Schofield nodded. Both turned and walked away in opposite directions through the crowd. There were no floodlights at the fountain or sounds of disturbance as a man crawled around the rocks and walked silently through the foliage. Bray was taking no chances that Scozzi had stationed aides in the vicinity. If he had, Schofield would have sent a message to the Italian, naming a second immediate rendezvous. They were alone, or would be in a matter of minutes. The Count was strolling down the path toward the fountain. Bray doubled back through a weed-filled garden, emerging on the path 50 feet behind Scozzi. He cleared his throat the moment Scozzi reached the waist-high wall of the fountain's pool. The Count turned. There was just enough light from the terraces above for each to see the other. Schofield was bothered by the darkness. Scozzi could have chosen any number of places more convenient, less filled with shadows. Bray did not like shadows. "Was it necessary to come down this far?" he asked. "I wanted to see you alone, but I hadn't figured on walking halfway back to Rome." "Nor had I, Mr. Pastor, until you made the statement that you did not care to have us seen leaving together. It brought to my mind the obvious. It is perhaps not to my advantage to be seen talking in private with you. You are a broker for the sheiks. Why should that bother you? Why did you wish to leave separately?" Scozzi had a quick mind, bearing out Crispy's allusion to a Borgia mentality. "A matter of being too obvious, I'd say. But if someone wandered down here and saw us, that would also be too obvious. There's a middle ground, a casual encounter in the gardens, for example." "You have the encounter, and no one will see us," said the Count. "There is only one entrance to the fountain of Ippolito. It is 40 meters behind us. I have an aide standing there. Guillermo Scozzi has been known to stroll with a companion of his choice down, if you will, a primrose path. At such times he does not care to be disturbed. Does my doing what I do call for those precautions?" The Count raised his hand. "Remember, Mr. Pastor, Scozzi Paravicini deals throughout all Europe and both Americas. We look constantly for new markets, but we do not look for Arab capital. It is highly suspect. Barriers are being erected everywhere to prevent its excessive infusion. We would not care to be so scrutinized. Jewish interests in Paris and New York alone could cost us dearly." "What I have to say to you has nothing to do with Scozzi Paravicini," said Schofield. "It concerns the Scozzi part, not the Paravicini." "You allude to a sensitive area, Mr. Pastor. Please be specific." "You are the son of Count Alberto Scozzi, aren't you?" "It is well known, as are my contributions to the growth of Paravicini Industries. The significance of the corporate conversion to the name of Scozzi Paravicini is, I trust, not lost on you?" "It isn't, but even if it were, it doesn't matter. I'm only a go-between, supposedly the first of several contacts, each further removed from the next. As far as I'm concerned, I ran into you casually at a charity affair in Tivoli. We never had this talk." "Your message must indeed be dramatic. Who sends it?" It was Bray's turn to raise his hand. "Please. As we understand the rules, identities are never specific at the first conference. Only a geographical area and a political equation that involves hypothetical antagonists." Scozzi's eyes narrowed. The lids fell in concentration. "Go on," he said. "Your account, so I'll bend the rules a bit. Let's say there's a prince living in a sizable country, a sheikdom, really, on the Gulf. His uncle, the king, is from another era. He's old and senile, but his word is law, just as it was when he led a Bedouin tribe in the desert. He's squandering millions with bad investments, depleting the sheikdom's resources, taking too much out of the ground too quickly. This hypothetical prince would like him removed, for everyone's good. He appealed to the council through the son of Alberto Scozzi, named for the Corsican padrone Guillaume. That's the message. Now I'd like to speak for myself. "Who are you?" asked the Italian, his eyes now wide. "Who sent you?" "Let me finish," said Bray quickly. He had to get past the initial jolt, jump to a second plateau. As an observer of this hypothetical equation, I can tell you it's reached a crisis. There isn't a day to lose. The prince needs an answer, and frankly, if I bring it to him, I'll be a much richer man for it. You, of course, can name the council's price. And I can tell you that 50 million American is not out of the question. 50 million? It worked. The second plateau was reached. Even for a man like Guillermo Scozzi, the amount was staggering. His arrogant lips were parted in amazement. It was the moment to complicate, to stun again. The sum is conditional, of course. It's a maximum figure that presumes an immediate answer, eliminating subsequent contracts, and delivery of the package within 7 days. It won't be easy. The old man is guarded day and night by Sabati. They're a collection of mad dogs who— Schofield paused. But then I don't have to tell you about anything related to Hassan ibn al-Sabah, do I? From what I gather, the Corsican drew on him pretty extensively. At any rate, the prince suggests a programmed suicide. "Enough," whispered Scozzi. "Who are you, Pastor? Is the name to mean something to me? Pastor? Priest? Are you a high priest sent to test me?" The Italian's voice rose stridently. "You talk of things buried in the past. How dare you?" "I'm talking about 50 million American dollars.
And don't tell me or my client about things buried. His father was buried with his throat slit from chin to collarbone by a maniac sent by the council. Check your records, if you keep them. You'll find it. My client wants his own back again, and he's willing to pay roughly 50 times what his father's brother paid." Bray stopped for a moment and shook his head in disapproval and sudden frustration. "This is crazy. I told him for less than half the amount I could buy him a legitimate revolution, sanctioned by the United Nations. But he wants it this way, with you. And I think I know why. He said something to me. I don't know if it's part of his message, but I'll deliver it anyway. He said, 'The way of the Matarese is the only way. They'll see my faith.' He wants to join you." Guillermo Scozzi recoiled. His legs were pressed against the wall of the fountain, his arms rigidly at his side. "What right have you to say these things to me? You're insane, a madman. I don't know what you're talking about." "Really? Then we've got the wrong man. We'll find the right one. I'll find him. We were given the words. We know the response." "What words?" "Per nostro—" Schofield let his voice trail off, his eyes riveted on Scozzi's lips in the dim light. Involuntarily the lips parted. The Italian was about to utter the third word, complete the phrase that had lived for 70 years in the remote hills of the Porto Vecchio. No word came. Instead, Scozzi whispered again, shock replaced by a concern so deeply felt he could barely be heard. "My God, you cannot, you must not. Where have you come from? What have you been told?" "Just enough to know I found the right man, one of them at any rate. Do we deal?" "Do not presume, Mr. Pastor, or whatever your name is." There was fury now in the Italian's voice. "Pastor'll do. All right, I've got my answer. You pass. I'll tell my client." Bray turned. "Alto! Perché? Che cosa?" Schofield spoke over his shoulder without moving. "Your Italian is very quick, very fluent." "So are several other languages. It helps when you travel a lot." "I travel a lot. What do you want?" "You will stay here until I say you may leave." "Really?" said Schofield, turning to face Scozzi again. "What's the point? I've got my answer." "You will do as I tell you. I have only to raise my voice, and an aide will be beside you, blocking any departure you may consider." Bray tried to understand. This powerful consigliere could deny everything, He had, after all, said nothing, and have a strange American followed. Or he could call for help, or he might simply walk away himself and send armed men to find him. He could do any of these things. He was part of the Matarese. The admission was in his eyes, but he chose to do none of them. Then Schofield thought he did understand. Guillermo Scozzi, the quick-thinking industrial pirate with the Borgia mentality, was not sure what he should do. He was caught in a dilemma that suddenly had overwhelmed him. It had all happened too fast. He was not prepared to make a decision. So he made none. Which meant that there was someone else, someone nearby, accessible, who could. Someone at Villa d'Este that night. "Does this mean that you're reconsidering?" asked Bray. "It means nothing." "Then why should I stay? I don't think you should give orders to me. I'm not one of your Praetorians. We don't deal. It's as simple as that." "It is not that simple." Scozzi's voice rose again, fear more pronounced than anger now. "I say it is, and I say the hell with it," said Schofield, turning again. It was important that the Italian summon his unseen guard. Very important. Scozzi did so. "Veni, presto!" Bray heard racing feet on the dark path. In seconds, a broad-shouldered, stocky man in evening clothes came running out of the shadows. "Sorveglia quest'uomo." The guard did not hesitate. He pulled out a short-barreled revolver, leveling it at Bray. Scozzi spoke, as if superimposing a control on himself, explaining the unnecessary. "These are troubled times, Signore Pastore. All of us travel with these Praetorians you just mentioned. Terrorists are everywhere." The moment was irresistible. It was the instant to insert the final verbal blade. "That's something you people should know about. Terrorists, I mean, like the brigades. Do the orders come from the shepherd boy?" It was as though Scozzi had been struck by an unseen hammer. His upper body convulsed, fending off the blow, feeling its impact, trying to recover but not sure it was possible. In the dim light, Schofield could see perspiration forming at the Italian's hairline, matting the perfectly groomed gray temples. His eyes were the eyes of a terrified animal. "Rimanere," he whispered to the guard, then rushed away up the dark path. Schofield turned to the man, looking afraid and speaking in Italian. "I don't know what this is all about any more than you do. I offered your boss a lot of money from someone, and he goes crazy. Christ, I'm just a salesman." The guard said nothing, but Bray's obvious fear relieved him. "Do you mind if I have a cigarette? Guns scare the hell out of me." "Go ahead," said the broad-shouldered man. It was the last thing he would say for several hours. Schofield reached into his pocket with his left hand, his right at his side, in shadow, under the guard's elbow. As he pulled out a pack of cigarettes, he shot his right hand up, clasping his fingers around the barrel of the guard's revolver, twisting hand and weapon violently in a counterclockwise motion. Dropping the cigarettes, he gripped the man's throat with his left hand, choking off all sound, propelling the guard off the path, over the bordering rocks into the dense foliage beyond. As the man fell, Bray ripped the gun away from the twisted wrist and brought the handle down sharply on the man's skull. The guard went limp. Schofield pulled him farther into the weeds. No second could be wasted. Guillermo Scozzi had raced away seeking counsel. It was the only explanation. Somewhere alone, on a terrace or in a room, the consigliere was bringing his shocking information to another. Or others. Bray ran up the path, keeping in the shadows as much as possible, slowing down to a rapid walk as he emerged on the plateau of terraces that fronted the final incline of steps into the villa itself. Somewhere just above, somewhere was the panicked Scozzi. To whom was he running? Who could make the decision this powerful, frightened man was incapable of making? Schofield took the steps rapidly, the guard's revolver in his trouser pocket, his Browning strapped to his chest beneath his tuxedo. He walked through the French doors into a crowded room. It was the courtyard, devoted anachronistically to the crashing sounds of the disco beat. Revolving, mirrored globes of colored lights hung from the ceiling, spinning crazily, as dancers weaved together, their faces set in rigid expressions, lost in the beat and grass and alcohol. This was the nearest room to the most direct set of steps, from the closest terrace to the path from Ippolito's fountain. In Scozzi's state of mind, it had to be the one he entered first. There were two entrances. Which had he taken? There was a break in the movement on the dance floor, and Bray had his answer. There was a heavy door in the wall behind a long buffet table. Two men were rushing toward it. They had been summoned. An alarm had been raised. Schofield made his way to the door, excusing himself around the rim of frenzied bodies, and slowly pushed it open, his hand on the Browning under his jacket. Beyond was a narrow, winding staircase of thick, reddish stone. He could hear footsteps above. There were other sounds as well. Men were shouting, two voices raised in counterpoint, one stronger, calmer, the other on the verge of hysteria. The latter voice was Count Guillermo Scozzi's. Bray started up the steps, pressed his back against the wall, the Browning held at his side. Around the first curve was a door, but the voices did not come from within it. They were farther up, beyond a second door, diagonally above on a third landing. Scozzi was screaming now. Schofield was close enough to hear the words clearly. "He spoke of the brigades and, oh my God, of the shepherd, of the Corsican. He knows, Mother of Christ, he knows." "Silence. He probes, he does not know. We were told he might do so. The old man called for him, and he had certain facts, more than we presumed, and that is troublesome, I grant you." "Troublesome? It's chaos. A word, a hint, a breath, and I could be ruined everywhere." "You," said the stronger voice contemptuously, "you are nothing, Guillermo. You are only what we tell you you are. Remember that. You walked away, of course. You gave him no inkling that there was a shred of credibility to what he said." There was a pause. "I called my guard, told the American to remain where he was. He is under the gun, still by the fountain." "You what? You left him with a guard, an American? Are you mad? That is impossible. He is no such thing." "He's American, of course he is. His English is American, completely American. He uses the name Pastor, I told you that." Another pause, this one ominous, the tension electric. "You were always the weakest link, Guillermo. We know that. But now you've caved in too far. You've left an open question where there can be none. That man is Vasily Talenikov. He changes languages as a chameleon alters its colors, and he will kill a guard with no more effort than stepping on a maggot. We cannot afford you, Guillermo. There can be no link at all, none whatsoever." Silence, brief, cut short by a gunshot and a guttural explosion of breath. Guillermo Scozzi was dead. "Leave him," commanded the unknown consigliere of the Matarese. "He'll be found in the morning, his car at the bottom of the gorge of Hadrian. Go find this Pastor, this elusive Talenikov. He won't be taken alive, don't try. Find him. Kill him. And the girl in white, she also. Kill them both." Schofield lunged down the narrow staircase around the curve. The last words he heard from beyond the door above, however, were so strange, so arresting, he nearly stopped, tempted to fire at the emerging killers and go back up to face the unknown man who spoke them. "Scozzi, Mother of Christ. Reach Turin. Tell them to cable the Eagles, the Cat. The burials must be absolute." There was no time to think. He had to reach Antonia. He had to get them out of Villa d'Este. He pulled back the door and rushed out into the pounding madness. Suddenly he was aware of the row of chairs lined up against the wall. Most were empty, some draped with discarded capes and furs and stoles. If he could eliminate one pursuer, the advantage would be several-fold. One man sending out an alarm would be far less effective than two. And there was something else. A trapped man convinced he was about to lose his life would more than likely reveal an identity to save it. He turned into the wall, his hands on the rim of a chair, a cavaliere with too much wine in him. The heavy door burst open, and the first of the two killers raced out, his companion close behind. The first man headed for the French doors and the steps to the terrace below. The second started around the edge of the dance floor toward the far archway. Schofield leaped forward, twisting his body in a series of contortions, as though he were a lone dancer gone wild with the percussive sounds of the rock music. He was not the only picture of drunkenness. There were more than a few on the crowded dance floor. He reached the second man and threw his arm over a shoulder, clamping his hand on the holster beneath the jacket, immobilizing the weapon inside it by gripping the handle through the cloth, forcing the barrel into the man's chest. The Italian struggled. It was useless, and in seconds he knew it. Bray surged his right hand along the edge of the man's waist and dug his fingers into the base of the rib cage, yanking back with such force that the man screamed. The scream went unnoticed, for there were screams everywhere, and deafening music and revolving lights that blinded one moment, leaving residues of white the next. Schofield pulled the man back to the row of chairs against the wall and spun him around, forcing him down into the one at the end nearest the heavy door. He plunged his fingers into the Italian's throat, his left hand now under the jacket, his fingers inching toward the trigger, the barrel still jammed into the man's flesh. He put his lips next to the killer's ear. "The man upstairs, who is he? Tell me, or your own gun will blow your lungs out. The shot won't even be heard in here. Who is he?" "No." The man tried to arch out of the chair. Bray sunk his kneecap into the rising groin, his fingers choking the windpipe. He pressed both, pain without release or relief. "I warn you, and it's final. Who is he?" Saliva poured out of the man's mouth, his eyes two circles of red webs, his chest heaving in surrender. He abandoned his cause, and he expelled the name in a strained whisper. "Paravicini!" Bray viced a last clamp on the killer's windpipe. The air to the lungs and the head was suspended for slightly more than 2 seconds. The man fell limp. Schofield angled him down over the adjacent chair, one more drunken bello romano. He turned and threaded his way through the narrow path between the row of chairs and the jagged line of fever-pitched dancers. The first man had gone outside. Bray could roam freely for a minute or two, but no longer. He pressed his way through the crowd in the entranceway and walked into a less frenzied gathering in the next room. He saw her in the corner, the dark-haired Paolo standing next to her, 2 other cavalieri in front, all vying for her attention. Paolo, however, seemed less insistent. He knew future possessions when he saw them, where his count was concerned. The first thought that came to Bray's mind was that Tony's dress had to be covered. The girl in white, she also, killed them both. He walked rapidly up to the foursome, knowing precisely what he would do. A diversion was needed, the more hysterical the better. He touched Paolo's arm, his eyes on Antonia, his look telling her to stay quiet. "You are Paolo, aren't you?" he asked the dark-haired man in Italian. "Yes, sir." "Count Guillermo wants to see you right away. It's some kind of emergency, I think." "Of course. Where is he, sir?" "Go through the arch over there and turn right, past a row of chairs to a door. There's a staircase." The young Italian rushed away. Bray excused Tony and himself from the remaining 2 men. He held her arm and propelled her toward the arch that led into the disco. "What's happening?" she asked. "We're leaving," he answered. "Inside here there are some coats and things on the chairs. Grab the darkest and the largest one you can find. Quickly, we haven't much time." She found a long black cape as Bray stood between her and the contortionists on the dance floor. She bunched it under her arm, and they elbowed their way to the French doors and the steps outside. "Here, put it on," ordered Schofield, draping it over her shoulders. "Let's go," he said, starting down the steps. "We'll cut through the terraces to the right and back inside through the hall to the parking." Screams erupted from inside. Men shouted, women shrieked, and within seconds figures in various stages of drunkenness surged out of doors, colliding with each other. There was sudden chaos inside, and the panicked words were clear. "È stato ucciso! Terroristi! Fuggiamo!" The body of Count Guillermo Scozzi had been found. Bray and Antonia raced down to the first level of terrace and began running by a wall filled with ornate planter boxes. At the end of the enclosure there was a narrow opening into the next. Schofield held her hand and pulled her through. "Alto, you stay!" The shout came from above. The first man, who had rushed out of the door only minutes before, stood on the stone steps, a weapon in his hand. Bray slammed his shoulder into Antonia, sending her crashing into the wall. He dove to his right on the concrete, rolled to his left, and yanked the Browning from his holster. The man's shots exploded the ancient stone above Schofield. Bray aimed from his back, his shoulders off the pavement, his right hand steadied by his left. He fired twice. The killer fell forward, tumbling down the steps. The gunshots accelerated the chaos. Screams of terror filled the elegant terraces of the Villa d'Este. Bray reached Antonia. She was crouching by the wall. "Are you all right?" "I'm alive. Come on." They found a break in the wall where a trough carried a rushing stream of water to a pool below. They stepped through and ran down the side of the man-made rivulet to the first path, an alleyway, bordered on both sides by what appeared to be hundreds of stone statues spewing arcs of water in unison. The floodlights filtered through the trees. The scene was eerily peaceful, juxtaposed to but not affected by the stampeding chaos from the terraces above. "Straight through," said Schofield. "At the end there's a waterfall and another staircase. It'll get us back up there." They started running through the tunnel of foliage, mist from the arcs of water joining the sweat on their faces. "Dannazione!" Antonia fell, the long black cape torn from her shoulders by a branch of sapling. Bray stopped and pulled her up. "Eccola! La donna!" Shouts came from behind them. Gunshots followed. 2 men came running through the water-filled alleyway. They were targets, silhouetted by the light from the fountain beyond. Schofield fired 3 rounds. 1 man fell, holding his thigh. The second grabbed his shoulder, his gun flying out of his hand as he dove for the protection of the nearest statue. Bray and Antonia reached the staircase at the end of the path, an entrance of the villa. They ran up, taking the steps 2 at a time, until they joined the panicked crowds rushing out through the enclosed courtyard into the huge parking lot. Chauffeurs were everywhere, standing by elegant automobiles, protecting them, waiting for sight of their employers. And as with all chauffeurs in Italy in these times, their guns were drawn. Protection was everything. They had been schooled. They were prepared. One, however, was not prepared enough. Bray approached him. "Is this Count Scozzi's car?" he asked breathlessly. "No, it is not, signore. Stand back." "Sorry." Schofield took a step away from the man, sufficiently to allay his fears, then lunged forward, hammering the barrel of his automatic into the side of the chauffeur's skull. The man collapsed. "Get in," he yelled to Antonia. "Lock the doors and stay on the floor until we're out of here." It took them nearly a quarter of an hour before they reached the highway out of Tivoli. They sped down the road for 6 miles, then took an offshoot to the right that was free of traffic. Bray pulled over to the side of the road, stopped, and for several minutes let his head fall back against the seat and closed his eyes. The pounding lessened. He sat up, reached into his pocket for his cigarettes, and offered one to Antonia. "Normally I do not," she said, "but right now I will. What happened?" He lighted both their cigarettes and told her, ending with the murder of Guillermo Scozzi, the enigmatic words he had heard on the staircase, and the identity of the man who spoke them. Paravicini. The specifics were clear, the conclusions less so. He could only speculate. "They thought I was Telenyakov. They'd been warned about him. But they knew nothing about me. My name was never mentioned. It doesn't make sense. Scozzi described an American. They should have known." "Why?" "Because Washington and Moscow both knew Telenyakov was coming after me. They tried to trap us. They failed, and so they had to presume we made contact." Or did they? Wondered Schofield. The only one who actually knew he and the Russian had made contact was Robert Winthrop, and if he was alive, his silence could be counted upon. The rest of the intelligence community had only hearsay evidence to go on. No one had actually seen them together. Still, the presumption had to be made unless— "They think I'm dead," he said out loud, staring through the cigarette smoke to the windshield. "It's the only explanation. Someone told them I was dead. That's what impossible meant." "Why would anyone do that?" "I wish I knew. If it were purely an intelligence maneuver, it could be for a reason as basic as buying time, throwing the opposition off, your own trap to follow. But this isn't that kind of thing. It couldn't be. The Matarese has lines into Soviet and U.S. operations. I don't doubt it for a minute. But not the other way around. I don't understand." "Could whoever it was think you are dead?" Bray looked at her, his mind racing. "I don't see how or why. It's a damn good idea, but I didn't think of it. To pull off a burial without a corpse takes a lot of doing." Burial. The burials must be absolute. Reach Turin. Tell them to cable the Eagles, the cat. Turin. Paravicini. "Have you thought of something?" asked Antonia. "Something else," he replied. "This Paravicini. He runs the Scozzi-Paravicini companies in Turin." "He did once, and in Rome and Milan, New York and Paris as well. All over. He married the Scozzi daughter, and as time went on, her brother, the Count, assumed more and more control. The Count's the one who ran the companies. At least, that's what the newspapers said." "It's what Paravicini wanted them to say." It wasn't true. Scozzi was a well-put-together figurehead.
Then he wasn't part of the Matarese?
Oh, he was part of it all right, in some ways the most important part. Unless I'm wrong, he brought it with him. He and his mother, the Contessa, presented it to Paravicini along with his blue-blooded new wife. But now we come to the real question. Why would a man like Paravicini even listen? Men like Paravicini need, above all things, political stability. They pour fortunes into governments that have it and candidates who promise it, because they lose fortunes when it isn't there. They look for strong authoritarian regimes capable of stamping out a Red Brigades or a Baader-Meinhof, no matter how indiscriminate the process, or how much legitimate dissent goes down with them.
That government does not exist in Italy, interrupted Antonia.
And in not many other places either. That's what doesn't make sense. The Paravicinis of this world thrive on law and order. They have nothing to gain by, or nothing to substitute for, its breakdown. Yet the Matarese is against all that. It wants to paralyze governments. It feeds the terrorists, funnels money to them, spreads the paralysis as quickly as possible. Schofield drew on his cigarette. The clearer some things became, the more obscure did others.
You're contradicting yourself, Bray.
Antonia touched his arm. It had become a perfectly natural gesture during the past 24 hours.
You say Paravicini is the Matarese, or part of it.
He is. That's what's missing. The reason.
Where do you look for it?
Not here any longer. I'll ask the doctor to pick up our things at the Excelsior. We're getting out.
We?
Schofield took her hand. Tonight changed a lot of things. La Bella Signorina can't stay in Rome now.
Then I can go with you.
As far as Paris, said Bray hesitantly, the hesitation not born of doubt, only of how to arrange the avenues of communication in Paris. You'll stay there. I'll work out the procedures and get you a place to stay.
Where will you go?
London. We know about Paravicini now. He's the Scozzi factor. London's next.
Why there?
Paravicini said Turin was to cable the Eagles, the cat. With what your grandmother told us in Corsica, that code isn't hard to figure out. One eagle is my country, the other Telenyakov's.
It doesn't follow, disagreed Antonia. Russia is the bear.
Not in this case. The Russian bear is Bolshevik, the Russian eagle Tsarist. The third guest at Villa Matarese in April of 1911 was a man named Voroshin, Prince Andrei Voroshin, from St. Petersburg. That's Leningrad now. Telenyakov's on his way there.
And the cat?
The British Lion. The second guest, Sir John Waverley. A descendant, David Waverley, is England's Foreign Secretary.
A very high position.
Too high, too visible. It doesn't make sense for him to be involved either. Any more than the man in Washington, a senator who will probably be president next year. And because it doesn't make sense, it scares the hell out of me. Schofield released her hand and reached for the ignition. We're getting closer. Whatever there is to be found under the two eagles and the cat may be harder to dig out, but it's there. Paravicini made that clear. He said the burials had to be absolute. He meant that all the connections had to be re-examined, put farther out of reach.
You'll be in a great deal of danger.
She touched his arm again. Nowhere near as much as Telenyakov. As far as the Matarese is concerned, I'm dead, remember? He's not. Which is why we're going to send our first cable to Helsinki. We've got to warn him.
About what?
That anyone prowling around Leningrad looking for information about an illustrious old St. Petersburg family named Voroshin will probably get his head blown off. Bray started the car. It's wild, he said. We're going after the inheritors, or we think we are, because we've got their names. But there's someone else, and I don't think any of them mean much without him.
Who is that?
A shepherd boy. He's the one we've really got to find, and I don't have the vaguest idea of how to do it. Chapter 22. Telenyakov walked to the middle of the block on Helsinki's Itä-Kaivopuisto, noting the lights of the American embassy down the street. The site of the building was appropriate. He had been thinking of Beowulf Agate off and on for most of the day. It had taken him most of the day to absorb the news in Schofield's cable. The words themselves were innocuous, a salesman's report to an executive of a home office regarding Italian imports of Finnish crystal. But the new information was startling and complex. Schofield had made extraordinary progress in a very short time. He had found the first connection. It was Ascozzi, the first name on the guest list of Guillaume de Matarese, and the man was dead, killed by those who controlled him. Therefore, the Americans' assumption in Corsica that the members of the Matarese Council were not born, but selected, proved accurate. The Matarese had been taken over, a mixture of descendants and usurpers. It was consistent with the dying words of Alexei Krupskaya in Moscow. The Matarese was dormant for years. No one could make contact. Then it came back, but it was not the same. Killings, without clients, senseless butchery without a pattern, governments paralyzed. This was indeed a new Matarese, and infinitely more deadly than a cult of fanatics dedicated to paid political assassination. And Beowulf had added a warning in his cable. The Matarese now assumed that the guest list had been found. The stalking of the Voroshin family in Leningrad was infinitely more complicated than it might have been only days ago. Men were waiting in Leningrad for someone to ask questions about the Voroshins. But not the men or man he would reach, thought Telenyakov, stamping his feet against the cold, looking for a sign of the automobile and the man who was to meet him and drive him east along the coast past Hamina toward the Soviet border. Schofield was on his way to Paris with the girl, the American to continue on to England after setting up procedures in France. The Corsican woman had passed whatever tests Beowulf Agate had created. She would live and be their conduit. But as Vasily was beginning to learn, Schofield rarely operated on a simple line. There was a third party, the manager of the Tavastian Hotel in Helsinki. Once in Leningrad, Telenyakov was to cable the manager with whatever particulars he could put into ciphers, and the man, in turn, would wait for direct telephone calls from Paris and relate the codes received from Leningrad. It was then up to the woman to reach Schofield in England. Vasily knew that monitoring cable traffic was a particular talent of the KGB. The only sure way to eliminate it was to use KGB equipment. Somehow he would find a way to do that. An automobile pulled up to the curb, the headlights dimming once, the driver wearing a red muffler, one end draped over a dark leather jacket. Telenyakov crossed the pavement and got in the front seat beside the driver. He was on his way back to Russia. The town of Vanikala was on the northwest shore of the lake. Across the water was the Soviet Union, the southeast banks patrolled by teams of soldiers and dogs plagued more often by ennui than by threats of penetration or escape. When the KGB first knew about it, prolonged exposure to the freezing winds during winter months made it simply too dangerous to use as an escape route. And in summer, the interminable flow of tourist visas in and out of Tallinn and Riga, to say nothing of Leningrad itself, made those cities the easiest avenues to freedom. As a result, the northwest garrisons along the Finnish border were staffed by the least motivated Russian military personnel, often a collection of misfits and drunks, commanded by men being punished for errors of judgment. Checkpoint Vanikala was a logical place to cross into Russia. Even the dogs were third-rate. The Finns, however, were not, nor had they ever lost their hatred of the Soviet invaders who had lunged into their country in 1939. As they had been masters of the lakes and the forests then, repulsing whole divisions with brilliantly executed traps, so they were masters 40 years later, avoiding others. It was not until Telenyakov had been escorted across an inlet of ice and brought up beyond the patrols above the snow-clogged banks that he realized Checkpoint Vanikala had become an escape route of considerable magnitude. It was no longer minor. "If ever," said the Finn who had taken him on his last leg of the journey, "any of you men from Washington want to get beyond these Bolshevik bastards, remember us, because we do not forget." The irony was not lost on Vasily Vasilyevich Telenyakov, former master strategist for the KGB. "You should be careful with such offers," he replied. "How do you know I'm not a Soviet plant?" The Finn smiled. "We traced you to the Tavastian and made our own inquiries. You were sent by the best there is. He has used us in a dozen different Baltic operations. Give the quiet one our regards." The man extended his hand. "Arrangements have been made to drive you south through Viborg into Zelenogorsk," continued the escort. "What?" Telenyakov had made no such request. He had made it clear that once inside the Soviet Union he preferred to be on his own. "I didn't ask you to do that. I didn't pay for it." The Finn smiled condescendingly. "We thought it best. It will be quicker for you. Walk 2 kilometers down this road. You'll find a car parked by the snowbank. Ask the man inside for the time, saying your car has broken down. But speak Russian. They say you can do so passably well. If the man answers, then begins winding his watch, that's your ride." "I really don't think this is necessary," objected Vasily. "I expected to make my own arrangements, for both our sakes." "Whatever you might arrange, this is better. It will be daybreak soon, and the roads are watched. You have nothing to worry about. The man you're meeting has been on Washington's payroll for a long time." The Finn smiled again. "He is second in command, KGB Viborg." Telenyakov returned the smile. Whatever annoyance he had felt evaporated. In one sentence his escort had provided the answers to several problems. If stealing from a thief was the safest form of larceny, a defector compromising a traitor was even safer. "You're a remarkable people," he said to the Finn. "I'm sure we'll do business again." "Why not? Geography keeps us occupied. We have scores to settle." Telenyakov had to ask, "Still, after so many years?" "It never ends. You are fortunate, my friend. You don't live with a wild, unpredictable bear in your backyard. Try it sometime. It's depressing. Haven't you heard? We drink too much." Vasily saw the car in the distance, a black shadow among other shadows, surrounded by the snow on the road. It was dawn. In an hour the sun would throw its yellow shafts across the Arctic mists, and the mists would disappear. As a child he had been warmed by that sun. He was home. It had been many years, but there was no sense of return, no joy at the prospect of seeing familiar sights, perhaps a familiar face, grown much older as he had grown older. There was no elation at all, only purpose. Too much had happened. He was cold, and the winter sun would bring no warmth on this trip. There was only a family named Voroshin. He approached the car, staying as far to the right as possible, in the blind spot, his Grasburia in his gloved right hand. He stepped through the shoulder of snow, keeping his body low, until he was parallel with the front window. He raised his head and looked at the man inside. The glow of a cigarette partially illuminated the vaguely familiar face. Telenyakov had seen it before in a dossier photograph, or perhaps during a brief interview in Riga too insignificant to be remembered. He even remembered the man's name, and that name triggered his memory of the facts. Maletkin, Pietro Maletkin, from Grodno just north of the Polish border. He was in his early 50s, the face confirmed that, considered a sound if uninspired professional, someone who did his work quietly, by rote efficiency, but with little else. Through seniority, he had risen in the KGB, but his lack of initiative had relegated him to a post in Viborg. The Americans had made a perceptive choice in his recruitment. Here was a man doomed to insignificance by his own insignificance, yet privy to ciphers and schedules because of accumulated rank. A second in command at Viborg knew the end of a rather inglorious road had been reached. Resentment could be played upon. Promises of a richer life were powerful inducements. He could always be shot crossing the ice on a final trip to Vainikala. No one would miss him, a minor success for the Americans, a minor embarrassment to the KGB. But all that was changed now. Pietro Maletkin was about to become a very important person. He himself would know it the instant Vasily walked up to the window, for if the traitor's face was vaguely familiar to Telenyakov, the defectors would be completely known to Maletkin. Every KGB station in the world was after Vasily Vasilyevich Telenyakov. Sheltered by the bank of snow, he crept back some 20 meters behind the automobile, then walked out on the road. Maletkin was either deep in thought or half asleep. He gave no indication that he saw anyone, no turn of the head, no crushing out of the cigarette. It was not until Vasily was within 10 feet of the window that the traitor jerked his shoulders around, his face turned to the glass. Telenyakov angled his head away as if checking the road behind him as he walked. He did not want his face seen until the window was rolled down. He stood directly by the door, his head hidden above the roof. He heard the cranking of the handle, felt the brief swell of heat from inside the car. As he expected, the beam of a flashlight shot out from the seat. He bent over and showed his face, the Grasburia shoved through the open window. "Good morning, Comrade Maletkin. It is Maletkin, isn't it?" "My God, you!" With his left hand, Telenyakov reached in and held the flashlight, turning it slowly away, no urgency in the act. "Don't upset yourself," he said. "We have something in common now, haven't we? Why don't you give me the keys?" "What? What?" Maletkin was paralyzed. He could not speak. "Let me have the keys, please," continued Vasily. "I'll give them back to you as soon as I'm inside. You're nervous, comrade, and nervous people do nervous things. I don't want you driving away without me. The keys, please." The ominous barrel of the Grasburia was inches from Maletkin's face. His eyes shifting rapidly between the gun and Telenyakov, he fumbled for the ignition switch and removed the keys. "Here," he whispered. "Thank you, comrade. And we are comrades, you know that, don't you? There'd be no point in either of us trying to take advantage of the other's predicament. We'd both lose." Telenyakov walked around the hood of the car, stepped through the snowbank, and climbed in the front seat beside the morose traitor. "Come now, Colonel Maletkin. It is Colonel by now, isn't it? There's no reason for this hostility. I want to hear all the news." "I'm a temporary colonel. The rank has not been made permanent." "A shame. We never did appreciate you, did we? Well, we were certainly mistaken. Look what you've accomplished right under our noses. You must tell me how you did it. In Leningrad." "Leningrad?" "A few hours' ride from Zelenogorsk. It's not so much, and I'm sure Viborg's second in command can come up with a reasonable explanation for the trip. I'll help you. I'm very good at that sort of thing." Maletkin swallowed, his eyes apprehensively on Vasily. "I am to be back in Viborg tomorrow morning to hold a briefing with the patrols." "Delegate it, Colonel. Everyone loves to have responsibility delegated to them. It shows they're appreciated." "It was delegated to me," said Maletkin. "See what I mean? By the way, where are your bank accounts? Norway, Sweden, New York? Certainly not in Finland. That would be foolish." "In the city of Atlanta, a bank owned by Arabs." "Good thinking." Telenyakov handed him the keys. "Shall we get started, comrade?" "This is crazy," said Maletkin. "We're dead men." "Not for a while. We have business in Leningrad." It was noon when they drove over the Kirov Bridge, past the summer gardens wrapped in burlap, and south to the enormous boulevard that was the Nevsky Prospect. Telenyakov fell silent as he looked out the window at the monuments of Leningrad. The blood of millions had been sacrificed to turn the freezing mud and marshland of the Neva River into Peter's window on Europe. They reached the end of the prospect under the gleaming spire of the Admiralty building and turned right into the quay. There, along the banks of the river, stood the Winter Palace. Its effect on Vasily was the same as it had always been. It made him think about the Russia that once had been and ended here. There was no time for such reflections, nor was this the Leningrad he would roam for the next several days, although, ironically, it was this Leningrad, that Russia, that brought him here. Prince Andrei Voroshin had been part of both. "Drive over the Anachov Bridge and turn left," he said. "Head into the old housing development district. I'll tell you where to stop." "What's down there?" asked Maletkin, his apprehension growing with each block they traveled, each bridge they crossed, into the heart of the city. "I'm surprised you don't know. You should. A string of illegal boarding houses, and equally illegal cheap hotels that seem to have a collectively revisionist attitude regarding official papers." "In Leningrad? You don't know, do you?" said Telenyakov. "And no one ever told you. You were overlooked, comrade. When I was stationed in Riga, those of us who were area leaders frequently came up here and used the district for conferences we wished to keep secret, the ones that concerned our own people throughout the sector. It's where I first heard your name, I believe." "Me? I was brought up?" "Don't worry, I threw them off and protected you. You and the other man in Viborg." "Viborg?" Maletkin lost his grip on the wheel. The car swerved, narrowly avoiding an oncoming truck. "Control yourself," Vasily shouted. "An accident would send us both to the black rooms of Lubyanka." "But Viborg," repeated the astonished traitor. KGB Viborg? Do you know what you're saying?
Precisely, replied Telenyakov. Two informers from the same source, neither aware of the other. It's the most accurate way to verify information. But if one does learn about the other, well, he has the best of both worlds, wouldn't you say? In your case, the advantages would be incalculable.
Who is he?
Later, my friend, later. You cooperate fully with everything I ask, and you'll have his name when I leave.
Agreed, said Maletkin, his composure returning.
Telenyakov leaned back in the seat as they progressed down the traffic-laden Sadovaya into the crowded streets of the old housing district, the Domvashen. The patina of clean pavements and sand-blasted buildings concealed the mounting tensions rampant within the area. 2 and 3 families living in a single flat, 4 and 5 people sleeping in a room. It would all explode one day. Vasily glanced at the traitor beside him. He despised the man. Maletkin thought he was going to be given an advantage undreamed of only minutes before. The name of a high-ranking KGB intelligence officer from his own station, a traitor like himself, who could be manipulated unmercifully. He would do almost anything to get that name. It would be given to him. In 3 words, no other identification necessary. And, of course, it would be false. Pietro Maletkin would not be shot by the Americans crossing the ice to Vanikala, but instead in a barracks courtyard in Viborg. So much for the politics of the insignificant man, thought Vasily, as he recognized the building he was looking for down the street. Stop at the next corner, comrade, he said. Wait for me. If the person I want to see isn't there, I'll be right back. If he's home, I'll be an hour or so. Maletkin pulled to the right behind a cluster of bicycles chained to a post on the curb. Do remember, Telenyakov continued, that you have 2 alternatives. You can race away to KGB headquarters, it's on the Ligovsky Prospect, incidentally, and turn me in. That will lead to a chain of revelations which will result in your execution. Or you can wait for me, do as I ask you to do, and you will have bought yourself the identity of someone who can bring you present and future rewards. You will have your hook in a very important man. Then I don't really have a choice, do I? Said Maletkin. I'll be here. The traitor grinned. He perspired on his chin, and his teeth were yellow. Telenyakov approached the stone steps of the building. It was a 4-story structure with 20 to 30 flats, many crowded, but not hers. Lodzia Kronesha had her own apartment. That decision had been made by the KGB 5 years ago. With the exception of a brief weekend conference 14 months ago in Moscow, he had not seen her since Riga. During the conference, they had spent 1 night together, the first night, but had decided not to meet subsequently for professional reasons. The brilliant Telenyakov had been showing signs of strain, his oddly intemperate behavior annoying too many people. And too many people had been talking about it, whispering about it. Him. It was best they sever all associations outside the conference rooms. For in spite of total clearance, she was still being watched. He was not the sort of man she should be seen with. He had told her that, insisted upon it. 5 years ago, Lodzia Kronesha had been in trouble. Some said it was serious enough to remove her from her post in Leningrad. Others disagreed, claiming her lapses of judgment were due to a temporary siege of depression brought on by family problems. Besides, she was extremely effective in her work. Whom would they get to replace her during those times of crisis? Lodzia was a ranking mathematician, a doctoral graduate from Moscow University, and trained in the Lenin Institute. She was among the most knowledgeable computer programmers in the field. So she was kept on and given the proper warnings regarding her responsibility to the state, which had made her education possible. She was relegated to night operations, computer division, KGB Leningrad, Ligovsky Prospect. That was 5 years ago. She would remain there for at least another 2. Lodzia's crimes might have been dismissed as professional errors, a series of minor mathematical variations, had it not been for a disturbing occurrence 1,300 miles away in Vienna. Her brother had been a senior air defense officer, and he had committed suicide, the reasons for the act unexplained. Nevertheless, the air defense plans for the entire southwest German border had been altered.
and Lodzia Kronesha had been called in for questioning. Talenyakov had been present, intrigued by the quiet, academic woman brought in under the KGB lamps. He had been fascinated by her slow, thoughtful responses that were as convincing as they were lacking in panic. She had readily admitted that she adored her brother, and was distressed to the point of a breakdown over his death and the manner of it. No, she had known of nothing irregular about his life. Yes, he had been a devoted member of the party. No, she had not kept his correspondence. It had never occurred to her to do so. Talenyakov had kept silent, knowing what he knew by instinct and 1,000 encounters with concealed truth. She had been lying, from the beginning. But her lies were not rooted in treason, or even for her own survival. It was something else. When the daily KGB surveillance was called off, he had flown frequently to Leningrad from nearby Riga to institute his own. Vasily's trailing of Lodzia had revealed what he then knew he would find. Extremely artful contacts in the parks of the Petrodvorets with an American agent out of Helsinki. The meetings were not sought. They had been forced upon her. He had followed her to her flat one evening and had confronted her with his evidence. Instinct had told him to hold back official action. There was far less than treason in her activities. "What I have done is insignificant," she had cried, tears of exhaustion filling her eyes. "It is nothing compared to what they want. But they have proof of my doing something. They will not do what they threaten to do." The American had shown her photographs, dozens of them, mostly of her brother, but also of other high-ranking Soviet officials in the Vienna sectors. They depicted the grossest obscenities, extremes of sexual behavior, male with female and male with male, all taken while the subjects were drunk, all showing a Vienna of excessive debauchery in which responsible Soviet figures were willingly corrupted by any who cared to corrupt them. The threat was simple. These photographs would be spread across the world. Her brother, as well as those superior to him in rank and stature, would be held up to universal ridicule, as would the Soviet Union. "What did you hope to gain by doing what you did?" he had asked. "Wear them out," she had replied. "They will keep me on a string, never knowing what I will do, can do, have done. Every now and then they get word of computer errors. They are minor, but it is enough. They will not carry out their threats." "There is a better way," he had suggested. "I think you should leave it to me. There's a man in Washington who spent his fire in Southeast Asia, a general named Blackburn, Anthony Blackburn." Vasily had returned to Riga and sent out word through his network in London. Washington got the information within hours. Whatever exploitation American intelligence cared to make out of Vienna would be matched by equally devastating exposure and photographs of one of the most respected men in the American military establishment. No one from Helsinki ever bothered Lodzia Kronesha again, and she and Talenyakov became lovers. As Vasily climbed the dark staircase to the second floor, memories came back to him. Theirs had been an affair of mutual need, without any feverish emotional attachment. They had been two insular people, dedicated to their professions almost to the exclusion of everything else. They had both required the release of mind and body. Neither had demanded more than that release from the other, and when he had been transferred to Sevastopol, their goodbyes were the painless parting of good friends who liked each other a great deal, but who felt no dependency, grateful, in fact, for its absence. He wondered what she would say when she saw him, what she would feel, what he would feel. He looked at his watch, 10 minutes to 1. If her schedule had not been altered, she would have been relieved from duty at 8 in the morning, arrived home by 9, read the papers for a half-hour, and fallen asleep. Then a thought struck him. Suppose she had a lover? If so, he would not put her in danger. He would leave quickly before any identification was made. But he hoped it was not the case. He needed Lodzia. The man he had to reach in Leningrad could not be approached directly. She could help him, if she would. He knocked on her door. Within seconds he heard the footsteps beyond, the sound of leather heels against hard wood. Oddly, she had not been in bed. The door opened halfway, and Lodzia Kronesha stood there fully clothed, strangely clothed, in a bright-colored cotton dress. a summer dress, her light brown hair falling over her shoulders, her sharp, aquiline face set in a rigid expression, her hazel green eyes staring at him, as if his sudden appearance after so long were not so much unexpected as it was an intrusion. "How nice of you to drop by, old friend," she said without a trace of an inflection. She was telling him something. There was someone inside with her, someone waiting for him. "It's good to see you again, old friend," said Telenyakov, nodding in acknowledgment, studying the crack between the door and the frame. He could see the cloth of a jacket, the brown fabric of a pair of trousers. There was only one man, she was telling him that too. He pulled out his Grasburia, holding up his left hand, 3 fingers extended, gesturing to his left. On the third nod of his head, she was to drive to her right. Her eyes told him she understood. "It's been many months," he continued casually. "I was in the district, so I thought I would." He gave the third nod. She lunged to her right. Vasily crashed his shoulder into the door, into the left panel so the arc would be clean, the impact total, then battered it again, crushing the figure behind it into the wall. He plunged inside, pivoting to the right, his shoulder smashing the door again. He ripped a gun out of the man's hand, peeling the body away from the wall, hammering his knee into the exposed neck, propelling his would-be assailant off his feet into a nearby armchair, where he collapsed on the floor. "You understood," cried Lodzia, crouching against the wall. "I was so worried that you wouldn't." Telenyakov shut the door. "It's not yet 1 o'clock, he said, reaching for her hand. "I thought you'd be asleep." "I was hoping you'd realize that. Also, it's freezing outside, hardly the season for a summer dress." "I knew you'd notice that. Most men don't, but you would." He held her shoulders, speaking rapidly. "I've brought you terrible trouble. I'm sorry. I'll leave immediately. Tear your clothes, say you tried to stop me. I'll break into a flat upstairs and—" "Vasily, listen to me. That man's not one of us. He's not KGB. Telenyakov turned toward the man on the floor. He was regaining consciousness slowly, trying to rise and orient himself at the same time. "Are you sure?" "Very. To begin with, he's an Englishman. His Russian shouts with it. When he mentioned your name, I pretended to be shocked, angry that our people would think me capable of harboring a fugitive. I said I wanted to telephone my superior. He refused to let me. He said, 'We have all we want from you.' Those were his exact words." Vasily looked at her. "Would you have called your superior?" "I'm not sure," replied Lodzia, her hazel green eyes steady on his. "I suppose it would have depended on what he said. It's very difficult for me to believe you're what they say you are." "I'm not. On the other hand, you must protect yourself." "I was hoping it wouldn't come to that." "Thank you, old friend." Telenyakov turned back to the man on the floor and started toward him. He saw it. He was too late. Vasily lunged, diving at the figure by the chair, his hands ripping at the man's mouth, pulling it apart, his knee hammering the stomach, jamming it up into the rib cage, trying to induce vomit. The acrid odor of almonds, potassium cyanide, a massive dose. Oblivion in seconds, death in minutes. The cold blue English eyes beneath him were wide and clear with satisfaction. The Matarese had escaped. Chapter 23. "We have to go over it again," insisted Telenyakov, looking up from the naked corpse. They had stripped the body. Lodzia was sitting in a chair, checking the articles of clothing meticulously for the second time. Everything he said. "I've left out nothing. He wasn't that talkative." "You're a mathematician. We must fill in the missing numbers. The sums are clear." "Sums?" "Yes, sums," repeated Vasily, turning the corpse over. "He wanted me, but was willing to kill himself if the trap failed. That warrants 2 conclusions. First, he could not risk being taken alive because of what he knew. And second, he expected no assistance. If I thought otherwise, you and I would not be here now." "But why did he think you would come here to begin with?" "Not would," corrected Telenyakov. "Might. I'm sure it's in a file somewhere in Moscow that you and I saw a lot of each other. And the men who want me have access to those files. I know that. But they'll cover only the people here in Leningrad they think I might contact. They won't bother with the sector leaders or the Legovsky staff. If any of them got wind of me, they'd send out alarms heard in Siberia. Those who want me would step in then.
No, they'll only concern themselves with people they can't trust to turn me in. You're one of them. Are there others here in Leningrad? 3 or 4, perhaps. A Jew at the university, a good friend I'd drink and argue with all night. He'll be watched. Another at the Zhdanov, a political theorist who teaches Marx but is more at home with Adam Smith. 1 or 2 others, I suppose. I never really worried about whom I was seen with. You didn't have to. I know. My post has its advantages. There were a dozen explanations for any single thing I did, any person I saw. He paused. How extensive is their coverage? I don't understand. There's one man I do want to reach. They'd have to go back a great many years to find him, but they may have. Vasily paused again, his finger on the base of the spine of the naked body beneath him. He looked up at the strong, yet curiously gentle face of the woman he had known so well. What were the words again? We have all we want from you? Yes, at which point he grabbed the telephone away from my hand. He was convinced you were going to call headquarters? I was convincing. Had he told me to go ahead, I might have changed tactics, I don't know. Remember, I knew he was English. I didn't think he would let me call, but he did not deny being KGB. And later, when you put on the dress, he didn't object? On the contrary, it convinced him you were actually coming here, that I was cooperating. What were his words then? The precise words. You said he smiled and said something about women being all alike. You didn't recall what else. It was trivial. Nothing is. Try to remember. Something about whiling away the hours, that's what you mentioned. Yes, the language was ours, but the phrase was very English, I remember that. He said he'd while away the hours pleasantly, more so than the others. That there were no such sights on the quay. I told you he insisted I change clothes in front of him. The quay, the Hermitage, Malachite Hall. There's a woman there, said Telenyakov, frowning. They were thorough. 1 more missing number. My lover was unfaithful? Frequently, but not with her. She was an unreconstructed czarist, put in charge of the architectural tours and perfectly delightful. She's also closer to 70 than 60, although neither seems so far away to me now. I took her to tea quite often. That's touching. I enjoyed her company. She was a fine instructor in things I knew little about. Why would anyone have put her on a list in a file? Speaking for Leningrad, said Lodzia, amused, if we saw our competition from Riga meeting with such a person, we'd insert it. It's probably as stupid as that. What else did he say? Nothing memorable. While I was in my underwear, he made a foolish remark to the effect that mathematicians had the advantage over academics and librarians. We studied figures. Telenyakov got to his feet. That's it, he said. The missing number. They've found him. What are you talking about? Our Englishman either couldn't resist the bad pun, or he was probing. The quay, the Hermitage Museum, the academics, my drinking companions at the Zhdanov, the reference to a librarian, the Saltykov-Shchedrin Library. The man I want to reach is there. Who is he? Vasily hesitated. An old man who years ago befriended a young university student and opened his eyes to things he knew nothing about. Who is he? Who is he? I was a very confused young man, Telenyakov said. How was it possible for over 3/4 of the world to reject the teachings of the revolution? I could not accept the fact that so many millions were unenlightened. But that's what the textbooks said, what our professors told us. But why? I had to understand how our enemies thought the way they did. And this man was able to tell you? He showed me. He let me find out for myself. I was sufficiently fluent in English and French then, reasonably so in Spanish. He opened the doors, literally opened the steel doors of the forbidden books, thousands of volumes Moscow disapproved of, and let me free with them. I spent weeks, months poring over them, trying to understand. It was there that the great Telenyakov learned the most valuable lesson of all, how to see things as the enemy sees them, how to be able to think like him. That is the keystone of every success I've ever had. My old friend made it possible. And you must reach him now? Yes, he's lived all his life here. He's seen it all happen, and he's survived. If anyone can help me, he can.
What are you looking for? I think I have a right to know. Of course you do, but it's a name you must forget. At least, never mention it. I need information about a family named Voroshin. A family from Leningrad? Yes. Lodzia shook her head in exasperation. Sometimes I think the great Telenyakov is a great fool. I can run the name through our computers. The minute you did, you'd be marked, for all purposes dead. That man on the floor has accomplices everywhere. He turned and walked back to the body, kneeling down to continue his examination of the corpse. Besides, you'd find nothing. It's too many years ago, too many changes of regimes and emphases. If any entry or entries had ever been made, I doubt they'd be there now. The irony is that if there was something in the databanks, it would probably mean the Voroshin family is no longer involved. Involved with what, Vasily? He did not answer immediately, for he had turned the nude body over. There was a small discoloration of the skin on the lower midsection of the chest, around the area of the heart, barely visible through the matted hair. It was tiny, no more than a half-inch in diameter. The bluish-purple mark was a circle. At first glance it appeared to be a birthmark, a perfectly natural phenomenon, in no way superimposed on the flesh. But it was not natural. It was placed there by a very experienced needle. Old Krupskaya had said the words as he lay dying. A man was caught, a bluish circle on his chest, a soldier of the Matarese. With this, Telenyakov separated the black hair on the dead man's chest so the jagged circle could be seen clearly. Come here. Lodzia got up, walked to the corpse, and knelt down. What? The birthmark? Per nostro circolo, he said. It wasn't there when our Englishman was born. It had to be earned. I don't understand. You will. I'm going to tell you everything I know. I wasn't sure that I wanted to, but I don't think there's a choice now. They might easily kill me. If they do, there's someone you must reach. I'll tell you how. Describe this mark, fourth rib, border of the cage near the heart. It was not meant to be found. Lodzia was silent as she looked at the bluish mark on the flesh, and finally at Telenyakov. Who is they? They go by the name of the Matarese. He told her everything. When he was finished, Lodzia did not speak for a long time, nor did he intrude on her thoughts. For she had heard shocking things, not the least of which was the incredible alliance between Vasily Vasilyevich Telenyakov and a man known throughout the KGB world as Beowulf Agate. She walked to the window overlooking the dreary street. She spoke, her face to the glass. I imagine you've asked this question of yourself 1,000 times. I ask it again. Was it necessary to contact Schofield? Yes, he said. Moscow wouldn't listen to you? Moscow ordered my execution. Washington ordered his. Yes, but you say that neither Moscow nor Washington knows about this Matarese. The trap set for you and Beowulf was based on keeping you apart. I can understand that. Official Washington and official Moscow are blind to the Matarese. Otherwise, someone would have stepped forward in our behalf. We would have been summoned to present what we know, what I brought Schofield. Instead, we are branded traitors, ordered to be shot on sight, no provisions made to give us a hearing. The Matarese orchestrated it, using the clandestine apparatuses of both countries. Then this Matarese is in Moscow, in Washington. Absolutely. In, but not of. Capable of manipulating, but unseen. Not unseen, Vasily, objected Lodzia. The men you spoke to in Moscow— Panicked old men, interrupted Telenyakov. Dying war horses put out to pasture. Impotent. Then the man Schofield approached. The statesman, Winthrop. What of him? Undoubtedly dead by now. Lodzia walked away from the window and stood in front of him. Then where do you go? You're cornered. Vasily shook his head. On the contrary, we're making progress. The first name on the list, Scotzi, was accurate. Now we have our dead Englishman here. No papers, no proof of who he is or where he came from, but with a mark more telling than a billfold filled with false documents. He was part of their army, which means there's another soldier here in Leningrad watching an old man who's curator of literary archives
at the Shedrin Library. I want him almost as much as I want to reach my old friend. I want to break him, get answers. The Matarese are in Leningrad to protect the Voroshins, to conceal the truth. We're getting closer to that truth.
But suppose you find it. Whom can you take it to? You cannot protect yourselves because you don't know who they are.
We know who they are not, and that's enough. The Premier and the President, to begin with.
You won't get near them.
We will if we have our proof. Beowulf was right about that. We need incontrovertible proof. Will you help us? Help me? Lodzia Kronesha looked into his eyes, her own softening. She reached up with both her hands and cupped his face. Vasily Vasilyevich, my life had become so uncomplicated, and now you return. I didn't know where else to go. I couldn't approach that old man directly. I testified on his behalf at a security hearing in 1954. I'm terribly sorry, Lodzia.
Don't be. I've missed you. And of course I'll help you. Were it not for you, I might be teaching primary grades in our Tashkent sectors.
He touched her face, returning her gesture. That must not be the reason for your help.
It isn't. What you've told me frightens me.
Under no condition was the traitor Maletkin to beware of Lodzia. The Viborg officer had remained in the automobile at the corner, but when more than an hour had passed, Telenyakov could see him pacing nervously on the pavement below. "He's not sure whether it's this building or the one next door," said Vasily, stepping back from the window. "The cellars still connect, don't they?" "They did when I was last there. I'll go down and come out on the street several doors away. I'll meet him and tell him the man I'm with wants another half hour. That should give us enough time. Finish dressing the Englishman, will you?" Lodzia was right. Nothing had changed in the old buildings. Each cellar connected with the one next door, the filthy, damp underground alleyway extending most of the block. Telenyakov emerged on the street 4 buildings away from Lodzia's flat. He walked up to the unsuspecting Maletkin, startling him. "I thought you went in there," said the traitor from Viborg, nodding his head at the staircase on his left. "There? Yes, I was sure of it." "You're still too excited, comrade. It interferes with your observation. I don't know anyone in that building. I came down to tell you that the man I'm meeting with needs more time. I suggest you wait in the car. It's not only extremely cold, but you'll draw less attention to yourself." "You won't be much longer, will you?" asked Maletkin anxiously. "Are you going somewhere? Without me?" No, of course not. I have to go to the toilet." "Discipline your bladder," said Telenyakov, hurrying away. 20 minutes later, he and Lodzia had worked out the details of his contact with the curator of archives at the Saltykov-Shchedrin Library on the Mayorov Prospect. She would tell him that a student from many years ago, a man who had risen high in government office and who had testified for the old gentleman in 1954, wanted to meet with him privately. That student, this friend, could not be seen in public. He was in trouble and needed help. There was to be no doubt as to the identity of that student, or of the danger in which he found himself. The old man had to be jolted, frightened, concern for a once dear young friend forced to the surface. He had to communicate his alarms to anyone who might be watching him. The arrangements for the meeting just complicated enough to confuse an old man's mind. For the scholars, confusion and fear would lead to tentative movements, bewildered starts and stops, sudden turns and abrupt reversals, decisions made and instantly rejected. Under these circumstances, whoever followed the old man would be revealed, for whatever moves the scholar made, the one following would have to make. Lodzia would instruct the old man to leave the enormous library complex by the southwest exit at 10 minutes to 6 that evening. The streets would be dark and no snow was expected. He would be told to walk a given number of blocks one way, then another. If no contact was made, he was to return to the library and wait. If it were at all possible, his friend from long ago could try to get there. However, there were no guarantees. Placed in this situation of stress, the numbers alone would serve to confuse the scholar, for Lodzia was to abruptly terminate the telephone call without repeating them. Vasily would take care of the rest, a traitor named Maletkin serving as an unknowing accomplice. "What will you do after you see the old man?" asked Lodzia. "That depends on what he tells me, or what I can learn from the man who follows him." "Where will you stay? Will I see you?" Vasily stood up. "It could be dangerous for you if I come back here." "I'm willing to risk that." "I'm not willing to let you. Besides, you work until morning." "I can go in early and get off at midnight. Things are much more relaxed than when you were last in Leningrad. We trade hours frequently, and I am completely rehabilitated." "Someone will ask you why." "I'll tell him the truth. An old friend has arrived from Moscow." "I don't think that's such a good idea." "A party secretary from the Presidium with a wife and several children. He wishes to remain anonymous." "As I said, a splendid idea." Telenyakov smiled. "I'll be careful and go through the cellars." "What will you do with him?" Lodzia nodded at the dead Englishman. "Leave him in the farthest cellar I can find. Do you have a bottle of vodka?" "Are you thirsty?" "He is. One more unknown suicide in paradise. We don't publicize them. I'll need a razor blade." Pyotr Maletkin stood next to Vasily in the shadows of an archway across from the southeast entrance to the Saltykov-Shchedrin library. The floodlights in the rear courtyard of the complex shone down in wide circles from the high walls, giving the illusion of an enormous prison compound. But the arches that led to the street beyond were placed symmetrically every 100 feet in the wall. The prisoners could come and go at will. It was a busy evening at the library. Streams of prisoners came and went. "You say this old man is one of us?" asked Maletkin. "Get your new enemies straight, comrade. The old fellow's KGB, the man following him, about to make contact, is one of us. We've got to reach him before he's trapped. The scholar is one of the most effective weapons Moscow's developed for counterintelligence. His name is known to no more than 5 people in KGB. To be aware of him marks a person as an American informer. For God's sake, don't ever mention him." "I've never heard of him," said Maletkin, "but the Americans think he's theirs?" "Yes, he's a plant. He reports everything directly to Moscow on a private line." "Incredible," muttered the traitor. "An old man. Ingenious." "My former associates are not fools," said Telenyakov, checking his watch. "Neither are your present ones. Forget you've ever heard of Comrade Mikovsky." "That's his name?" "Even I would rather not repeat it. There he is." An old man bundled up in an overcoat and a black fur hat walked out of the entrance, his breath vaporizing in the cold air. He stood for a moment on the steps, looking around as if trying to decide which archway to take into the street. His short beard was white. What could be seen of his face was filled with wrinkles and tired, pale flesh. He started down the stairs cautiously, holding on to the railing. He reached the courtyard and walked toward the nearest arch on his right. Telenyakov studied the stream of people that came out through the glass doors after the old curator. They seemed to be in groups of 2s and 3s. He looked for a single man whose eyes strayed to the courtyard below. None did, and Vasily was disturbed. Had he been wrong? It did not seem likely, yet there was no single man Telenyakov could pick out of the crowds whose focus was on Mikovsky, now halfway across the courtyard. When the scholar reached the street, there was no point in waiting any longer. He had been wrong. The Matarese had not found his friend. A woman. He was not wrong. It was a woman. A lone woman broke away from the crowd and hurried down the steps, her eyes on the old man. How plausible, thought Vasily. A single woman remaining for hours alone in a library would draw far less attention than a man. Among its elite soldiers, the Matarese trained women. He was not sure why it surprised him. Some of the best agents in the Soviet KGB and the American consular operations were women, but their duties rarely included violence. That's what startled him now. The woman following old Mikovsky was trailing the curator only to find him. Violence was intrinsic to that assignment. "That woman," he said to Maletkin, "the one in the brown overcoat and the visored cap, she's the informer. We've got to stop her from making contact." "A woman?" "She is capable of a variety of things which you are not, comrade. Come along now, we must be careful. She won't approach him right away. She'll wait for the most opportune moment, and so must we. We've got to separate her. Take her when she's far enough away from him so he can't identify her if there's any noise." "Noise?" echoed the perplexed Maletkin. "Why would she make any noise?" "Women are unpredictable. It's common knowledge. Let's go." The next 18 minutes were as disorganized and as painful to watch as Telenyakov had anticipated. Painful in that a concerned old man grew progressively bewildered as the moments passed, his agitation turning into panic when there was no sign of his young friend. He crossed the bitterly cold streets, his walk slow, his legs unsteady. He kept checking his watch, the light too dim for his eyes. He was jostled by pedestrians whenever he stopped. And he stopped incessantly, breath and strength diminishing. Twice he started for an omnibus shelter in the block beyond where he stood, momentarily convinced that he had made the wrong count of the streets. At the intersection where the Kirov Theatre stood, there were 3 shelters, and his confusion mounted. He visited all 3, more and more bewildered. The strategy had the expected effect on the woman following Makovsky. She interpreted the old man's actions as those of a subject aware that he might be under surveillance, a subject unschooled in methods of evasion, but also old and frightened, and capable of creating an uncontrollable situation. So the woman in the brown overcoat and visored cap kept her distance, staying in shadows, going from darkened storefront to dimly lit alleyways, propelled into agitation herself by the unpredictability of her subject. The old scholar started on his return pattern to the library. Vasily and Meletkin watched from a vantage point 75 meters away. Telenyakov studied the route directly across the wide avenue. There were 2 alleyways, both of which would be used by the woman as Makovsky passed her on the way back. "Come along," ordered Vasily, grabbing Meletkin's arm, pushing him forward. "We'll get behind him in the crowd on the other side. She'll turn away as he goes by, and when he passes that second alleyway she'll use it." "Why are you so sure?" "Because she used it before. It's the natural thing to do. I'd use it. We will use it now." "How?" "I'll tell you when we're in position." The moment was drawing near, and Telenyakov could feel the drum-like beat in his chest. He had orchestrated the events of the past 16 minutes. The next few would determine whether the orchestration had merit. He knew 2 indisputable facts. 1, the woman would recognize him instantly. She would have been provided with photographs and a detailed physical description. 2, should the violence go against her, she would take her own life as quickly and as efficiently as the Englishman had done in Lodzia's flat. Timing and shock were the only tools at his immediate disposal. He would provide the first, the traitor from Viborg the second. They crossed the square with a group of pedestrians and walked into the crowds in front of the Kirov Theatre. Vasily glanced over his shoulder and saw Makovsky weave his way awkwardly through the line forming for tickets, breathing with difficulty. "Listen to me and do exactly as I say," said Telenyakov, holding Meletkin's arm. "Repeat the words I say to you." They entered the flow of pedestrians walking up the pavement, remaining behind a quartet of soldiers, their bulky overcoats serving as a wall Vasily could see beyond at will. The scholar up ahead approached the first alleyway. The woman briefly disappeared into it, then re-emerged as he passed. Moments now, only moments. The second alleyway. Makovsky was in front of it, the woman within. "Now," Vasily ordered, rushing with Meletkin toward the entrance. He heard the words Meletkin shouted, so they would be unmistakable above the noise of the streets. "Comrade, wait! Stop! Circolo! Nostro circolo!" Silence. The shock was almost total. "Who are you?" The question was asked in a cold, tense voice. "Stop everything. I have news from the shepherd." "What?" The shock was now complete. Telenyakov spun around the corner of the alley, rushing toward the woman, his hands 2 springs uncoiling as he lunged. He grabbed her arms, his fingers sliding instantly down to her wrists, immobilizing her hands, one of which was in her overcoat pocket, gripped around a gun. She recoiled, spinning to her left, her weight dead, pulling him forward, then sprang to her right, her left foot lashing up into him, close to her body like an enraged cat's claw repelling another animal. He countered, attacking directly, lifting her off her feet, crashing her writhing body into the alleyway wall, pummeling her with his shoulder, crushing her into the brick. It happened so fast he was only vaguely aware of what she was doing until he felt her teeth sinking into the flesh of his neck. She had thrust her face into his, a move so unexpected he could only twist away in pain. Her mouth was wide, her red lips parted grotesquely. The bite was vicious, her jaws two clamps vicing into the side of his neck. He could feel blood drenching his collar. She would not let go. The pain was excruciating. The harder he battered her into the wall, the deeper her teeth went into his flesh. He could not stand it. He released her arms, his hands clawing at her face, pulling her from him. The explosion was loud, distinct, yet muffled by the heavy cloth of her overcoat. The echo carried on the wind throughout the alley. She fell away from him, limp against the stone. He looked at her face. Her eyes were wide and dead. She sank slowly to the pavement. She had done precisely what she had been programmed to do. She had appraised the odds, 2 men against herself, and fired the weapon in her pocket, blowing away her chest. "She's dead! My God, she killed herself!" screamed Maletkin. "The shot! People will have heard it! We've got to run! The police!" Several curious passers-by stood motionless at the alley's entrance, peering in. "Be quiet," commanded Telenyakov. "If anyone comes in, use your KGB card. This is official business. No one's permitted here. I want 30 seconds. Vasily pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and pressed it against his neck, reducing the flow of blood. He knelt over the body of the dead woman. With his right hand he ripped the coat away, exposing a blouse stained everywhere with red. He tore the drenched fabric away from the skin. The hole below her left breast was massive, tissue and intestines clogging the opening. He probed the flesh around the wound. The light was too dim. He took out his cigarette lighter. He snapped it, stretching the bloody skin beneath the breast, holding the light inches above it. The flame danced in the wind. "For God's sake, hurry!" Maletkin stood several feet away, his voice a panicked whisper. "What are you doing?" Telenyakov did not reply. Instead, he moved his fingers around the flesh, wiping away the blood to see more clearly. He found it. In the crease beneath the left breast, angled toward the center of the chest. A jagged circle of blue surrounded by white skin streaked with red. A blemish that was no blemish at all, but the mark of an incredible army. The Matarese circle. Chapter 24. They walked rapidly out of the far end of the alley, melting into the crowds heading north. Maletkin was trembling, his face ashen. Vasily's right hand gripped the traitor's elbow, controlling the panic that might easily cause Maletkin to burst into a run, riveting attention on both of them. Telenyakov needed the man from Viborg. A cable had to be sent that would elude KGB interception, and Maletkin could send it. He realized that he had very little time to work out the cipher for Schofield. It would take old Mikovsky another 10 minutes before he reached his office, but soon after that Vasily knew he should be there. A frightened old man could say the wrong things to the wrong people.
Telenyakov held the handkerchief against the wound on his neck. The bleeding had ebbed to a trickle in the cold. It would stop sufficiently for a bandage soon. It occurred to Vasily to buy a high-necked sweater to conceal it.
"Slow down," he ordered, yanking Maletkin's elbow. "There's a cafe up ahead. We'll go inside for a few minutes, get a drink." "I could use one," whispered Maletkin. "My God, she killed herself. Who was she?" "Someone who made a mistake. Don't you make another." The cafe was crowded. They shared a table with 2 middle-aged women who objected to the intrusion and morosely kept to themselves. It was a splendid arrangement. "Go up to the manager by the door," said Telenyakov. "Tell him your friend had too much to drink and cut himself. Ask for a bandage and some adhesive." Maletkin started to object. Vasily reached for his forearm. "Just do it. It's nothing unusual in a place like this." The traitor got up and made his way to the man at the door. Telenyakov refolded the handkerchief, pressing the cleaner side against the torn skin, and dug into his pocket for a pencil. He moved the coarse paper napkin in front of him and began selecting the cipher for Beowulf agate. His mind closed out all noise as he concentrated on an alphabet and a progression of numbers. Even as Maletkin returned with a cotton bandage and a small roll of tape, Vasily wrote, crossing out errors as rapidly as he made them. Their drinks arrived. The traitor had ordered 3 apiece. Telenyakov kept writing. 8 minutes later he was finished. He tore the napkin in two and copied the wording in large, unmistakable letters. He handed it to Maletkin. I want this cable sent to Helsinki to the name and hotel listed on top. I want it routed on a white line, commercial traffic not subject to duplicate interception. The traitor's eyes grew wide. How do you expect me to do that? The same way you get information to our friends in Washington. You know the unmonitored schedules. We all protect ourselves from ourselves. It's one of our more finely honed talents. That's through Stockholm. We bypass Helsinki. Maletkin flushed. His state of agitation and the rapid infusion of alcohol had made him careless.
He had not meant to reveal the Swedish connection. It wasn't done, even among fellow defectors. Nor could Vasily use Stockholm. The cable would then be under American scrutiny. There was another way. How often do you come down here to the Legovsky headquarters for sector conferences? The traitor pursed his lips in embarrassment. Not often, perhaps 3 or 4 times during the past year. You're going over there now, said Telenyakov. I'm what? You've lost your head. You'll lose yours if you don't. Don't worry, Colonel. Rank still has its privileges and its effect. You are sending an urgent cable to a Viborg man in Helsinki. White line, non-duplicated traffic. However, you must bring me a verifying copy. Suppose they check with Viborg. Who on duty up there now would interfere with the second in command? Maletkin frowned nervously. There will be questions later. Vasily smiled, the promise of untold riches in his voice. Take my word for it, Colonel. When you return to Viborg, there won't be anything you cannot have, or command. The traitor grinned, the sweat on his chin glistening. Where do I bring the verifying copy? Where will we meet? When? Telenyakov held the bandage in place over the wound on his neck and unrolled a strip of tape, the end in his teeth. Tear it, he said to Maletkin. It was done, and Vasily applied it, ripping off another strip as he spoke. Stay the night at the Evropeskaya Hotel on Brodsky Street. I'll contact you there. They'll demand identification. By all means, give it to them. A colonel of the KGB will no doubt get a better room. A better woman, too, if you go down to the lounge. Both cost money. My treat, Telenyakov said. It was the dinner hour. The huge reading rooms of the Saltykov-Shchedrin library, with their tapestried walls and the enormously high ceilings, were nowhere near as crowded as usual. A scattering of students sat at the long tables. A few groups of tourists strolled about, studying the tapestries and the oil paintings, speaking in hushed whispers, awed by the grandeur that was the Shchedrin. As Vasily walked through the marble hallways toward the complex of offices in the West Wing, he remembered the months he had spent in these rooms, that room, awakening his mind to a world he had known so little about. He had not exaggerated to Lodzia. It was here, through the enlightened courage of one man, that he had learned more about the enemy than in all the training he had later received in Moscow and Novgorod. The Saltykov-Shchedrin was his finest school, the man he was about to see after so many years his most accomplished teacher. He wondered whether the school or the teacher could help him now. If the Voroshin family was bound to the new Matarese, there would be no revealing information in the intelligence databanks. Of that he was certain. But was it here? Somewhere in the thousands of volumes that detailed the events of the Revolution, of families and vast estates banished and carved up, all documented by historians of the time because they knew the time would never be seen again, the explosive beginnings of a new world. It had happened here in Leningrad, St. Petersburg, and Prince Andrei Voroshin was a part of the cataclysm. The revolutionary archives at the Saltykov-Shchedrin were the most extensive in all Russia. If there was a repository for any information about the Voroshins, it would be here. But being here was one thing, finding it something else again. Would his old teacher know where to look? He turned left into the corridor lined with glass-paneled office doors, all dark except one at the end of the hallway. There was a dim light on inside, intermittently blocked by the silhouette of a figure passing back and forth in front of a desk lamp. It was Mikovsky's office, the same room he had occupied for more than a quarter of a century, the slow-moving figure beyond the rippled glass, unmistakably that of the scholar. He walked up to the door and knocked softly.
The dark figure loomed almost instantly behind the glass. The door opened, and Yanov Mikovsky stood there, his wrinkled face still flushed from the cold outside, his eyes behind the thick lenses of his spectacles wide, questioning and afraid. He gestured for Vasily to come in quickly, shutting the door the instant Telenyakov was inside. "Vasily Vasilovich!" The old man's voice was part whisper, part cry. He held out his arms, embracing his younger friend. "I never thought I'd see you again." He stepped back, his hands still on Telenyakov's overcoat, peering up at him, his wrinkled mouth tentatively forming words that did not emerge. The events of the past half-hour were more than he could accept. Halting sounds emerged, but no meaning. "Don't upset yourself," said Vasily as reassuringly as he could. "Everything's fine." "But why? Why this secrecy, this running from place to place? Can it be called for? Of all men in the Soviet, you! The years you were in Riga, you never came to see me, but I heard from others how respected you were, how you were in charge of so many things. It was better that we did not meet during those days. I told you that over the telephone. I never understood. They were merely precautions that seemed reasonable at the time." They had been more than reasonable, thought Telenyakov. He had learned that the scholar was drinking heavily, depressed over the death of his wife. If the head of KGB Riga had been seen with the old man, people might have looked for other things, and found them. "No matter now," said Mikovsky. "It was a difficult period for me, as I'm sure you were told. There are times when some men should be left to themselves, even by old friends. But this is now. What's happened to you?" "It's a long story. I'll tell you everything I can. I must, for I need your help." Telenyakov glanced beyond the scholar. There was a kettle of water on the coils of an electric plate on the right side of the desk. Vasily could not be sure, but he thought it was the same kettle, the same electric burner he remembered from so many years ago. "Your tea was always the best in Leningrad. Will you make some for us?" The better part of a half-hour passed as Telenyakov spoke, the old scholar sitting in his chair listening in silence. When Vasily first mentioned the name, Prince Andrei Voroshin, he made no comment, but he did when his student was finished. "The Voroshin estates were confiscated by the new revolutionary government. The family's wealth had been vastly reduced by the Romanovs and their industrial partners. Nicholas and his brother Michael loathed the Voroshins, claiming they were the thieves of all northern Russia and the sea routes. And, of course, the prince was marked by the Bolsheviks for execution. His only hope was Kerensky, who was too indecisive or corrupt to cut off the illustrious family so completely. That hope vanished with the collapse of the Winter Palace." "What happened to Voroshin?" "He was sentenced to death. I'm not positive, but I think his name was announced on the execution lists. Those who escaped were generally heard from during the succeeding years. I would have remembered had Voroshin been among them." "Why would you? There were hundreds here in Leningrad alone. Why the Voroshins?" "They were not easily forgotten for many reasons. It was not often that the Tsars of Russia called their own kind thieves and pirates and sought to destroy them. The Voroshin family was notorious. The prince's father and grandfather dealt in the Chinese and African slave trades, from the Indian Ocean to the American South. They manipulated the imperial banks, forcing merchant fleets and companies into bankruptcies and absorbing them. It is said that when Nicholas secretly ordered Prince Andrei Voroshin from the palace court, he proclaimed, 'Should our Russia fall prey to maniacs, it will be because of men like you. You drive them to our throats.' That was a number of years before the revolution." "You say secretly ordered him. Why secretly?" "It was not a time to expose dissent among the aristocrats. Their enemies would have used it to justify the cries of national crisis. The revolution was in foment decades before the event. Nicholas understood. He knew it was happening." "Did Voroshin have sons?" "I don't know, but I would presume so, one way or the other. He had many mistresses." "What about the family itself?" "Again, I have no specific knowledge, but I assume they perished. As you are aware, the tribunals were usually lenient where women and children were concerned. Thousands were allowed to flee. Only the most fanatic wanted that blood on their hands. But I don't believe the Voroshins were allowed to.
Actually, I'm quite sure of it, but I don't know specifically. I need specific knowledge. I understand that, and in my judgment you have it, at least enough to refute any theory involving Voroshin and this incredible Matarese society. Why do you say that? Because had the prince escaped, it would not have been to his advantage to keep silent. The whites in exile were organizing everywhere. Those with legitimate titles were welcomed with open arms and excessive remuneration by the great companies and the international banks. It was good business. It was not in Voroshin's nature to reject such largesse and notoriety. No, Vasily, he was killed. Telenyakov listened to the scholar's words, looking for an inconsistency. He got up from the chair and went to the pot of tea. He filled his cup and stared absently at the brown liquid. Unless he was offered something of greater value to keep silent, to remain anonymous. "This Matarese?" asked Mikovsky. Yes, money had been made available, in Rome and in Genoa. It was their initial funding. But it was earmarked for just that, wasn't it? Mikovsky leaned forward. From what you've told me, it was to be used for the hiring of assassins, spreading the gospel of vengeance according to this Guillaume de Matarese, is that not so? That's what the old woman implied, agreed Telenyakov. Then it was not to be spent recouping individual fortunes or financing new ones. You see, that's what I can't accept where Voroshin is concerned. If he had escaped, he would not have turned his back on the opportunities offered him. Not to join an organization bent on political vengeance. He was far too pragmatic a man. Vasily had started back to his chair. He stopped and turned, the cup suspended, motionless in his hand. What did you just say? That Voroshin was too pragmatic to reject. No, interrupted Telenyakov, before that. The money was not to be used recouping fortunes or financing new ones. You see, Vasily, large sums of capital were made available to the exiles. Telenyakov held up his hand. Financing new ones, he repeated. There are many ways to spread a gospel. Beggars and lunatics do it in the streets, priests from pulpits, politicians from rostrums. But how can you spread a gospel that cannot stand scrutiny? How do you pay for it? Vasily put the cup down on the small table next to his chair. You do both anonymously, using the complicated methods and procedures of an existing structure, one in which whole areas operate as separate entities, distinct from one another, yet held together by a common identity, where enormous sums of capital are transferred daily. Telenyakov walked back to the desk and leaned over, his hands on the edge. You make the necessary purchase. You buy the seat of decision. The structure is yours for the using. If I follow you, the scholar said, the money left by Matarese was to be divided and used to buy participation in giant established enterprises. Exactly. I'm looking in the wrong place. Sorry, the right place, but the wrong country. Voroshin did escape. He got out of Russia probably a long time before he had to because the Romanovs crippled him, stripped him, watched his every financial move. He was hamstrung here. And later the sort of investments Guillaume de Matarese envisioned were prohibited in the Soviet. Don't you see, he had no reason to stay in Russia. His decision was made long before the revolution. It's why you never heard of him in exile. He became someone else. You're wrong, Vasily. His name was among those sentenced to death. I remember seeing it myself. But you're not sure you saw it later in the announcements of those actually executed. There were so many. That's my point. There were his communications with the Kerensky Provisional Government. They're a matter of record. Easily dispatched and recorded. Telenyakov pushed himself away from the desk, his every instinct telling him he was near the truth. What better way for a man like Voroshin to lose his identity but in the chaos of a revolution? The mobs out of control, the discipline did not come for weeks, and it was a miracle it came then. Absolute chaos. How easily it could be done. You're oversimplifying, said Mikovsky. Although there was a period of rampage, teams of observers traveled throughout the cities and countryside, writing down everything they saw and heard. Not only facts, but impressions, opinions, interpretations of what they witnessed. The academicians insisted upon it.
for it was a moment in history that would never be repeated, and they wanted no instant lost, none unaccounted for. Everything was written down, no matter how harsh the observation. That was a form of discipline, Vasily. Talenikov nodded. Why do you think I'm here? The old man sat forward. The archives of the Revolution? I must see them. An easy request to make, but most difficult to grant. The authority must come from Moscow. How is it relayed? Through the Ministry of Cultural Affairs. A man is sent over from the Leningrad office with the key to the rooms below. There is no key here. Vasily's eyes strayed to the mounds of papers on Mikovsky's desk. Is that man an archivist? A scholar, such as yourself? No, he is merely a man with a key. How often are the authorizations granted? Mikovsky frowned. Not very frequently, perhaps twice a month. When was the last time? About 3 weeks ago, an historian from the Zhdanov doing research. Where did he do his reading? In the archive rooms. Nothing is permitted to be taken from them. Talenikov held up his hand. Something was. It was sent to you, and for everyone's sake it should be returned to the archives immediately. Your telephone call to the Leningrad office should be rather excited. The man arrived in 21 minutes, his face burnt from the cold. The night duty officer said it was urgent, sir, said the young man breathlessly, opening his briefcase and removing a key so intricately ridged it would take a precision-tooled instrument to duplicate it. Also highly irregular and without question a criminal offense, replied Mikovsky, getting up from his chair. But no harm done now that you're here. The scholar walked around the desk, a large envelope in his hand. Shall we go below? Is that the material? Asked the man with the key. Yes. The scholar lowered the envelope. What material? Telenikov's voice was sharp, the question an accusation. The man was caught. He dropped the key and reached for his belt. Vasily lunged, grabbing the young man's hand, pulling it downward, throwing his shoulder into the man's chest, hurling him to the floor. You said the wrong thing, shouted Vasily. No duty officer tells a messenger the particulars of an emergency. Per nostro circolo. There will be no pills this time, no guns. I've got you, soldier. And by your Corsican Christ, you'll tell me what I want to know. Ich sterbe für unser Verein, für unser Heiligtum, whispered the young man, his mouth stretched, his lips bulging, his tongue, his teeth. The bite came, the jaw clamped, the results irreversible. Talenikov watched in furious astonishment as the capsule's liquid entered the throat, paralyzing the muscles. In seconds it happened. An expulsion of air, a final breath. Call the ministry, he said to the shocked Mikovsky. Tell the night duty officer that it will take several hours to reinsert the material. I don't understand anything. They tapped the ministry's phone. This one intercepted the man with the key. He would have left it and fled after he had killed us both. Vasily ripped the dead man's overcoat apart, and then the shirt beneath. It was there, the blemish that was no blemish, the jagged blue circle of the Matarese. The old scholar reached for the 2 ledgers on the top shelf of the metal racks and handed them to Talenikov. They were the 17th and 18th volumes they had each gone through, searching for the name Voroshin. It would be far easier if we were in Moscow, said Mikovsky, descending the ladder cautiously, heading for the table. All this material has been transcribed and indexed. 1 volume would tell us exactly where to look. There'll be something. There has to be. Talenikov handed 1 book to the scholar and opened the second for himself. He began to scan the handwritten entries of ink, cautiously turning the brittle pages. 12 minutes later, Yanov Mikovsky spoke. It's here. What? The crimes of Prince Andrei Voroshin. His execution? Not yet. His life and the lives and criminal acts of his father and grandfather. Let me see. It was all there, meticulously, if superficially, recorded by a steady, precise hand. The fathers Voroshin were described as enemies of the masses, replete with the crimes of wanton murder of serfs and tenants, and the more rarefied manipulations of the imperial banks, causing thousands to be unemployed, casting thousands more into the ranks of the starving.
The prince had been sent to southern Europe for his higher education, a grand tour that lasted 5 years, solidifying his pursuance of imperialistic dominance and the suppression of the people. "Where?" Telenyakov spoke out loud. "Referring to what?" asked the scholar, reading the same page. "Where was he sent?" Mikovsky turned the page. "Krefeld. The University of Krefeld. Here it is. That bastard spoke German. Ich sterbe für unser Verein, für unser Heiligtum. It's in Germany." "What is?" "Voroshin's new identity. It's here. Read further." They read. The prince had spent 3 years at Krefeld, 2 in graduate studies at Düsseldorf, returning frequently in his adult years when he developed close personal ties with such German industrialists as Gustav von Bohlen-Holbach, Friedrich Schotte, and Wilhelm Habenicht. "Essen," said Vasily. Düsseldorf led to Essen. It was territory Voroshin knew, a language he spoke. The timing was perfect. War in Europe, revolution in Russia, the world in chaos. The armaments companies in Essen, that's what he became a part of. Krupp? Ohrverachten, Krupp's competitor. You think he bought himself into one of them? Through a rear door and a new identity. German industrial expansion then was as chaotic as the Kaiser's war. Management personnel raided and shifted about like small armies. The circumstances were ideal for Voroshin. "Here is the execution," interrupted Mikovsky, who had turned the pages. "The description starts here at the top. Your theory loses credibility, I'm afraid." Telenyakov leaned over, scanning the words. The entry detailed the deaths of Prince Andrei Voroshin, his wife, 2 sons and their wives, and 1 daughter, on the afternoon of October 21st, 1917, at his estate in Tsarskoye Selo on the banks of the Slovyanka River. It described in bloody particulars the final minutes of fighting, the Voroshins trapped in the great house with their servants, repelling the attacking mob, firing weapons from the windows, hurling cans of flaming petrol from the sloping roofs. At the end, releasing their servants and, in a pact of death, using their own gunpowder to blow up themselves and the great house in a final conflagration. Nothing was left but the burning skeleton of a Tsarist estate, the remains of the Voroshins consumed in the flames. Images came back to Vasily, memories from the hills at night above Porto Vecchio, the ruins of Villa Matarese. There, too, was a final conflagration. "I must disagree," he said softly to Mikovsky. "This was no execution at all." "The tribunal's courts may have been absent," countered the scholar, "but I dare say the results were the same. There were no results, no evidence, no proof of death. There were only charred ruins. This entry is false." "Vasily Vasilovich, these are the archives. Every document was scrutinized and approved by the academicians at the time. One was bought. I grant you a great estate was burned to the ground, but that is the limit of existing proof." Telenyakov turned several pages back. "Look, this report is very descriptive. Figures with guns at windows, men on roofs, servants streaming out, explosions starting in the kitchens, everything seemingly accounted for." "Agreed," said Mikovsky, impressed with the minute details he read. "Wrong. There's something missing. In every entry of this nature that we've seen, the storming of palaces and estates, the stopping of trains, the demonstrations, there are always such phrases as, 'The advance column was led by Comrade so-and-so,' 'The retreat under fire from the Tsarist guards commanded by Provisional Captain such-and-such,' 'The execution carried out under the authority of Comrade Blank.' As you said before, these entries are all bulging with identities, everything recorded for future confirmation. Well, read this again." Vasily flipped the pages back and forth. The detail is extraordinary, even to the temperature of the day and the color of the afternoon sky and the fur overcoats worn by the men on the roof. But there's not one identity. Only the Voroshins are mentioned by name, no one else. The scholar put his fingers on a yellowed page, his old eyes racing down the lines, his lips parted in astonishment. "You're right. The excessive detail obscures the absence of specific information." "It always does," said Telenyakov. "The execution of the Voroshin family was a hoax. It never happened." Chapter 25. "That young man of yours was quite impossible," said Mikovsky into the telephone, words and tone harshly critical of the night duty officer at the Ministry of Cultural Affairs. "I made it quite clear, as I assume you made it clear, that he was to remain in the archives until the material was returned. Now, what do I find? The man gone and the key shoved under my door. Really, it's most irregular. I suggest you send someone over to pick it up." The old scholar hung up quickly, ending any chance for the duty officer to speak further. He glanced up at Telenyakov, his eyes filled with relief. "That performance would have merited you a certificate from Stanislavski," Vasily smiled, wiping his hands with paper towels taken from the nearby washroom. "We're covered. You're covered. Just remember, a body without papers will be found behind the furnaces. If you're questioned, you know nothing. You've never seen him before. Your only reaction is one of shock and astonishment." "But cultural affairs, surely they'll know him." "Surely they won't. He wasn't the man sent over with the key. The ministry will have its own problem, quite a serious one. It will have the key back in its possession, but it will have lost a messenger. If that phone is still tapped, the one listening will assume his man was successful. We've bought time." "For what?" "I've got to get to Essen." "Essen? On an assumption, Vasily? On speculation?" "It's more than speculation. Two of the names mentioned in the Voroshin report were significant: Schotte and Bohlen-Holbach. Friedrich Schotte was convicted by the German courts soon after the First World War for transferring money out of the country. He was killed in prison the night he arrived. It was a highly publicized murder. The killers never found. I think he made a mistake, and the Matarese called for his silence. Gustav Bohlen-Holbach married the sole survivor of the Krupp family and assumed control of the Krupp works. If these were Voroshin's friends a half-century ago, they could have been extraordinarily helpful to him. It all fits." Mikovsky shook his head. "You're looking for 50-year-old ghosts." "Only in the hope that they will lead to present substances. God knows they exist. Do you need further proof?" "No, it's their existence that frightens me for you. An Englishman waits for you at someone's flat, a woman follows me, a young man arrives here with a key to the archives he steals from another, all from this Matarese. It seems they have you trapped." "From their point of view, they do. They've studied my files and sent out their soldiers to cover my every conceivable course of action, the assumption being that if one fails, another will not." The scholar removed his spectacles. "Where do they find such soldiers, as you call them? Where are to be found these motivated men and women who give up their lives so readily?" "The answer to that may be more frightening than either of us can imagine. Its roots go back centuries to an Islamic prince named Hassan ibn al-Sabah. He formed cadres of political killers to keep him in power. They were called the Fida'is." Mikovsky dropped his glasses on the desk. The sound was sharp. "The Fida'is? The assassins? I'm familiar with what you're talking about, but the concept is preposterous. The Fida'is, the assassins of Sabah, were based on the prohibitions of a Stoic religion. They exchanged their souls, their minds, their bodies for the pleasures of a Valhalla while on this earth. Such incentives are not credible in these times." "In these times?" asked Vasily. "These are the times. The larger house, the fattened bank account, or the use of a dacha for a longer period of time, supplied more luxuriously than one's comrades. A greater fleet of aircraft, or a more powerful battleship, the ear of a superior, or an invitation to an event others cannot attend. These are very much the times, Yanov. The world you and I live in, personally, professionally, even vicariously, is a global society bursting with greed, 9 out of 10 inhabitants of Faust. I think it was something Karl Marx never understood." "A deliberate, transitional omission, my friend. He understood fully. There were other issues to be attacked first." Telenyakov smiled. "That sounds dangerously like an apology. Would you prefer words to the effect that the governing of a nation is too important to be left to the people?" "A monarchist statement, hardly applicable. It could have been made by the Tsar. But it wasn't. It was made by America's Thomas Jefferson, again exercising a transitional omission.
Both countries, you see, had just gone through their revolutions. Each was a new, emerging nation. Words and decisions had to be practical. Your erudition does not change my judgment. I've seen too much, used too much. I don't want to change anything, least of all your talents of observation. I would only like you to keep things in perspective. Perhaps we're all in a state of transition. To what? Mikovsky put on his spectacles. To heaven or hell, Vasily. I haven't the vaguest idea which. My only consolation is that I will not be here to find out. How will you get to Essen? Back through Helsinki. Will it be difficult? No, there's a man from Viborg who'll help. When will you leave? In the morning. You're welcome to stay the night with me. No, it could be dangerous for you. The scholar raised his head in surprise. But I thought you said that my performance on the phone removed such concerns. I believe it. I don't think anything will be said for days. Eventually, of course, the police will be called. But by then, the incident, as far as you're concerned, will have faded into an unpleasant lapse of procedures. Then where's the problem? That I'm wrong, in which case I will have killed us both. Mikovsky smiled. There's a certain finality in that. I had to do what I did. There was no one else, I'm sorry. Don't be. The scholar rose and walked unsteadily around the desk. You must go then, and I will not see you again. Embrace me, Vasily Vasilovich. Heaven or hell, which will it be? I think you know. It is the latter, and you have reached it. I got there a long time ago, said Telenyakov, holding the gentle old man he would never see again. Colonel Maletkin? Asked Vasily, knowing that the hesitant voice on the other end of the line indeed belonged to the traitor from Viborg. Where are you? At a telephone in the street not far away. Do you have something for me? Yes. Good. And I have something for you. Also good, Maletkin said. When? Now. Walk out the front entrance of the hotel and turn right. Keep walking. I'll catch up with you. There was a moment of silence. It's almost midnight. I'm glad your watch is accurate. It must be expensive. Is it one of those Swiss chronometers so popular with the Americans? There's a woman here. Tell her to wait. Order her, Colonel. You're an officer of the KGB. 7 minutes later, Maletkin emerged ferret-like on the pavement in front of the entrance, looking smaller than life, and glancing in several directions at once without seemingly turning his head. Although it was cold and dark, Vasily could almost see the sweat on the traitor's chin. In a day or so there would be no chin. It would be blown off in a courtyard in Viborg. Maletkin began walking north. There were not many pedestrians on Brodsky Street. A few couples linked arm in arm, the inevitable trio of young soldiers looking for warmth somewhere, anywhere, before returning to the sterility of their barracks. Telenyakov waited, watching the scene in the street, looking for someone who did not belong. There was no one. The traitor had not considered a double cross, nor had any soldier of the Matarese picked him up. Vasily left the shadows of the doorway and hastened up the block. In 60 seconds, he was directly across from Maletkin. He began whistling Yankee Doodle Dandy. There's your cable, said the traitor, spitting out the words in the darkness of a recessed storefront. This is the only duplicate. Now tell me, who is the informer in Viborg? The other informer, don't you mean? Telenyakov snapped his cigarette lighter and looked at the copy of the coded message to Helsinki. It was accurate. You'll have the name in a matter of hours. I want it now. For all I know, someone's already checked with Viborg. I want my protection. You guaranteed it. I'm leaving first thing in the morning. We're leaving, interrupted Vasily. Before morning, actually. No. Yes. You'll make that roster after all. I don't want anything to do with you. Your photograph's on every KGB bulletin board. There were 2 of them down at the Ligovsky headquarters. I found myself sweating. I wouldn't have thought it. But you see, you must drive me back to the lake and put me in contact with the Finns. My business here in Leningrad is finished. Why me? I've done enough. Because if you don't, I will not be able to remember a name you should know in Viborg. Telenyakov patted the traitor's cheek. Maletkin flinched.
Go back to your woman, comrade, and perform well. But finish with her before too long. I want you checked out of the hotel by 3:30.
3:30?
Yes, drive your car to the Anichkov Bridge. Be there no later than 4 o'clock. Make 2 trips over the bridge and back. I'll meet you on one side or the other.
The milizianiera! They stop suspicious vehicles, and a car traveling back and forth over the Anichkov at 4 in the morning is not a normal sight.
Exactly. If there are milizianiera around, I want to know it.
Suppose they stop me.
Must I keep reminding you that you are a colonel of the KGB? You're on official business, very official and very secret.
Vasily started to leave, then turned back.
It just struck me, he said. It may have occurred to you to borrow a weapon and shoot me down at an opportune moment. On the one hand, you could take credit for bringing me in, and on the other, you could swear you tried to prevent my being killed at great risk to yourself. As long as you were willing to forgo the name of the man in Viborg, such a strategy would appear to be sound. Very little risk, rewards from both camps. But you should know that every step I take in your presence here in Leningrad is being watched by another now.
Maletkin spoke with mounting intensity. I swear to you, such a thing never occurred to me.
You really are a damn fool, thought Telenyakov. 4 o'clock, then, comrade. Vasily approached the staircase of the building 4 doors down the block from Lodzia's flat. He had glanced up at her windows. Her lights were on. She was home. He climbed the steps slowly, as a tired man might, returning to an uninviting home after putting in unwanted, unpaid-for overtime behind a never-ending conveyor belt in the cause of some new economic plan no one understood. He opened the glass door and went inside the small vestibule. Instantly he straightened up, the brief performance over. There was no hesitation now. He opened the inner door, walked to the basement staircase, and descended into the filthy environs of the connecting cellars. He passed the door in which he had placed the dead Englishman, vodka poured down the throat, wrists slashed with a razor. He pulled out his lighter, ignited it, and pushed the door back. The Englishman was gone. Not only was he gone, but there were no signs of blood. Everything had been scrubbed clean. Telenyakov's body went rigid, his thoughts suspended in shock. Something terrible had happened. He had been wrong. So wrong. Yet he had been sure. The soldiers of the Matarese were expendable, but the last thing they would do would be to return to a scene of violence. The possibilities of a trap were too great. The Matarese would not, could not, take that risk. But they had, the target worth the gamble. What had he done? Lodzia. He left the door ajar and started walking rapidly through the connecting cellars, the Grasburya in his hand, his steps silent, his eyes and ears primed. He reached Lodzia's building and started up the steps to the ground-level foyer. He pulled the door back slowly and listened. There was a burst of laughter from the staircase above. A high-pitched female voice, joined seconds later by the laughter of a man. Vasily put the Grasburya in his pocket, stepped inside around the railing, and walked unsteadily up the steps after the couple. They approached the second-floor landing, diagonally across from Lodzia's door. Telenyakov spoke, a foolish grin on his face. "Would you, young people, do a middle-aged lover a favor? I'm afraid I had that one vodka too many." The couple turned, smiling as one. "What's the problem, friend?" the young man asked. "My friend is the problem," said Telenyakov, gesturing at Lodzia's door. "I was to meet her after the performance at the Kirov. I'm afraid I was delayed by an old army comrade. I think she's angry as hell. Please knock for me. If she hears my voice, she probably won't let me in." Vasily grinned again, his thoughts in opposition to his smile. The conceivable sacrifice of the young and the attractive grew more painful as one got older. "It's the least we can do for a soldier," said the girl, laughing brightly. "Go on, husband mine, do your bit for the military." "Why not?" The young man shrugged and walked to Lodzia's door. Telenyakov crossed beyond it, his back to the wall, his right hand again in his pocket. The husband knocked. There was no sound from within. He glanced over at Vasily, who nodded, indicating another try. The young man knocked again, now louder, more insistent. Again there was only silence from inside. "Perhaps she's still waiting for you at the Kirov," said the girl. "Then again," added the young man, smiling, "perhaps she found your old army comrade, and they're both avoiding you." Telenyakov tried to smile back, but could not. He knew only too well what he might find behind the door. "I'll wait here," he said. "Thank you very much." The husband seemed to realize he had been facetious at the wrong moment. "I'm sorry," he mumbled, taking his wife's arm. "Good luck," said the girl awkwardly. They both walked rapidly up the staircase. Vasily waited until he heard the sound of a door closing 2 stories above. He took his automatic from his pocket and reached for the knob in front of him, afraid to find out that it was not locked. It was not, and his fear mounted. He pushed the door open, stepped inside, and closed it. What he saw sent pain through his chest. He knew a greater pain would follow shortly. The room was a shambles, chairs, tables, and lamps overturned. Books and cushions were strewn on the floor, articles of clothing lying in disarray. The scene was created to depict a violent struggle, but it was false, overdone, as such constructed scenes were usually overdone. There had been no struggle, but there had been something else. There had been an interrogation based in torture. The bedroom door was open. He walked toward it, knowing the greater pain would come in seconds, sharp bolts of anguish. He went inside and looked at her. She was on the bed, her clothes torn from her body, the positioning of her legs indicating rape, the act, if it was done only for the purposes of an autopsy, undoubtedly performed after she had died. Her face was battered, lips and eyes swollen, teeth broken. Streaks of blood had flowed down her cheeks, leaving abstract patterns of deep red on her light skin. Telenyakov turned away, a terrible passivity sweeping over him. He had felt it many times before. He wanted only to kill. He would kill. And then he was touched, so deeply that his eyes filled suddenly with tears and he could not breathe. Ludzia Kronesha had not broken. She had not revealed to the animal who had operated on her that her lover from the days of Riga was due after midnight. She had done more than keep the secret, far more. She had sent the animal off in another direction. What she must have gone through. He had not loved in more than half a lifetime. He loved now, and it was too late. Too late. Oh, God! Where is the problem? That I'm wrong, in which case I will have killed us both. Yanov Mikovsky. If a follow-up soldier had been sent by the Matarese to Ludzia Kronesha, another surely would have been sent to seek out the scholar. Vasily raced into the sitting room to the telephone that had carefully not been disturbed. It did not matter whether or not the line was tapped. He would learn what he had to learn in seconds, be away seconds later before anyone intercepting him could send men to the Dom Vashon. He dialed Mikovsky's number. The phone was picked up immediately, too quickly for an old man. "Yes?" The voice was muffled, unclear. "Dr. Mikovsky, please." "Yes," repeated the male voice. It was not the scholar's. "I am an associate of Comrade Mikovsky, and it's urgent that I speak with him. I know he wasn't feeling well earlier. Does he need medical attention? We'll send it right away, of course." "No." The man spoke too swiftly. "Who is calling, please?" Telenyakov forced a casual laugh. "It's only his office neighbor, Comrade Redukov. Tell him I've found the book he was looking for. No, let me tell him myself." Silence. "Yes?" It was Mikovsky. They had let him get on the line. "Are you all right? Are those men friends?" "Run, Vasily, get away! They are—" A deafening explosion burst over the line. Telenyakov held the telephone in his hand, staring at it. He stood for a moment, allowing sharp bolts of pain to sear through his chest. He loved 2 people in Leningrad, and he had killed them both. No, that was not true. The Matarese had killed them, and now he would kill in return. Kill, and kill, and kill. He went into a telephone booth on the Nevsky Prospect and dialed the Europeskaya Hotel. There would be no small talk. There was no time to waste on insignificant men. He had to get across Lake Vainikola into Helsinki, reach the Corsican woman in Paris, and send the word to Schofield. He was on his way to Essen, for the secret of the Voroshins was there, and animals were loose, killing to prevent that secret from being revealed. He wanted them now, so badly, these elite soldiers of the Matarese. They were all dead men in his hands. "Yes, yes, what is it?" were the rushed, breathless words of the traitor from Viborg. "Get out of there at once," commanded Telenyakov. "Drive to the Moskva station. I'll meet you at the curb in front of the first entrance." "Now? It is barely 2 o'clock. You said—" "Forget what I said. Do as I say. Did you make the arrangements with the Finns?" "A simple telephone call." "Did you make it?" "It can be done in a minute." "Do it. Be at the Moskva in 15. The drive north was made in silence, broken only by Maletkin's intermittent whining over the events of the past 24 hours. He was a man dealing in things so far beyond his depth that even his treachery had a rancid, shallow quality about it. They drove through Viborg, past Seltsneva, toward the border. Vasily recognized the snow-banked road he had walked down from the edge of the frozen lake. Soon they would reach the fork in the road where he had first observed the traitor beside him. It had been dawn then. Soon it would be dawn again. And so much had happened, so much learned. He was exhausted. He had had no sleep, and he needed it badly. He knew better than to try to function while his mind resisted thought. He would get to Helsinki and sleep for as long as his body and his faculties would permit, then make his arrangements. To Essen. But there was a final arrangement to be made now before he left his beloved Russia, for his Russia. "In less than a minute we'll reach the rendezvous at the lake," Maletkin said. "You'll be met by a Finn along the path to the water's edge. Everything's arranged. Now, comrade, I've carried out my end of the bargain. You deliver yours. Who is the other informer at Viborg?" "You don't need his name. You just need his rank. He's the only man in your sector who can give you orders, your sole superior. First in command at Viborg." "What? He's a tyrant, a fanatic." "What better cover? Drop in to see him, privately. You'll know what to say." "Yes," agreed Maletkin, his eyes on fire, slowing the car down as they approached a break in the snowbank. "Yes, I think I will know what to say. Here's the path." "And here is your gun," said Telenyakov, handing the traitor his weapon, minus its firing pin. "Oh, yes, thank you," replied Maletkin, not listening, his thoughts on power unimagined only seconds ago. Vasily got out of the car. "Goodbye," he said, closing the door. As he rounded the trunk of the automobile toward the path, he heard the sound of Maletkin's window being rolled down. "It's incredible," said the traitor, gratitude in his voice. "Thank you." "You're welcome." The window was rolled up. The roar of the engine joined the screaming whine of the tires as they spun on the snow. The car sped forward. Maletkin would waste no time getting back to Viborg. To his execution. Telenyakov entered the path that would take him to an escort, to Helsinki, to Essen. He began whistling softly. The tune was Yankee Doodle Dandy. Chapter 26. The gentle-looking man in the rumpled clothes and the high-necked cotton sweater clamped a violin case between his knees and thanked the Finnair stewardess for the container of tea. If anyone on board were inclined to guess the musician's age, he'd probably say somewhere between 55 and 60, possibly a little older. Those sitting farther away would start at 60+ and add that he was probably older than that. Yet, with the exception of streaks of white brushed into his hair, he had used no cosmetics. Telenyakov had learned years ago that the muscles of the face and body conveyed age and infirmity far better than powders and liquid plastics. The trick was to set the muscles in the desired position of abnormal stress, then go about one's business as normally as possible, overcoming the discomfort by fighting it, as older people fight the strain of age, and cripples do the best they can with their deformities. Essen. He had been to the Black Jewel of the Ruhr twice, neither trip recorded, for they were sensitive assignments involving industrial espionage, operations Moscow did not care to have noted anywhere. Therefore the Matarese had no information that could help it in Essen. No contacts to keep under surveillance, no friends to seek out and trap, nothing. No Yanov Mikovsky, no Lodzia Kronesha. Essen. Where could he begin? The scholar had been right. He was looking for a 50-year-old ghost, a hidden absorption of one man and his family into a vast industrial complex during a period of world chaos. Legal documents going back more than half a century would be out of reach, if they had ever existed in the first place. And even if they had and were available, they would be so obscured
that it could take weeks to trace money and identities. In the tracing, his own exposure guaranteed. The court records in Essen had to be among the most gargantuan and complicated anywhere. Where was the man who could make his way through such a maze? Where was the time to do it? There was a man, a patent attorney, who would no doubt throw up his hands at the thought of trying to find the name of a single Russian entering Essen 50 years ago. But he was a lawyer. He was a place to start. If he was alive, and if he was willing to talk with a long-ago embarrassment. Vasily had not thought of the man in years. Heinrich Kassel had been a 35-year-old junior partner in a firm that did legal work for many of Essen's prominent companies. The KGB dossier on him had depicted a man often at odds with his superiors, a man who championed extremely liberal causes. Some so objectionable to his employers they had threatened to fire him. But he was too good. No superior cared to be responsible for his dismissal. The conspiratorial asses in Moscow had decreed in their wisdom that Kassel was prime material for patent design espionage. In their better wisdom, the asses had sent their most persuasive negotiator, one Vasily Telenyakov, to enlist the attorney for a better world. It had taken Vasily less than an hour over a trumped-up dinner to realize how absurd the assignment was. The realization had come when Heinrich Kassel had leaned back in his chair and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? I do what I do to keep you bastards out." There had been nothing for it. The persuasive negotiator and the misguided attorney had gotten drunk, ending the evening at dawn, watching the sun come up over the gardens in Gruga Park. They had made a drunken pact. The lawyer would not report Moscow's attempt to the Bonn government if Telenyakov would guarantee that the KGB dossier was substantially altered. The lawyer had kept silent, and Vasily had returned to Moscow, amending the German's file with the judgment that the radical attorney was probably a provocateur in the pay of the Americans. Kassel might help him, at least tell him where he could start. If he was able to reach Heinrich Kassel, so many things might have happened to prevent it. Disease, death, relocation, accidents of living and livelihood. It had been 12 years since the abortive assignment in Essen. There was something else he had to do in Essen, he mused. He had no gun. He would have to purchase one. The West German airport security was such these days that he could not chance the dismantling of his Grasburia and packing it in his carry-on travel bag. There was so much to do, so little time. But a pattern was coming into focus. It was obscure, elusive, contradictory, but it was there. The Corsican fever was spreading, the infectors using massive sums of money and ingenious financing methods to create pockets of chaos everywhere, recruiting an army of elite soldiers who would give up their lives instantly to protect the cause. But again, what cause? To what purpose? What were the violent philosophical descendants of Guillaume de Matarese trying to achieve? Assassination, terrorism, indiscriminate bombings and riots, kidnapping and murder, all the things that men of wealth had to detest, for in the breakdown of order was their undoing. This was the giant contradiction. Why? He felt the plane dip. The pilot was starting his descent into Essen. Essen. Prince Andrei Voroshin. Whom had he become? "I don't believe it," exclaimed Heinrich Kassel over the telephone, his voice conveying the same good-natured incredulity Telenyakov remembered from 12 years ago. "Every time I pass the gardens in the Gruga, I pause for a moment and laugh. My wife thinks it must be the memory of an old girlfriend." "I trust you cleared that up." "Oh, yes, I tell her it was where I nearly became an international spy, and she's convinced it's an old girlfriend." "Meet me at the Gruga, please. It's urgent and has nothing to do with my former business." "Are you sure? It wouldn't do for one of Essen's more prominent attorneys to have a Russian connection. These are odd times. Rumors abound that the Baader-Meinhof are financed by Moscow, that our neighbors to the far north are up to some nasty old tricks." Telenyakov paused for a moment, wincing at the coincidence. "You have the word of an old conspirator. I'm unemployed." "Really? How interesting. Gruga Park, then. It's almost noon. Shall we say 1 o'clock? Same place in the gardens, although there'll be no flowers this time of year." The ice on the pond glistened in the sunlight, the shrubbery curled for the cold of winter, yet briefly alive in the noonday's warmth from the sky. Vasily sat on the bench. It was 15 minutes past 1, and he felt the stirrings of concern. Without thinking, he touched the bulge in his right-hand pocket that was the small automatic he had purchased in Kopstadt Square, then took his hand away when he saw the hatless figure walking rapidly up the garden path. Castle had grown portly and nearly bald. In his large overcoat with the black fur lapels, he was the image of a successful burgomaster, his obviously expensive attire at odds with Telenyakov's memory of the fiery young lawyer who had wanted to keep you bastards out. As he drew nearer, Telenyakov saw that the face was cherubic. A great deal of Schlagsahne had gone down that throat, but the eyes were alive, still humorous, and sharp. "I'm so sorry, my dear fellow," said the German as Telenyakov got up and accepted the outstretched hand. "A last-minute problem with an American contract." "That has a certain symmetry to it," replied Vasily. "When I returned to Moscow 12 years ago, I wrote in your file that I thought you were on Washington's payroll." "How perceptive. Actually, I'm paid out of New York, Detroit, and Los Angeles, but why quibble over cities?" "You look well, Heinrich. Quite prosperous. What happened to that very vocal champion of the underdog?" "They made him an overdog." The lawyer chuckled. "It would never have happened if you people controlled the Bundestag. I'm an unprincipled capitalist who assuages his guilt with sizable contributions to charity. My Reichsmarks do far more than my vocal cords ever did." "A reasonable statement." "I'm a reasonable man, and what appears somewhat unreasonable to me now is why you would look me up. Not that I don't enjoy your company, for I do. But why now? You say you're not employed in your former profession. What could I possibly have that you'd be interested in?" "Advice." "You have legal problems in Essen? Don't tell me a dedicated communist has private investments in the Ruhr." "Only of time, and I have very little of that. I'm trying to trace a man, a family from Leningrad who came to Germany, to Essen, I'm convinced, between 60 and 70 years ago. I'm also convinced they entered illegally and secretly bought into Ruhr industry." Castle frowned. "My dear fellow, you're mad. I'm trying to tick off the decades. I was never very good at figures, but if I'm not mistaken, you're referring to the period between 1910 and 1920. Is that correct?" "Yes, they were turbulent times." "You don't say. There was merely the Great War to the south, the bloodiest revolution in history in the north, mass confusion in the eastern Slavic states, the Atlantic ports in chaos, and the ocean a graveyard. In essence, all Europe was, if I may be permitted, in flames, and Essen itself experiencing an industrial expansion unseen before or since, including the Hitler years. Everything, naturally, was secret, fortunes made every day. Into this insanity comes one white Russian selling his jewels, as hundreds did, to buy himself a piece of the pie in any of a dozen companies, and you expect to find him? I thought that might be your reaction." "What other could I possibly have?" Castle laughed again. "What is the name of this man?" "For your own good, I'd rather not tell you." "Then how can I help you?" "By telling me where you would look first if you were me." "In Russia?" "I did. The Revolutionary Archives in Leningrad." "You found nothing?" "On the contrary. I found a detailed description of a mass family suicide so patently at odds with reality that it had to be false." "How was this suicide described?" "Not the particulars, just in general. The family's estate was stormed by the mobs. They fought all day, but in the end used the remaining explosives and blew themselves up with the main house. One family holding off a rioting mob of Bolsheviks for an entire day? Hardly likely." "Precisely. Yet the account was as detailed as if von Clausewitz exercised, even to the climate and the brightness of the sky. Every inch of the vast estate was described, but outside of the name of the family itself, not one other identity was entered. There were no witnesses listed to confirm the event." The attorney frowned again. "Why did you just say that every inch of the vast estate was described?" "It was." "But why?" "To lend credibility to the false account, I assume. A profusion of detail."
Too profuse, perhaps. Tell me, were the actions of this family on that day described in your usual enemies of the people vitriol? Telenyakov thought back. No, they weren't actually. They could almost be termed individual acts of courage. Then he remembered specifically. They released their servants before they took their own lives. They released them. That wasn't a normal thing. And the inclusion of such a generous act in a revolutionary's account would not really be all that acceptable, would it? What are you driving at? That account may have been written by the man himself or a literate member of the family, and then passed on through corrupt channels to the archives. Entirely possible, but I still don't understand your point. The odds are long, I grant you, but bear with me. Over the years, I've learned that when a client is asked to outline a deposition, he always shows himself in the best light. That's understandable. But he also invariably includes trivial particulars about things that mean a great deal to him. They slip out unconsciously. A lovely wife or a beautiful child, a profitable business or a beautiful home. Every inch of the vast estate. That was this family's passion, wasn't it? Land, property. Yes. Vasily recalled Mikovsky's descriptions of the Voroshin estates, how the patriarchs were absolute rulers over the land, even to holding their own courts of law. You could say they were excessively addicted to property. Might they have brought this addiction to Germany? They might have. Why? The attorney's eyes turned cold. Before I answer that, I must ask the old conspirator a very serious question. Is this search a Soviet reprisal of some sort? You say you're unemployed, that you're not working at your former occupation, but what proof do I have? Telenyakov breathed deeply. I could say the word of a KGB strategist who altered an enemy's file 12 years ago, but I'll go farther than that. If you have connections with Bonn intelligence and can inquire discreetly, ask them about me. Moscow has sentenced me to death. The coldness thawed in Castle's eyes. You wouldn't say such a thing if it weren't true. An attorney who deals every day with international business could check too easily. But you were a dedicated communist. I still am. Then surely an enormous mistake has been made. A manipulated mistake, said Vasily. So this is not a Moscow operation, not in the Soviet interest? No, it's in the interest of both sides. All sides, and that is all I'll say. Now, I've answered your serious question very seriously. Answer mine. What was your point regarding this family's preoccupation with the land? The lawyer pursed his thick lips. Tell me the name. I may be able to help you. How? The records of property that are filed in the State House. There were rumors that several of the great estates in Rellinghausen and Stadtwald, those on the northern shores of Lake Baldne, were bought by Russians decades ago. They would not have bought in their own name, I'm certain of that. Probably not. I said the odds were long, but the covert acquisition of property is not unlike depositions. Things slip out. Possession of land is very close to a man's view of himself. In some cultures, he is the land. Why can't I look for myself? If the records are available, tell me where to find them. It wouldn't do you any good. Only certified attorneys are permitted to search the titles. Tell me the name. It could be dangerous for anyone who looks, said Telenyakov. Oh, come now. Castle laughed, his eyes amused again. A 70-year-old purchase of land. I believe there's a direct connection between that purchase and the extreme acts of violence that are occurring everywhere today. Extreme acts of... The lawyer trailed off the phrase, his expression solemn. An hour ago I mentioned Bader Meinhof on the phone. Your silence was quite loud. Are you suggesting? I'd rather not suggest anything, interrupted Vasily. You're a prominent man, a resourceful man. Give me a letter of certification and get me into the records of property. The German shook his head. No, I won't do that. You wouldn't know what to look for, but you may accompany me. You'd do this yourself? Why? I despise extremists who deal in violence. I remember too vividly the screams and diatribes of the Third Reich. I shall indeed look for myself, and if we get lucky, you can tell me what you wish.
Castle lightened his voice, but sadness was there. Besides, anyone sentenced to death by Moscow cannot be all bad. Now tell me the name. Telenyakov stared at the attorney, seeing another sentence of death. Voroshin, he said. The uniformed clerk in the Essen Hall of Records treated the prominent Heinrich Kassel with extreme deference. Herr Kassel's firm was one of the most important in the city. He made it plain that the coarse-looking receptionist behind the desk would be delighted to make copies of anything Herr Kassel wished to have duplicated. The woman stared up unpleasantly, her expression disapproving. The steel file cabinets in the enormous room that housed the records of property were like gray robots, stacked one on top of the other, circling the room, staring down at the open cubicles where the certified lawyers did their research. Everything is recorded by date, said Kassel. Year, month, day. Be as specific as you can. What was the earliest Voroshin might have reasonably bought property in the Essen districts? Allowing for the slow methods of travel at the time, say late May or early June of 1911. But I told you he wouldn't have bought under his own name. We won't be looking for his name or even an assumed name, not to begin with. Why not an assumed name? Why couldn't he buy what was available under another name if he had the funds? Because of the times, and they haven't changed that much. A man does not simply enter a community with his family and proceed to assume ownership of a large estate without arousing curiosity. This Voroshin, as you've described him, would hardly have wanted that. He would establish a false identity very slowly, very carefully. Then what do we look for? A purchase made by attorneys for owners in absentia, or by a trust legation from a bank for an estate investment, or by officers of a company or a limited partnership for acquisition purposes. There are any number of ways to set up concealed ownership, but eventually the calendar runs out. The owners want to move in. It's always the pattern, whether you talk about a candy store or a conglomerate or a large estate. No legal maneuver is a match for human nature. Kassel paused, looking at the gray cabinets. Come, we'll start with the month of May, 1911. If there's anything here, it may not be that difficult to find. There were no more than 30 or 40 such estates in the whole of the Ruhr, perhaps 10 to 15 in the Rellinghausen-Stadtwald districts. Telenyakov felt the same anticipation he had experienced with Yanov Mikovsky in the archives in Leningrad, the same feeling of peeling away layers of time, looking for a clue in documents recorded with precision decades ago. But now he was awed by the seeming irrelevancies that Heinrich Kassel spotted and extracted from the thick pages of legalese. The attorney was like a child in that candy store he had referred to, a young expert whose eyes roamed over the jelly beans and the sour balls, picking out the flawed items for sale. Here, learn something, my international spy. This tract of land in Bredny, 37 acres in the Baldny Valley, ideal for someone like Voroshin. It was purchased by the Staatsbank of Duisburg for the miners of a family in Remscheid. Ridiculous. What's the name? It's irrelevant, a device. We find out who moved in a year or so after. That's the name we want. You think it may be Voroshin, under his new identity? Don't jump, there are others like this. Kassel laughed. I had no idea my predecessors were so full of legal caprice. It's positively shocking. Look, he said, pulling out another sheaf of papers, his eyes automatically riveted on an indented clause on the first page. Here's another. A cousin of the Krupps is transferring ownership of property in Rellinghausen to a woman in Düsseldorf in gratitude for her many years of service. Really? It's possible, isn't it? Of course not. The family would never permit it. A relative found a way to turn a handsome profit by selling to someone who did not want his peers or his creditors to know he had the money. Someone who controlled the woman in Düsseldorf, if she ever existed. The Krupps probably congratulated their cousin. And so it went, 1911, 1912, 1913, 1914, 1915. August 20, 1915. The name was there. It meant nothing to Heinrich Kassel, but it did to Telenyakov. It brought to mind another document 2,000 miles away in the archives in Leningrad. The crimes of the Voroshin family, the intimate associates of Prince Andrei. Friedrich Schotte,
Wait a minute. Vasily placed his hand over the pages. Where's this? Stadtwald. There's nothing irregular here. As a matter of fact, it's absolutely legal, very clean. Perhaps too legal, too clean, just as the Voroshin massacre was too profuse with detail. What in God's name are you talking about? What do you know of this Friedrich Schotte? The attorney grimaced in thought, trying to recall irrelevant history. This was not what he was looking for. He worked for the Krupps, I think, in a very high position. It would have had to be for him to buy this. He got in trouble after the First World War. I don't remember the circumstances, a prison sentence or something, but I can't see why it's relevant. I can, said Telenyakov. He was convicted of manipulating money out of Germany. He was killed on the first night of that prison sentence in 1919. Was the estate sold then? I would think so. It would appear by the map survey to be a rather expensive property for a prison widow to maintain. How can we find out? Look through the year 1919. We'll get there. Let's get there now, please. Castle sighed. He got up and headed for the cabinets, returning a minute later with a bulging folder. When a brief is interrupted, continuity is lost, he muttered. Whatever we lose can be restored. We may gain time. It took nearly 30 minutes before Castle extracted a file within a file and placed it on the table. I'm afraid we've just wasted a half hour. Why? The estate was purchased by the Ferracton family on November 12, 1919. The Ferracton Works? Krupp's competitor? Well, not then. More so now, perhaps. The Ferractons came to Essen from Munich soon after the turn of the century, sometime around 1906 or 7. It's common knowledge the Ferractons were Munichers, and they couldn't be more respectable. You have a V, but no Voroshin. Vasily's mind raced back over the information already known. Guillaume de Matarese had summoned the heads of once powerful families, stripped, nearly but not entirely, of their past riches and influence. According to old Mikovsky, the Romanovs had waged a long battle against the Voroshins, labeling them the thieves of Russia, provokers of revolution. It was clear. The Padrone from the hills of Porto Vecchio had summoned a man, and by extension his family, already in the process of a covert immigration, taking with them everything they could out of Russia. The Imperial V, that's what we've found, said Telenyakov. My God, what a strategy! Even to the prolonged use of truckloads of gold and silver sent out of Leningrad with the Imperial V. Vasily picked up the pages in front of the attorney. You said it yourself, Heinrich. Voroshin would build a false identity very slowly, very carefully. That's exactly what he did. He simply began 5 or 6 years before I thought he had. I'm sure if such records were kept or memories could be activated, we'd find that Herr Ferracton came first to Essen alone until he was established. A man of wealth, testing new waters for investments and a future, bringing with him a carefully constructed history from faraway Munich, money flowing through the Austrian banks. So simple, and the times were so right. Suddenly Castle frowned. His wife, said the lawyer quietly. What about his wife? She was not a Municher. She was Hungarian, from a wealthy family in Debrecen, it was said. Her German was never very good. Translated, she was from Leningrad and a poor linguist. What was Ferracton's full name? Ansel Ferracton, said the attorney, his eyes now on Telenyakov. Ansel. Andrei. Vasily let the pages fall. It's incredible how the ego strives to be sublime, isn't it? Meet Prince Andrei Voroshin. Chapter 27. They strolled across the Gildenplatz, the Café Hague building blazing with light, the Bosch insignia subdued but prominent below the enormous clock. It was 8 in the evening now, the sky dark, the air cold. It was not a good night for walking, but Telenyakov and Castle had spent nearly 6 hours in the records of property. The wind that blew across the square was refreshing. Nothing should shock a German from the Ruhr, said the lawyer, shaking his head. After all, we are the Zurich of the North. But this is incredible, and I know only a part of the story. You won't reconsider and tell me the rest? One day I may. That's too cryptic. Say what you mean. If I'm alive. Vasily looked at Castle. Tell me everything you can about the Ferractons. There isn't that much. The wife died in the mid-30s, I think. One son and a daughter-in-law were killed in a bombing raid during the war. I remember that. The bodies weren't found for several days, buried under the rubble, as so many were. Ansel lived to a ripe old age, somehow avoiding the war crimes penalties that caught the Krupps. He died in style, heart seizure, while on horseback sometime in the 50s. Who's left? Walter Verachten, his wife, and their daughter. She never married, but it didn't prevent her from enjoying connubial pleasures. What do you mean? She cut a bold figure, as they say, and when she was younger, had one to match her reputation. The Americans have a term that fits. She was, in some ways, still is, a man-eater. The attorney paused. Strange how things turn out. It's Odile who really runs the companies now. Walter and his wife are in their late 70s and are rarely seen in public these days. Where do they live? They're still in Stadtwald, but not at the original estate, of course. As we saw, it was one of those sold to post-war developers. It's why I didn't recognize it. They have a house further out in the countryside now. What about the daughter, this Odile? That, replied Castle, chuckling, depends on the lady's whims. She keeps a penthouse on the Verdenstrasse, and through those portals pass many a business adversary who wakes up the next morning too exhausted to best her at the conference table. When she's not in the city, I understand, she maintains a cottage on her parents' grounds. She sounds like quite a woman. In the 45-plus sweepstakes, few outclass her on the track. Castle paused again not finished. She has a flaw, however, and I'm told it's maddening. Although she runs Verachten firmly, when things aren't going well and swift decisions are called for, she often announces that she must confer with her father, thus postponing actions sometimes for days. At heart she's a woman, forced by circumstances to wear a man's hat, but the power still resides with old Walter. Do you know him? We're acquaintances, that's all. What do you think of him? Not much, never did. He always struck me as a rather pretentious autocrat without a great deal of talent. The Verachten works thrive, however, said Vasily. I know. That's what I'm told whenever I voice that opinion. My weak rejoinder is that it might do so much better without him. And it is weak. If Verachten did any better, it would own Europe. So I assume it's a personal dislike on my part, and I'm wrong. Not necessarily, thought Telenyakov. The Matarese make strange and effective arrangements. They need only the apparatus. I want to meet him, said Vasily, alone. Have you ever been to his house? Once, several years ago, replied Castle. The Verachten lawyers called us in on a patent problem. Odile was out of the country. I needed a Verachten signature on the affidavit of complaint. Wouldn't proceed without it, as a matter of fact, and so I called old Walter and drove out to get it. The dam broke when Odile got back to Essen. She shouted at me over the telephone. My father should not have been disturbed. You will never serve Verachten again. Oh, she was impossible. I told her, as courteously as I could, that we never would have served her in the first place had I received the initial request. Telenyakov watched the attorney's face as he spoke. The German was genuinely angry. Why did you say that? Because it's true. I don't like the company. Companies. There is a meanness over there. Castle laughed at himself. My feeling's probably a hangover from that radical young lawyer you tried to recruit 12 years ago. It is the perceptive instincts of a decent man, thought Vasily. You sense the Matarese, yet you know nothing. I have a last request to make of you, my old friendly enemy, said Telenyakov. Two, actually. The first is not to say anything to anyone about our meeting today, or what we found. The second is to describe the location of the Verachten house and whatever you can remember about it. The corner of a brick wall loomed into view in the glare of the headlights. Vasily pressed down on the accelerator of the rented Mercedes, his eyes glancing at the odometer, judging the distance between the start of the wall and iron gate. 5/8 of a kilometer, nearly 1,800 feet. The tall gate was closed. It was electronically operated, electronically protected. He came to the end of the wall. It was somewhat shorter in length than its counterpart on the other side of the gate. Beyond, there was only the extension of the forest,
in the middle of which had been built the Ferrachton compound. He depressed the pedal and looked for an opening off the road, somewhere he could conceal the Mercedes. He found it between two trees, the shrubbery dampened down by previous snows. He angled the coupe into the natural cave of greenery, plunging in as far off the road as possible. He turned off the engine, got out, and retraced the car's path, pulling up the shrubbery until he reached the road 15 feet away. He stood on the shoulder and examined the camouflage. In the darkness it was sufficient. He started back toward the Ferrachton wall. If he could get over it without setting off any alarms, he knew he could reach the house. There was no way to electronically scan a forest. Wires and cells were too easily tripped by animals and birds. It was the wall itself that had to be negotiated. He reached it and studied the brick in the flame of his cigarette lighter. There were no devices of any sort. It was an ordinary brick wall, its very ordinariness misleading, and Vasily knew it. There was a tall oak on his right, limbs curling up above the top of the wall, but not extending over it. He leaped, his hands clawing the bark, his knees vicing the trunk. He scaled up to the first limb, swinging his leg over it, pulling himself up into a sitting position, his back against the tree. He leaned forward and downward, his hands balancing his body on the limb until he was prone, and studied the top of the wall in the dim light. He found what he knew had to be there. Grooved into the flat surface of the concrete was a crisscrossing network of wire-coated plastic tubing through which air and current flowed. The electricity was of sufficient voltage to inhibit animals from gnawing at the plastic, and the air pressure was calibrated to set off alarms the instant a given amount of weight fell on the tubes. The alarms were undoubtedly received in a scanning room in the compound, where instruments pinpointed the place of penetration. Telenyakov knew the system was practically fail-safe. If one strand was shorted out, there were 5 or 6 others to back it up, and the pressure of a knife across the wire coating would be enough to set off the alarm. But practically fail-safe was not totally fail-safe. Fire, melting the plastic and releasing the air without the pressure of a blade. The only alarm set off in this way was that of malfunction. The trace would begin where the system originated, which had to be much nearer the house. He estimated the distance between the edge of the tree limb and the top of the wall. If he could loop his leg as close to the end of the limb as possible, swing underneath, and brace himself with one hand against the ridge of the wall, his free hand could hold his lighter against the plastic tubes. He pulled out his cigarette lighter, his American lighter, he reflected with a certain chagrin, and pushed the tiny butane lever to its maximum. He tested it. The flame shot out and held steady. He lowered it slightly, for the light was too bright. He took a deep breath, firmed the muscles of his right leg, and dropped to his left hand making contact with the edge of the wall as he arced downward. He steadied himself and began breathing slowly, orienting his vision to the upside-down view. Blood raced to his head. He revolved his neck briefly to lessen the pressure, then snapped on the lighter, holding the flame against the first tube. There was a crackling of electricity, then an expulsion of air as the tube turned black and melted. He reached the second in the immediate series. This one exploded like a small, wet firecracker, the sound no more than that of a low-gauge air gun. The third grew into a thin, outsized bubble. A bubble. Pressure. Weight. He pushed the flame into it, and it burst. He held his breath, waiting for the sound of an alarm. It did not come. He had punctured the tube in time, before the heat and the expansion had reached the weight tolerance. It taught him something. Hold the flame closer at first contact. He did so with the following 2 strands, each bursting on touch. There was a final tube. Suddenly the flame receded, sinking back into its invisible source. He was out of fuel. He closed his eyes for a moment in frustration and sheer anger. His leg ached furiously. The blood in his head made him dizzy. Then he thought of the obvious, annoyed with himself that he had not considered it immediately. The one remaining tube might well prevent a full malfunction alarm. He was far better off leaving it intact. There were at least 15 free inches on the surface of the concrete, more than enough to place a foot on and plunge over the wall to the other side. He struggled back up to the limb and rested for a while, letting his head clear. Then, slowly, carefully, he lowered his left foot to the wall, setting it securely on top of the burnt-out tubes. With equal caution, he raised his right leg over the limb, sliding down until the limb was in the small of his back. He took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, and leaped forward, pressing his left foot into the stone, propelling himself over the wall. He fell to the ground, rolling to break his fall. He was inside the Ferrachton compound. He got to his knees, listening for any sounds of an alert. There were none, so he rose to his feet and started threading his way through the dense woods toward what he presumed to be the central area of the property. The fact that he was half walking, half crawling in the right direction was confirmed in less than a minute. He could see the lights of the main house filtered through the trees, the beginning of a large expanse of lawn clearer with each step. A glow of a cigarette. He dropped to the ground. Directly ahead, perhaps 50 feet, stood a man at the edge of the lawn. Instantly, Telenyakov was aware of the forest breezes. He listened for the sounds of an animal. Nothing. There were no dogs. Walter Ferrachton had confidence in his electronic gates and sophisticated alarm system. He needed only human patrols to make the darkness of his compound secure. Vasily inched forward, his eyes on the guard ahead. The man was in uniform, a visored hat, and a heavy winter jacket pinched at the waist by a thick belt that held a holstered gun. The guard checked his watch and stripped his cigarette, shaking the tobacco to the grass. He had been in the army. He walked several paces to his left, stretched, yawned, proceeded another 20 feet, then strolled aimlessly back toward where he had been standing. That short stretch of ground was his post. Other guards, no doubt, stationed every several hundred feet, ringing the main house like Caesar's Praetorian Guard. But these were neither Caesar's times nor Caesar's dangers. The duty was boring, the guard given to openly smoked cigarettes, yawns, and aimless wandering. The man would not be a problem. But getting across the stretch of lawn to the shadows of the drive on the right side of the house might well be. He would have to walk briefly in the glare of the floodlights that shot down from the roof. A hatless man in a dark sweater and trousers doing such a thing would be ordered to stop. But a guard, dressed in a visored cap and a heavy jacket with a holster at his side, would not cause so much concern. And if reprimanded, that guard could always return to his post. It was important to bear that in mind. Telenyakov crawled through the underbrush, elbows and knees working on the hard ground, pausing with every snap of a branch, blending what noise he made into the sounds of the night forest. He was within 5 feet, a spray of juniper between himself and the guard. The bored man reached into his jacket pocket and took out his pack of cigarettes. It was the moment to move. Now. Vasily sprang up, his left hand clutching the guard's throat, his left heel dug into the earth to provide backward leverage. In one motion he pulled the man off his feet, arching him down into the juniper bush, crashing the guard's skull into the ground, his fingers clawing the windpipe, tightening around it. The shock of the assault, combined with the blow to the head and the choking of air, rendered the man unconscious. There was a time when Telenyakov would have finished the job, killing the guard because it was the most practical thing to do. That time was past. This was no soldier of the Matarese. There was no point in his death. He removed the man's jacket and visored hat, put them on quickly, and buckled the holster around his waist. He dragged the guard further into the woods, angled the head into the dirt, removed his own small weapon, and smashed the handle down above the man's right ear. He would remain unconscious for hours. Vasily crept back to the edge of the lawn, stood up, breathed deeply, and started across the grass. He had watched the guard walk. A slight casual swagger, the neck settled, the head angled back, and he imitated the memory. With each step he expected a rebuke or an order or an inquiry. If any were shouted, he would shrug and return to the man's post. None came. He reached the drive and the shadows. 50 yards down the pavement there was a light streaming out of an open door and the figure of a woman opening a garbage can, 2 paper bags at her feet. Vasily walked faster, his decision made. He approached the woman. She was in the white uniform of a maid. "Excuse me, the captain ordered me to bring a message to Herr Verrachten." "Who the hell are you?" asked the stocky woman. "I'm new. Here, let me help you." Telenikov picked up the bags. "You are new. It's Helga this, Helga that. What do they care? What's the message? I'll bring it to him." "I wish I could give it to you. I've never met the old man, and I don't want to, but that's what I was told to do." "They're all farts down there. Commandos. A bunch of beer-soaked ruffians, I say. But you're better looking than most of them." "Herr Verrachten, please. I was told to hurry." "Everything's hurry this and hurry that. It's 10 o'clock. The old fool's wife is in her rooms, and he's in his chapel, of course." "Where?" "Oh, all right. Come on in. I'll show you." "You are better looking. More polite, too." "Stay that way." Helga led him through a corridor that ended at a door opening into a large entrance hall. Here the walls were covered with numerous Renaissance oil paintings, the colors vivid and dramatic under pinpoint spotlights. They extended up a wide circular staircase, the steps of Italian marble. Branching off the hall were several larger rooms, and the brief glimpses Telenikov had of them confirmed Heinrich Kassel's description of a house filled with priceless antiques. But the glimpses were brief. The maid turned the corner beyond the staircase, and they approached a thick mahogany door filled with ornate biblical carvings. She opened it, and they descended steps carpeted in scarlet until they reached some kind of anteroom, the floor marble like the staircase in the great hall. The walls were covered with tapestries depicting early Christian scenes. An ancient church pew was on the left, the bas-relief examples of an art long forgotten. It was a place of meditation, for the tapestry facing it was of the Stations of the Cross. At the end of the small room was an arched door, beyond it obviously Walter Verrachten's chapel. "You can interrupt if you want to," said Helga without enthusiasm. "The head commando will be blamed for it, not you. But I'd wait a few minutes. The priest will be finished with his claptrap by then." "A priest?" The word slipped out of Vasili's throat. The presence of such a man was the farthest thing in his mind. A consigliere of the Matarese with a priest? "His fart-filled holiness, that's what I say." Helga turned and started back. "Do as you wish," she said, shrugging. "I don't tell anybody what to do." Telenikov waited for the heavy mahogany door above to open and close. Then he walked quietly to the door of the chapel, his ear against the wood, trying to pick up meaning from the sing-song chant he could hear from within. Russian. The language being chanted was Russian. He was not sure why he was so startled. After all, the congregation inside consisted of the sole surviving son of Prince Andrei Voroshin. It was the fact of the service itself that was so astonishing. Vasily placed his hand on the knob, turned it silently, and opened the door several inches. Two things struck him instantly: the sweet, sour odor of incense, and the shimmering flames of outsized candles, which caused him to blink his eyes, adjusting to the chiaroscuro effect of bright fires against the moving black shadows on the gray concrete walls. Recessed in those walls everywhere were icons of the Russian Orthodox Church, those nearest the altar raising their saintly arms, reaching for the cross of gold in the center. In front of the cross was the priest, dressed in his cassock of white silk, trimmed with silver and gold. He had his eyes closed, his hands folded across his chest, and out of his barely moving mouth came words of a chant fashioned more than 1,000 years ago. Then Telenikov saw Walter Verrachten, an old man with thinning white hair, strands of which fell over the back of a long, gaunt neck. He was prostrate on the 3 marble steps of the altar, at the feet of the high priest, his arms stretched out in supplication, his forehead pressed against the marble in absolute submission. The priest raised his voice, signifying the finish of the Orthodox Kyrie eleison. The litany of forgiveness commenced, priestly statement followed by sinner's response, a choral exercise in self-indulgence and self-delusion. Vasily thought of the pain inflicted, demanded by the Matarese, and was revolted. He opened the door, stepped inside. The priest opened his eyes, startled, his hands surging down from his chest in indignation. Verrachten spun on the steps, his skeletal body trembling. Awkwardly, painfully, he struggled to his knees.
"How dare you interfere?" he shouted in German. "Who gave you permission to come in here?" "An historian from Petrograd, Voroshin," said Telennikov in Russian. "That's as good an answer as any, isn't it?" Feraktin fell back on the steps, gripping the edge of the stone with his hands. Steadying himself, he brought them up to his face, covering his eyes as if they had been clawed or burned. The priest dropped to his knees, grabbing the old man by the shoulders, embracing him. The cleric turned to Vasily, his voice harsh. "Who are you? What right have you?" "Don't talk to me of rights. You turn my stomach, parasite." The priest held his place, cradling Feraktin. "I was summoned years ago, and I came. As my predecessors in this house, I ask for nothing, and I receive nothing." The old man lowered his hands from his face, struggling to compose himself, nodding his trembling head. The priest released him. "So you've come at last," he said. "They always said you would. Vengeance is the Lord's, but then you people do not accept that, do you? You've taken God from the people and given so little in return. I have no quarrel with you on this earth. Take my life, Bolshevik. Carry out your orders, but let this good priest go. He's no Voroshin. You are, however. It is my burden." Feraktin's voice grew firmer. "And our secret. I've borne both well, as God has given me the vision to do so." "One talks of rights, the other of God," spoke out Telennikov. "Hypocrites, per nostro circolo." The old man blinked, no reaction in his eyes. "I beg your pardon?" "You heard me, per nostro circolo." "I hear you, but I don't understand you." "Corsica, Porto Vecchio, Guillaume de Matarese." Feraktin looked up at the priest. "Am I senile, father? What's he talking about?" "Explain," said the priest. "Who are you? What do you want? What's the meaning of these words?" "He knows." "I know what?" Feraktin leaned forward. "We Russians have blood on our souls, I accept that, but I cannot accept what I don't know." "The shepherd boy," said Telennikov, with a voice crueler than the wind. "Do you need more than that? The shepherd boy." "The Lord is my shepherd." "Stop it, you sanctimonious liar." The priest stood up. "You stop it, whoever you are. This good and decent man has lived his life in atonement for sins that were never his. Since a child he wanted to be a man of God, but it was not permitted. Instead, he has become a man with God. Yes, with God. He is a Matarese. I don't know what that is, but I know what he is. Millions dispensed every year to the starving, to the deprived. All he asks in return is our presence to see him through his devotions. It is all he has ever asked." "You're a fool. Those funds are Matarese funds. They buy death." "They buy hope. You're the liar." The door of the chapel burst open. Vasily spun around. A man in a dark business suit stood inside the frame, legs apart, arms outstretched, a gun in his right hand, steadied by his left. "Don't move." The language was German. Through the door came two women. One was tall and slender, dressed in an ankle-length blue velvet gown, a fur stole around her shoulders, her face white, angular, beautiful. The coarse-looking woman at her side was short, in a cloth overcoat, her face puffy, her narrow eyes wary. He had seen her only hours ago. A guard had said she would be accommodating, should Heinrich Kassel need duplicates. "That's the man," said the receptionist who had sat behind the desk at the records of property. "Thank you," replied Odile Feraktin. "You may go now. The chauffeur will drive you back into the city." "Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much." "You're most welcome. The chauffeur's in the hallway. Good night." "Good night, ma'am." The woman left. "Odile!" cried her father, struggling to his feet. "This man came in—" "I'm sorry, father," interrupted his daughter. "Putting off unpleasantries only compounds them. It's something you never understood. I'm sure this man said things you shouldn't have heard." With those few words, Odile Feraktin nodded at her escort. He shifted the weapon to his left and fired. The explosion was deafening. The old man fell. The killer raised his gun and fired again. The priest spun, the top of his head a sudden mass of dark red. Silence. "That was one of the most brutal acts I've ever seen," said Telennikov. He would kill, somehow. "From Vasily Vasilovich Telennikov, that's quite a statement," said the Feraktin woman,
taking a step forward. "Did you really believe that this ineffectual old man, this would-be priest, could be a part of us?" "My error was in the man, not in the name. Voroshin is Matarese. Correction. Feraktin. We are not merely born, we are chosen." Odile gestured at her dead father. "He never was. When his brother was killed during the war, Ansel chose me." She glared at him. "We wondered what you had learned in Leningrad." "Would you really like to know?" "A name," answered the woman. "A name from a chaotic period in recent history. Voroshin. But it hardly matters that you know. There is nothing you could say, no accusation you could make, that the Feraktins could not deny." "You don't know that." "We know enough, don't we?" said Odile, glancing at the man with the gun. "We know enough," repeated the killer. "I missed you in Leningrad, but I did not miss the woman Kronesha, did I? If you know what I mean." "You!" Telenyakov started forward. The man clicked the gun's hammer back with his thumb. Vasily held his place, body and mind aching. He would kill. To do so, control had to be found, and shock. "Lodzia, my Lodzia, help me." He stared at Odile Feraktin and spoke softly, slowly, giving each word equal emphasis. "Per nostro circolo." The smile faded from her lips. Her white skin grew paler. "Again from the past, from a primitive people who don't know what they're saying. We should have known you might learn it." "You believe that? You think they don't know what they're saying?" "Yes." It was now or it was not, thought Telenyakov. He took a deliberate step toward the woman. The killer's gun inched out, only feet away, aimed directly at his skull. "Then why do they talk of the shepherd boy?" He took another step. The killer breathed abruptly, audibly through his nostrils. Prelude to fire. The trigger was being squeezed. "Stop!" screamed the Feraktin woman. The explosion came as Vasily dropped to a crouch. Odile Feraktin had thrust her arm out in a sudden command to prevent the gunshot, and in that instant Telenyakov sprang, eye and mind and body on a single object. The gun, the barrel of the gun. He reached it, his fingers gripping the warm steel, hand and wrist, twisting counterclockwise, pulling downward to inflict the greatest pain. He threw his right hand, fingers curled and rigid, into the man's stomach, tearing at the muscles, feeling the protrusion of the rib cage. He yanked up with all his strength. The killer screamed and fell. Vasily spun and lunged at Odile. In the brief moment of violence, she had hesitated. Now she reacted with precision, her hand underneath her fur stole pulling out a gun. Telenyakov tore at that hand, that gun, throwing her to the chapel floor, his knee hammering into her chest. The handle of her own gun pressed across her throat. "There'll be no mistake this time," he said. "No capsules in the mouth." "You'll be killed," she whispered. "Probably," agreed Vasily, "but you'll go with me, and you don't want that. I was wrong. You're not one of your soldiers. The chosen don't take their own lives." "I'm the only one who can save yours." She choked under the pressure of the steel, but went on. "The shepherd. Where? How?" "You want information? Good, so do I." Telenyakov removed the gun from her throat, clamping his left hand where it had been, the fingers of his right hand entering her mouth, depressing the tongue, digging through the soft tissue downward. She coughed again, only mucus and spit rolling down her chin. There were no lethal pills in her mouth. He had been right. The chosen did not commit suicide. He then spread the stole and ran his hand over her body, pulling her off the floor and reaching around her back, pushing her down again and plunging his hand between her legs, ankles to pelvis, feeling for a gun or a knife. There was nothing. "Get up," he ordered. She rose only partially, her knees pulled up under her, holding her neck. "You must tell me," she whispered. "You know you can't get out. Don't be a fool, Russian. Save your life. What do you know of the shepherd? What am I offered to tell you? What do you want? What does the Matarese want?" The woman paused. "Order. Through chaos?" "Yes. The shepherd. In the name of God, tell me." "I'll tell you when we're out of the compound." "No, now." "Do you think I'd trade that off?" He pulled her to her feet. "We're leaving now. Your friend here will wake up before too long, and a part of me would give my life to take his." Slowly, in great pain as he took another's. "But I will not do that. He must report to faceless men, and they must make their moves, and we must watch. For Ferachton is suddenly headless. You'll be far away from Essen." "No!" "Then you'll die," said Telennikov simply. "I got in, I'll get out." "I gave orders. No one's to leave." "Who's leaving?" "A uniformed guard returns to his post." "Those aren't Matarese out there. They're exactly what they're supposed to be. Former commandos hired to protect wealthy executives." Vasily jammed the gun into her throat. "Your choice? It doesn't matter to me." She flinched. He grabbed her neck, pulling it into the barrel. She nodded. "We will talk in my father's car," she whispered. "We're both civilized people. You have information I need, and I have a revelation for you. You have nowhere to turn but to us now. It could be far worse for you." He sat next to her in the front seat of Walter Ferachton's limousine. He had taken off the uniform and was now no more than another stud in Odile Ferachton's stable. She was behind the wheel, his arm around her shoulders, his automatic again jammed into her, out of sight. As the guard at the gatehouse nodded and turned to press the release button, he leaned into her. One uncalled-for move, one gesture, and she was dead. She knew it. None came. She sped through the open gate, turning the wheel to the left. He grabbed it, his foot reaching across hers to the brake, and spun the wheel to the right. The car skidded into a half-spin. He steadied it and slammed his foot over hers on the accelerator. "What are you doing?" she cried. "Avoiding any prearranged rendezvous." It was in her eyes. Another car had been waiting on the road to Essen. For the third time, Odile Ferachton was genuinely frightened. They sped down the country road. Several hundred yards ahead he could see a fork clearly in the headlights. He waited. Instinctively she bore to the right. The fork was reached. The turn began. He moved his hand swiftly to the rim of the wheel and pushed it up, sending them into the left road. "You'll kill us!" screamed the Ferachton woman. "Then both of us will go," said Telennikov. The surrounding woods diminished. There were open spaces ahead. "That field on the right. Pull over." "What?" He raised the gun and put it against her temple. "Stop the car," he repeated. They got out. Vasily took the keys from the ignition and put them in his pocket. He pushed her forward into the grass, and they walked toward the middle of the field. In the distance was a farmhouse, beyond it a barn. There were no lights. The farmers of Stadtwald were asleep. But the winter moon was brighter now than it was in the Gildenplatz. "What are you going to do?" asked Odile. "Find out if you have the courage you demand of your soldiers." "Telennikov, listen to me. No matter what you do to me, you won't change anything. We're too far along. The world needs us too desperately." "This world needs killers?" "To save it from killers. You talk of the shepherd. He knows. Can you doubt it? Join us. Come with us." "Perhaps I will. But I have to know where you're going." "Do we trade?" "Again, perhaps." "Where did you hear of the shepherd?" Vasily shook his head. "Sorry, you first. Who are the Matarese? What are they? What are they doing?" "Your first answer," said Odile, parting her stole, her hands on the neckline of her gown. She ripped it downward, the white buttons breaking from the threads, exposing her breasts. "It's one we know you've found," she added. In the moonlight, Telennikov saw it, larger than he had seen before, a jagged circle that was part of the breast, part of the body, the mark of the Matarese. "The grave in the hills of Corsica," he said. "Per nostro circolo." "It can be yours," said Odile, reaching out to him. "How many lovers have lain across these breasts and admired my very distinctive birthmark. You are the best, Telennikov. Join the best. Let me bring you over." "A little while ago you said I had no choice, that you would reveal something to me, force me to turn to you. What is it?" Odile pulled the top of her gown together. "The American is dead. You are alone." "What?" "Schofield was killed." "Where?" "In Washington." The sound of an engine interrupted her words. Headlights pierced the darkness of the road that wound out of the woods from the south. A car came into view. Then, suddenly, as if suspended in a black void, it stopped on the shoulder behind the limousine. Before the headlights could be extinguished, he could see 3 men leaping out, the driver following. All were armed. 2 carried rifles. All were predators. "They've found me," cried Odile Ferracton. "Your answer, Telenikov. You really have no choice. You see that, don't you? Give me the gun. An order from me can change your life. Without it, you're dead." Stunned, Vasily looked behind him. The fields stretched into pastures, the pastures into darkness. Escape was not a problem, perhaps not even the right decision. Schofield dead? In Washington? He had been on his way to England. What had sent him prematurely to Washington? But Odile was not lying. He would bank his life on it. She had spoken the truth as she knew the truth, just as her offer was made in truth. The Matarese would make good use of one Vasily Telenikov. Was it the way? The only way? "Your answer!" Odile stood motionless, her hand outstretched. "Before I give it, tell me. When was Schofield killed? How?" "He was shot 2 weeks ago in a place called Rock Creek Park." A lie. A calculated lie. She had been lied to. Did they have an ally deep within the Matarese? If so, he had to reach that man. Vasily spun the automatic in his hand, offering it to Odile. "There's nowhere else to turn. I'm with you. Give your order." She turned from him and shouted, "You men, put up your guns. Hold your fire." A single flashlight beam shot out, and Telenikov saw what she did not see, and knew instantly what she did not know. The light was held by one man to free the other 3, and although he was in the spill, the beam was not directed at him. It was directed at her. He dove to his left into the grass. A fusillade of bullets erupted from the rifles across the field. Another order had been given. Odile Ferracton screamed. She was blown off her feet. Her body caved forward, then arched backward in midair under the force of the shells. Other gunshots followed, digging up the earth to the right of Telenikov as he lurched, scrambling through the grass away from the target ground. The shouts grew louder as the men attacked, converging on the site on which only seconds ago a living member of the Matarese Council had stood, issuing an order that was not hers to give. Vasily reached the relative safety of the woods. He rose and started running into the darkness, knowing that soon he would stop, and turn, and kill a man on his way back to the limousine, in other darkness. But now he kept running. The aging musician sat in the last row of the plane, a shabby violin case between his knees. Absently he thanked the stewardess for the cup of hot tea. His thoughts consumed him. He would be in Paris in an hour, meet with the Corsican girl, and set up direct communications with Schofield. It was imperative they work in concert now. Things were happening too rapidly. He had to join Beowulf Agate in England. 2 of the names on the guest list of Guillaume de Matarese 70 years ago were accounted for. Scozzi, dead. Voroshin Ferracton, dead. Sacrificed. The direct descendants were expendable, which meant they were not the true inheritors of the Corsican padrone. They had been merely messengers, bearing gifts for others far more powerful, far more capable of spreading the Corsican fever. This world needs killers? To save it from killers, Odile Ferracton had said. Enigma. David Waverley, Foreign Secretary, Great Britain. Joshua Appleton IV, Senator, United States Congress. Were they 2 expendable messengers? Or were they something else? Did each carry the mark of the jagged blue circle on his chest? Had Scozzi? And if either did, or Scozzi had, was that unnatural blemish the mark of mystical distinction Odile Ferracton had thought it was? Or was it, too, something else? A symbol of expendability, perhaps. For it occurred to Vasily that wherever that mark appeared, death was a partner. Schofield was searching in England now. The same Beowulf Agate that someone within the Matarese had reported killed in Rock Creek Park. Who was that someone, and why had the false report gone out? It was as though that person, or persons, wanted Schofield spared, beyond reach of the Matarese killers. But why? You talk of the shepherd. He knows. Can you doubt it? The shepherd. A shepherd boy. Enigma. Telenikov put the tea down on the tray in front of him, his elbow jarred by his seat companion. The businessman from Essen had fallen asleep, his arm protruding over the divider. Vasily was about to remove it when his eyes fell on the folded newspaper spread out on the German's lap. The photograph stared up at him, and he stopped breathing, sharp bolts of pain returning to his chest. The smiling, gentle face was that of Heinrich Cassel. The bold print above the photograph screamed the information. Advocat Mord. Telenyakov reached over and picked up the paper, the pain accelerating as he read. Heinrich Cassel, one of Essen's most prominent attorneys, was found murdered in his car outside his residence last evening. The authorities have called the killing bizarre and brutal. Cassel was found garroted, with multiple head injuries and lacerations of the face and body. An odd aspect of the killing was the tearing of the victim's upper clothing, exposing the chest area on which was a circle of dark blue. The paint was still wet when the body was discovered shortly past midnight. Per nostro circolo. Vasily closed his eyes. He had pronounced Cassel's sentence of death with the name Voroshin. It had been carried out. Part 3. Chapter 28. Schofield? The gray-faced man was astonished, the name uttered in shock. Bray broke into a run through the crowds in the London Underground toward the Charing Cross exit. It had happened. It was bound to happen sooner or later. No brim of a hat could conceal a face if trained eyes saw that face, and no unusual clothing dissuaded a professional once the face had been marked. He had just been marked. The man making the identification, and without question now racing to a phone, was a veteran agent for the Central Intelligence Agency stationed at the American Embassy on Grosvenor Square. Schofield knew him slightly. 1 or 2 lunches at the Guinea, 2 or 3 conferences, inevitably held prior to consular operations invading areas the company considered possessively sacrosanct. Nothing close, only cold. The man was a fighter for CIA prerogatives, and Beowulf Agate had transgressed too frequently. God damn it! Within minutes the U.S. network in London would be put on alert. Within hours every available man, woman, and paid informer would spread throughout the city looking for him. It was conceivable that even the British would be called in, but it was not likely. Those in Washington who wanted Brandon Allen Schofield wanted him dead, not questioned, and this was not the English style. No, the British would be avoided. Bray counted on it. There was a man he had helped several years ago under circumstances that had little to do with their allied professions, that had made it possible for the Englishman to remain in British intelligence. Not only remain, but advance to a position of considerable responsibility. Roger Simmons had dropped £2,000 of MI6 funds at the tables of Les Ambassadeurs. Bray had replaced the sum from one of his accounts. The money had never been repaid, not by default, only because Schofield had not crossed Simmons' path. In their work, one did not leave a forwarding address. A form of repayment would be asked for now. That it would be offered, Schofield did not question, but whether it could be delivered was something else again. Yet it would be neither if Roger Simmons learned that he was on Washington's terminal list. Debts aside, the Englishman took his work seriously. There'd be no Fuchs or Philbys on his conscience, much less a former killer from consular operations conceivably turned paid assassin. Bray wanted Simmons to arrange a private, isolated meeting between himself and England's Foreign Secretary, David Waverley. The meeting, however, had to be negotiated without Schofield's name being used. The British agent would balk at that, refuse entirely if he learned of Washington's hunt for him. Schofield knew he had to come up with a credible motive. He had not thought of one yet. He ran out of Charing Cross Station and walked into the flow of pedestrians heading south on the Strand. At Trafalgar Square he crossed the wide intersection, joining the early evening crowds. He looked at his watch. It was 6:15, 7:15 in Paris. In 30 minutes he was to start calling Tony at her flat in the Rue du Bac. There was a telephone center a few blocks away on Haymarket. He would make his way there slowly, stopping to buy a new hat and jacket. The CIA man would give a precise description of his clothing. Changing it was imperative. He was wearing the same windbreaker he had worn in Corsica, the same visored fishing cap. He left them in a curtained dressing room at a branch of Dunn's, buying a dark tweed Mackinaw jacket and an Irish walking hat, the soft brim falling around his head, a circle of narrow fabric throwing shadows downward across his face. He walked south again, more rapidly now, and cut through the winding back streets into Haymarket. He paid one of the operators at the telephone center counter, was assigned a booth, went inside, and closed the glass door, wishing it were solid. It was 10 minutes to 7. Antonia would be waiting by the phone. They always allowed a variable of a half-hour for channel telephone traffic. If he did not reach her by 8:15 Paris time, she could expect his next call between 11:45 and 12:15. The one condition Tony had insisted upon was for them to talk to each other every day. Bray had not objected. He had come out of the earth and found something very precious to him, something he had thought he had lost permanently. He could love again. The excitement of anticipation had come back. The sound of a voice stirred him. The touch of a hand was meaningful. He had found Antonia Grave at the most inopportune time of his life, yet finding her gave a significance to his life he had not felt for a number of years. He wanted to live and grow old with her. It was as simple as that. And remarkable. He had never thought about growing old before. It was time he did. If the Matarese allowed it. The Matarese. An international power without a profile, its leaders faceless men trying to achieve what? Chaos? Why? Chaos. Schofield was suddenly struck by the root meaning of the word. A state of formless matter, of clashing bodies in space before the creation, before order was imposed on the universe. The telephone rang. Bray picked it up quickly. "Vasily's here," said Antonia. "In Paris? When did he get in?" "This afternoon. He's hurt." "How badly?" "His neck. He should have stitches." There was a brief pause as the phone was being passed, or taken. "He should have sleep," said Telenyakov in English. "But I have things to tell you first, several warnings." "What about Voroshin?" "He kept the V for practical, if foolish, purposes. He became Essens Ferrachten, Ansel Ferrachten." "The Ferrachten works?" "Yes." "Good Christ!" "His son believed that." "What?" "It's irrelevant. There's too much to tell you. His granddaughter was the chosen one. She's dead, killed on Matarese orders." "As Skotzi was," said Schofield. "Exactly," agreed the Soviet. "They were vessels. They carried the plans, but were commandeered by others. It will be interesting to see what happens to the Ferrachten companies. They have no leadership now. We must watch and note who assumes control." "We've reached the same conclusion, then," said Bray. "The Matarese work through large corporations." "It would appear so, but to what end, I haven't the faintest idea. It's extremely contradictory." "Chaos." Schofield spoke the word softly. "I beg your pardon?" "Nothing. You said you wanted to warn me." "Yes. They've studied our files under microscopes. It seems they know every drone we've ever used, every past friend, every contact, every teacher and lover. Be careful. They can't know what was never entered. They can't cover everyone." "Don't bank on that. You received my cable about the body marks?" "It's crazy. Squads of killers identifying themselves. I'm not sure I believe it." "Believe it," said Telenyakov. "But there's something I wasn't able to explain. They're suicidal. They won't be taken. Which leads me to believe they're not as extensive in numbers as the leaders would like us to think. They're some kind of elite soldiers sent out to the troubled areas, not to be confused with hired guns employed by second and third parties." Bray paused, remembering. "You know what you're describing, don't you?" "All too well," replied the Russian. "Hassan ibn al-Sabah, the Fidais. Cadres of assassins, till death do us part from our pleasures. How is it modernized?" "I have a theory. It may be worthless. We'll discuss it when I see you." "When will that be?" "Tomorrow night, early the next morning, probably. I can hire a pilot and a plane in the Cap Gris district. I've done it before. There's a private airfield between Hythe and Ashford. I should be in London by 1 o'clock, 2 or 3 at the latest. I know where you're staying. The girl told me." "Telenyakov." "Yes?" "Her name's Antonia." "I know that." "Let me speak to her." "Of course. Here she is." He found the name in the London directory. R. Simmons, Bradbury Lane, Chelsea. He memorized the number and placed the first call at 7:30 from a booth in Piccadilly Circus. The woman who answered told him politely that Mr. Simmons was on his way home from the office. "He should be here any mo' now. Shall I tell him who called?" "The name wouldn't mean anything. I'll call back in a while, thank you." "He's got a marvelous memory. You sure you don't care to leave your name?" "I'm sure, thank you." "He's coming directly from the office." "Yes, I understand that." Schofield hung up, disturbed. He left the booth and walked down Piccadilly past Fortnum and Mason to St. James Street and beyond. There was another booth at the entrance to Green Park. Slightly more than 10 minutes had passed. He wanted to hear the woman's voice again. "Has your husband arrived?" he asked. "He just called from the local, wouldn't you know, the brace and bit on Old Church. He's quite irritable, if I do say. Must have had a dreadful day." Bray hung up. He knew the number of MI6, London. It was one a member of the fraternity kept in mind. He dialed. "Mr. Simmons, please, priority." "Right away, sir." Roger Simmons was not on his way home, nor was he in a pub called the Brace and Bit. Was he playing a domestic game? "Simmons here," said the familiar English voice. "Your wife just told me you were on your way home, but got detained at the Brace and Bit. Is that the best you could come up with?" "I what? Who's this?" "An old friend." "Not much of a one, I'm afraid. I'm not married. My friends know that." Bray paused, then spoke urgently. "Quickly, give me a sterile number or one on a scrambler, quickly." "Who is this?" £2,000. It took Simmons less than a second to understand and adjust. He reeled off a number, repeated it once, then added, "The cellars, 45 stories high." There was a click. The line went dead. 45 stories high to the cellars meant having the figure -1. He was to call the number in exactly 22 minutes, within the 1-minute span, during which scrambling and jamming devices would be activated. He left the booth to find another as far away as time and rapid walking permitted. Telephone intercepts were potentially two-way traces. The booth at Green Park could be under observation in a matter of minutes. He went up Old Bond Street into New until he reached Oxford, where he turned right and began running toward Wardour Street. At Wardour he slowed down, turned right again, and melted into the crowds of Soho. Elapsed time 19½ minutes. There was a booth at the corner of Shaftesbury Avenue. Inside, a callow young man wearing an electric blue suit was screaming into the phone. Schofield waited by the door, looking at his watch. 21 minutes. He could not take the chance. He took out a £5 note and tapped on the glass. The young man turned. He saw the bill and held up his middle finger in a gesture that was not cooperative. Bray opened the door, put his left hand on the electric blue shoulder, tightened his grip, and as the offensive young man began screeching, pulled him out of the booth, tripping him with his left foot, dropping the fiver on top of him. It floated. The youth grabbed it and ran. 21 minutes, 30 seconds. Schofield took several deep breaths, trying to slow the rapid pounding in his chest. 22 minutes. He dialed. "Don't go home," said Bray the instant Simmons was on the line. "Don't you stay in London," was the reply. "Grosvenor Square has an alert out for you." "You know? Washington called you in?" "Hardly. They won't say a word about you. You're terminated personnel, an off-limits subject. We probed several weeks ago when we first got word." "Word from where?" "Our sources in the Soviet, in KGB. They're after you, too, but then they always have been." "What did Washington say when you probed?" "Played it down. Failure to report whereabouts, something like that. They're too embarrassed to put an official stamp on the nonsense. Are you authoring something? There's a lot of that over there." "How did you know about the alert?" interrupted Schofield. "The one out for me now." "Oh, come now. We do keep tabs, you know. A number of people Grosvenor has on its payroll quite rightly have first loyalties to us." Bray paused briefly, bewildered. "Roger, why are you telling me this? I can't believe £2,000 would make you do it." "That misappropriated sum has been sitting in a Chelsea bank drawing interest for you since the morning after you bailed me out." "Then why?" Simmons cleared his throat, the proper Englishman facing the necessity of showing emotion. "I have no idea what your quarrel is over there, and I'm not sure I care to. You have such puritanical outbursts. But I was appalled to learn that our prime source in Washington confirmed that the State Department subscribes to the Soviet ploy. As I said, it's not only nonsense, I find it patently offensive. A ploy? What ploy?"
That you joined forces with the Serpent. The Serpent? It's what we call Vasily Telenyakov, a name I'm sure you'll recall. To repeat, I don't know what your trouble is, but I do know a goddamn lie, a macabre lie at that, when I hear one. Simmons cleared his throat again. Some of us remember East Berlin, and I was here when you came back from Prague. How dare they, after what they've done? Churlish bastards. Schofield took a long, deep breath. Roger, don't go home. Yes, you said that before. Simmons was relieved they were back to practicality. It was his voice. You say someone's there, claiming to be my wife? Probably not inside, but nearby with a clear view. They've tapped into your phone, and the equipment's good. No echoes, no static. My phone? They're trailing me in London? They're covering you. They're after me. They knew we were friends and thought I might try to reach you. Goddamn cheek! That embassy will get a bolt that'll char the gold feathers off that fucking ridiculous eagle. They go too far. It's not the Americans. Not the... Bray, what in God's name are you talking about? That's just it. We have to talk. But it's got to be a very complicated route. 2 networks are looking for me, and one of them has you under a glass. They're good. We'll see about that, snapped Simmons, annoyed, challenged, and curious. I dare say several vehicles, 1 or 2 decoys, and a healthy bit of official lying can do the trick. Where are you? Soho. Warder and Shaftesbury. Good. Head over to Tottenham Court. In about 20 minutes, a grey Mini, rear license plate askew, will enter south from Oxford and stall at the curb. The driver's black, a West Indian chap. He's your contact. Get in with him. The engine will make a remarkable recovery. Thank you, Roger. Not at all, but don't expect me to have the 2,000 quid. The banks are closed, you know. Schofield got in the front seat of the Mini, the black driver looking at him closely, courteously, his right hand out of sight. The man had obviously been given a photograph to study. Bray removed the Irish hat. "Thank you," said the driver, his hand moving swiftly to his jacket pocket, then to the wheel. The engine caught instantly, and they sped out of Tottenham Court. "My name is Israel. You're Brandon Schofield, obviously. Good to make your acquaintance." "Israel?" he asked. "That's it, man," replied the driver, smiling, a pronounced West Indian lilt to his voice. "I don't think my parents had in mind the cohesiveness of minorities when they gave it to me, but they were avid readers of the Bible. Israel Isles. It's a nice name. My wife thinks they blew it, as you Americans say. She keeps telling me that if they had only used Ishmael instead, all my introductions would be memorable." "Call me Ishmael." Bray laughed. "It's close enough." "This banter covers a slight nervousness on my part, if I may say so," said Isles. "Why?" "We studied a number of your accomplishments in training. It wasn't that long ago. I'm chauffeuring a man we'd all like to emulate." The trace of laughter vanished from Schofield's face. "That's very flattering. I'm sure you will if you want to. And when you get to be my age, I hope you think it's been worth it." They drove south out of London on the road toward Heathrow, branching off the highway at Redhill, heading west into the countryside. Israel Isles was sufficiently perceptive to curtail the banter. He apparently understood that he was driving either a very preoccupied or exhausted American. Bray was grateful for the silence. He had to reach a difficult decision. The risks were enormous no matter what he decided. Yet part of that decision had already been forced upon him, which meant he had to tell Simmons that Washington wasn't the immediate issue. He could not permit Roger to vent his misplaced outrage on the American embassy. It was not the embassy that had placed the intercept on his telephone. It was the Matarese. Yet to tell the whole truth meant involving Simmons, who would not remain silent. He would go to others, and those others to their superiors. It was not the time to speak of conspiracy so massive and contradictory that it would be branded no more than the product of 2 terminated intelligence officers, both wanted for treason in their respective countries. The time would come, but it was not now. For the truth of the matter was that they did not possess a shred of hard evidence. Everything they knew to be true was so easily denied as the paranoid ramblings of lunatics and traitors. On the surface, the logic was their enemies. Why would the leaders of mammoth corporations, conglomerates that depended on stability, finance chaos? Chaos, formless matter clashing bodies in space. "Another few minutes, we'll reach our first destination," said Israel Isles. "First destination?" "Yes, our trip's in 2 stages.
We change vehicles up ahead. This one is driven back to London. The driver black, his passenger white, and we proceed in another quite different car. The next leg is less than a quarter of an hour. Mr. Simmons may be a little late, however. He had to make 4 changes of vehicles in city garages. I see, said Schofield, relieved. The West Indian had just provided Bray with his answer. As the rendezvous with Simmons was in stages, so too would be the explanation to Simmons. He would tell him part of the truth, but nothing that would implicate the Foreign Secretary, David Waverley. However, Waverley had to be given information on a most confidential basis. Decisions of foreign policy could be affected by the news of massive shifts of capital being manipulated secretly. This was the information Schofield had come across and was tracing: massive shifts of capital. And although all clandestine economic maneuvers were subjects for intelligence scrutiny, these went beyond MI5 and 6, just as they superseded the interests of the FBI and the CIA. In Washington, there were those who wanted to prevent him from disclosing what he knew, but could not prove. The surest way of doing so was to discredit him, kill him if it came to that. Simmons would understand. Men killed facilely for money. No one knew it better than intelligence officers. So often it was the spine of their accomplishments. Iles slowed the Mini down and pulled to the side of the road. He made a U-turn, pointing the car in the direction from which they came. Within 30 seconds, another, larger automobile approached. It had picked them up along the way and had followed at a discreet distance. Bray knew what was expected. He got out, as did the West Indian. The Bentley came to a stop. A white driver opened the rear door for a black companion. No one spoke as the exchange was made, both cars now driven by blacks. "May I ask you a question?" said Israel Iles hesitantly. "Sure." "I've gone through all the training, but I've never had to kill a man. I worry about that sometimes. What's it like?" Schofield looked out the window at the shadows rushing past. "It's like walking through a door into a place you've never been before. I hope you do not have to go there, for it's filled with 1,000 eyes, a few angry, more frightened, most pleading, all wondering, why me now?" "There's not very much of that," said Bray. "You never take a life unless it's absolutely necessary, knowing that if you have to, you're saving a lot many more. That's the justification, the only one there should ever be. You put it out of your mind, lock it away behind a door somewhere in your head." "Yes, I think I understand. The justification is in the necessity. One has to accept that, doesn't one?" "That's right. Necessity. Until you grow older, and the door opens more and more frequently. Finally, it will not close, and you stand there, staring inside." They drove into the deserted parking area of a picnic grounds in the Guildford countryside. Beyond the post and rail fence were swings and slides and seesaws, all silhouetted in the bright moonlight. Not too many weeks hence, spring would come, and the playground would be filled with the shouts and laughter of children. Now it echoed the roar of powerful engines and the quiet sounds of men talking. A car was waiting for them, but Roger Simmons was not in it. He was expected momentarily. 2 men had arrived early to make certain there was no one else in the picnic grounds, no intercepts placed on phones considered sterile. "Hello, Brandon," said a short, stocky man in a bulky overcoat, extending his hand. "Hi, how are you?" Schofield did not recall the agent's name, but remembered the face, the red hair. He was one of the best men fielded by MI6. Kanzap had called him in, with British permission, when the Moscow-Paris-Cuba espionage ring was operating inside the Chamber of Deputies. Bray was impressed at seeing him now. Simmons was using a first team. "It's been 8 or 10 years, hasn't it?" "At least," agreed Schofield. "How've you been?" "Still here. I'll be pensioned off before too long. Looking forward to that." "Enjoy it." The Englishman hesitated, then spoke with embarrassment. "Never did see you after that awful business in East Berlin. Not that we were such friends, but you know what I mean. Delayed condolences, chap. Rotten thing. Fucking animals, I say." "Thanks. It was a long time ago." "Never that long," said the MI6 man. "It was my source in Moscow that brought us that garbage about you and the Serpent. Beowulf and the Serpent. My God, how could those pricks in D.C. swallow such rot?" It's complicated. He saw the headlights first, then heard the engine. A London taxi drove into the picnic grounds. The driver, however, was no London cabbie. It was Roger Simmons. The middle-aged MI6 officer climbed out and for a second or two blinked and stretched, as if to get his bearings. Bray watched him, noting that Roger had not changed during the years since they had known each other. The Englishman was still given to an excess pound or two, and his thatch of rumpled brown hair was still unmanageable. There was an air of disorientation about the veteran operative that masked a first-rate analytical mind. He was not an easy man to fool, with part of the truth or none of it. "Bray, how are you?" said Simmons, hand held out. "For God's sake, don't answer that. We'll get to it. Let me tell you, those are not easy cars to drive. I feel as though I've just limped through the worst rugger match in Liverpool. I shall be far more generous with cabbies in the future." Roger looked around, nodding to his men, then spotting the opening in the fence which led into the playground. "Let's take a stroll. If you're a good lad, I may even give you a push or two in one of the swings." The Englishman listened in silence, leaning against the iron leg of the swing, as Bray sat on the seat and told his story of the massive shifting of funds. When Schofield had finished, Simmons pushed himself away from the pole, walked behind Bray, and shoved him between the shoulder blades. "There's the push I promised you, although you don't deserve it. You haven't been a good lad." "Why not?" "You're not telling me what you should, and your tactics are disturbing." "I see. You don't understand why I'm asking you not to use my name with Waverley?" "Oh, no, that's perfectly all right. He has to deal with Washington every day. Granting an unofficial meeting with a retired American intelligence officer is not something he'd care to have on the Foreign Office's record. I mean, we don't actually defect to one another, you know. I'll take that responsibility, if it's to be taken." "Then what's bothering you?" "The people after you. Not Grosvenor, of course, but the others. You haven't been candid. You said they were good, but you didn't tell me how good, or the depth of their resources." "What do you mean?" "We pulled your dossier and selected 3 names known to you, telling each that the man on the line was an intermediary from you, instructing each to go to a specific location. All 3 messages were intercepted. Those called were followed." "Why does that surprise you? I told you as much." "What surprises me is that one of those names was known only to us, not MI5, not Secret Service, not even the Admiralty. Only us." "Who was it?" "Grimes." "Never heard of him," said Bray. "You only met him once, in Prague, under the name of Brazuk." "KGB," said Schofield, astonished. "He defected in 72. I gave him to you. He wouldn't have anything to do with us, and there was no point in wasting him." "But only you knew that. You said nothing to your people, and frankly, we at 6 took credit for the purchase." "You've got a leak, then?" "Quite possible," replied Simmons. "At least regarding the present circumstances as you've described them to me." "Why?" "You say you ran across this global financial juggling act only a short while ago. Let's be generous and say several months. Would you agree?" "Yes." "And since then, those who want to silence you have been active against you, also correct?" Bray nodded. The MI6 man leaned forward, his hand on the chain above Schofield's head. "From the day I took office 2.5 years ago, Beowulf Agate file has been in my private vault. It is removed only on dual signatures, one of which must be mine. It has not been removed, and it's the only file in England that contains any connection between you and the Grimes-Brazuk defection." "What are you trying to say?" "There's only one other place where that information might be found." "Spell it out." "Moscow." Simmons drew out the word softly. Bray shook his head. "That assumes Moscow knows Grimes' identity." "Entirely possible. Like a few you've purchased, Brazuk was a bust. We don't really want him, but we can't give him back. He's a chronic alcoholic, has been for years. His job at KGB was ornamental, a debt paid to a once brave soldier. We suspect he blew his cover quite a while ago. Nobody cared until you came along. Who are these people after you?" "It seems I didn't do you any favors when I handed over Brazuk," said Schofield, avoiding the MI6 man's eyes. "You didn't know that, and neither did we. Who are these people, Bray?" "Men who have contacts in Moscow. Obviously, just as we do. Then I must ask you a question, continued Simmons. One that would have been inconceivable several hours ago. Is it true what Washington thinks? Are you working with the serpent? Schofield looked up at the Englishman. Yes. Calmly Simmons released the chain and rose to his full height. I think I could kill you for that, he said. For God's sake, why? If it's a question of either your killing me or my telling you, I don't have a choice, do I? There's a middle ground. I take you in and turn you over to Grosvenor Square. Don't do it, Roger. And don't ask me to tell you anything now. Later, yes, not now. Why should I agree? Because you know me. I can't think of any other reason. Simmons turned away. Neither spoke for several moments. Finally, the Englishman turned again, facing Bray. Such a simple phrase. You know me. Do I? I wouldn't have reached you if I didn't think you did. I don't ask strangers to risk their lives for me. I meant what I said before. Don't go home. You're marked, just as I'm marked. If you covered yourself, you'll be all right. If they find out you met with me, you're dead. I am at this moment logged in at an emergency meeting at the Admiralty. Phone calls were placed to my office and my flat demanding my presence. Good, I expected as much. God damn you, Schofield, it was always your gift. You pull a man in until he can't stand it. Yes, I do know you, and I'll do as you ask, for a little while. But not because of your melodramatics. They don't impress me. Something else does, however. I said I could kill you for working with Telenyakov. I think I could, but I suspect you kill yourself a little every time you look at him. That's reason enough for me. Chapter 29. Bray walked down the steps of the rooming house into the morning sunlight and the crowds of shoppers in Knightsbridge. It was an area of London compatible with staying out of sight. From 9 a.m. on, the streets were jammed with traffic. He stopped at a newsstand, shifted his attaché case to his left hand, picked up the Times, and went into a small restaurant where he slipped into a chair, satisfied that it provided a clear view of the entrance, more satisfied still that the pay telephone on the wall was only feet away. It was 10:15. He was to call Roger Simmons at precisely 10:15 on the sterile number that could not be tapped. He ordered breakfast from a laconic Cockney waitress and unfolded the newspaper. He found what he was looking for in a single column on the upper left section of the front page. Verachten heiress dead. Essen. Odile Verachten, daughter of Walter, granddaughter of Ansel Verachten, founder of the Verachten Works, was found dead in her Werdenstrasse penthouse last evening, an apparent victim of a massive coronary stroke. For nearly a decade, Fräulein Verachten had assumed the managerial reins of the diversified companies under the guidance of her father, who has receded from active participation during the past years. Both parents were in seclusion at their estate in Stadtwald and were not available for comment. A private family burial will take place on the residential grounds. A corporate statement is expected shortly, but none from Walter Verachten, who is reported to be seriously ill. Odile Verachten was a dramatically attractive addition to the boardrooms of this city of coldly efficient executives. She was mercurial, and, when younger, given to displays of exhibitionism often at odds with the behavior of Essen's business leaders. But no one doubted her ability to run the vast Verachten Works. Schofield's eyes quickly scanned the biographical hyperbole that was an obituary editor's way of describing a spoiled, headstrong bitch who undoubtedly slept around with the frequency, if not the delicacy, of a Soho whore. There was a follow-up story directly beneath. Bray began reading and knew instantly, instinctively, that another fragment of the elusive truth was being revealed. Verachten death concerns Transcom. New York, New York. In a move that took Wall Street by surprise, it was learned today that a team of management consultants from Transcommunications Incorporated was flying to Essen, Germany, for conferences with executives of the Verachten Works. The untimely death of Fräulein Odile Verachten, 47, and the virtual seclusion of her father, Walter, 76, has left the Verachten companies without an authoritative voice at the top. What astonished supposedly well-informed sources here was the extent of Transcom's holdings in Verachten. In the legal labyrinths of Essen, American investments are often beyond scrutiny, but rarely when those holdings exceed 20%. Rumors persist that Transcoms are in excess of 50%, although denials labeling such figures as ridiculous have been issued by the Boston headquarters of the conglomerate. The words sprang up from the page at Schofield, the Boston headquarters. Were two fragments of that elusive truth being revealed? Joshua Appleton IV was the senator from Massachusetts, the Appleton family the most powerful political entity in the state. They were the Episcopal Kennedys, far more restrained in self-evocation, but every bit as influential on the national scene, which was intrinsic to the international financial scene. Would a retrospective of the Appletons include connections, covert or otherwise, with transcommunications? It was something that would have to be learned. The telephone on the wall behind him rang. He checked his watch. It was 8 minutes past 10. Another 7, and he would call Simmons at MI6 headquarters. He glanced at the phone, annoyed to see the Cockney waitress wincing into the mouthpiece, a groan or an expletive forming at her lips. He hoped her conversation would not last long. "Mr. Haggett, is there a Mr. B. Haggett here?" The question was shouted angrily. Bray froze. B. Haggett here? Haggett B. Beowulf Haggett. Was Simmons playing some insane game of one-upmanship? Had the Englishman decided to prove the superior quality of British intelligence's tracking techniques? Was the damn fool so egotistical he could not leave well enough alone? God, what a fool. Schofield rose as unobtrusively as possible, holding his attaché case. He went to the phone and spoke. "What is it?" "Good morning, Beowulf Haggett," said a male voice with vowels so full and consonants so sharp they could have been formed at Oxford. "We trust you've rested since your arduous journey from Rome. Who's this?" "My name's irrelevant. You don't know me. We merely wanted you to understand. We found you. We'll always be able to find you. But it's all so tedious. We feel that it would be far better for everyone concerned if we sat down and thrashed out the differences between us. You may discover they are not so great after all. I don't feel comfortable with people who've tried to kill me. I must correct you. Some have tried to kill you. Others have tried to save you. For what? A session of chemical therapy? To find out what I've learned, what I've done? What you've learned is meaningless, and you can't do anything. If your own people take you, you know what you can expect. There will be no trial, no public hearing. You're far too dangerous to too many people. You've collaborated with the enemy, killed a young man your superiors believe was a fellow intelligence officer in Rock Creek Park, and fled the country. You're a traitor. You'll be executed at the first opportune moment. Can you doubt it after the events on Nebraska Avenue? We can execute you the instant you walk out of that restaurant, or before you leave." Bray looked around, studying the faces at the tables, looking for the inevitable pair of eyes, a glance behind a folded newspaper, or above the rim of a coffee cup. There were several candidates. He could not be sure. And without question there were unseen killers in the crowds outside. He was trapped. His watch read 11 minutes past 10. Another 4, and he could dial Simmons on the sterile line. But he was dealing with professionals. If he hung up and dialed, was there a man now at one of these tables, innocuously raising a fork to his mouth or sipping from a cup, who would pull out a weapon powerful enough to blow him into the wall? Or were those inside merely hired guns, unwilling to make the sacrifice the Matarese demanded of its elite? He had to buy time and take the risk, watching the tables every second as he did so, preparing himself for that instant when escape came with sudden movement and the conceivable, unfortunate sacrifice of innocent people. "You want to meet? I want to guarantee I'll get out of here." "You've got it?" "Your saying it isn't enough. Identify one of your employees in here." "Let's put it this way, Beowulf. We can hold you there, call the American embassy, and before you could blink, they'd have you cornered. Even should you get past them, we'd be waiting on the outer circle, as it were." His watch read 12 past 10. 3 minutes. Then obviously you're not that anxious to meet with me. Schofield listened, his concentration total. He was almost certain the man on the line was a messenger. Someone above wanted Beowulf Agate taken, not killed. I said we felt it would be better for everyone concerned. Give me a face, interrupted Bray. The voice was a messenger. Otherwise, call the goddamned embassy. I'll take my chances. Now. Very well, came the reply, spoken rapidly. There's a man with rather sunken cheeks wearing a gray overcoat. I see him. Bray did, 5 tables away. Leave the restaurant. He'll get up and follow you. He's your guarantee. 13 past 10. 2 minutes. What guarantee does he have? How do I know you won't take him out with me? Oh, come now, Schofield. I'm glad to hear you've got another name for me. What's your name? I told you it's irrelevant. Nothing's irrelevant. Bray paused. I want to know your name. Smith. Accept it. 10:14. 1 minute. Time to start. I'll have to think about it. I also want to finish my breakfast. Abruptly hanging up, he shifted his attaché case to his right hand and walked over to the plain-looking man 5 tables away. The man stiffened as Schofield approached. His hand reached under his overcoat. The alert's off, said Schofield, touching the concealed hand under the cloth of the coat. I was told to tell you that. You're to take me out of here. But first I want to make a telephone call. He gave me the number. I hope I can remember it. The hollow-cheeked killer remained immobile, speechless. Schofield walked back to the telephone on the wall. 10:14 and 51 seconds. 9 seconds to go. He frowned, as if trying to recall a number, picked up the phone and dialed. 3 seconds past 10:15, he heard the echoing sound that followed the interruption of the bell. The electronic devices were activated. He inserted his coin. We have to talk fast, he said to Roger Simmons. They found me. I've got a problem. Where are you? We'll help. Schofield told him. Just send in 2 sirens. Regular police will do. Say it's an Irish incident. Possible subjects inside. That's all I'll need. I'm writing it down. They're on their way. What about Waverley? Tomorrow night. His house in Belgravia. I'm to escort you, of course. Not before then? Before then? Good God, man, the only reason it's so soon is that I managed an open-end memorandum from the Admiralty, from that same mythical conference I was logged into last night. Bray was about to speak, but Simmons rushed on. Incidentally, you were right. An inquiry was made to see if I was there. Were you covered? The caller was told the conference could not be interrupted, that I would be given the message when it was over. Did you return the call? Yes, from the Admiralty's cellars, an hour and 10 minutes after I left you. I woke up some poor chap in Kensington, an intercept, of course. Then if you got back there, they saw you leave the Admiralty building? From the well-lighted front entrance. Good. You didn't use my name with Waverley, did you? I used a name, not yours. Unless your talk is extremely fruitful, I expect I'll take a lot of gaff for that. An obvious fact struck Bray. Roger Simmons' strategy had been successful. The Matarese had him trapped inside the Knightsbridge restaurant, yet Waverley had granted him a confidential interview 36 hours away. Therefore no connection had been made between the interview in Belgravia and Beowulf Agate. Roger, what time tomorrow night? 8ish. I'm to ring him first. I'll pick you up around 7. Have you any idea where you'll be? Schofield avoided the question. I'll call you at this number at 4:30. Is that convenient? So far as I know, if I'm not here, leave an address 2 blocks north of where you'll be. I'll find you. You'll bring the photographs of all those following your decoys yesterday? They should be on my desk by noon. Good. And one last thing. Think up a very good, very official reason why you can't bring me to Belgravia Square tomorrow night. What? That's what you'll tell Waverley when you call him just before our meeting. It's an intelligence decision. You'll pick him up personally and drive back to MI6. MI6? But you won't take him there. You'll bring him to the Connaught. I'll give you the room number at 4:30. If you're not there, I'll leave a message. Subtract 22 from the number I give. See here, Brandon, you're asking too much. You don't know that. I may be asking to save his life, and yours. In the distance, from somewhere outside, Bray could hear the piercing 2-note sound of a London siren. An instant later, it was joined by a second. Your help's arrived, said Schofield. Thanks. He hung up and started back to the hollow-cheeked Matarese killer. Who were you talking to? Asked the man, his accent American. The sirens were drawing nearer. They were not lost on him. "He didn't give me his name," replied Bray, "but he did give me instructions. We're to get out of here fast." "Why?" "Something happened. The police spotted a rifle in one of your cars. It's being held. There's been a lot of IRA activity in the stores around here. Let's go." The man got out of his chair, nodding to his right. Across the crowded restaurant, Schofield saw a stern-faced, middle-aged woman get up, acknowledge the command by slipping the wide strap of a large purse over her shoulder, and start for the door of the restaurant. Bray reached the cashier's cage, timing his movements, fumbling his money and his check, watching the scene beyond the glass window. 2 police cars converged, screeching simultaneously to a stop at the curb. A crowd of curious pedestrians gathered, then dispersed, curiosity replaced by fear as 4 helmeted London police jumped out of the vehicles and headed for the restaurant. Bray judged the distance, then moved quickly. He reached the glass door and yanked it open several seconds before the police had it blocked. The hollow-cheeked man and the middle-aged woman were at his heels, at the last moment sidestepping around him to avoid confronting the police. Schofield turned suddenly and lurched to his right, clutching his attaché case under his arm, grabbing his would-be escorts by the shoulders and pulling them down. "These are the ones," he shouted. "Check them for guns. I heard them say they were going to bomb Scotch House." The police fell on the 2 Matarese, arms and hands and clubs thrashing the air. Bray dropped to his knees, releasing his double grip, and dove to his left out of the way. He scrambled to his feet, raced through the crowds to the corner, and ran into the street, threading his way between the traffic. He kept up the frantic race for 3 blocks, stopping briefly under canopies and in storefronts to see if anyone followed him. None did, and 2 minutes later he slowed down and entered the enormous bronze-bordered portals of Harrods. Once inside, he accelerated his pace as rapidly and as unobtrusively as possible, looking for a telephone. He had to reach Telenyakov at the flat in the Rue de Bac before the Russian left for Cap Gris. He had to, for once Telenyakov reached England, he would head for London and a cheap rooming house in Knightsbridge. If the KGB man did that, he would be taken by the Matarese. "Through the chemist's toward the south entry," said an imperturbable clerk. "There's a bank of phones against the wall." The late-morning telephone traffic was light. The call went through without delay. "I was leaving in a few minutes," said Telenyakov, his voice oddly hesitant. "Thank Christ you didn't. What's the matter with you?" "Nothing. Why?" "You sound strange. Where's Antonia? Why didn't she answer the phone?" "She stepped out to the grocer's. She'll be back shortly. If I sounded strange, it's because I don't like answering this telephone." The Russian's voice was normal now, his explanation logical. "What is the matter with you? Why this unscheduled call?" "I'll tell you when you get here, but forget Knightsbridge." "Where will you be?" Schofield was about to mention the Connaught when Telenyakov interrupted. "On second thought, when I get to London, I'll phone Tower Central. You recall that exchange, don't you?" Tower Central. Bray hadn't heard the name in years, but he remembered. It was a code name for a KGB drop on the Victoria Embankment, abandoned when consular operations discovered it sometime back in the late 60s. The tourist boats that traveled up and down the Thames, that was it. "I remember," said Schofield, bewildered. "I'll respond." "Then I'll be going." "Wait a minute," interrupted Bray. "Tell Antonia I'll call in a while." There was a brief silence before Telenyakov replied. "Actually, she said she might take in the Louvre. It's so close by. I can get to the Cap Gris district in an hour or so. There's nothing, I repeat, nothing to worry about." There was a click, and the line to Paris went dead. The Russian had hung up. "There's nothing, I repeat, nothing to worry about." The words cracked with the explosive sounds of nearby thunder. His eyes were blinded by bolts of lightning that carried the message into his brain. There was something to worry about, and it concerned Antonia Gravet. "Actually, she said she might take in the Louvre. I can get to the Cap Gris district in an hour or so. Nothing to worry about." 3 disconnected statements preceded by an interruption that prohibited disclosure of the contact point in London. Schofield tried to analyze the sequence. If there was meaning, it was in the progression. The Louvre was only blocks away from the Rue de Bac, across the Seine but nearby. The Cap Gris district could not be reached in an hour or so. 2.5 or 3 were more logical. Nothing, I repeat, nothing to worry about. Then why the interruption? Why the necessity of avoiding any mention of the Victoria Embankment? Sequence, progression. Further back? I do not like answering this telephone. Words spoken firmly, almost angrily. That was it. Suddenly Bray understood, and the relief he felt was like cool water sprayed over a sweat-drenched body. Telenyakov had seen something wrong. A face in the street, a chance meeting with a former colleague, a car that remained too long on the Rue de Bac, any number of unstabling incidents or observations. The Russian had decided to move Tony out of the Rive Gauche across the river into another flat. She would be settled in an hour or so, and he would not leave until she was. That was why there was nothing to worry about. Still, on the assumption that there could be substance to a disturbing incident or observation, the KGB man had operated with extreme caution. Always caution, it was their truest shield. And the telephone was an instrument of revelation. Nothing revealing was to be said. Sequence, progression, meaning. Or was it? The serpent had killed his wife. Was Bray finding comfort where none existed? The Russian had been the first to suggest eliminating the girl from the hills of Porto Vecchio, the love that had come into his life at the most inopportune time of his life. Could he? No, things were different now. There was no Beowulf agate to stretch to the breaking point, because that breaking point guaranteed the death of the serpent, the end of the hunt for the Matarese. The best of professionals did not kill unnecessarily. Still he wondered as he picked up the phone in Harrod's south entranceway, what was necessity but a man convinced of the need? He put the question out of his mind. He had to find sanctuary. London's staid Connaught Hotel not only possessed one of the best kitchens in London, but was an ideal choice for quick concealment, as long as one stayed out of the lobby and tested the kitchen from room service. Quite simply, it was impossible to get a room at the Connaught unless a reservation was made weeks in advance. The elegant hotel on Carlos Place was one of the last bastions of the empire, catering in large measure to those who mourned its passing and had the wealth to do so gracefully. There were enough to keep it perpetually full. The Connaught rarely had an available room. Schofield knew this, and years ago had decided that occasions might arise when the Connaught's particular exclusivity could be useful. He had reached and cultivated a director of the financial group that owned the hotel, and made his appeal. As all theaters have house seats, and most restaurants keep constantly reserved tables for those exalted patrons who have to be accommodated, so do hotels retain empty rooms for like purposes. Bray was convincing. His work was on the side of the angels, the Tory side. A room would be at his disposal whenever he needed it. Room 626 were the director's first words when Schofield placed his second confirming call. Just go right up on the lift as usual. You can sign the registration in your room, as usual. Bray thanked him and turned his thoughts to another problem, an irritating one. He could not return to the rooming house several blocks away, and all his clothes except those on his back were there, in a duffel bag on the unmade bed. There was nothing else of consequence. His money, as well as several dozen useful letterheads, identification cards, passports, and bank books, were all in his attaché case. But outside of the rumpled trousers, the cheap Mackinaw jacket, and the Irish hat, he didn't have a damn thing to wear. And clothes were not merely coverings for the body. They were intrinsic to the work and had to match the work. They were tools, consistently more effective than weapons and the spoken word. He left the bank of telephones and walked back into the aisles of Harrod's. The selections would take an hour. That was fine. It would take his mind off Paris and the inopportune love of his life. It was shortly past midnight when Schofield left his room at the Connaught, dressed in a dark raincoat and a narrow-brimmed black hat. He took the service elevator to the basement of the hotel and emerged on the street through the employees' entrance. He found a taxi and told the driver to take him to Waterloo Bridge. He settled back in the seat and smoked a cigarette, trying to control his swelling sense of concern. He wondered if Telenyakov understood the change that had taken place, a change so unreasonable, so illogical, that he was not sure how he would react were he the Russian. The core of his excellence, his longevity in his work, had always been his ability to think as the enemy thought. He was incapable of doing so now. "I'm not your enemy." Telenyakov had shouted that unreasonable, illogical statement over the telephone in Washington. Perhaps, illogically, he was right. The Russian was no friend, but he was not the enemy. That enemy was the Matarese. And, crazily, so unreasonably, through the Matarese he had found Antonia Grave. The love... What had happened? He forced the question out of his mind. He would learn soon enough, and what he learned would no doubt bring back the relief he had felt at Harrod's, diminished by too much time on his hands and too little to do. The telephone call to Roger Simmons, made precisely at 4:30, had been routine. Roger was out of the office, so he had given information to the security room operator. The unexplained number that was to be relayed was 643-22, room 621, Connaught. The taxi swung out of Trafalgar Square, up the Strand, past Savoy Court, toward the entrance of Waterloo Bridge. Bray leaned forward. There was no point walking any farther than he had to. He would cut through side streets down to the Thames and the Victoria Embankment. "This'll be fine," he said to the driver, holding out payment, annoyed to see that his hand shook. He went down the cobbled lane by the Savoy Hotel and reached the bottom of the hill. Across the wide, well-lighted boulevard was the concrete walk and the high brick wall that fronted the River Thames. Moored permanently as a pub was a huge refurbished barge named Caledonia, closed by the 11 o'clock curfew imposed on all England's drinking halls, the few lights beyond the thick windows signifying the labors of clean-up crews removing the stains and odors of the day. A quarter of a mile south, on the tree-lined embankment, were the sturdy, wide-beamed, full-decked river-boats that plowed the Thames most of the year round, ferrying tourists up to the Tower of London and back to Lambeth Bridge before returning to the waters of Cleopatra's Needle. Years ago, these boats were known as Tower Central, drops for Soviet couriers and KGB agents making contact with informers and deep-cover espionage personnel. Consular operations had uncovered the drop. In time, the Russians knew it. Tower Central was taken out. A known drop was eliminated for some other that would take months to find. Schofield cut through the garden paths of the park behind the Savoy. Music from the ballroom floated down from above. He reached a small band amphitheater with its rows of slatted benches. A few couples were scattered around, talking quietly. Bray looked for a single man, for he was within the vicinity of Tower Central. The Russian would be somewhere in the area. He was not. Schofield walked out of the amphitheater into the widest path that led to the boulevard. He emerged on the pavement. The traffic in the street was constant, bright headlights flashing by in both directions, mottled by the winter mists that rolled off the water. It occurred to Bray that Telenyakov must have hired an automobile. He looked up and down the avenue to see if any were parked on either side. None were. Across the boulevard, in front of the embankment wall, strollers walked casually in couples, threesomes, and several larger groups. There was no man by himself. Schofield looked at his watch. It was 5 minutes to 1. The Russian had said he might be as late as 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. Bray swore at his impatience, at the anxiety in his chest whenever he thought about Paris, about Tony. There was the sudden flare of a cigarette lighter, the flame steady, then extinguished, only to be relighted a second later. Diagonally across the wide avenue, to the right of the closed, chained gates of the pier that led to the tourist boats, a white-haired man was holding the flame under a blonde woman's cigarette. Both leaned against the wall, looking at the water. Schofield studied the figure, what he could see of the face, and had to stop himself from breaking into a run. Telenyakov had arrived. Bray turned right and walked until he was parallel with the Russian and the blonde decoy. He knew Telenyakov had seen him and wondered why the KGB man did not dismiss the woman, paying her whatever price they had agreed upon to get her out of the way. It was foolish, conceivably dangerous, for a decoy to observe both parties at a contact point. Schofield waited at the curb, seeing now that Telenyakov's head was fully turned, the Russian staring at him, his arm around the woman's waist. Bray gestured first to his left, then to his right, his meaning clear. "Get her out. Walk south. We'll meet shortly." Telenyakov did not move. What was the Soviet doing? It was no time for whores. Whores. The courier's whore? Oh, my God! Schofield stepped off the curb, an automobile horn bellowed, as a car swerved toward the center of the boulevard to avoid hitting him. Bray barely heard the sound, was barely aware of the sight. He could only stare at the woman beside Telenyakov. The arm around the waist was no gesture of feigned affection. The Russian was holding her up. Telenyakov spoke in the woman's ear. She tried to spin around. Her head fell back on her neck, her mouth open, a scream or a plea about to emerge, but nothing was heard. The strained face was the face of his love. Under the blonde wig it was Tony. All control left him. He raced across the wide avenue, speeding cars braking, spinning wheels, blowing horns. His thoughts converged like staccato shots of gunfire, one thought, one observation, more painful than all the others. Antonia looked more dead than alive. Chapter 30. "She's been drugged," said Telenyakov. "Why the hell did you bring her here?" asked Bray. "There are hundreds of places in France, dozens in Paris, where she'd be safe, where she'd be cared for. You know them as well as I do." "If I could have been certain, I would have left her," replied Vasily, his voice calm. "Don't probe. I considered other alternatives." Bray understood, his brief silence an expression of gratitude. Telenyakov could easily have killed Tony, probably would have killed her, had it not been for East Berlin. A doctor? Helpful in terms of time, but not essentially necessary. What was the chemical? Scopolamine. When? Early yesterday morning, over 18 hours. 18? It was no time for explanations. Do you have a car? I couldn't take the chance. A lone man with a woman who could not stand up under her own power. The trail would have been obvious. The pilot drove us up from Ashford. Can you trust him? No, but he stopped for petrol 10 minutes outside of London and went inside to relieve himself. I added a quart of oil to his fuel tank. It should be taking effect on the road back to Ashford. Find a taxi. Schofield's look conveyed the compliment he would not say. We have much to discuss, added Telenyakov, moving away from the wall. Then hurry, said Bray. Antonia's breathing was steady, the muscles of her face relaxed in sleep. When she awoke, she would be nauseated, but it would pass with the day. Schofield pulled the covers over her shoulders, leaned down and kissed her on her pale white lips, and got up from the bed. He walked out of the bedroom, leaving the door ajar. Should Tony stir, he wanted to hear her. Hysterics were a byproduct of scopolamine. They had to be controlled. It was why Telenyakov could not risk leaving her alone, even for the few minutes it would have taken to lease a car. What happened? He asked the Russian, who sat in a chair, a glass of whiskey in his hand. Yesterday morning, said Telenyakov, correcting himself. His white-haired head angled back against the rim of the chair, his eyes closed. The man was clearly exhausted. They say you're dead. Did you know that? Yes, what's that got to do with it? It's how I got her back. The Russian opened his eyes and looked at Bray. There's very little about Beowulf Agate I don't know. And? I said I was you. There were several basic questions to answer. They were not difficult. I offered myself in exchange for her. They agreed. Start from the beginning. I wish I could. I wish I knew what it was. The Matarese, or someone within the Matarese, wants you alive. It's why certain people were told that you are not. They don't look for the American, only the Russian. I wish I understood. Telenyakov drank. What happened? They found her. Don't ask me how, I don't know. Perhaps Helsinki. Perhaps you were picked up out of Rome. Perhaps anything or anyone, I don't know. But they found her, said Schofield, sitting down. Then what? Early yesterday morning, 4 or 5 hours before you called, she went down to a bakery. It was only a few doors away. An hour later, she had not returned. I knew then I had two choices. I could go out after her, but where to start, where to look? Or I could wait for someone to come to the flat. You see, they had no choice. I knew that. The telephone rang a number of times, but I did not answer, knowing that each time I didn't, it brought someone closer. You answered my call, interrupted Bray. That was later. By then, we were negotiating. Then? Finally, 2 men came.
It was one of the more testing moments of my life not to kill them both, especially one. He had that small, ugly little mark on his chest. When I ripped his clothes off and saw it, I nearly went mad. Why? They killed in Leningrad, in Essen. Later you will understand. It's part of what we must discuss. Go on. Schofield poured himself a drink. I'll tell it briefly. Fill in the spaces yourself. You've been there. I kept the soldier and his hired gun bound and unconscious for over an hour. The phone rang, and this time I answered, using the most pronounced American accent I could manage. You'd have thought the sky over Paris had fallen, so hysterical was the caller. An impostor in London, he squeaked. Something about a gross error having been made by the embassy, the information they received completely erroneous. I think you skipped something, interrupted Bray again. I assume that was when you said you were me. Let's say I answered in the affirmative when the hysterical question was posed. It was a temptation I could not resist, since I had heard less than 48 hours previously that you had been killed. The Russian paused, then added, 2 weeks ago in Washington. Schofield walked back to the chair, frowning. But the man on the phone knew I was alive, just as those here in London knew I was alive. So you were right. Only certain people inside the Matarese were told I was dead. Does that tell you something? The same thing it tells you. They make distinctions. Exactly. When either of us ever wanted a subordinate to do nothing, we told him the problem was solved. For such people, you're no longer alive, no longer hunted. But why? I am hunted. They trapped me. One question with two answers, I think, said the Russian. As any diverse organization, the Matarese is imperfect. Among its ranks are the undisciplined, the violence-prone, men who kill for the score alone or because of fanatic beliefs. These were the people who were told you were dead. If they did not hunt you, they would not kill you. That's your first answer. What's the second? Why does someone want to keep me alive? To make you a consigliere of the Matarese. What? Think about it. Consider what you'd bring to such an organization. Bray stared at the KGB man. No more than you would. Oh, much more. There are no great shocks to come out of Moscow, I accept that. But there are astonishing revelations to be found in Washington. You could provide them. You'd be an enormous asset. The sanctimonious are always far more vulnerable. I accept that. Before Odile Ferrachtin was killed, she made an offer to me. It was not an offer she was entitled to make. They don't want the Russian, they want you. If they can't have you, they'll kill you, but someone's giving you the option. It would be far better for all concerned if we sat down and thrashed out the differences between us. You may discover they're not so great after all. Words from a faceless messenger. Let's get back to Paris, said Bray. How did you get her? It wasn't so difficult. The man on the phone was too anxious. He saw a generalship in his future, or his own execution. I discussed what might happen to the soldier with the ugly little mark on his chest. The fact that I knew about it was nearly enough in itself. I set up a series of moves offering the soldier and Beowulf agate for the girl. Beowulf was tired of running and was perfectly willing to listen to whatever anyone had to say. I, knew I was cornered, but professionalism demanded that you, extract certain guarantees. The girl had to go free. Were my reactions consistent with your well-known obstinacy? Very plausible, replied Schofield. Let's see if I can fill in a few spaces. You answered the questions. What was my mother's middle name, or when did my father change jobs? Nothing so ordinary, broke in the Russian. Who was your fourth kill? Where? Lisbon, said Bray quietly. An American beyond salvage. Yes, you'd know that. Then your moves were made by a sequence of telephone calls to my flat. My call from London was the intrusion. And with each call you gave new instructions, any deviation, and the exchange was cancelled. The exchange ground itself was in traffic, preferably one-way traffic, with one vehicle, one man, and Antonia. Everything to take place within a time span of 60 to 100 seconds. The Russian nodded. Noon on the Champs-Élysées, south of the Arch. Vehicle and girl taken. man and soldier bound at the elbows, thrown out at the intersection of the Place de la Concorde, and a swift, if roundabout, drive out of Paris. Bray put the whiskey down and walked to the hotel window overlooking Carlos Place. A little while ago you said you had two choices, to go out after her or wait in the Rue de Bac. It seems to me there was a third, but you didn't take it. You could have gotten out of Paris yourself right away. Telenyakov closed his eyes. That was the one choice I didn't have. It was in her voice, in every reference she made to you. I thought I saw it in Corsica, that first night in the cave above Porto Vecchio when you looked at her. I thought then, how insane, how perfectly— The Russian shook his head. Unreasonable? Asked Bray. Telenyakov opened his eyes. Yes, unreasonable. As in unnecessary, uncalled for. The KGB man raised his glass and drank the remaining whiskey in one swallow. The slate from East Berlin is as clean as it will ever be. There'll be no more cleansing. None will be asked for, or expected. Good. I presume you've seen the newspapers. Transcommunications, its holdings in Verachten? Ownership would be more like it. I trust you noted the location of the corporate headquarters, Boston, Massachusetts. A city quite familiar to you, I think. What's more to the point, it's the city and state of Joshua Appleton IV, patrician and senator, whose grandfather was the guest of Guillaume de Matarese. It'll be interesting to see what, if any, his connections are to Transcom. Can you doubt they exist? At this point I doubt everything, said Schofield. Maybe I'll think differently after we've put together those facts you say we now have. Let's start with when we left Corsica. Telenyakov nodded. Rome came first. Tell me about Scozzi. Bray did, taking the time to explain the role Antonia had been forced to play in the Red Brigades. That's why she was in Corsica then? Asked Vasily, running from the brigades. Yes, everything she told me about their financing spells Matarese. Schofield clarified his theories, moving swiftly on to the events at Villa d'Este and the murder of Guillermo Scozzi, ordered by a man named Paravicini. It was the first time I heard that I was dead. They thought I was you. Now Leningrad, what happened there? Telenyakov breathed deeply before answering. They killed in Leningrad, in Essen, he said, his voice barely audible. Oh, how they kill, these 20th century fidais, these contemporary mutants of Hassan ibn al-Sabah. I should tell you, the soldier I pushed from the car in the Place de la Concorde had more than a blemish on his chest. His clothes were stained by a gunshot that left another mark. I told his associate it was for Leningrad, for Essen. The Russian told his story quietly, the depth of his feelings apparent when he spoke of Lodzia Kronesha, the scholar Mikovsky, and Heinrich Kassel. Especially Lodzia. It was necessary for him to stop for a while and pour more whiskey in his glass. Schofield remained silent. There was nothing he could say. The Russian finished with the field at night in Stadtwald and the death of Odile Verachten. Prince Andrei Voroshin became Ansel Verachten, founder of the Verachten Works, next to Krupp, the largest company in Germany, now one of the most sprawling in all Europe. The granddaughter was his chosen successor in the Matarese. And Scozzi, said Bray, joined Paravicini through a marriage of convenience. Bloodlines, a certain talent, and charm in exchange for a seat in the boardroom. But the chair was a prop. It's all it ever was. The Count was expendable, killed because he made a mistake. As was Odile Verachten, also expendable. And the name Scozzi Paravicini is misleading. The control lies with Paravicini. Add to that Transcommunications' ownership of Verachten. So, two descendants of the Padrone's guest list are accounted for, both a part of the Matarese, yet neither significant. What do we have? What we suspected, what old Krupskaya told you in Moscow. The Matarese was taken over, obviously in part, possibly in whole. Scozzi and Voroshin were useful for what they brought, or what they knew, or what they owned. They were tolerated, even made to feel important, as long as they were useful, eliminated the moment they were not. But useful for what? That's the question. Telenyakov banged his glass down in frustration. What does the Matarese want? They finance intimidation and murder through huge corporate structures. They spread panic, but why? This world is going mad with terror, bought and paid for by men who lose the most by it. Their investment is in total disorder. It makes no sense. Schofield heard the sound, the moan, and sprang out of the chair. He walked quickly to the bedroom door. Tony had changed her position, twisting to her left, the covers bunched around her shoulders. But she was still asleep. The cry had come from her unconscious. He went back to the chair and stood behind it. Total disorder, he said softly. Chaos. A clashing of bodies in space. Creation. What are you talking about? Asked Telenyakov. I'm not sure, replied Schofield. I keep going back to the word chaos, but I'm not sure why. We're not sure of anything. We have 4 names, but 2 didn't amount to much, and they're dead. We see an alignment of companies who are the superstructure, the essential superstructure, behind terrorism everywhere. But we cannot prove the alignment and don't know why they're sponsoring it. Scozi Paravicini finances the Red Brigades. Feraktin, no doubt, Baader-Meinhof, God only knows what Transcommunications pays for. And these may be only a few of the many involved. We have found the Matarese, but still we don't see them. Whatever charges we leveled against such conglomerates would be called the ravings of madmen, or worse. Much worse, said Bray, remembering the voice over the restaurant's telephone. Traitors. We'd be shot. Your words have the ring of prophecy. I don't like them. Neither do I, but I like being executed less. A non sequitur. Not when coupled with what you just said. We've found the Matarese, but still we don't see them. Wasn't that it? Yes. Suppose we not only found one, but had him, in our hands. A hostage? That's right. That's insane. Why? You had the Feraktin woman. In a car, in a farmer's field, at night. I had no delusions of taking her into Essen and setting up a base of operations. Schofield sat down. The Red Brigades held Aldo Moro 8 blocks away from a police headquarters in Rome, although that's not exactly what I had in mind. Telenyakov leaned forward. Waverly? Yes. How? The American network is after you. The Matarese nearly trapped you. What did you have in mind? Dropping into the Foreign Office and proffering an invitation for tea? Waverly's to be brought here, to this room, at 8 o'clock tonight. The Russian whistled. May I ask how you managed it? Bray told him about Simmons. He's doing it because he thinks whatever convinced me to work with you must be strong enough to get me an interview with Waverly. They have a name for me. Did he tell you? Yes, the Serpent. I suppose I should be flattered, but I'm not. I find it ugly. Does Simmons have any idea that this meeting has a hostile basis? That you suspect Waverly of being something more than England's Foreign Secretary? No, the reverse, in fact. When he objected, the last thing I said to him was that I might be trying to save Waverly's life. Very good, said Telenyakov. Very frightening. Assassination, like acts of terror, is a spreading commodity. They'll be alone, then? Yes, I made a point of it. A room at the Connaught. There'd be no reason for Roger to think anything's wrong. And we know the Matarese haven't made the connection between me and the man Waverly is supposedly meeting at the MI6 offices. You're certain of that? It strikes me as the weakest part of the strategy. They've got you in London. They know you have the 4 names from Corsica. Suddenly, from nowhere, Waverly, the consigliere, is asked to meet secretly with a man at the office of a British intelligence agent known to have been a friend of Beowulf Agate. The equation seems obvious to me. Why would it elude the Matarese? A very specific reason. They don't think I ever made contact with Simmons. They can't be sure you didn't. The odds are against it. Roger's an experienced field man. He covered himself. He was logged in at the Admiralty and later returned a blind inquiry. I wasn't picked up in the streets, and we used a sterile phone. We met an hour outside of London, 2 changes of vehicle for me, at least 4 for him. No one followed. Impressive, not conclusive. It's the best I can do, except for a final qualification. Qualification? Yes, there isn't going to be a meeting tonight. They'll never reach this room. No meeting? Then what's the purpose of their coming here? So we can grab Waverly downstairs before Simmons knows what's happened. Roger will be driving. When he gets here, he won't go through the lobby. He'll use a side entrance. I'll find out which one. In the event, and I agree it's possible, that Waverly is followed, you'll be down in the street. You'll know it. You'll see them. Take them out. I'll be right inside that entrance. Where they least expect you, broke in the Russian. That's right. I'm counting on it. I can take Roger by surprise, hammerlock him, and force a pill down his throat. He won't wake up for hours. It's not enough, said Telenyakov, lowering his voice. You'll have to kill him. Sacrifices inevitably must be made. Churchill understood that with Coventry and the Ultra. This is no less, Schofield. British intelligence will mount the most extensive manhunt in England's history. We've got to get Waverly out of the country. If the death of one man can buy us time, a day perhaps, I submit it's worth it. Bray looked at the Russian, studying him. You submit too goddamn much. You know I'm right. Silence. Suddenly Schofield hurled his glass across the room. It shattered against the wall. God damn it! Telenyakov bolted forward, his right hand under his coat. What is it? You're right, and I do know it. He trusts me, and I've got to kill him. It'll be days before the British will know where to start. Neither MI6 nor the Foreign Office know anything about the Connaught. The KGB man removed his hand, sliding it onto the arm of the chair. We need the time. I don't think there's any other way. If there is, I hope to God it comes to me. Bray shook his head. I'm sick to death of necessity. He looked over at the bedroom door. But then she told me that. The rest is detail, continued Telenyakov, rushing the moment. I'll have an automobile on the street outside the entrance. The moment I'm finished, if indeed there's anything for me to do, I'll come inside and help you. It will be necessary, of course, to take the dead man along with Waverly. Remove him. The dead man has no name, said Schofield quietly. He got out of the chair and walked to the window. Has it occurred to you that the closer we get, the more like them we become? What occurs to me, replied the Russian, is that your strategy is nothing short of extraordinary. Not only will we have a consigliere of the Matarese, but what a consigliere! The Foreign Secretary of England. Have you any idea what that means? We'll break that man wide open, and the world will listen. It will be forced to listen. Telenyakov paused, then added softly, What you've done lives up to the stories of Beowulf Agate. Bullshit, said Bray. I hate that name. The moan was sudden, bursting into a prolonged sob, followed by a cry of pain, muffled, uncertain, desperate. Schofield raced into the bedroom. Tony was writhing on the bed, her hands clawing her face, her legs kicking viciously at imaginary demons that surrounded her. Bray sat down and pulled her hands from her face, gently, firmly, bending each finger so that the nails would not puncture her skin. He pinned her arms and held her, cradling her as he had cradled her in Rome. Her cries subsided, replaced once more by sobs. She shivered, her breathing erratic, slowly returning to normal as her rigid body went limp. The first hysterics, brought about by the dissipation of scopolamine, had passed. Schofield heard footsteps in the doorway. He angled his head to signify that he was listening. It will keep up until morning, you know, said the KGB man. It leaves the body slowly, with a great deal of pain. As much from the images in the mind as anything else. There's nothing you can do, just hold her. I know. I will. There was a moment of silence. Bray could feel the Russian's eyes on him, on Antonia. I'll leave now, Telenyakov said. I'll call you here at noon. Come up later in the day. We can refine the details then, coordinate signals, that kind of thing. Sure, that kind of thing. Where'll you go? You can stay here if you like. I think not. As in Paris, there are dozens of places here. I know them as well as you do. Besides, I must find a car, study the streets. Nothing takes the place of preparation, does it? No, it doesn't. Good night. Take care of her. I'll try. Footsteps again. The Russian walked out of the room. Schofield spoke. "Telenyakov." "Yes." "I'm sorry about Leningrad." "Yes." Again there was silence. Then the words were spoken quietly. "Thank you." The outside door closed. He was alone with his love. He lowered her to the pillow and touched her face. So illogical, so unreasonable. "Why did I find you? Why did you find me? You should have left me where I was, deep in the earth. It isn't the time for either of us, can't you understand that? It's all so uncalled for." It was as if his thoughts had been spoken out loud. Tony opened her eyes, the focus imperfect, the recognition slight, but she knew him. Her lips formed his name, the sound a whisper. "Bray, you'll be all right. They didn't hurt you. The pain you feel is from chemicals. It will pass, believe that." "You came back?" "Yes." "Don't go away again, please. Not without me." "I won't." Her eyes suddenly widened, the stare glazed, her white teeth bared like a young animal's caught in a snare that was breaking its back. A heart-breaking whimper came from deep inside her. She collapsed in his arms. "Tomorrow, my love, my only love. Tomorrow comes with the sunlight, everyone knows that. And then the pain will pass, I promise you. And I promise you something else, my inopportune love so late in my life. Tomorrow, today, tonight, I will take the man who will bring this nightmare to a close. Telenyakov is right. We will break him, as no man has ever been broken, and the world will listen to us. When it does, my love, my only adorable love, you and I are free. We will go far away where the night brings sleep and love, not death, not fear and loathing of the darkness. We will be free because Beowulf Agate will be gone. He will disappear, for he hasn't done much good. But he has one more thing to do, tonight." Schofield touched Antonia's cheek. She held his hand briefly, moving it to her lips, smiling, reassuring him with her eyes. "How's the head?" asked Bray. "The ache is barely a numbness now," she said. "I'm fine, really." Schofield released her hand and walked across the room where Telenyakov was bent over a table studying a road map. Without having discussed it, both men were dressed nearly alike for their work. Sweaters and trousers of dark material, tightly strapped shoulder holsters with black leather belts laterally across the chest. Their shoes were also dark in color, but light in weight, with thick rubber soles that had been scraped with knives until they were coarse. Telenyakov now glanced up as Bray approached the table. "Out of Great Dunmow, we'll head east toward Coggeshall on our way to Nayland. Incidentally, there's an airfield capable of handling small jets south of Hadley. Such a field might be of value to us in a few days." "You may be right." "Too," added the KGB man with obvious reluctance, "this route passes the Blackwater River. The forests are dense in that area. It would be a good place to drop off the package." "The dead man still hasn't got a name," said Schofield. "Give him his due. He's Roger Simmons, honorable man, and I hate this fucking world." At the risk of appearing fatuous, may I forgive me, suggest, that what you do tonight will benefit that sad world we both have abused too well for too long. I'd just as soon you didn't submit or suggest anything. Bray looked at his watch. "He'll be calling soon. When he does, Tony will go down to the lobby and pay Mr. Edmonton's bill. That's me. She'll come back up with a steward and take our bags and briefcases down to the car we've rented in Edmonton's name and drive directly to Colchester. She'll wait at a restaurant called Bonner's until 11:30. If there are any changes of plans or we need her, we'll reach her there. If she doesn't hear from us, she'll go on to Nayland, to the Double Crown Inn, where she has a room reserved in the name of Vickery." Telenyakov pushed himself up from the table. "My briefcase is not to be opened," he said. "It's tripped." "So's mine," replied Schofield. "Any more questions?" The telephone rang. All three looked at it, a moment suspended in time, for the bell meant the time had come. Bray walked over to the desk, let the phone ring a second time, then picked it up. Whatever words he might have expected, whatever greetings, information, instructions, or revelations that might have come, nothing on this earth could have prepared him for what he heard. Simmons' voice was a cry from some inner space of torment, a pain of such extreme that it was beyond belief. "They're all dead! It's a massacre! Waverley, his wife, children, 3 servants, dead! What in hell have you done?" Oh, my God! Schofield's mind raced, thoughts swiftly translated into carefully selected words. "Roger, listen to me. It's what I tried to prevent." He cupped the phone, his eyes on Telenyakov. "Waverley's dead. Everyone in the house killed." "Method!" shouted the Russian. "Marks on the bodies, weapons, get it all." Bray shook his head. "We'll get it later." He took his hand from the mouthpiece. Simmons was talking rapidly, close to hysterics. "It's horrible! Oh, God, the most terrible thing! They've been slaughtered like animals!" "Roger, get hold of yourself. Now listen to me. It's part of a pattern. Waverley knew about it. He knew too much. It's why he was killed. I couldn't reach him in time." "You couldn't? For the love of God, why didn't you? Couldn't you? Tell me. He was the Foreign Secretary, England's Foreign Secretary. Have you any idea the repercussions, Oh, my God, a tragedy, a catastrophe! Butchered!" Simmons paused. When he spoke again, it was obvious that the professional in him was struggling for control. "I want you down in my office as soon as you can get here. Consider yourself under detention by the British government." "I can't do that. Don't ask me." "I'm not asking, Schofield. I'm giving you a direct order backed up by the highest authorities in England. You will not leave that hotel. By the time you reach the lift, all the current would be shut off, every staircase, every exit under armed guard." All right. I'll get to MI6, lied Bray. "You'll be escorted. Remain in your room." "Forget the room, Roger," said Schofield, grasping for whatever words he could find that might fit the crisis. "I've got to see you, but not at MI6. "I don't think you heard me." "Put guards on the doors, shut off the goddamned elevators, do anything you like. But I've got to see you here. I'm going to walk out of this room and go down to the bar, to the darkest booth I can find. Meet me there." "I repeat." "Repeat all you want to, but if you don't come over here and listen to me, there'll be other assassinations. That's what they are, Roger, assassinations. And they won't stop at a foreign secretary, or a secretary of state, or a president, or a prime minister." "Oh, my God," whispered Simmons. "It's what I couldn't tell you last night. It's the reason you looked for when we talked. But I won't put it on record. I can't work in sanction. And that should tell you enough. Get over here, Roger." Bray closed his eyes, held his breath. It was now or it was not. "I'll be there in 10 minutes, said Simmons, his voice cracking. Schofield hung up the phone, looking first at Antonia, then Telenyakov. "He's on his way." "He'll take you in," exclaimed the Russian. "I don't think so. He knows me well enough to know I won't go on record if I say I won't. And he doesn't want the rest of it on his head." Bray crossed to the chair where he had thrown his raincoat and travel bag. "I'm sure of one thing. He'll meet me downstairs and give me a chance. If he accepts, I'll be back in an hour. If he doesn't, I'll kill him." Schofield unzipped his bag, reached into it, and pulled out a sheathed, long-bladed hunting knife. It still had the Harrod's price tag on it. He looked at Tony. Her eyes told him she understood. Both the necessity and his loathing of it. Simmons sat across from Bray in the booth of the Connaught Lounge. The subdued lighting could not conceal the pallor of the Englishman's face. He was a man forced to make decisions of such magnitude that the mere thought of them made him ill. Physically ill, mentally exhausted. They had talked for nearly 40 minutes. Schofield, as planned, had told him part of the truth, a great deal more of it than he cared to, but it was necessary. He was now about to make his final request of Roger, and both men knew it. Simmons felt the terrible weight of his decision. It was in his eyes. Bray felt the knife in his belt. His appalling decision to use it, if necessary, made it difficult for him to breathe. "We don't know how extensive it is, or how many people in the various governments are involved. But we know it's being financed through large corporations," Schofield explained. "What happened in Belgravia Square tonight can be compared to what happened to Anthony Blackburn in New York, to the physicist Yurievich in Russia. We're closing in. We have names, covert alliances, knowledge that intelligence branches in Washington, Moscow, and Bonn have been manipulated. But we have no proof. We'll get it, but we don't have it now. If you take me in, we'll never get it. The case against me is beyond salvage. I don't have to tell you what that means. I'll be executed at the first opportune moment. For the wrong reason, by the wrong people, but the result will be the same. Give me time, Roger. What will you give me? What more do you want? Those names, the alliances. They're meaningless now. Worse than that, if they're recorded, they'll either go further underground, cutting off all traces, or the killing, the terrorism will accelerate. There'll be a series of bloodbaths, and you'll be dead. That's my condition. The names, the alliances, or you will not leave here. Bray stared at the MI6 man. Will you stop me, Roger? I mean here, now, at this moment, will you? Can you? Perhaps not. But those two men over there will. Simmons nodded to his left. Schofield shifted his eyes. Across the room, at a table in the center of the lounge, were two British agents. One of them, the red-haired, stocky man he had spoken with last night at the moonlit playground in Guildford. There was no sympathy now, only hostility in his look. You covered yourself, said Schofield. Did you think I wouldn't? They're armed and have their instructions. The names, please. Simmons took out a notebook and a ballpoint pen. He placed them in front of Bray. Don't write nonsense, I beg you. Be practical. If you and the Russian are killed, there's no one else. I may not be in a class with Beowulf, Agate, and the Serpent, but I'm not without certain talents. How much time will you give me? 1 week, not a day more. Schofield picked up the pen, opened the small notebook, and began to write. April 4th, 1911. Porto Vecchio, Corsica. Scozzi. Voroshin. Waverly. Appleton. Current. Guillermo Scozzi, dead. Odile Ferracton, dead. David Waverly, dead. Joshua Appleton, ? Scozzi Paravicini, Milan. Ferracton Works, Voroshin, Essen. Transcommunications, Boston. Below the names and the companies, he then wrote one word. Matarese. Bray walked out of the elevator, his mind on air routes, accessibilities, and cover. Hours now took on the significance of days. There was so much to learn, so much to find, and so little time to do it all. They had thought it might end in London with the breaking of David Waverly. They should have known better. The descendants were expendable. 3 were dead, 3 names removed from the guest list of Guillaume de Matarese for the date of April 4th, 1911. Yet one was left. The golden politician of Boston, the man few doubted would win the summer primaries and without question the election in the fall. He would be President of the United States. Many had cried out during the violent 60s and 70s that he could bind the country together. Appleton was never so presumptuous as to make the statement, but most of America thought he was perhaps the only man who could. But bind it for what? For whom? That was the most frightening prospect of all. Was he the one descendant not expendable, chosen by the council, by the shepherd boy, to do what the others could not do? They would reach Appleton, thought Bray as he rounded the corner of the Connaught hallway toward his room, but not where Appleton expected to be reached, if he expected to be reached. They would not be drawn to Washington, where chance encounters with state, FBI, and company personnel were 10 times greater than any other place in the hemisphere. There was no point in taking on 2 enemies simultaneously. Instead, they would go to Boston, to the conglomerate so aptly named Transcommunications. Somewhere, somehow, within the upper ranks of that vast company, they would find one man with a blue circle on his chest, or connections to Scozzi Paravicini or Ferracton, and that man would whisper an alarm summoning Joshua Appleton IV. They would trap him, take him in Boston, and when they were finished with him, the secret of the Matarese would be exposed, told by a man whose impeccable credentials were matched only by his incredible deceit. It had to be Appleton. There was no one else. If they... Schofield reached for the weapon in his holster. The door of his room 20 feet down the corridor was open. There were no circumstances imaginable that allowed it to be conceivably left open by choice. There had been an intruder. Intruders. He stopped, shook the paralysis from his mind, and ran to the side of the door, pressing his back into the wall by the molding. He lunged inside, crouching, leveling his gun in front of him, prepared to fire. There was no one at all. Nothing but silence and a very neat room. Too neat. The road map had been removed from the table, the glasses washed, returned to the silver tray on the bureau, the ashtrays wiped clean. There was no evidence that the room had been occupied. Then he saw it. Them. And the paralysis returned. On the floor by the table were his attaché case and travel bag, positioned neatly beside each other the way a steward or a bellboy might position them. And folded neatly over the travel bag was his dark blue raincoat. A guest was prepared for departure. 2 visitors had already departed. Antonia was gone, Telenyakov gone. The bedroom door was open, the bed fully made up, the bedside table devoid of the water pitcher and the ashtray, which an hour ago had been filled with half-smoked cigarettes, testimony to an anxious, pain-stricken night and day. Silence. Nothing. His eyes were suddenly drawn to the one thing, again on the floor, that was not in keeping with the neatness of the room, and he felt sick. On the rug by the left side of the table was a circle of blood, a jagged circle, still moist, still glistening. And then he looked up. A small pane of glass had been blown out of the window. "Tony!" The scream was his. It broke the silence, but he could not help himself. He could not think. He could not move. The glass shattered. A second window pane blew out of its wooden frame, and he heard the whine of a bullet as it embedded itself in the wall behind him. He dropped to the floor. The telephone rang, its jangling bell somehow proof of insanity. He crawled to the desk below the sightline of the window. "Tony? Tony!" He was screaming, crying, yet he had not reached the desk, had not touched the phone. He raised his hand and pulled the instrument to the floor beside him. He picked up the receiver and held it to his ear. "We can always find you, Beowulf," said the precise English voice on the other end of the line. "I told you that when we spoke before." "What have you done with her?" shouted Bray. "Where is she?" "Yes, we thought that might be your reaction. Rather strange coming from you, isn't it? You don't even inquire about the serpent." "Stop it! Tell me!" "I intend to. Incidentally, you had a grave lapse of judgment, again strange for one so experienced. We merely had to follow your friend Simmons from Belgravia. A quick perusal of the hotel registry, as well as the time and the method of registering, gave us your room." "What have you done with her? Them?" "The Russian's wounded, but he may survive, at least sufficiently long for our purposes." "The girl?" "She's on her way to an airfield, as is the serpent." "Where are you taking her?" "We think you know. It was the last thing you wrote down before you named the Corsican, a city in the state of Massachusetts." "Oh, God. Simmons?" "Dead, Beowulf. We have the notebook. It was in his car. For all intents and purposes, Roger Simmons, MI6, has disappeared. In light of his schedule, he may even be tied in with the terrorists who massacred the Foreign Secretary of England and his family." "You bastards." "No, merely professionals. I'd think you'd appreciate that. If you want the girl back, you'll follow us. You see, there's someone who wants to meet with you." "Who?" "Don't be a fool," said the faceless messenger curtly. "In Boston?" "I'm afraid we can't help you get there, but we have every confidence in you. Register at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel under the name of Vickery. Yes, that's a good name, such a benign sound." "Boston," said Bray, exhausted. Again there was the sudden shattering of glass. A third window pane blew out of its frame. "That shot," said the voice on the phone, "is a symbol of our good faith. We could have killed you with the first." Chapter 31. He reached the coast of France the same way he had left it 4 days ago, by motor launch at night. The trip to Paris took longer than anticipated. The drone he had expected to use wanted no part of him. The word was out. The price for his dead body too high, the punishment for helping Beowulf Agate too severe. The man owed Bray. He preferred to walk away. Schofield found an off-duty gendarme in a bar in Boulogne-sur-Mer. The negotiations were swift. He needed a fast ride to Paris, to Orly Airport. To the gendarme, the payment was staggering. Bray reached Orly by daybreak. By 9 a.m., a Mr. Edmonton was on the first Air Canada flight to Montreal. The plane left the ground, and he turned his thoughts to Antonia. They would use her to trap him, but there was no way they would permit her to stay alive once the trap had closed, any more than they would let Telenyakov live once they had learned everything he knew. Even the serpent could not withstand injections of scopolamine or sodium amytal. No man could block his memory or prohibit the flow of information once the gates of recall were chemically pried open. These were the things he had to accept, and having accepted them, base his moves on their reality.
He would not grow old with Antonia Grave. There would be no years of peace. Once he understood this, there was nothing left but to try to reverse the conclusion, knowing that the chances of doing so were remote. Simply put, since there was absolutely nothing to lose, conversely there was no risk not worth taking, no strategy too outlandish or outrageous to consider. The key was Joshua Appleton. That remained constant. Was it possible that the senator was such a consummate actor that he had been able to deceive so many so well for so long? Apparently it was so. One trained from birth to achieve a single goal, with unlimited money and talent available to him, could probably conceal anything. But the gap that needed filling was found in the stories of Josh Appleton, Marine Combat Officer, Korea. They were well known, publicized by campaign managers, emphasized by the candidate's reluctance to discuss them, other than to praise the men who had served with him. Captain Joshua Appleton had been decorated for bravery under fire on 5 separate occasions, but the medals were only symbols, the tributes of his men, paeans of genuine devotion. Josh Appleton was an officer dedicated to the proposition that no soldier should take a risk he would not take himself, and no infantryman, regardless of how badly he was wounded or how seemingly hopeless the situation, was to be left to the enemy if there was any chance at all to get him back. With such tenets, he was not always the best of officers, but he was the best of men. He continuously exposed himself to the severest punishment to save a private's life, or draw fire away from a corporal's squad. He had been wounded twice dragging men out of the hills of Panmunjom, and nearly lost his life at Chosin when he had crawled through enemy lines to direct a helicopter rescue. After the war, when he was home, Appleton had faced another struggle as dangerous as any he had experienced in Korea. A near-fatal accident on the Massachusetts Turnpike. His car had swerved over the divider, crashing into an onrushing truck, the injuries sustained from head to legs so punishing the doctors at Massachusetts General had about given him up for dead. When bulletins were issued about this decorated son of a prominent family, men came from all over the country. Mechanics, bus drivers, farmhands, and clerks, the soldiers who had served under Captain Josh. For 2 days and nights they had kept vigil, the more demonstrative praying openly, others simply sitting with their thoughts or reminiscing quietly with their former comrades. And when the crisis had passed, and Appleton had been taken off the critical list, these men went home. They had come because they had wanted to come. They had left not knowing whether they had made any difference, but hoping that they had. Captain Joshua Appleton IV, U.S. MCR, was deserving of that hope. This was the gap that Bray could neither fill nor understand. The captain who had risked his life so frequently, so openly, for the sake of other men. How could those risks be reconciled with a man programmed since birth to become the President of the United States? How could repeated exposures to death be justified to the Matarese? Somehow they had been, for there was no longer any doubt where Senator Joshua Appleton stood. The man who would be elected President of the United States before the year was over was inextricably tied to a conspiracy as dangerous as any in American history. At Orly, Schofield picked up the Paris edition of the Herald Tribune to see if the news of the Waverly massacre had broken. It had not. But there was something else on the second page. It was another follow-up story concerning Transcommunications holdings in Ferrachton, including a partial list of the Boston conglomerate's board of directors. The third name on the roster was the senator from Massachusetts. Joshua Appleton was not only a consigliere of the Matarese, he was the sole descendant of that guest list 70 years ago in Porto Vecchio to become a true inheritor. Mesdames et messieurs, s'il vous plaît, à votre gauche, les îles de la Manche. The voice of the pilot droned from the aircraft's speaker. They were passing the Channel Islands. In 6 hours, they would reach the coast of Nova Scotia, an hour later Montreal. And 4 hours after that, Bray would cross the U.S. border south of La Colle on the Richelieu River, into the waters of Lake Champlain. In hours, the final madness would begin. He would live or he would die. And if he could not live in peace with Tony, without the shadow of Beowulf Agate in front of him or behind him, he did not care to live any longer. He was filled with emptiness. If the awful void could be erased, replaced with the simple delight of being with another human being, then whatever years he had left were most welcome. If not, to hell with them. Boston. There's someone who wants to meet with you. Who? Why? To make you a consigliere of the Matarese. Consider what you bring to such an organization. It was not hard to define. Telenyakov was right. There were no shocks out of Moscow, but there were astounding revelations to be found in Washington. Beowulf Agate knew where the bodies were, and how and why they no longer breathed. He could be invaluable. They want you. If they can't have you, they'll kill you. So be it. He would be no prize for the Matarese. Bray closed his eyes. He needed sleep. There would be little in the days ahead. Rain splattered against the windshield in continuous sheets, streaking to the right under the force of the wind that blew off the Atlantic over the coastal highway. Schofield had rented the car in Portland, Maine, with a driver's license and credit card he had never used before. Soon he would be in Boston, but not in the way the Matarese expected. He would not race halfway across the world and announce his arrival by registering at the Ritz-Carlton as Vicary, only to wait for the Matarese's next move. A man in panic would, a man who felt the only way to save the life of someone he deeply loved would. But he was beyond panic. He had accepted total loss. Therefore he could hold back and conceive of his own strategy. He would be in Boston, in his enemy's den, but his enemy would not know it. The Ritz-Carlton would receive 2 telegrams spaced a day apart. The first would arrive tomorrow requesting a suite for Mr. B.A. Vicary of Montreal, arriving the following day. The second would be sent the next afternoon, stating that Mr. Vicary had been delayed, his arrival now anticipated 2 days later. There would be no address for Vicary, only telegraph offices on Montreal's King and Market Streets, and no request for confirmations. The assumptions here being that someone in Boston would make sure rooms were available. Only the 2 telegrams sent from Montreal. The Matarese had little choice but to believe he was still in Canada. What they could not know, suspect surely, but not be certain, was that he had used a drone to send them. He had. He had contacted a man, a felony-prone separatiste he had known before, and met him at the airport, giving him the 2 handwritten messages on telegraph forms, along with a sum of money and instructions when and from where to send them. Should the Matarese phone Montreal for immediate confirmations of origin, they would find the forms written in Bray's handwriting. He had 3 days and 1 night to operate within Matarese territory, to learn everything he could about transcommunications and its hierarchy. To find another flaw, one significant enough to summon Senator Joshua Appleton IV to Boston on his terms, in panic. So much to learn, so little time. Schofield let his mind wander back to everyone he had ever known in Boston and Cambridge, both as student and professional. Among that crowd of fits and misfits, there had to be someone who could help him. He passed a road sign telling him he had left the town of Marblehead. He'd be in Boston in less than 30 minutes. It was 5:35, the horns of impatient drivers blaring on all sides as the taxi inched its way down Boylston Street's crowded shopping district. He had parked the rented car in the farthest reaches of the Prudential underground lot, available should he need it, but not subject to the vagaries of weather or vandalism. He was on his way to Cambridge. A name had come into focus. A man who had spent 25 years teaching corporate law at the Harvard School of Business. Bray had never met him. There was no way the Matarese could make him a target.
It was strange, thought Bray, as the cab clambered over the ribs of the Longfellow Bridge, that both he and Telenyakov had been brought back, however briefly, to those places where it had begun for each of them. Two students, one in Leningrad, one in Cambridge, with a certain, not dissimilar talent for foreign languages. Was Telenyakov still alive, or was he dead or dying somewhere in Boston? Tony was alive. They'd keep her alive, for a while. Don't think about them. Don't think about her now. There is no hope. Not really. Accept it, live with it. Then do the best you can. The traffic congealed again at Harvard Square, the downpour causing havoc in the streets. People were crowded in storefronts, students in ponchos and jeans racing from curb to curb, jumping over the flooded gutters, crouching under the awning of the huge newspaper stand. The newspaper stand. Newspapers from all over the world was the legend printed across the white sign above the canopy. Bray peered out the window, through the rain and the collection of bodies. One name, one man, dominated the observable headlines. Waverley, David Waverley, England's Foreign Secretary. "Let me off here," he said to the driver, reaching for the travel bag and briefcase at his feet. He pushed his way through the crowd, grabbed 2 domestic papers off the row of 20-odd different editions, left $1, and ran across the street at the first break in traffic. A half a block down Massachusetts Avenue was a German-style restaurant he vaguely remembered from his student days. The entrance was jammed. Schofield excused his way to the door, using his travel bag for interference, and went inside. There was a line waiting for tables. He went to the bar and ordered scotch. The drink arrived. He unfolded the first newspaper. It was the Boston Globe. He started reading, his eyes racing over the words, picking out the salient points of the article. He finished and picked up the Los Angeles Times, the story identical to the Globe's A Wire Service report, and almost surely the official version put out by Whitehall, which was what Bray wanted to know. The massacre of David Waverley, his wife, children, and servants in Belgravia Square was held to be the work of terrorists, most likely a splinter group of fanatic Palestinians. It was pointed out, however, that no group had as yet come forth to claim responsibility, and the PLO vehemently denied participation. Messages of shock and condolence were being sent by political leaders across the world. Parliaments and presidiums, congresses and royal courts, all interrupted their businesses at hand to express their fury and grief. Bray reread both articles and the related stories in each paper, looking for Roger Simmons' name. It was not to be found. It would not come for days, if ever. The speculations were too wild, the possibilities too improbable. A senior officer of British intelligence somehow connected to the slaughter of Britain's Foreign Secretary. The Foreign Office would put a clamp on Simmons' death for any number of reasons. It was no time to... Schofield's thoughts were interrupted. In the dim light of the bar, he had missed the insert. It was a late bulletin in the Globe. London, March 3rd. An odd and brutal aspect of the Waverley killings was revealed by the police only hours ago. After receiving a gunshot in the head, David Waverley received an apparently grotesque coup de grace in the form of a shotgun blast fired directly into his chest, literally removing the left side of his upper abdomen and rib cage. The medical examiner was at a loss to explain the method of killing, for the administering of such a wound, considering the caliber and the proximity of the weapon, is considered extremely dangerous to the one firing the gun. The London police speculate that the weapon used might have been a primitive short-barreled handheld shotgun once favored by roaming gangs of bandits in the Mediterranean. The 1934 Encyclopedia of Weaponry refers to the gun as the lupo, the Italian word for wolf. The medical examiner in London might have trouble finding a reason for the method of killing, but Schofield did not. If England's Foreign Secretary had a jagged blue circle affixed to his chest in the form of a birthmark, it was gone. And there was a message in the use of the lupo. The Matarese wanted Beowulf agate to understand clearly how far and how wide the Corsican fever had spread, into what rarefied circles of power it had reached. He finished his drink, left his money on the bar with the 2 newspapers, and looked around for a telephone. The name that had come into focus, the man he wanted to see, was Dr. Theodore Goldman, a dean of the Harvard School of Business and a thorn in the side of the Justice Department.
for he was an outspoken critic of the Antitrust Division, incessantly claiming that justice prosecuted the minnows and let the sharks roam free. He was a middle-aged enfant terrible who enjoyed taking on the giants, for he was a giant himself, cloaking his genius behind a facade of good-humored innocence that fooled no one. If anyone could shed light on the conglomerate called Transcommunications, it was Goldman. Bray did not know the man, but he had met Goldman's son a year ago in The Hague, under circumstances that were potentially disastrous for a young pilot in the Air Force. Aaron Goldman had gotten drunk with the wrong people near the Grote Kerk, men known to be involved in a KGB infiltration of NATO. The son of a prominent American Jew was prime material for the Soviets. An unknown intelligence officer had gotten the pilot away from the scene, slapped him into sobriety, and told him to go back to his base. And after countless cups of coffee, Aaron Goldman had expressed his thanks. "If you've got a kid who wants to go to Harvard, let me know, whoever you are. I'll talk to my dad, I swear it. What the hell's your name, anyway?" "Never mind," Schofield had said. "Just get out of here, and don't buy typing paper at the co-op. It's cheaper down the block." "What the—" "Get out of here." Bray saw the payphone on the wall. He grabbed his luggage and walked over to it. Chapter 32. He picked up a small wet piece of newspaper on the rain-soaked sidewalk and walked to the MPTA subway station in Harvard Square. He went downstairs and checked his soft leather suitcase in a locker. If it was stolen, that would tell him something, and there was nothing in it he could not replace. He slid the wet scrap of paper carefully under the far right corner of the bag. Later, if the fragile scrap was curled or the surface broken, that would tell him something else. The bag had been searched, and he was in the Matarese sights. 10 minutes later, he rang the bell of Theodore Goldman's house on Brattle Street. It was opened by a slender, middle-aged woman, her face pleasant, her eyes curious. "Mrs. Goldman?" "Yes." "I telephoned your husband a few minutes ago." "Oh, yes, of course," she interrupted. "Well, for heaven's sake, get out of the rain. It's coming down like the 40-day flood. Come in, come in. I'm Anne Goldman." She took his coat and hat. He held his attaché case. "I apologize for disturbing you." "Don't be foolish. Aaron told us all about that night in The Hague. You know, I've never been able to figure out where that place is. Why would a city be called The Anything?" "It's confusing." "I gather our son was very confused that night, which is a mother's way of saying he was plastered." She gestured toward a squared-off double doorway so common to old New England houses. "Theo's on the telephone and trying to mix his stinger at the same time. It's making him frantic. He hates the telephone and loves his evening drink." Theodore Goldman was not much taller than his wife, but there was an expansiveness about him that made him appear much larger than he was. His intellect could not be concealed, so he took refuge in humor, putting guests, and no doubt associates, at ease. They sat in 3 leather armchairs that faced the fire, the Goldmans with their stingers, Bray drinking scotch. The rain outside was heavy, drumming on the windows. The recapping of their son's escapade in The Hague was over quickly, Schofield dismissing it as a minor night out on the town. "With major consequences, I suspect," said Goldman, "if an unknown intelligence officer hadn't been in the vicinity." "Your son's a good pilot." "He'd better be. He's not much of a drinker." Goldman sat back in his chair. "But now, since we've met this unknown gentleman who's been kind enough to give us his name, what can we do for him?" "To begin with, please don't tell anyone I came to see you." "That sounds ominous, Mr. Vickery. I'm not sure I approve of Washington's tactics in these areas." "I'm no longer attached to the government. The request is personal. Frankly, the government doesn't approve of me any longer, because in my former capacity I think I uncovered information Washington, especially the Department of Justice, doesn't want exposed. I believe it should be. That's as plain as I can put it." Goldman rose to the occasion. "That's plain enough. In all honesty, I used my brief meeting with your son as an excuse to talk to you. It's not admirable, but it's the truth." "I admire the truth. Why did you want to see me?" Schofield put his glass down. "There's a company here in Boston. At least the corporate headquarters are here. It's a conglomerate called Transcommunications." "It certainly is. Goldman chuckled. The Alabaster Bride of Boston, the Queen of Congress Street. I don't understand, said Bray. The Transcom Tower, explained Anne Goldman. It's a white stone building 30 or 40 stories high, with rows of tinted blue glass on every floor. The ivory tower with 1,000 eyes staring down at you, added Goldman, still amused. Depending on the angle of the sun, some seem to be open, some closed, while others appear to be winking. Winking? Closed? Eyes, pressed Anne, blinking her own. The horizontal lines of tinted glass are huge windows, rows and rows of large bluish circles. Schofield caught his breath. Per nostro circolo. It sounds strange, he said without emphasis. Actually, it's quite imposing, replied Goldman. A bit outré for my taste, but I gather that's the point. There's a kind of outraged purity about it, a white shaft set down in the middle of the dark concrete jungle of a financial district. That's interesting. Bray could not help himself. He found an obscure analogy in Goldman's words. The white shaft became a beam of light. The jungle was chaos. So much for the Alabaster Bride, said the lawyer professor. What did you want to know about Transcom? Everything you can tell me, answered Schofield. Goldman was mildly startled. Everything? I'm not sure I know that much. It's your classic multinational conglomerate, I can tell you that. Extraordinarily diversified, brilliantly managed. I read the other day that a lot of financial people were stunned by the extent of its holdings in Ferrachton. Yes, agreed Goldman, nodding his head in that exaggerated way a man does when he hears a foolish point being repeated. A lot of people were stunned, but I wasn't. Of course Transcom owns a great deal of Ferrachton. I dare say I could name 4 or 5 other countries where its holdings would stun these same people. The philosophy of a conglomerate is to buy as far and as wide as possible and diversify its markets. It both uses and refutes the Malthusian laws of economics. It creates aggressive competition within its own ranks, but does its best to remove all outside competitors. That's what multinationals are all about, and Transcom's one of the most successful anywhere in the world. Bray watched the lawyer as he spoke. Goldman was a born teacher, infectious in delivery, his voice rising with enthusiasm. I understand what you're saying, but you lost me with one statement. You said you could name 4 or 5 other countries where Transcom has heavy investments. How can you do that? Not just me, objected Goldman. Anybody can. All he has to do is read and use a little imagination. The laws, Mr. Schofield. The laws of the host country. The laws? They're the only things that can't be avoided, the only protection buyers and sellers have. In the international financial community, they take the place of armies. Every conglomerate must adhere to the laws of the country in which its divisions operate. Now, these same laws often ensure confidentiality. They're the frameworks within which the multinationals have to function, corrupting and altering them when they can, of course. And, since they do, they must seek intermediaries to represent them. Legally. A Boston attorney practicing before the Massachusetts bar would be of little value in Hong Kong, or Essen. What are you driving at? Bray asked. You study the law firms. Goldman leaned forward again. You match the firms and their locations with the general level of their clients and the services for which they're most recognized. When you find one that's known for negotiating stock purchases and exchanges, you look around to see what companies in the area might be ripe for invading. The legal academician was enjoying himself. It's really quite simple, he continued, and a hell of an amusing game to play. I've scared the bejesus out of more than one corporate flunky in those summer seminars by telling him where I thought his company's money men were heading. I've got a little index file, 3x5 cards, where I jot down my goodies. Schofield spoke. He had to know. What about Transcom? Did you ever do a file card on it? Oh, sure, that's what I meant about the other countries. What are they? Goldman stood up in front of the fire, frowning in recollection. Let's start with the Ferrachton works. Transcom's overseas reports included sizable payments to the Gemeinhof-Selinger firm in Essen. Gemeinhof's a direct legal liaison to Ferrachton. And they're not interested in nickel and dime transactions. Transcom had to be going after a big chunk of the complex. although I admit even I didn't think it was as much as the rumors indicate. Probably isn't. What about the others? Let's see. Japan. Kyoto. TC uses the firm of Aikawa Onmura and something. My guess would be Yakashubi Electronics. That's pretty substantial, isn't it? Panasonic can't compare. What about Europe? Well, we know about Verachten. Goldman pursed his lips. Then, of course, there's Amsterdam. The law firm there is Haino & Sons, which leads me to think that Transcom's bought into Netherlands Textiles, which is an umbrella for a score of companies ranging from Scandinavia to Lisbon. From here we can head over to Lyon. The lawyer stopped, then shook his head. No, that's probably tied in with Turin. Turin? Bray sat forward. Yes, they're so close together, the interests so compatible, there's no doubt prior ownership buried in Turin. Who in Turin? The law firms Palladino e Latona, which can only mean one company, or companies. Scozzi Paravicini. Schofield went rigid. They're a cartel, aren't they? My God, yes. It certainly is. Agnelli and Fiat get all the publicity, but Scozzi Paravicini runs the Colosseum and all the lions. When you combine it with Verachten and Netherlands Textiles, throw in Yakashubi, add Singapore and Perth, and a dozen other names in England, Spain, and South Africa I haven't mentioned, the Alabaster Bride of Boston has put together a global federation. You sound as if you approve. No, actually, I don't. I don't think anyone can when so much economic power is so centralized. It's a corruption of the Malthusian law. The competition is false. But I respect the reality of genius when its accomplishments are so obviously staggering. Transcommunications was an idea born and developed in the mind of one man, Nicholas Gideron. I've heard of him. A modern-day Carnegie or Rockefeller, isn't he? More, much more. The Janines, the Lucases, the Bloodhorns, the Wonder Boys of Detroit and Wall Street, none of them can touch Gideron. He's the last of the vanishing giants, a really benign monarch of industry and finance. He's been honored by most of the major governments of the West, and not a few in the Eastern Bloc, including Moscow. Moscow? Certainly, said Goldman, nodding thanks to his wife, who was pouring a second stinger into his glass. No one's done more to open up East-West trade than Nicholas Gideron. As a matter of fact, I can't think of anyone who's done more for world trade in general. He's over 80 now, but I understand he's still filled with as much pea and vinegar as he was the day he walked out of Boston Latin. He's from Boston? Yes, a remarkable story. He came to this country as a boy, an immigrant boy of 10 or 11 without a mother, traveling with a barely literate father in the hold of a ship. I suppose you could call it the definitive story of the American dream. Involuntarily, Schofield gripped the arm of the chair. He could feel the pressure on his chest, the tightening in his throat. Where did that ship come from? Italy, said Goldman, sipping his drink. Southern part. Sicily, or one of the islands. Bray was almost afraid to ask the question. Would you by any chance know whether Nicholas Gideron ever knew a member of the Appleton family? Goldman looked over the rim of his glass. I know it, and so does most everyone in Boston. Gideron's father worked for the Appletons, for the senator's grandfather at Appleton Hall. It was old Appleton who spotted the boy's promise, gave him the backing, and persuaded the schools to take him. It wasn't so easy in those days, the early 1900s. The two-toilet Irish had barely gotten their second John, and there weren't too many of them. An Italian kid, Italian, was nowhere. Gutter meat. Bray's words floated. He could hardly hear them himself. That was Joshua Appleton II, wasn't it? Yes. He did all that for this child. Hell of a thing, wasn't it? And the Appletons had enough troubles then. They'd lost damn near everything in the market fluctuations. They were hanging on by the skin of their teeth. It was almost as if old Joshua had seen a message on some mystical wall. What do you mean? Gideron paid everything back several thousandfold. Before Appleton was in his grave, he saw his companies back on top, making money in areas he'd never dreamed of, the capital flowing out of the banks owned by the Italian kid he'd found in his carriage house. Oh, my God. I told you, said Goldman, it's one hell of a story. It's all there to be read. If you know where to look, and why. I beg your pardon? Gideron.
Schofield felt as though he were walking through swirling circles of mist toward some eerie light. He put his head back and stared at the ceiling, at the dancing shadows thrown up by the fire. Guideron. It's a derivative of the Italian guida, a guide. Or shepherd, said Goldman. Bray snapped his head down, his eyes wide, riveted on the lawyer. What did you say? Goldman was puzzled. I didn't say it, he did. About 7 or 8 months ago at the UN. The United Nations? Yes, Guideron was invited to address the General Assembly. The invitation was unanimous, incidentally. Didn't you hear it? It was broadcast all over the world. He even taped it in French and Italian for Radio International. I didn't hear it. The UN's perennial problem. Nobody listens. What did he say? Pretty much what you just said, that his name had its roots in the word guida, or guide, and that was the way he'd always thought of himself, as a simple shepherd guiding his flocks, aware of the rocky slopes and uncrossable streams, that sort of thing. His plea was for international relationships based on the mutuality of material need, which he claimed would lead to the higher morality. It was a little strange philosophically, but it was damned effective. So effective, in fact, that there's a resolution on this session's agenda that'll make him a full-fledged member of the UN's Economic Council. That's not just a title, by the way. With his expertise and resources, there's not a government in the world which won't listen very hard when he talks. He'll be one damned powerful amicus curiae. Did you hear him give that speech? Sure, laughed the lawyer. It was mandatory in Boston. You were cut off the Globe's subscription list if you missed it. We saw the whole thing on public television. What did he sound like? Goldman looked at his wife. Well, he's a very old man. Still vigorous, but nevertheless old. How would you describe him, darling? Just as you do, said Anne. An old man. Not large, but quite striking, with that look of a man who's so used to being listened to. I do remember one thing, though, about the voice. It was high-pitched and maybe a little breathless, but he spoke extremely clearly, every phrase very precise, very penetrating. Quite cold, in fact. You couldn't miss a word he said. Schofield closed his eyes and thought of a blind woman in the mountains above Corsica's Porto Vecchio, twisting the dials of a radio, and hearing a voice crueler than the wind. He had found the shepherd boy. Chapter 33. He had found him. Tony, I've found him. Stay alive. Don't let them destroy you. They won't kill your body. Instead, they'll try to kill your mind. Don't let them do it. They will go after your thoughts and the way you think. They will try to change you, alter the processes that make you what you are. They have no choice, my darling. A hostage must be programmed even after the trap is closed. Professionals understand that. No extremity is beyond consideration. Find something within yourself, for my sake. You see, my dearest love, I've found something. I've found him, the shepherd boy. It is a weapon. I need time to use it. Stay alive. Keep your mind. Telenyakov, the enemy I can't bring myself to hate anymore. If you're dead, there's nothing I can do but turn away, knowing that I'm alone. If you're alive, keep breathing. I promise nothing. There is no hope, not really. But we have something we never had before. We have him. We know who the shepherd boy is. The web is defined now, and it circles the world. Scozi Paravicini, Ferracton, Transcommunications, and 100 different companies between each one. All put together by the shepherd boy, all run from an alabaster tower that looks over the city with 1,000 eyes. And yet there's something else. I know it. I feel it. Something else that's in the middle of the web. We who've abused this world so well for so long develop instincts, don't we? Mine is strong. It's out there. I just need time. Keep breathing, my friend. I can't think about them any longer. I've got to put them out of my mind. They intrude. They interfere. They are barriers. They do not exist. She does not exist, and I have lost her. We will not grow old together. There is no hope. Now move. For Christ's sake, move. He had left the Goldmans quickly, thanking them, bewildering them by his abrupt departure. He had asked only a few more questions about the Appleton family, questions any knowledgeable person in Boston could answer. Having the information was all he needed. There was no point in staying longer. He walked now in the rain, smoking a cigarette, his thoughts on the missing fragment his instinct told him was a greater weapon than the shepherd boy, yet somehow part of the shepherd boy, intrinsic to the deceits of Nicholas Gideron. What was it? Where was the false note he heard so clearly? He knew one thing, however, and it was more than instinct. He had enough to panic Senator Joshua Appleton IV. He would telephone the senator in Washington and quietly recite a bill of particulars that began 70 years ago, on the date of April 4th, 1911, in the hills of Porto Vecchio. Did the senator have anything to say? Could he shed any light on an organization known as the Matarese, which began its activities in the second decade of the century, at Sarajevo, perhaps, by selling political murder? An organization the Appleton family had never left, for it could be traced to a white skyscraper in Boston, a company honored by the senator's presence on its board of directors. The age of Aquarius had turned into the age of conspiracy. A man on his march to the White House would have to panic, and in panic mistakes were made. But panic could be controlled. The Matarese would mount the senator's defenses swiftly. The presidency was too great a prize to lose. And charges leveled by a traitor were no charges at all. They were merely words spoken by a man who had betrayed his country. Instinct. Look at the man. The man. More closely. Joshua Appleton was not as he was perceived to be by the nation, the paternal figure whose appeal ran across the spectrum. Then what about the day-to-day individual? Was it possible that the everyday man had weaknesses he'd find infinitely more difficult to deny than a grand conspiracy leveled by a traitor? Was it conceivable, and the more Bray thought about it, the more logical it seemed, that the entire Korean experience had been a hoax? Had commanders been bought and medals paid for, 100 men convinced by money to keep a vigil none gave a damn about? It would not have been the first time war had been used as a springboard for a celebrated civilian life. It was a natural, the perfect ploy, if the scenario could be executed with precision. And what scenario could not be with the resources controlled by the Matarese? Look at the man. The man. Goldman had brought the Appleton family up to date for Bray. The senator's official residence was a house in Concord, where he and his family stayed only during the summer months. His father had died several years ago. Nicholas Gideron had paid his last respects to the son of his mentor by purchasing the outsized Appleton Hall from the widow at a price far above the market, promising to keep the name in perpetuity. Old Mrs. Appleton currently lived on Beacon Hill in a brownstone on Louisburg Square. The mother. What kind of woman was she? In her middle 70s, Goldman had estimated. Could she tell him anything? Involuntarily, perhaps, a great deal. Mothers were much better sources of information than was generally believed, not for what they said, but for what they did not say, for subjects that were changed abruptly. It was 20 minutes past 9. Bray wondered if he could reach Appleton's mother and talk with her. The house might be watched, but not on a priority basis. A car parked in the square with a view of the brownstone, one man, possibly two. If there were such men, and he took them out, the Matarese would know he was in Boston. He was not ready for that. Still, the mother might provide a shortcut, a name, an incident, something he could trace quickly. There was so little time. Mr. B.A. Vickery was expected at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, but when he got there, he had to bring leverage with him. At the optimum, he had to have his own hostage. He had to have Joshua Appleton IV. There was no hope. There was nothing not worth trying. There was instinct. The steep climb up Chestnut Street toward Louisburg Square was marked by progressively quieter blocks. It was as if one were leaving a profane world to enter a sacred one. Garish neons were replaced by the muted flickering of gas lamps, the cobblestone streets washed clean. He reached the square, staying in the shadows of a brick building on the corner. He took out a pair of small binoculars from his attaché case and raised them to his eyes, focusing the powerful Zeiss Icon lenses on each stationary car in the streets around the fenced-in park that was the center of Louisburg Square. There was no one. Bray put the binoculars back in his attaché case, left the shadows of the brick building, and walked down the peaceful street toward the Appleton brownstone. The stately houses surrounding the small park, with the wrought-iron fence and gate, were quiet. The night air was bitterly cold now, the gas lamps flickering more rapidly with the intermittent gusts of winter wind. Windows were closed, fires burning in the hearths of Louisburg Square. It was a different world, remote, almost isolated, certainly at peace with itself. He climbed the white stone steps and rang the bell. The carriage lamps on either side of the door threw more light than he cared for. He heard the sound of footsteps. A nurse opened the door, and he knew instantly that the woman recognized him. It was in the short, involuntary gasp that escaped her lips, in the brief widening of her eyelids. It explained why no one was on the street. The guard was inside the house. "Mrs. Appleton, please?" "I'm afraid she's retired." The nurse started to close the door. Schofield jammed his left foot into the base, his shoulder against the heavy black panel, and forced it open. "I'm afraid you know who I am," he said, stepping inside, dropping his attaché case. The woman pivoted, her right hand plunging into the pocket of her uniform. Bray countered, pushing her farther into her own pivot, gripping her wrist, twisting it downward and away from her body. She screamed. Schofield yanked her to the floor, his knee crashing up into the base of her spine. With his left arm he viced her neck from behind, forearm across her shoulder blades, and pulled up violently as she fell. 10 more pounds of pressure, and he would have broken her neck. But he did not want to do that. He wanted this woman alive. She collapsed unconscious to the floor. He crouched in silence, removing the short-barreled revolver from the nurse's pocket, waiting for sounds or signs of people. The scream had to have been heard by anyone inside the house. There was nothing. There was something, but it was so faint he could not fathom what it was. He saw a telephone next to the staircase and crept over to pick it up. There was only the hum of a dial tone. No one was using the phone. Perhaps the woman had told the truth. It was entirely possible that Mrs. Appleton had retired. He'd know shortly. First, he had to know something else. He went back to the nurse, pulled her across the floor under the hallway light, and ripped apart the front of her uniform. He tore the slip and brassiere beneath, pushed up her left breast, and studied the flesh. There it was, the small, jagged blue circle as Telenyakov had described it. The birthmark was no birthmark at all, but instead the mark of the Matarese. Suddenly, from above, there was the whirring sound of a motor, the vibration constant, bass-toned. Bray lunged across the unconscious body of the nurse into the shadows of the stairs and raised the revolver. From around the curve of the first landing, an old woman came into view. She was sitting in the ornate chair of an automatic lift, her frail hands holding the sculptured pole that shot up from the guardrail. She was encased in a high-collared dressing gown of dark gray, and her once delicate face was ravaged, her voice strained. "I imagine that's one way to leash the bitch hound or corner the wolf in season, but if your objective is sexual, young man, I question your taste." Mrs. Joshua Appleton III was drunk. From the looks of her, she had been drunk for years. "My only objective, Mrs. Appleton, is to see you. This woman tried to stop me. This is her gun, not mine. I'm an experienced intelligence officer employed by the United States government and fully prepared to show you my identification. In light of what happened, I am checking for concealed weapons. I would do the same under like circumstances anywhere, anytime." With those words he had begun, and with an equanimity born of prolonged alcohol saturation, the old woman accepted his presence. Schofield carried the nurse into a small drawing-room, bound her hands and feet in slip-knots made from the torn nylon of her hose, saving the elastic waistband for a gagging brace, pulled between her teeth, tied firmly to the back of her neck. He closed the door and returned to Mrs. Appleton in the living room. She had poured herself a brandy. Bray looked at the odd-shaped glass and at the decanters that were placed on tables about the room. The glass was so thick that it could not be broken easily, and the crystal decanters were positioned so that a new drink was accessible every 7 to 10 feet in all directions. It was strange therapy for one so obviously an alcoholic. "I'm afraid," said Schofield, pausing at the door, "that when your nurse regains consciousness, I'm going to give her a lecture about the indiscriminate display of firearms."
She has an odd way of protecting you, Mrs. Appleton." "Very odd, young man." The old woman raised her glass and cautiously sat down in an antimacassared armchair. "But since she tried and failed so miserably, why don't you tell me what she was protecting me from? Why did you come to see me? May I sit down?" "By all means." Bray began his ploy. "As I mentioned, I'm an intelligence officer attached to the Department of State. A few days ago we received a report that implicates your son, through his father, with an organization in Europe known for years to be involved in international crime." "In what?" Mrs. Appleton giggled. "Really, you're very amusing." "Forgive me, but there's nothing amusing about it." "What are you talking about?" Schofield described a group of men not unlike the Matarese council, watching the old woman closely for signs that she had made a connection. He was not even sure he had penetrated her clouded mind. He had to appeal to the mother, not the woman. "The information from Europe was sent and received under the highest security classification. To the best of my knowledge, I'm the only one in Washington that's read it, and further, I'm convinced I can contain it. You see, Mrs. Appleton, I think it's very important for this country that none of this touch the senator." "Young man," interrupted the old woman, "nothing can touch the senator, don't you know that? My son will be the President of the United States. He'll be elected in the fall. Everybody says so. Everybody wants him." "Then I haven't been clear, Mrs. Appleton. The report from Europe is devastating, and I need information. Before your son ran for office, how closely did he work with his father in the Appleton business ventures? Did he travel frequently to Europe with your husband? Who were his closest friends here in Boston? That's terribly important. People that only you might know, men and women who came to see him at Appleton Hall." "Appleton Hall, way up on Appleton Hill," broke in the old woman in a strained, whispered sing-song of no discernible tune. "With the grandest view of Boston, and ever will be still. Joshua the First wrote that over 100 years ago. It's not very good, but they say he picked out the notes on a harpsichord. So like the Joshuas, a harpsichord. So like us all, really. Mrs. Appleton, after your son came back from the Korean War—" "We never discussed that war." For an instant the old woman's eyes became focused, hostile. Then the clouds returned. "Of course, when my son is president, they won't wheel me out like Rose or Miss Lillian. I'm kept for very special occasions." She paused and laughed a soft, eerie laugh that was self-mocking. "After very special sessions with the doctor." She paused again and raised her left forefinger to her lips. "You see, young man, sobriety isn't my strongest suit." Schofield watched her closely, saddened by what he saw. Beneath the ravaged face there had been a lovely face, the eyes once clear and alive, not floating in dead sockets as they were now. "I'm sorry, it must be painful to know that." "On the contrary," she replied whimsically. It was her turn to study him. "Do you think you're clever?" "I've never thought about it one way or the other. Instinct." "How long have you been ill, Mrs. Appleton?" "As long as I care to remember, and that is quite long enough, thank you." Bray looked again at the decanters. "Has the senator been here recently?" "Why do you ask?" She seemed amused. Or was she on guard? "Nothing, really," said Schofield casually. He could not alarm her. Not now. He was not sure why or what, but something was happening. "I indicated to the nurse that the senator might have sent me here, that he might be on his way himself." "Well, there you are!" cried the old woman, triumph in her strained alcoholic voice. "No wonder she tried to stop you." "Because of all these?" asked Bray quietly, gesturing at the decanters. "Bottles filled, obviously, every day with booze. Perhaps your son might object." "Oh, don't be a damn fool. She tried to stop you because you lied." "Lied?" "Of course. The senator and I meet only on special occasions, after those very special treatments, when I'm trotted out so his adoring public can see his adoring mother. My son has never been to this house, and he would never come here. The last time we were alone was over 8 years ago. Even at his father's funeral, although we stood together, we barely spoke. May I ask why? You may not. But I can tell you it has nothing to do with that gibberish. What I could make of it, you talked about. Why did you say you never discussed the Korean War? Don't presume, young man. Mrs. Appleton raised the glass to her lips. Her hand trembled and the glass fell, brandy spilling on her gown. Dad! Schofield started out of his chair. Leave it alone, he commanded. I'll pick it up, he said, kneeling down in front of her. No point stumbling over it. Then pick it up, and get me another, if you please. Certainly. He crossed to a nearby table and poured her a brandy in a fresh glass. You say you don't like to discuss the war in Korea. I said, interrupted the old woman, I never discussed it. You're very fortunate. I mean just to be able to say it and let it go at that. Some of us aren't so lucky. He remained in front of her, his shadow falling over her, the lie calculated. I can't. I was there. So was your son. The old woman drank several swallows without stopping. Wars kill so much more than the bodies they take. Terrible things happen. Did they happen to you, young man? They've happened to me. Did they do those awful things to you? What awful things, Mrs. Appleton? Starve you, beat you, bury you alive, your nostrils filled with dirt and mud, unable to breathe, dying slowly, consciously, wide awake and dying? The old woman was describing tortures documented by men held captive in North Korean camps. What was the relevance? No, those things didn't happen to me. They happened to him, you know. The doctors told me. It's what made him change, inside. Change so much. But we must never talk about it. Talk about? What was she talking about? You mean the senator? Shh! The old woman drank the remainder of the brandy. We must never, never talk about it. I see, said Bray, but he did not see. Senator Joshua Appleton IV had never been held captive by the North Koreans. Captain Josh Appleton had eluded capture on numerous occasions, the very acts of doing so behind enemy lines a part of his commendations. Schofield remained in front of her chair and spoke again. But I can't say I ever noticed any great changes in him other than getting older. Of course, I didn't know him that well 20 years ago, but to me he's still one of the finest men I've ever known. Inside, the old woman whispered harshly. It's all inside. He's a mask, and people adore him so. Suddenly tears were in her clouded eyes, and the words that followed, a cry from deep within her memory. They should adore him. He was such a beautiful boy, such a beautiful young man. There was no one ever like my Josh, no one more loving, more filled with kindness, until they did those terrible things to him. She wept. And I was such a dreadful person. I was his mother, and I couldn't understand. I wanted my Joshua back. I wanted him back so badly. Bray knelt down and took the glass from her. What do you mean you wanted him back? I couldn't understand. He was so cold, so distant. They'd taken the joy out of him. There was no joy in him. He came out of the hospital, and the pain had been too much, and I couldn't understand. He looked at me, and there was no joy, no love, not inside. The hospital? The accident after the war, just after the war? He suffered so much, and I was drinking so much, so much. Every week he was in that awful war, I drank more and more. I couldn't stand it. He was all I had. My husband was, in name only, as much my fault as his, I suppose. He was disgusted with me, but I loved my Josh so. The old woman reached for the glass. He got to it first and poured her a drink. She looked at him through her tears, her floating eyes filled with the sadness of knowing what she was. I thank you very much, she said with simple dignity. You're welcome, he answered, feeling helpless. In a way, she whispered, I still have him, but he doesn't know it. No one does. How is that?
When I moved out of Appleton Hall, on Appleton Hill, I kept his room just the way it was, the way it had been. You see, he never came back, not really. Only for an hour one night to pick up some things. So I took a room here and made it his. It will always be his, but he doesn't know it. Bray knelt down in front of her again. Mrs. Appleton, may I see that room? Please, may I see it? Oh, no, that wouldn't be right, she said. It's very private. It's his, and I'm the only one he lets in. He lives there still, you see. My beautiful Joshua. I've got to see that room, Mrs. Appleton. Where is it? Instinct. Why do you have to see it? I can help you. I can help your son. I know it. She squinted, studying him from some inner place. You're a kind man, aren't you? And you're not as young as I thought. Your face has lines, and there is gray at your temples. You have a strong mouth. Did anyone ever tell you that? No, I don't think anyone ever did. Please, Mrs. Appleton, I must see that room. Allow me to. It's nice that you ask. People rarely ask me for anything any more. They just tell me. Very well, help me to my lift, and we'll go upstairs. You understand, of course, we'll have to knock first. If he says you can't come in, you'll have to stay outside. Schofield guided her through the living-room arch to the chair lift. He walked beside her up the staircase to the second-floor landing, where he helped her to her feet. This way, she said, gesturing toward a narrow, darkened corridor. It's the last door on the right. They reached it, stood in front of it for a moment, and then the old woman rapped lightly on the wood. We'll know in a minute, she continued, bending her head as if listening for a command from within. It's all right, she said, smiling. He said you could come in, but you mustn't touch anything. He has everything arranged the way he likes it. She opened the door and flipped a switch on the wall. 3 separate lamps went on. Still the light was dim. Shadows were thrown across the floor and up on the walls. The room was a young man's room, mementos of an expensive youth on display everywhere. The banners above the bed and the desk were those of Andover and Princeton, the trophies on the shelves for such sports as sailing, skiing, tennis, and lacrosse. The room had been preserved, eerily preserved, as if it had once belonged to a Renaissance prince. A microscope sat alongside a chemistry set. A volume of Britannica lay open, most of the page underlined, handwritten notes in the margins. On the bedside table were novels of Dos Passos and Kessler. Beside them the typewritten title page of an essay authored by the celebrated inhabitant of that room. It was called The Pleasures and Responsibilities of Sailing in Deep Waters, submitted by Joshua Appleton, Sr., Andover Academy, March 1945. Protruding from below the bed were 3 pairs of shoes, loafers, sneakers, and black patent leathers worn with formal clothes. A life was somehow covered in the display. Bray winced in the dim light. He was in the tomb of a man very much alive, the artifacts of a life preserved, somehow meant to transport the dead safely on its journey through the darkness. It was a macabre experience when one thought of Joshua Appleton, the electric, mesmerizing senator from Massachusetts. Schofield glanced at the old woman. She was staring impassively at a cluster of photographs on the wall. Bray took a step forward and looked at them. They were pictures of a younger Joshua Appleton and several friends, the same friends, apparently the crew of a sailboat, the occasion identified by the center photograph. It showed a long banner being held by 4 men standing on the deck of a sloop. Marblehead Regatta Championship, summer 1949. Only the center photograph and the 3 above it showed all 4 crew members. The 3 lower photographs were shots of only 2 of the 4. Appleton and another young man, both stripped to the waist, slender, muscular, shaking hands above a tiller, smiling at the camera as they stood on either side of the mast and sitting on the gunwales, drinks held forward in a salute. Schofield looked closely at the 2 men, then compared them to their associates. Appleton and his obviously closer friend had a strength about them absent in the other 2, a sense of assurance, of conviction somehow. They were not alike except perhaps in height and breadth. Athletic men comfortable in the company of each his peer. yet neither were they dissimilar. Both had sharp, if distinctly different, features: strong jaws, wide foreheads, large eyes, and thatches of straight dark hair, the kind of faces seen in scores of Ivy League yearbooks. There was something disturbing about the photographs. Bray did not know what it was, but it was there. Instinct. "They look as if they could be cousins," he said. "For years they acted as though they were brothers," replied the old woman. "In peace they would be partners. In war, soldiers together. But he was a coward. He betrayed my son. My beautiful Joshua went to war alone, and terrible things were done to him. He ran away to Europe, to the safety of a chateau. But justice is odd. He died in Gstaad from injuries on a slope. To the best of my knowledge, my son has never mentioned his name since." "Since? When was that?" 25 years ago. "Who was he?" She told him. Schofield could not breathe. There was no air in the room, only shadows in a vacuum. He had found the shepherd boy, but instinct told him to look for something else, a fragment as awesome as anything he had learned. He had found it. The most devastating piece of the puzzle was in place, the quantum jump explained. He needed only proof, for the truth was so extraordinary. He was in a tomb. The dead had journeyed in darkness for 25 years. Chapter 34. He guided the old woman to her bedroom, poured her a final brandy, and left her. As he closed the door, she was sitting on the bed chanting that unsingable tune. "Appleton Hall, way up on Appleton Hill." Notes picked out on a harpsichord more than 100 years ago. Notes lost, as she was lost without ever knowing why. He returned to the dimly lit room that was the resting place of memories, and went to the cluster of photographs on the wall. He removed one and pulled the small picture hook out of the plaster, smoothing the wallpaper around the hole. It might delay discovery, certainly not prevent it. He turned off the lights, closed the door, and went downstairs to the front hall. The guard nurse was still unconscious. He left her where she was. There was nothing gained by moving her or killing her. He turned off every light, including the carriage lamps above the front steps, opened the door, and slipped out into Louisburg Square. On the pavement he turned right and began walking rapidly to the corner, where he would turn right again, descending Beacon Hill into Charles Street to find a taxi. He had to pick up his luggage in the subway locker in Cambridge. The walk down the hill would give him time to think, time to remove the photograph from its glass frame, folding it carefully into his pocket so that neither face was damaged. He needed a place to stay, a place to sit and fill up pages of paper with facts, conjectures, and probabilities, his bill of particulars. In the morning he had several things to do, among which were visits to the Massachusetts General Hospital and the Boston Public Library. The room was no different from any other room in a very cheap hotel in a very large city. The bed sagged, and the single window looked out on a filthy stone wall not 10 feet from the cracked panes of glass. The advantage, however, was the same as it was everywhere in such places. Nobody asked questions. Cheap hotels had a place in this world, usually for those who did not care to join it. Loneliness was a basic human right, not to be tampered with lightly. Schofield was safe. He could concentrate on his bill of particulars. By 4:35 in the morning he had filled 17 pages. Facts, conjectures, probabilities. He had written the words carefully, legibly, so they could be clearly reproduced. There was no room for interpretation. The indictment was specific even where the motives were not. He was gathering his weapons, storing his bandoliers of ammunition. They were all he had. He fell back on the sagging bed and closed his eyes. 2 or 3 hours' sleep would be enough. He heard his own whisper float up to the cracked ceiling. "Telenyakov, keep breathing. Tony, my love, my dearest love, stay alive. Keep your mind." The portly female clerk in the hospital's Department of Records and Billing seemed bewildered, but she was not about to refuse Bray's request. It wasn't as if the medical information held there was that confidential, and a man who produced government identification certainly had to be given cooperation. "Now, let me get this clear," she said in a strong Boston accent, reading the labels on the front of the cabinets. "The Senator wants the names of the doctors and the nurses who attended him during his stay here in 53 and 54, from around November through March?" "That's right. As I told you, next month's sort of an anniversary for him. It'll be 25 years since he was given his reprieve, as he calls it. Confidentially, he's sending each of them a small medallion in the shape of the medical shield with their names and his thanks inscribed on them." The clerk stopped. "Isn't that just like him, though? To remember. Most people go through an experience like that and just want to forget the whole thing. They figure they beat the Reaper, so the hell with everybody. Until the next time, of course. But not him. He's so, well, concerned, if you know what I mean." "Yes, I do." "The voters know it, too, let me tell you. The Bay State's going to have its first president since JFK, and there won't be any of that religious nonsense about the Pope and the Cardinals running the White House, neither." "No, there won't," agreed Bray. "I'd like to stress again the confidential nature of my being here. The Senator doesn't want any publicity about his little gesture." Schofield paused and smiled at the woman. "And as of now, you're the only person in Boston who knows." "Oh, don't you worry about that. As we used to say when we were kids, my lips are sealed. And I'd really treasure a note from Senator Appleton, with his signature and everything, I mean." The woman stopped and tapped a file cabinet. "Here we are," she said, opening the drawer. "Now remember, all that's here are the names of the doctors, surgeons, anesthesiologists, consultants, listed by floor and OR desks, the staff nurses assigned, and a schedule of the equipment used. There are no psychiatric evaluations or disease-related information. They can only be obtained directly through the physician. But then you're not interested in any of that. You'd think I was talking to one of those damned insurance sneaks." She gave him the file. "There's a table at the end of the aisle. When you're finished, just leave the folder on my desk." "That's okay," said Bray, knowing better. "I'll put it back. No sense bothering you. Thanks again." "Thank you." Schofield read through the pages rapidly to get a general impression. Medically, most of what he read was beyond his comprehension, but the conclusion was inescapable. Joshua Appleton had been more dead than alive when the ambulance had brought him to the hospital from the collision on the turnpike. Lacerations, contusions, convulsions, fractures, along with severe head and neck wounds, painted the bloody picture of a mutilated human face and body. There were lists of drugs and serums used to prolong the life that was ebbing, detailed descriptions of the sophisticated machinery employed to stop deterioration. And ultimately, weeks later, the reversal began to take place. The incredibly more sophisticated machine that was the human body started to heal itself. Bray wrote down the names of the doctors and the attending nurses listed in the floor and OR schedules. 2 surgeons, 1 a skin graft specialist, and a rotating team of 8 nurses appeared consistently during the first weeks. Then, abruptly, their names were no longer there, replaced by 2 different physicians and 3 private nurses assigned to 8-hour shifts. He had what he needed, a total of 15 names, 5 primary, 10 secondary. He would concentrate on the former, the last 2 physicians, and the 3 nurses. The earlier names were removed from the time in question. He replaced the folder and went back out to the clerk's desk. "All done," he said, then added, as if the thought had just struck him, "Say, you could do me, the Senator, one more favor, if you would." "If I can, sure." "I've got the names here, but I need a little updating. After all, it was 25 years ago. Some of them may not be around any longer. It would help if I got some current addresses." "I can't help," said the clerk, reaching for the phone on her desk, "but I can send you upstairs. This is patient territory. They've got the personnel records. Lucky bastards. They're computerized." "I'm still very concerned about keeping this confidential." "Hey, don't you worry. You've got Peg Flanagan's word for it. My girlfriend runs that place." Schofield sat next to a bearded black college student in front of a computer keyboard. The young man had been assigned to help by Peg Flanagan's girlfriend. He was annoyed that his office temp job had suddenly required him to put down his textbooks.
"I'm sorry to bother you," said Bray, wanting a temporary friend. "It's nothing, man," answered the student, punching the keys. "It's just that I got an exam tomorrow, and any pissant can run this barbarian hardware." "What's the exam?" "Tertiary kinetics." Schofield looked at the student. "Someone once used the word tertiary with me when I was in school around here. I didn't know what he meant." "You probably went to Harvard, man. That's turkey time. I'm at Tech." Bray was glad the old school spirit was still alive in Cambridge. "What have you got?" he asked, looking at the screen above the keyboard. The black had keyed in the name of the first doctor. "I've got an omniscient tape, and you've got nothing." "What do you mean?" "The good doctor doesn't exist, not as far as this institution is concerned. He's never so much as dispensed an aspirin in this joint." "That's crazy. He was listed in the Appleton records." "Speak to the Lord of the Flies, man. I punched the letters, and up comes no wreck." "I know something about these machines. They're easily programmed." The black nodded. "Which means they're easily deprogrammed, rectified, as it were. Your doctor was deleted. Maybe he stole from Medicare." "Maybe. Let's try the next." The student keyed in the name. "Well, we know what happened to this boy. Seb Hem. He died right here on the 3rd floor, cerebral hemorrhage. Never even got a chance to get his tuition back." "What do you mean?" "Med school, man. He was only 32. Hell of a way to go at 32. Also unusual. What's the date?" "March 21st, 1954. "Appleton was discharged on the 30th, said Schofield, as much to himself as to the student. "These 3 names are nurses. Try them, please." "Catherine Connolly, deceased 3/26/54. "Alice Bonelli, deceased 3/26/54. "Janet Drummond, deceased 3/26/54. The student sat back. He was not a fool. "Seems there was a real epidemic back then, wasn't there? March was a rough month, and the 26th was a bad day for 3 little girls in white." "Any cause of death?" "Nothing listed, which only means they didn't die on the premises." "But all 3 on the same day? I dig," said the young man. "Crazy." He held up his hand. "Hey, there's an old cat who's been here for about 6,000 years. He runs a supply room on the 1st floor. He might remember something. Let me get him on the horn." The black wheeled his chair around and reached for a telephone on the counter. "Get on line 2, he said to Bray, pointing to another phone on a nearby table. "First floor supply," said the voice in a loud Irish brogue. "Hey, Methuselah, this is Amos, as in Amos and Andy. You're a nutty boyo, you are. Hey, Jimmy, I got this honky friend on the horn here. He's looking for information that goes back to when you were the terror of the Angels' dorm. As a matter of fact, it concerns 3 of them. Jimmy, you recall a time in the middle 50s when 3 nurses all died on the same day?" "3? Oh, indeed I do. It was a terrible thing. Little Katie Connolly was one of 'em." "What happened?" asked Bray. "They drowned, sir. All 3 of the girls drowned. They was in a boat, and the damn thing pitched over, throwing 'em into a bad sea." "In a boat? In March?" "One of those crazy things, sir. You know how rich kids prowl around the nurses' dormitories? They figure the girls see naked bodies all the time, so maybe they wouldn't mind looking at theirs. Well, one night these punk swells were throwing a party at this fancy yacht club and asked the girls up. There was drinking and all kinds of nonsense, and some jackass got the bright idea to take out a boat. Damn fool thing, of course. As you say, it was in March." "It happened at night?" "Yes, indeed, sir. The bodies didn't wash up for a week, I believe." "Was anyone else killed?" "Of course not. It's never that way, is it? I mean, rich kids are always such good swimmers, aren't they now?" "Where did it happen?" asked Schofield. "Can you remember?" "Sure I can, sir. It was up the coast, Marblehead." Bray closed his eyes. "Thank you," he said quietly, replacing the phone. "Thanks, Methuselah." The student hung up, his eyes on Schofield. "You got trouble, don't you?" "I got trouble," agreed Bray, walking back to the keyboard. "I've also got 10 more names. 2 doctors and 8 nurses. Can you run them through for me just as fast as you can?" Of the 8 nurses, half were still alive. 1 had moved to San Francisco, address unknown. Another lived with a daughter in Dallas, and the remaining 2 were in the St. Agnes retirement home in Worcester. 1 of the doctors was still alive. The skin graft specialist had died 18 months ago at the age of 73. The first surgeon of record, Dr. Nathaniel Crawford, had retired and was living in Quincy. "May I use your phone?" asked Schofield. "I'll pay whatever charges there are." "Last time I looked, none of these horns was in my name. Be my guest." Bray had written down the number on the screen. He went to the telephone and dialed. "Crawford here." The voice from Quincy was brusque, but not discourteous. "My name is Schofield, sir. We've never met, and I'm not a physician, but I'm very interested in a case you were involved with a number of years ago at Massachusetts General. I'd like to discuss it briefly with you, if you wouldn't mind." "Who was the patient? I had a few thousand." "Senator Joshua Appleton, sir." There was a slight pause on the line. When Crawford spoke, his brusque voice took on an added tone of weariness. "Those goddamned incidents have a way of following a man to his grave, don't they? Well, I haven't practiced for over 2 years now, so whatever you say or I say, it won't make any goddamn difference. Let's say I made a mistake." "Mistake?" "I didn't make many. I was head of surgery for damn near 12 years. My summary's in the Appleton medical file. The only reasonable conclusion is that the X-rays got fouled up, or the scanning equipment gave us the wrong data." There was no summary from Dr. Nathaniel Crawford in the Appleton medical file. "Are you referring to the fact that you were replaced as surgeon of record?" "Replaced? Hell, Tommy Belford and I got our asses kicked 4 square out of there by the family." "Belford? Is that Dr. Belford, the skin graft specialist?" "A surgeon, a plastic surgeon, and a goddamned artist. Tommy put the man's face back on like he was Almighty God himself. That whiz kid they brought in messed up Tommy's work, in my opinion. Sorry about him, though. The kid hardly finished when his head blew." "Do you mean a cerebral hemorrhage, sir?" "That's right. The Swiss was right there when it happened. He operated, but it was too late." "When you say the Swiss, do you mean the surgeon who replaced you?" "You got it. The great Herr Doctor from Zurich. That bastard treated me like a retarded med school dropout." "Do you know what happened to him?" "Went back to Switzerland, I guess. Never was interested in looking him up myself." "Doctor, you say you made a mistake. Or the X-rays did, or the equipment. What kind of a mistake?" "Simple. I gave up. We had him on total support systems, and that's exactly what I figured they were. Total support. Without them, he wouldn't have lasted a day. And if he had, I thought it would be a waste. He'd live like a vegetable." "You saw no hope of recovery?" Crawford lowered his voice, strength in his humility. "I was a surgeon. I wasn't God. I was fallible. It was my opinion then that Appleton was not only beyond recovery, he was dying a little more with each minute. I was wrong. Thank you for talking to me, Dr. Crawford. As I said before, it can't make any difference now, and I don't mind. I had a hell of a lot of years with a knife in my hand. I didn't make many mistakes." "I'm sure you didn't, sir. Goodbye." Schofield walked back to the keyboard. The black student was reading his textbook. "X-rays?" said Bray softly. "What?" The black looked up. "What about X-rays?" Bray sat down next to the young man. If he ever needed a temporary friend, it was now. He hoped he had one. "How well do you know the hospital staff?" "It's a big place, man." "You knew enough to call Methuselah." "Well, I've been working here off and on for 3 years. I get around." "Is there a repository for X-rays going back a number of years?" "Like maybe 25? "Yes." "There is. It's no big deal." "Can you get me one?" The student raised an eyebrow. "That's another matter, isn't it?" "I'm willing to pay, generously." The black grimaced. "Oh, man, it's not that I look askance at bread, believe me, but I don't steal, and I don't push, and God knows I didn't inherit. What I'm asking you to do is the most legitimate, even moral, if you like, thing I could ask anyone to do. I'm not a liar." The student looked into Bray's eyes. "If you are, you're a damned convincing one, and you've got troubles, I've seen that. What do you want?" "An X-ray of Joshua Appleton's mouth." "Mouth? His mouth?" "His head injuries were extensive. Dozens of pictures had to be taken. There had to be a lot of projected dental work. Can you do it?" The young man nodded. "I think so. One more thing. I know it'll sound outrageous to you, but take my word for it, nothing's outrageous. How much do you make a month here? I average 80, 90 a week, about $350 a month. It's not bad for a graduate student. Some of these interns make less. Of course, they get room and board. Why? Suppose I told you that I'd pay you $10,000 to take a plane to Washington and bring me back another X-ray. Just an envelope with an X-ray in it. The black tugged at his short beard, his eyes on Schofield as though he were observing a lunatic. Suppose? I'd say, Feats, do your stuff. $10,000? There'd be more time for those tertiary kinetics. And there's nothing illegal? It's straight. I mean, really straight? For it to be considered remotely illegal as far as you're concerned, you'd have to know far more than anyone would tell you. That's straight. I'm just a messenger. I fly to Washington and bring back an envelope with an X-ray in it. Probably a number of small ones, that's all. What are they of? Joshua Appleton's mouth. It was 1:30 in the afternoon when Bray reached the library on Boylston Street. His new friend, Amos La Follette, was taking the 2 o'clock shuttle to Washington and would return on the 8 o'clock flight. Schofield would meet him at the airport. Obtaining the X-rays had not been difficult. Anyone who knew the bureaucratic ways of Washington could have gotten them. Bray made 2 calls, the first to the Congressional Liaison Office and the second to the dentist in question. The first call was made by a harried aide of a well-known representative suffering from an abscessed tooth. Could Liaison please get this aide the name of Senator Appleton's dentist? The senator had mentioned the man's superior work to the congressman. Liaison gave out the dentist's name. The call to the dentist was a routine spot check by the General Accounting Office, all bureaucratic form, no substance, forgotten tomorrow. GAO was collecting backup evidence for dental work done on senators, and some idiot on K Street had come up with X-rays. Would the receptionist please pull Appleton's and leave it at the front desk for a GAO messenger? It would be returned in 24 hours. Washington operated at full speed. There simply was not enough time to do the work that had to be done, and GAO spot checks were not legitimate work. They were irritants and complied with in irritation, but nevertheless obeyed. Appleton's X-rays would be left at the desk. Schofield checked the library directory, took the elevator to the 2nd floor, and walked down the hallway to the journalism division, current and past publications, microfilm. He went to the counter at the far end of the room and spoke to the clerk behind it. March and April 1954, please. The Globe or the Examiner, whatever's available. He was given 8 boxes of film and assigned a cubicle. He found it, sat down, and inserted the first roll of film. By March of '54, the bulletins detailing the condition of Joshua Appleton, Captain Josh, had been relegated to the back pages. He had been in the hospital more than 20 weeks by then. But he was not ignored. The famous vigil was covered in detail. Bray wrote down the names of several of those interviewed. He would know by tomorrow whether there'd be any reason to get in touch with them. March 21st, 1954. Young doctor dies of cerebral hemorrhage. The brief story was on page 16. No mention that the surgeon was attending Joshua Appleton. March 26th, 1954. 3 Massachusetts general nurses killed in freak boating accident. The story had made the lower left corner of the front page, but again there was no mention of Joshua Appleton. Indeed, it would have been strange if there had been. The 3 were on a rotating 24-hour schedule. If they were all in Marblehead that night, who was at the Appleton bedside? April 10th, 1954. Bostonian dies in Gstaad skiing tragedy. He had found it. It was, naturally, on the front page, the headlines prominent, the copy written as much to evoke sympathy as to report the tragic death of a young man. Schofield studied the story, positive that he would come to certain lines. He did. Because of the victim's deep love of the Alps, and to spare family and friends further anguish, the family has announced that the burial will take place in Switzerland, in the village of Col du Pion. Bray wondered who was in that coffin in Col du Pion, or was it merely empty? He returned to the cheap hotel, gathered his things together,
and took a cab to the Prudential Center parking lot, Gate A. He drove the rented car out of Boston, along Jamaica Way into Brookline. He found Appleton Hill driving past the gates of Appleton Hall, absorbing every detail he could within the short space of time. The huge estate was spread like a fortress across the crest of the hill, a high stone wall surrounding the inner structure, tall roofs that gave the illusion of parapets seen above the distant wall. The roadway beyond the main gate wound up the hill around a huge brick carriage house covered with ivy, housing no fewer than 8 to 10 complete apartments, 5 garages fronting an enormous concrete parking area below. He drove around the hill. The 10-foot-high wrought-iron fence was continuous. Every several hundred yards, small lean-to shelters were built into the earth of the hill like miniature bunkers, and within a number of them he could see uniformed men sitting and standing, smoking cigarettes and talking on telephones. It was the seat of the Matarese, the home of the shepherd boy. At 9:30 he drove out to Logan Airport. He had told Amos La Follette to get off the plane and head directly to the dimly lit bar across from the main newsstand. The booths were so dark it was nearly impossible to see a face 5 feet in front of one, the only light a series of flashes from an enormous television screen on the wall. Bray slid into the black plastic booth, adjusting his eyes to the lack of light. For an instant he thought of another booth in another dimly lit room and another man. London, the Connaught Hotel, Roger Simmons. He pushed the memory from his mind. It was an obstacle. He could not handle obstacles right now. He saw the student walk through the bar's entrance. Schofield stood up briefly. Amos saw him and came over. There was a manila envelope in his hand, and Bray felt a quick acceleration in his chest. "I gather everything went all right," he said. "I had to sign for it." "You what?" Bray was sick. It was such a little thing, an obvious thing, and he had not thought of it. "Take it easy. I wasn't brought up on 135th Street and Lenox Avenue for nothing." "What name did you use?" asked Schofield, his pulse receding. "R.M. Nixon. The receptionist was real nice. She thanked me." "You'll go far, Amos." "I intend to." "I hope this'll help." Bray handed his envelope across the table. The student held it between his fingers. "Hey, man, you know you don't really have to do this." "Of course I do. We had an agreement." "I know that, but I've got an idea you've gone through a lot of sweat for a lot of people you don't know." "And a number that I know very well. The money's incidental. Use it." Bray opened his attaché case and slipped the X-ray envelope inside. Right above a file folder containing Joshua Appleton's X-ray from 25 years ago. "Remember, you never knew my name, and you never went to Washington. If you're ever asked, you merely ran some forgotten names through a computer for a man who never identified himself. Please remember that." "That's going to be tough." "Why?" Schofield was alarmed. "How am I going to dedicate my first textbook to you?" Bray smiled. "You'll think of something. Goodbye," he said, getting out of the booth. "I've got an hour's drive and several more of sleep to catch up on." "Stay well, man." "Thanks, Professor." Schofield stood in the dentist's waiting room on Main Street in Andover, Massachusetts. The name of the dentist had been supplied, happily, even enthusiastically, by the nurse's office of Andover Academy. Anything for Andover's illustrious and generous alumnus, and by extension the senator's aide, of course. Naturally, the dentist was not the same man who had tended Senator Appleton when he was a student. The practice had been taken over by a nephew a number of years ago, but there was no question that the present doctor would cooperate. The nurse's office would call him and let him know the senator's aide was on the way over. Bray had counted on a psychology as old as the dentist's drill. Two young boys who were close friends and away at prep school might not see eye to eye on every issue, but they would share the same dentist. Yes, both boys had gone to the very same man in Andover. The dentist came out of the door that led to a storeroom, half-glasses perched on the edge of his nose. In his hand were 2 sheets of cardboard, small negatives embedded in each. X-rays of 2 Andover students taken over 30 years ago. "Here you are, Mr. Vickery," said the dentist, holding out the X-rays. "Damn, will you look at the primitive way they used to mount these things. One of these days I've got to clean out that mess back there, but then you never know. Last year I had to identify an old patient of my uncle's who was burned to death in that fire over in Boxford." "Thank you very much," said Schofield, accepting the X-ray sheets. "By the way, Doctor, I know you're rushed, but I wonder if you'd mind one more favor. I've got 2 newer sets here of both men, and I've got to match them with the ones you're lending us. Of course, I can get someone to do it, but if you've got a minute." "Sure, won't even take a minute. Let me have them." Bray removed the 2 sets of X-rays from their envelopes, one stolen from the Massachusetts General Hospital, the other obtained in Washington. He had placed white tape over the names. He gave them to the dentist, who carried them to a lamp and held them in sequence against the glare of the light bulb above the shade. "There you are," he said, holding the matching X-rays separately in each hand. Schofield put each set in a different envelope. "Thanks again, Doctor." "Any time." The dentist walked rapidly back into his office. He was a man in a hurry. Bray sat in the front seat of the car, his breathing erratic, perspiration on his forehead. He opened the envelopes and took out the X-ray sheets. He pulled off the small strips of tape that covered the names. He had been right. The awesome fragment was irrevocably in place, the proof in his hand. The man who sat in the Senate, the man who unquestionably would be the next President of the United States, was not Joshua Appleton IV. He was Julian Gideron, son of the shepherd boy. Chapter 35. Schofield drove southeast to Salem. Delay was irrelevant now, previous schedules to be thrown away. He had everything to gain by moving as fast as he could, as long as every move was the right move, every decision the perceptive decision. He had his cannons and his nuclear bomb, his bill of particulars and the X-rays. It was a question now of mounting his weapons properly, using them, not only to blow the Matarese out of existence, but first, above all, first, to find Antonia and force them to release her, and Telenyakov if he was still alive. Which meant he had to create a deception of his own. All deceptions were based on illusion, and the illusion he had to convey was that Beowulf Agate could be had, his cannons and his bomb diffused, his assault stopped, the man himself destroyed. To do this he had to take the initial position of strength, the weakness to follow. The hostage strategy would not wash any longer. He would not be able to get near Appleton. The shepherd boy would not permit it, the prize of the White House too great to place in jeopardy. Without the man there was no prize. So his position of strength lay in the X-rays. It was imperative he establish the fact that only a single set of X-rays existed, that duplicates were out of the question. Spectroanalysis would reveal any such duplicating process, and Beowulf Agate was not a fool. He would expect an analysis to be made. He wanted the girl. He wanted the Russian. The X-rays could be had for them. There would be a subtle omission in the mechanics of the exchange, a seeming weakness the enemy would pounce on. But it would be calculated, no weakness at all. The Matarese would be forced to go through with the exchange. A Corsican girl and a Soviet intelligence officer for X-rays that showed incontrovertibly that the man sitting in the Senate on his way to the presidency was not Joshua Appleton IV, legend of Korea, politician extraordinary, but instead a man supposedly buried in 1954 in the Swiss village of Col du Pion. He drove down toward Salem Harbor, drawn as he was always drawn toward the water, not precisely sure what he was looking for until he saw it. A shield-shaped sign on the lawn of a small hotel. Efficiency Suites. It made sense. Rooms with a refrigerator and cooking facilities. There'd be no stranger eating in restaurants. It was not the tourist season in Salem. He parked the car in a lot covered with white gravel and bordered by a white picket fence, the gray water of the harbor across the way. He carried his attaché case and travel bag inside, registered under an innocuous name, and asked for a suite. "Will payment be made by credit card, sir?" asked the young woman behind the counter. "I beg your pardon?" "You didn't check off the method of payment. If it's a credit card, our policy is to run the card through the machine." "I see. No, actually, I'm one of those strange people who use real money. One man's fight against plastic. Why don't I pay you for a week in advance? I doubt I'll stay any longer." He gave her the money. I assume there's a grocery store nearby. Yes, sir, just up the street. What about other stores? I've a number of things to get. There's a shopping plaza about 10 blocks west. I'm sure you'll find everything you need there. Bray hoped so. He was counting on it. He was taken to his suite, which was in effect one large room with a pull-out bed and divider that concealed the smallest stove this side of a hot plate and a refrigerator. But the room looked out over the harbor. It was fine. He opened his attaché case, took out the photograph he had removed from the wall in Mrs. Appleton's tomb for her son, and stared at it. Two young men, tall, muscular, neither to be mistaken for the other, but enough alike for an unknown surgeon somewhere in Switzerland to sculpt one into the other. A young American doctor paid to sign the medical authorization of discharge, then killed for security. A mother maintained as an alcoholic, kept at a distance, but paraded whenever it was convenient and fruitful to do so. Who knew a son better than his mother? Who in America would argue with, much less confront, Mrs. Joshua Appleton III? Schofield sat down and added a page to the 17 in his bill of particulars. Doctors: Nathaniel Crawford and Thomas Belford. A Swiss physician deprogrammed from a computer. A young plastic surgeon dead suddenly of a cerebral hemorrhage. 3 nurses drowned off Marblehead. Gstaad. A coffin in Col du Pion. X-rays, 1 set from Boston, 1 set from Washington, 2 from Main Street, Andover, Massachusetts. 2 different men merged into one, and the one was a lie. A fraud was about to become President of the United States. Bray finished writing and walked to the window that looked out on the still cold waters of Salem Harbor. The dilemma was clearer than it had ever been. They had traced the Matarese from its roots in Corsica through a federation of multinational corporations that encircled the globe. They knew it financed terror the world over, encouraged the chaos that resulted from assassinations and kidnappings, killing in the streets and aircraft blown out of the skies. They understood all this, but they did not know why. Why? The reason would have to wait. Nothing mattered but the deception that was Senator Joshua Appleton IV. For once the son of the shepherd boy reached the presidency, the White House belonged to the Matarese. What better residence for a consigliere? Keep breathing, my old enemy. Tony, my love, stay alive. Keep your mind. Schofield went back to his attaché case on the table, opened a side flap, and took out a single-edged razor blade that was wedged down between the leather. He then held the 2 matted sheets of cardboard with the embedded X-ray slides of 2 Andover students 35 years ago, and placed them on the table, one on top of the other. There were 4 rows of negatives, each with 4 slides, a total of 16 on each card. Small red-bordered labels identifying the patients, and the dates of the X-rays were affixed to the upper left-hand corners. He checked carefully to see that the borders of the cardboard sheets matched. They did. He pressed a manila envelope down on the top sheet between the first and second rows of X-rays, took the razor blade, and began to cut, slicing so that the blade went through both sheets of X-rays. The top row fell clean, 2 strips of 4 X-ray negatives. The names of the patients and dates of entry, typed on the small red-bordered labels more than 35 years ago, were on the strips. The simplest chemical analysis would confirm their authenticity. Bray doubted that any such analysis would be made on the new labels he would purchase and stick on the remaining 2 sheets with 12 X-rays each. It would be a waste of time. The X-rays themselves would be compared with new X-rays of the man who called himself Joshua Appleton IV, Julien Guideron. That was all the proof the Matarese would need. He took the strips and the larger sheets of negatives, knelt down, and carefully buffed the edges of the cuts across the rug. Within 5 minutes, each of the edges was rubbed smooth, soiled just enough to match the age of the original borders. He got up and put everything back in his attaché case. It was time to return to Andover to put the plan in motion. "Mr. Vickery, is something wrong?" asked the dentist, coming out of his office, still harried, 3 afternoon patients reading magazines glancing up in mild irritation. I'm afraid I forgot something. May I speak with you for a second? Come on in here, said the dentist, ushering Schofield into a small workroom, the shelves lined with impressions of teeth mounted on movable clamps. He lit a cigarette from a pack on the counter. I don't mind telling you it's been one hell of a day. What's the matter? The laws, actually. Bray smiled, opening his attaché case and taking out the 2 envelopes. H.R. 7485. What the hell is that? A new congressional regulation, part of the post-Watergate morality. Whenever a government employee borrows property from any source, for whatever purpose, a full description of said property must be accompanied by a signed authorization. Oh, for Christ's sake. I'm sorry, Doctor. The Senator's a stickler for these things. Schofield took the X-rays from the envelopes. If you'll re-examine these, call in your nurse and give her a description. She can type the authorization on your letterhead, and I'll get out of here. I suppose anything for the next President of the United States, said the dentist, taking the shortened X-ray sheets and reaching for his telephone. Tell Appleton to lower my taxes. He pressed the intercom button. Bring in your pad, please. Do you mind? Bray took out his cigarettes. Are you nuts? Carcinoma loves company. The nurse came through the door, steno pad and pencil in hand. How do I start this? Asked the doctor, looking at Schofield. To whom it may concern is fine. Okay. The dentist glanced at his nurse. We are keeping the government honest. He snapped on a scanning lamp and held both X-ray sheets against the glass. To whom it may concern, Mr. The doctor stopped, looking at Bray again. What's your first name? B.A. will do. Mr. B.A. Vickery of Senator Appleton's office in Washington, D.C., had requested and received from me 2 sets of X-rays dated November 11th, 1943, for patients identified as Joshua Appleton and Julian Guideron. The dentist paused. Anything else? A description, Doctor. That's what H.R. 7485 calls for. The dentist sighed, the cigarette protruding from his lips. Said identical sets include 1, 2, 3, 4 across, 12 negatives. The doctor stopped, squinting through his half-glasses. You know, he interjected, my uncle wasn't only primitive, he was downright careless. What do you mean? Asked Schofield, watching the dentist closely. The right and left bicuspids are missing in both of these. I was so rushed I didn't notice before. They're the cards you gave me this morning. I'm sure they are. There are the labels. I think I matched the upper and lower incisors. He held out the X-rays for Schofield and turned to the nurse. Put what I said into English and type it up, will you? I'll sign it outside. He crushed out his cigarette and extended his hand. Nice to meet you, Mr. Vickery. I've really got to get back in there. Just one more thing, Doctor. Would you mind initialing these sheets and dating them? Bray separated the X-rays and placed them on the counter. Not at all, said the dentist. Schofield drove back to Salem. A great deal was still to be clarified, new decisions to be made as events shaped them, but he had his overall plan. He had a place to begin. It was almost time for Mr. B.A. Vickery to arrive at the Ritz-Carlton, but not yet. He had stopped earlier at the shopping plaza in Salem, where he had found small red-bordered labels almost identical to those used more than 35 years ago, and a store selling typewriters where he had typed in the names and the dates, rubbing them lightly to give the labels an appearance of age. And while walking to his car, he had looked briefly around at the shops, again seeing what he had hoped to see. Copies made while you wait, equipment bought, sold, leased, expert service. It was conveniently 2 doors away from a liquor store, 3 from a supermarket. He would stop there now and have copies made of his bill of particulars, and afterward pick up something to drink and eat. He would be in his room for a long time. He had phone calls to make. They would take 5 to 7 hours to complete. They had to be routed on a very precise schedule through Lisbon. Bray watched as the manager of the Plaza Duplicating Service extracted the collated sheets of his indictment from the levels of gray trays that protruded from the machine. He had chatted briefly with the balding man, remarking that he was doing a favor for a nephew. The young fellow was taking one of those creative writing courses at Emerson, and had entered some sort of college competition.
"That kid's got some imagination," said the manager, clipping the stacks of copies together. "Oh, did you read it?" "Just parts. You stand over that machine with nothing to do but make sure there's no jamming, you look. But when people come in with personal things, like letters and wills, you know what I mean, I always try to keep my eyes on the dials. Sometimes it's hard." Bray laughed. "I told my nephew he'd better win or he'd be put in jail." "Not any more. These kids today, they're great. They say anything. I know a lot of people don't like 'em for it, but I do." "I think I do, too." Bray looked at the bill placed in front of him and took his money from his pocket. "Say, you wouldn't by any chance have an Alpha 12 machine here, would you?" "Alpha 12? That's an $80,000 piece of equipment. I do a good business, but I'm not in that class." "I suppose I could find one in Boston." "That insurance company over on Lafayette Street has one. You can bet your life the Home Office paid for it. It's the only one I know of north of Boston, and I mean right up to Montreal." "An insurance company?" "West Hartford Casualty. I trained the two girls who run the Alpha 12. Isn't that just like an insurance company? They buy a machine like that, but they won't pay for a service contract." Schofield leaned on the counter, a weary man confiding. "Listen, I've been traveling for 5 days, and I've got to get a report into the mails by tonight. I need an Alpha 12. Now, I can drive into Boston and probably find one. But it's damn near 4 o'clock, and I'd rather not do that. My company's a little crazy. It thinks my time is valuable and lets me have enough money to save it where I can. What do you say? Can you help me?" Bray removed a $100 bill from his clip. "You work for one hell of a company." "That I do." "I'll make a call." It was 5:45 when Bray returned to the hotel on Salem Harbor. The Alpha 12 had performed the service he had needed, and he had found a stationery store where he had purchased a stapler, 6 manila envelopes, 2 rolls of packaging tape, and a Park Sherman scale that measured weight in ounces and grams. At the Salem post office, he had bought $50 worth of stamps. A porterhouse steak and a bottle of scotch completed his shopping list. He spread his purchases on the bed, removing some to the table, others to the formica counter between the Lilliputian stove and refrigerator. He poured a drink and sat in the chair in front of the window overlooking the harbor. It was growing dark. He could barely see the water except where it reflected the lights of the piers. He drank the whiskey in short swallows, letting the alcohol spread, suspending all thought. He had no more than 10 minutes before the telephone calls would begin. His cannons were in place, his nuclear bomb in its rack. It was vital now that everything take place in sequence, always sequence, and that meant choosing the right words at the right time. There was no room for error. To avoid error, his mind had to be free, loose, unencumbered, capable of listening closely, picking up nuances. "Tony?" "No." He closed his eyes. The gulls in the distance were foraging the waters for their last meal before darkness was complete. He listened to their screeches, the dissonance somehow comforting. There was a kind of energy in every struggle to survive. He hoped he would have it. He dozed, awakening with a start. He looked at his watch, annoyed. It was 6 minutes past 6. His 10 minutes had stretched nearer to 15. It was time for the first telephone call, the one he considered least likely to bring results. It would not have to be routed through Lisbon, the chances of a tap so remote as to be practically non-existent. But practically was not totally. Therefore his conversation would last no longer than 20 seconds, the minimum amount of time needed for even the most sophisticated tracing equipment to function. The 20-second limit was the one he had instructed the Frenchwoman to use weeks ago, when she had placed calls for him all through the night to a suite of rooms at the hotel on Nebraska Avenue. He rose from the chair and went to his attaché case, taking out notes he had written to himself, notes with names and telephone numbers. He walked over to the bedside telephone, pulled the armchair next to the phone, and sat down. He thought for a moment, composing a verbal shorthand French for what he wanted to say, doubting, however, that it would make any difference. Ambassador Robert Winthrop had disappeared more than a month ago. There was no reason to think he had survived. Winthrop had raised the names of the Matarese with the wrong men, or man, in Washington. He picked up the phone and dialed.
3 rings followed before an operator got on the line and asked for his room number. He gave it, and more distant rings continued. "Hello? Listen, there's no time, do you understand?" "Yes, go ahead." She knew him. She was with him. He spoke rapidly in French, his eyes on the sweep hand of his watch. "Ambassador Robert Winthrop, Georgetown. Take 2 company men with you, no explanations. If Winthrop's there, ask to see him alone, but say nothing out loud. Give him a note with the words, 'Beowulf wants to reach you.' Let him advise in writing. The contact must be sterile. I'll call you back." 17 seconds. "We must talk," was the strong, quick reply. "Call back." He hung up. She'd be safe. It was not only unlikely that the Matarese had found her and tapped her, but even if they had, they would not kill her. There was nothing to gain, more to learn by keeping the intermediary alive, and too much of a mess killing the company men with her. Besides, there were limits to his liability under the circumstances. He was sorry, but there were. It was time for Lisbon. He had known since Rome that he would use Lisbon when the moment came. A series of telephone calls could be placed through Lisbon only once. For once those receiving the calls were listed in the overnight databanks, red cards would fly out of computers into alarm slots, the coded source traced through other computers in Langley, and no further calls permitted by that source, all transmissions terminated. Access to Lisbon was restricted to those who dealt solely with high-level defections, men in the field who in times of emergency had to go directly to their superiors in Washington, who in turn were authorized to make immediate decisions. No more than 20 intelligence officers in the country had the codes for Lisbon, and no man in Washington ever refused a call from Lisbon. One never knew whether a general or a nuclear physicist or a ranking member of the Presidium or the KGB might be the prize. It was also understood that any abuse of the Lisbon access would result in the severest consequences for the abuser. Bray was amused, grimly, at the concept. The abuse he was about to inflict was beyond anything conceived by the men who made the rules. He looked at the 5 names and titles he was about to call. The names in themselves were not that unusual. They could probably be found in any telephone book. Their positions, however, could not. The Secretary of State, the Chairman of the National Security Council, the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency, the Chief Foreign Policy Advisor to the President, the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The probability that 1, possibly 2 of these men were consiglieri of the Matarese convinced Bray not to try to send his indictment directly to the President. Telenikov and he had believed that once the proof was in their hands, the 2 leaders of both their countries could be reached and convinced. It was not true. Presidents and premiers were too closely guarded, too protected. Messages were filtered, words interpreted. The charges of traitors would be dismissed. Others had to reach presidents and premiers, men whose positions of trust and responsibility were beyond reproach. Such men had to bring them the news, not traitors. The majority, if not all of those he was about to call, were committed to the well-being of the nation. Any one of them could get the ear of the president. It was all he asked for, and none would refuse a call from Lisbon. He picked up the telephone and dialed the overseas operator. 20 minutes later, the operator called back. Lisbon had, as always, cleared the traffic to Washington quickly. The Secretary of State was on the line. "This is State 1, said the Secretary. "Your codes are cleared, Lisbon. What is it?" "Mr. Secretary, within 48 hours you'll receive a manila envelope in the mail. The name Agate will be printed in the upper left corner." "Agate? Beowulf Agate? Please listen to me, sir. Have the envelope brought directly to you unopened. Inside there's a detailed report describing a series of events which have taken place, and are taking place right now, that amount to a conspiracy to assume control of the government." "Conspiracy? Please be specific. Communist?" "I don't think so." "You must be specific, Mr. Schofield. You are a wanted man, and you're abusing the Lisbon connection. Self-seeking cries of alarm from you are not in your interest, or in the interest of the country. You'll find all the specifics you need in my report. Among them is proof, I repeat, proof, Mr. Secretary, that there's been a deception in the Senate that goes back 20 years. It's of such magnitude that I'm not at all sure the country can absorb the shock. It may not even be in its interest to expose it. Explain yourself." The explanation's in the envelope. But not a recommendation. I haven't got any recommendations. That's your business. And the President's. Bring the information to him as soon as you get it. I order you to report to me immediately. I'll come out in 48 hours if I'm alive. When I do, I want two things: vindication for me and asylum for a Soviet intelligence officer, if he's alive. Schofield, where are you? Bray hung up. He waited 10 minutes and placed his second call to Lisbon. 35 minutes later, the chairman of the National Security Council was on the line. Mr. Chairman, within 48 hours you'll receive a manila envelope in the mail. The name Agate will be printed in the upper left corner. It was exactly 14 minutes past midnight when he completed the final call. Among the men he had reached were honorable men. Their voices would be heard by the President. He had 48 hours, a lifetime. It was time for a drink. Twice during the placement of calls, he had looked at the bottle of scotch, close to rationalizing the necessity of calming his anxieties, but both times rejected the method. Under pressure, he was the coldest man he knew. He might not always feel that way, but it was the way he functioned. He deserved a drink now. It would be a fitting salute to the call he was about to make to Senator Joshua Appleton IV, born Julian Gideron, son of the shepherd boy. The telephone rang, the shock of its sound causing Bray to grip the bottle in his hand, oblivious to the whiskey he was pouring. Liquor spilled over the glass onto the counter. It was impossible. There was no way the calls to Lisbon could be retraced so rapidly. The magnetic trunk lines fluctuated hourly, ensuring blind origins. The entire system would have to be shut down for a minimum of 8 hours in order to trace a single call. Lisbon was an absolute. Place a call through it, and a man was safe, his location buried until it no longer mattered. The phone rang again. Not to answer was not to know, the lack of knowledge infinitely more dangerous than any tracing. No matter what, he still had cards to play, or at least the conviction that those cards were playable. He would convey that. He lifted up the phone. Yes? Room 212? What is it? The manager, sir. It's nothing, really, but the outside operator has, quite naturally, kept our switchboard informed of your overseas telephone calls. We noticed that you've chosen not to use a credit card, but rather have billed the calls to your room. We thought you'd appreciate knowing that the charges are currently in excess of $300. Schofield looked over at the depleted bottle of scotch. Yankee skepticism would not change until the planet blew up, and then the New England bookkeepers would sue the universe. Why don't you come up personally, and I'll give you the money for the calls. It'll be in cash. Oh, not necessary at all, sir. Actually, I'm not at the hotel. I'm at home. There was the slightest, slightly embarrassed pause. In Beverly, we'll just attach— Thank you for your concern, interrupted Bray, hanging up and heading back to the counter and the bottle of scotch. 5 minutes later, he was ready, ice-like calm spreading through him as he sat down next to the telephone. The words would be there because the outrage was there. He did not have to think about them. They would come easily. What he had thought about was the sequence: extortion, compromise, weakness, exchange. Someone within the Matarese wanted to talk with him, recruit him for the most logical reasons in the world. He'd give that man, whoever he was, the chance to do both. It was part of the exchange, prelude to escape. But the first step on the tightrope would not be made by Beowulf Agate. It would be made by the son of the shepherd boy. He picked up the phone. 30 seconds later, he heard the famous voice laced with the pronounced Boston accent that reminded so many so often of a young president cut down in Dallas. Hello? Hello? The senator had been roused from his sleep. It was in the clearing of his throat. Who's there, for God's sake? There is a grave in the Swiss village of Col du Pion. If there's a body in the coffin below, it's not the man whose name is on the stone. The gasp on the line was electrifying. The silence that followed, a scream suspended in the grip of fear. Who? The man was in shock, unable to form the question. There's no reason for you to say anything, Julian. Stop it! The scream was released. All right, no names. You know who I am. If you don't, the shepherd boy hasn't kept his son informed. I won't listen. Yes, you will, Senator. Right now that phone is part of your hand. You won't let it go. You can't. So just listen. On November 11th, 1943, You and a close friend of yours went to the same dentist on Main Street in Andover, Massachusetts. You had X-rays taken that day. Schofield paused for precisely 1 second. I have them, Senator. Your office can confirm it in the morning. Your office also can confirm the fact that yesterday a messenger from the General Accounting Office picked up a set of more recent X-rays from your current dentist in Washington. And finally, if you're so inclined, your office might check the X-ray depository of the Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston. They'll find that a single-plate frontal X-ray taken 25 years ago is missing from the Appleton file. As of an hour ago, all are in my possession. There was a quiet, plaintive cry on the line, a moan without words. Keep listening, Senator, continued Bray. You've got a chance. If the girl's alive, you've got a chance. If she's not, you don't. Regarding the Russian, if he's going to die, I'll be the one who kills him. I think you know why. You see, accommodations can be made. What I know, I don't want to know. What you do is no concern of mine, not any longer. What you want, you've already won, and men like me simply end up working for people like you. That's all that ever happens. Ultimately, there's not much difference between any of you, anywhere. Schofield paused again. The bait was glaring. Would he take it? He did, the whisper hoarse, the statement tentative. There are people who want to talk with you. I'll listen, but only after the girl is free. The Russian turned over to me. The X-rays? The words were rushed, cut off. A man was drowning. That's the exchange. How? We'll negotiate it. You've got to understand, Senator, the only thing that matters to me now is me. The girl and I, we just want to get away. What? Again the man was incapable of forming the question. Do I want? Completed Schofield. Proof that she's alive, that she can still walk. I don't understand. You don't know much about exchanges either. A package that's immobile isn't any package at all. It voids the exchange. I want proof, and I've got a very powerful pair of binoculars. Binoculars? Your people will understand. I want a telephone number and a sighting. Obviously, I'm in the Boston vicinity. I'll call you in the morning at this number. There's a debate on the Senate floor, a quorum. You'll miss it, said Bray, hanging up. The first move had been made. Telephones would be in use all night between Washington and Boston. Move and countermove, thrust and parry, press and check. The negotiations had begun. He looked at the manila envelopes on the table. Between calls, he had sealed all of them, weighed and stamped them. They were ready to go. Except one, and there was no reason to believe he would mail it, the tragedy found in the disappearance of the man and what he might have done. It was time to call his old friend from Paris back. He picked up the phone and dialed. Bray, thank God, we've been waiting for hours. We? Ambassador Winthrop. He's there? It's all right. It was handled extremely well. His man, Stanley, assured me that no one could possibly have followed them, and for all purposes the ambassador is in Alexandria. Stanley's good. Schofield felt like yelling to the skies in sheer relief, sheer joy. Winthrop was alive. The flanks were covered, the Matarese destroyed. He was free to negotiate as he had never negotiated in his life before, and he was the best there was. Let me talk to Winthrop. Brandon, I'm on the line. I'm afraid I took the phone from your friend quite rudely. Forgive me, my dear. What happened? I tried calling you. I was hurt. Not seriously, but enough to require treatment. I went to a doctor I knew in Fredericksburg. He has a private clinic. It wouldn't do for the eldest of so-called statesmen to show up at a Washington hospital with a bullet in his arm. I mean, can you imagine Harriman turning up in a Harlem emergency ward with a gunshot wound? I couldn't involve you any further, Brandon. Jesus, I should have considered that. You had enough to consider. Where are you? Outside of Boston. There's so much to tell you, but not on the phone. It's all in an envelope, along with 4 strips of X-rays. I've got to get it to you right away, and you've got to get it to the President. The Matarese? More than either of us could imagine. I have the proof. Take the first plane to Washington. I'll reach the President now and get you full protection, a military escort if need be. The search will be called off. I can't do that, sir. Why not? The ambassador was incredulous. There are hostages involved. I need time. They'll be killed unless I negotiate. Negotiate? You don't have to negotiate.
If you have what you say you have, let the government do it. It takes roughly 1 pound of pressure and less than a fifth of a second to pull a trigger, said Schofield. I've got to negotiate. But you see, I can now. I'll stay in touch. Pinpoint the exchange ground. You can cover me. Those words again, said Winthrop. They never leave your vocabulary, do they? I've never been so grateful for them. How much time? It depends. It's delicate. 24, possibly 30 hours. It has to be less than 48. That's the deadline. Get the proof to me, Brandon. There's an attorney. His firm's in Boston, but he lives in Waltham. He's a good friend. Do you have a car? Yes, I can get to Waltham in about 40 minutes. Good. I'll call him. He'll be on the first plane to Washington in the morning. His name is Paul Bergeron. You'll have to get his address from the phone book. No problem. It was 1:45 a.m. when Bray rang the bell of the Fieldstone house in Waltham. The door was opened by Paul Bergeron, dressed in a bathrobe, creases of concern on his aging, intelligent face. I know I'm not to ask your name, but would you care to come in? From what I gather, I'm sure you can use a drink. Thanks just the same, but I still have work to do. Here's the envelope, and thanks again. Another time, perhaps. The attorney looked at the thick manila envelope in his hand. You know, I feel the way Jim St. Clair must have felt when he got that last call from Al Haig. Is this some kind of smoking gun? It's on fire, Mr. Bergeron. I called the airline an hour ago. I'm on the 7:55 to Washington. Winthrop will have this by 10 in the morning. Thanks. Good night. Schofield drove back toward Salem, scanning the roads instinctively for signs of anyone following him. There were none, nor did he expect to see any. He was also looking for an all-night supermarket. Their wares were rarely, if ever, restricted to foodstuffs. He found one on the outskirts of Medford, set back from the highway. He parked in front, walked inside, and saw what he was looking for in the second aisle, a display of inexpensive Big Ben alarm clocks. He bought 10 of them. It was 3:18 when he walked into his room. He took the alarm clocks from their boxes, lined them up on the table, and opened his attaché case, taking out a small leather case containing miniature hand tools. He would buy bell wire and batteries first thing in the morning, the explosives later in the day. The charges might be a problem, but it was not insurmountable. He needed more show than power, and in all likelihood he would need nothing at all. The years, however, had taught him caution. An exchange was like the workings of a giant aircraft. Each system had a backup system, each backup an alternative. He had 6 hours to prepare his alternatives. It was good he had something to do. Sleep now was out of the question. Chapter 36. The shift from dawn to daybreak was barely discernible. Winter rain was promised again. By 8 o'clock it had arrived. Bray stood, his hands on the window-sill, looking out at the ocean, thinking about calmer, warmer seas, wondering if he and Tony would ever sail them. Yesterday there was no hope. Today there was, and he was primed to function as he had never functioned before. All that was Beowulf Agate would be seen and heard from this day. He had spent his life preparing for the few brief hours that would prolong it the only way that was acceptable to him. He would bring her out, or he would die. That had not changed. The fact that he had effectively destroyed the Matarese was almost incidental now. That was a professional objective, and he was the best. He and the Russian were the best. He turned from the window and went to the table, surveying his work of the last few hours. It had taken less time than he had projected, so total was his concentration. Each clock was dismantled, every main wheel spring drilled at the spindle, new pinion screws inserted in the ratchet mechanisms, the miniature bolts balanced. Each was now prepared to accept the insertion of bell wires leading to battery terminals that would throw 30 seconds of sparks into exposed powder. These sparks would, in turn, burn and ignite explosives over a span of 15 minutes. Each alarm had been set and reset a dozen times, infinitesimal grooves filed across the gears ensuring sequence. All worked a dozen times in sequence. Professional tools, no particular significance attached to his knowing them. The designer was also a mechanic, the architect a builder, the critic a practitioner of the craft. It was essential.
Powder could be obtained at any gunsmith's with the purchase of shells. As for explosives, a simple visit to a demolition or excavation site, armed with the proper government identification, was all that it took for an on-the-spot inventory. The rest was a matter of having large pockets in a raincoat. He had done it all before. Lay mentality was the same everywhere. Beware the man bearing a black plastic ID case who spoke softly. He was dangerous. Cooperate. Do not allow your name to get on a list. He placed the clock mechanisms in a box given him by the supermarket clerk 5 hours ago, sealed the top, and carried it outside to his car. He opened the trunk, wedged the box into the corner, and returned to the hotel lobby. "I find that I'll be leaving shortly," he said to the young man behind the front desk. "I paid for a week, but my plans have changed." "You also had a lot of phone calls billed to your room." "True," agreed Schofield, wondering how many people in Salem were also aware of it. Did witches still burn in Salem? "If you'd have the balance ready for me, I'll be down in about a half hour. Add these papers to my bill, please." He took 2 newspapers from the stacks on the counter, the Morning Examiner and a local weekly. He walked back up the staircase to his room. He made instant coffee, carried the cup to the table, and sat down with the newspapers and the Salem telephone book. It was 8:25. Paul Bergeron had been in the air 30 minutes, weather at Logan Airport permitting. It was something he would check when he started his calls. He opened the Examiner, turning to the classified section. There were 2 openings for construction workers, the first in Newton, the second in Braintree. He wrote down the addresses, hoping to find a third or a fourth nearer by. He did. In the Salem Weekly there was a photograph taken 5 days ago showing Senator Joshua Appleton at a groundbreaking ceremony in Swampscott. It was a federal project coordinated with the state of Massachusetts, a middle-income housing development being built on the rocky land north of Phillips Beach. The caption read, "Blasting and excavation to commence." The irony was splendid. He opened the telephone book and found a gunsmith in Salem. He had no reason to look further. He wrote down the address. It was 8:37. Time to call the lie that went under the name of Joshua Appleton. He got up and went to the bed, deciding impulsively to phone Logan Airport first. He did, and the words he heard were the words he wanted to hear. 7:55 to Washington. That would be Eastern Flight 62. Let me check, sir. There was a 12-minute delay, but the plane's airborne. No change in the ETA. Paul Bergeron was on his way to Washington and Robert Winthrop. There would be no delays now, no crisis conferences, no hastily summoned meetings between arrogant men trying to decide how and when to proceed. Winthrop would call the Oval Office. An immediate audience would be granted, and the full might of government would be pitted against the Matarese. And tomorrow morning, Winthrop had agreed to that, the senator would be picked up by Secret Service and taken directly to Walter Reed Hospital, where he would be subjected to intensive examinations. A 25-year fraud would be exposed, the son destroyed with the shepherd boy. Bray lit a cigarette, sipped his coffee, and picked up the phone. He was in full command. He would concentrate totally on his negotiations, on the exchange that would be meaningless to the Matarese. The senator's voice was tense, exhaustion in his tight delivery. "Nicholas Gideron wants to see you." "The shepherd boy himself," said Schofield. "You know my conditions. Does he? Is he prepared to meet them?" "Yes," whispered the son, "a telephone number he agrees to. He's not sure what you mean by a sighting." "Then there's nothing further to talk about. I'll hang up." "Wait!" "Why, it's a simple word. I told you I had binoculars. What else is there to say? He's refused. Goodbye, Senator." "No!" Appleton's breathing was audible. All right. You'll be told a time and a location when you call the number I give you." "I'll be what?" "You're a dead man, Senator. If they want to sacrifice you, that's their business. And yours, I suppose, but not mine." "What the hell are you talking about? What's wrong?" "It's unacceptable. I'm not told a time and a location. I tell you, and you tell them. Specifically, I give you a location and a time span, Senator. Between 3 and 5 o'clock this afternoon, at the north windows of Appleton Hall, the ones looking out over Jamaica Pond. Have you got that? Appleton Hall."
That is the telephone number. You don't say. Have the windows lighted, the woman in one room, the Russian in another. I want mobility, conversation. I want to see them walking, talking, reacting. Is that clear? Yes, walking, reacting. And, Senator, tell your people not to bother looking for me. I won't have the X-rays on me. They'll be with someone else who's been told where to send them if I'm not back at a specific bus stop by 5:30. A bus stop? The North Road below Appleton Hall is a public bus route. Those buses are always crowded, and the long curve around Jamaica Pond makes them slow down. If the rain keeps up, they'll be slower than usual, won't they? I'll have plenty of time to see what I want to see. Will you see Nicholas Gideron? The question was rushed, on the edge of hysteria. If I'm satisfied, said Schofield coldly, I'll call you from a phone booth around 5:30. He wants to talk with you now. Mr. Vickery doesn't talk to anyone until he checks into the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. I thought that was clear. He's concerned you may have duplicates made. He's very concerned about that. These are 25 and 38-year-old negatives. Any exposure to photographic light would show up on a spectrograph instantly. I won't get killed for that. He insists you reach him now. He says it's vital. Everything's vital. He says to tell you you're wrong. Very wrong. If I'm satisfied this afternoon, he'll have a chance to prove it later. And you'll have the presidency. Or will he? Bray hung up and crushed out his cigarette. As he had thought, Appleton Hall was the most logical place for Gideron to hold his hostages. He had tried not to think about it when he had driven around the massive estate. The nearness of Tony was an obstruction he could barely surmount, but instinctively he had known it. And because he knew it, his eyes had reacted like the rapid shutters of a dozen cameras clicking off 100 images. The grounds had space, acres filled with dense trees and thick shrubbery and guards in lean-to shelters positioned around the hill. Such a fortress was a likely target for an invasion. Indeed, the possibility was obviously never far from Gideron's mind, and Schofield intended to capitalize on that fear. He would mount an imaginary invasion, its roots in the sort of army the shepherd boy understood as well as anyone on earth. He made a last call before leaving Salem to Robert Winthrop in Washington. The ambassador might well be tied up for hours at the White House, his advice intrinsic to any decision made by the president, and Schofield wanted his first line of protection. It was his only protection, really. Imaginary invasions had no invaders. Brandon, I haven't slept all night. Neither did a lot of other people, sir. Is this line sterile? I had it electronically checked early this morning. What's happening? Did you see Bergeron? He's on his way. Eastern Flight 62. He's got the envelope and will be in Washington by 10. I'll send Stanley to meet him at the airport. I spoke to the president 15 minutes ago. He's clearing his calendar and will see me at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I expect it will be a very long meeting. I'm sure he'll want to bring in others. That's why I'm calling now. I thought as much. I've got the exchange ground. Have you got a pencil? Yes, go ahead. It's a place called Appleton Hall in Brookline. Appleton? Senator Appleton? You'll understand when you get the envelope from Bergeron. My God! The estate's above Jamaica Pond on a hill called Appleton Hill. It's well known. I'll set the meeting for 11:30 tonight. I'll time my arrival exactly. Tell whoever's in charge to start surrounding the hill at 11:45. Block off the roads a half-mile in all directions using detour signs and approach carefully. There are guards inside the fence every 200 or 300 feet. Station a command post on the dirt road across from the front gate. There's a large white house there, if I remember correctly. Take it and sever the telephone wires. It may belong to the Matarese. Just a minute, Brandon, interrupted Winthrop. I'm writing all this, and my hands and eyes aren't what they once were. I'm sorry, I'll slow down. It's all right. Sever telephone wires. Go on. My strategy's right out of the book. They may expect it, but they can't stop it. I'll say my deadline's 15 minutes past midnight. That's when I'm to go out the front door with the hostages to my car and strike 2 matches one after the other. They'll recognize a pattern. I'll tell them a drone is outside the gate with an envelope containing the X-rays. Drone? X-rays? The first is only a name for someone I hire.
The second is the proof they expect me to deliver. But you can't deliver it. It wouldn't make any difference if I did. You'll have enough in the envelope Bergeron's bringing you. Of course. What else? When I strike the second match, tell the CP to give me corresponding signals. Corresponding? Strike 2 matches. Of course. Sorry. Then? Wait for me to drive down to the gate. I'll time everything as close to 12:20 as I can. As soon as the gate's opened, the troops move in. They'll be covered by diversionary static. Tell them it's just that, static. What? I don't understand. They will. I've got to leave now, Mr. Ambassador. There's still a lot to do. Brandon. Yes, sir? There's one thing you do not have to do. What's that? Worry about vindication, I promise you. You were always the best there was. Thank you, sir. Thank you for everything. I just want to be free. The gunsmith on Salem's Hawthorne Boulevard was both amused and pleased that the stranger purchased 2 grosses of .04 shotgun shells during off-season. Tourists were damn fools anyway, but this one compounded the damn foolery of paying good money not only for the shells, but for 10 plastic display tubes that the manufacturers supplied for nothing. He spoke with one of those smooth, kinda oily voices, probably a New York lawyer who never had a gun in his hand. Damn fools. The rain hammered down, forming pools in the mud as disgruntled crews of construction workers sat in cars waiting for a break in the weather so they could sign in. 4 hours meant a day's pay, but without signing in there was nothing. Schofield approached the door of a prefabricated shack, stepping on a plank sinking into the mud in front of the rain-splashed window. Inside he could see the foreman sitting behind a table talking into a telephone. 10 yards to the left was a concrete bunker, a heavy padlock on the steel door, the red-lettered sign stenciled across it explicit. Danger. Authorized personnel only. Swampscott Dev Corp. Bray rapped first on the window, distracting the man on the phone inside the shack, then stepped off the plank and opened the door. "Yeah, what is it?" yelled the foreman. "I'll wait till you're finished," said Schofield, closing the door. A sign on the table gave the man's name, A. Patelli. "That could be a while, pal. I got a thief on the phone. A fucking thief who says his fucking pansy drivers can't roll because it's wet out." "Don't make it too long, please." Bray removed his ID case. He flipped it open. "You are Mr. Patelli, aren't you?" The foreman stared at the identification card. "Yeah." He turned back to the phone. "I'll call you back, thief." He got out of the chair. "You government?" "Yes." "What the hell's the matter now?" "Something we don't think you're aware of, Mr. Patelli. My unit's working with the Federal Bureau of Investigation." "The FBI?" "That's right. You've had several shipments of explosive materials delivered to the site here." "Locked up tight and accounted for," interrupted the foreman. "Every fucking stick." "We don't think so. That's why I'm here." "What?" "There was a bombing 2 days ago in New York. Maybe you read about it. A bank in Wall Street. Oxidation raised several numbers on the serial imprint that blew with the detonating cap. We think it may be traced to one of your shipments." "That's fucking nuts." "Why don't we check?" The explosives inside the concrete bunker were not sticks. They were solid blocks roughly 5 inches long, 3 high and 2 thick, packaged in cartons of 24. "Prepare a statement of consignment, please," said Schofield, studying the surface of a brick. "We were right. These are the ones." "A statement?" "I'm taking a carton for evidentiary analysis." "What?" "Look, Mr. Patelli, your ass may be in a very tight sling. You signed for these shipments, and I don't think you counted. I'd advise you to cooperate fully. Any indication of resistance could be misinterpreted. After all, it's your responsibility. Frankly, I don't think you're involved, but I'm only the field investigator. On the other hand, my word counts. I'll sign any fucking thing you want. What do I write?" At a hardware store, Bray bought 10 dry cell batteries, 10 5-quart plastic containers, a roll of bell wire, and a can of black spray paint. He asked for a very large box to carry everything in through the rain. He sat in the back seat of his rented car, placed the last of the clocks into its plastic container, pressing the explosive brick down beside the battery. He listened for the steady tick of the mechanism. It was there. Then he snapped the edges of the cover in place and sealed it with tape. It was 42 minutes past noon, the alarms set in sequence, the grooves in the gears locked by the teeth of the pinions, the sequence to begin in precisely 11 hours and 26 minutes. As he had done with the previous 9, he sprayed the container with black paint. A great deal of it soiled the rear seat cushion. He would leave a $100 bill in the crease. He inserted the coin in the payphone. He was in West Roxbury, 2 minutes from the border of Brookline. He dialed, waited for the line to be answered, and roared into the mouthpiece. "Sanitation?" "Yes, sir. What can we do for you?" "Appleton Drive, Brookline. The sewer's backed up. It's all over my goddamn front lawn." "Where is that, sir?" "I just told you, Appleton Drive and Beechnut Terrace. It's terrible." "We'll dispatch a truck right away, sir." "Please, hurry." The sanitation department van made its way haltingly up Beechnut Terrace toward the intersection of Appleton Drive, its driver obviously checking the sewer drains in the street. When he reached the corner, a man in a dark blue raincoat flagged him down. It was impossible to go around the man. He moved back and forth in the middle of the street, waving his arms frantically. The driver opened his door and shouted through the rain, "What's the matter?" It was the last thing he would say for several hours. Within the Appleton Hall compound, a guard in a cedar lean-to picked up his wall telephone and told the operator on the switchboard to give him an outside line. He was calling the sanitation department in Brookline. One of their vans was on Appleton Drive, stopping every 100 feet or so. "There are reports of a blockage in the vicinity of Beechnut and Appleton, sir. We have a truck checking it out." "Thank you," said the guard, pushing a button that was the intercom for all stations. He relayed the information and returned to his chair. What kind of idiot would check out sewers for a living? Schofield wore the black rain slicker with the stenciled white letters across the back. Sanitation Department, Brookline. It was 3:05. The sighting had started, Antonia and Telenyakov standing behind windows on the other side of the estate. The concentration in Appleton Hall would be on the road below. He drove the sanitation van slowly up Appleton Drive, staying close to the curb, stopping at every sewer drain in the street. As the road was long, there were roughly 20 to 30 such drains. At each stop, he got out carrying a 6-foot extension snake and whatever other tools he could find in the van that seemed to fit a hastily imagined problem. This was at every stop. At 10, however, he added one other item, a 5-quart plastic container that had been sprayed black. With 7, he was able to wedge them between the spikes of the wrought-iron fence beyond the sight lines of the lean-tos, pushing them into the foliage with the snake. With 3, he used what was left of the bell wire and suspended them beneath the grates of the sewers. At 4:22 he was finished and drove back to Beechnut Terrace, where he began the embarrassing process of reviving the sanitation employee in the rear of the van. There was no time to be solicitous. He removed the rain slicker and slapped the man into consciousness. "What the hell happened?" The man was frightened, recoiling at the sight of Bray above him. "I made a mistake," said Schofield simply. "You can accept that or not, but nothing's missing, no harm's been done, and there is no problem with the sewers." "You're crazy." Bray took out his money clip. "I'm sure it appears that way, so I'd like to pay you for the use of your truck. No one has to know about it. Here's $500. "5? For the past hour you've been checking the drains along Beechnut and Appleton. That's all anyone has to know. You were dispatched and did your job. That is, if you want the $500. "You're crazy." "I haven't got time to argue with you. Do you want the money or not?" The man's eyes bulged. He took the money. It did not matter whether they saw him now. Only what he saw mattered. His watch read 4:57. 3 minutes remained before the sighting was terminated. He stopped his car directly below the midpoint of Appleton Hall, rolled down his window, and raised the binoculars, focusing through the rain on the lighted windows 300 yards above. The first figure to come into view was Telenyakov, but it was not the Telenyakov he had last seen in London. The Russian stood motionless behind the window, the side of his head encased in a bandage, a bulge beneath the open collar of his shirt, further evidence of wounds wrapped tightly with gauze. Standing beside the Soviet was a dark-haired, muscular man, his hand hidden behind Telenyakov's back. Schofield had the distinct impression that without that man's support, Telenyakov would collapse. But he was alive, his eyes staring straight ahead, blinking every other second or so. The Russian was telling him he was alive. Bray moved the glasses to the right. His breathing stopped, the pounding in his chest like a rapidly accelerating drum in an echo chamber. It was almost more than he could bear. The rain blurred the lenses. He was going out of his mind. There she was, standing erect behind the window, her head held up, angled first to her left, then to her right, her eyes leveled, responding to voices. Responding. And then Schofield saw what he dared not hope to see. Relief swept over him, and he wanted to shout through the rain in sheer exuberance. There was fear in Antonia's eyes, to be sure, but there was also something else. Anger. The eyes of his love were filled with anger, and there was nothing on earth that took its place. An angry mind was a mind intact. He put the binoculars down, rolled up the windows, and started the engine. He had several telephone calls and a final arrangement to make. When these were done, it was time for Mr. B.A. Vickery to arrive at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Chapter 37. "Were you satisfied?" The senator's voice was more controlled than it had been that morning. The anxiety was still there, but it was farther below the surface. "How badly is the Russian hurt?" "He's lost blood. He's weak." "I could see that. Is he ambulatory?" "Enough to put him into a car, if that's what you want to do." "It's what I want to do. Both he and the woman in my car with me at the exact moment I say. I'll drive the car down to the gate, and on my signal the gate will be opened. That's when you get the X-rays and we get out." "I thought you wanted to kill him." "I want something else first. He has information that can make the rest of my life very pleasant, no matter who runs what." "I see. I'm sure you do." "You said you'd meet with Nicholas Gideron. Listen to what he has to say." "I will. I'd be a liar if I didn't admit I had questions." "He'll answer everything. When will you see him?" "He'll know when I check into the Ritz-Carlton. Tell him to call me there. And let's get one thing clear, Senator. A telephone call. No troops. The X-rays won't be in the hotel." "Where will they be?" "That's my business." Schofield hung up and left the phone booth. He'd place his next call from a booth in the center of Boston to check in with Robert Winthrop, as much to get the ambassador's reaction to the material in the envelope as anything else, and to make sure his protection was being mounted. If there were hitches, he wanted to know about them. "It's Stanley, Mr. Schofield." As always, Winthrop's chauffeur spoke gruffly, not unpleasantly. "The ambassador's still at the White House. He asked me to come back here and wait for any calls from you. He told me to tell you that everything you asked for is being taken care of. He said I should repeat the times, 11:30, 11:45, and 12:15. "That's what I wanted to hear. Thanks very much." Bray opened the door of the drugstore telephone booth and walked over to a counter where construction paper and felt markers in varying colors were sold. He chose bright yellow paper and a dark blue marker. He went back to his car and, using his attaché case for a desk, wrote his message in large, clear letters on the yellow paper. Satisfied, he opened the case, removed the 5 sealed manila envelopes, stamped and addressed to 5 of the nation's most powerful men, and placed them on the seat next to him. It was time to mail them. Then he took out a 6th envelope and inserted the yellow page. He sealed it with tape and wrote on the front, "For the Boston Police." He drove slowly up Newbury Street looking for the address he had found in the telephone booth. It was on the left side, 4 doors from the corner, a large painted sign in the window. "Phoenix Messenger Service, 24-hour delivery. Medical, academic, industrial." A thin, prim-looking woman with an expression of serious efficiency rose from her desk and came to the counter. "May I help you?" "I hope so," said Schofield, efficiency in his voice as he opened his identification. I'm with the BPD, attached to interdepartmental examinations. The police? Good heavens! Nothing to be concerned about. We're running an exercise, checking up on precinct response to outside emergencies. We want this envelope delivered to the station on Boylston tonight. Can you handle it? We certainly can. Fine. What's the charge? Oh, I don't think that will be necessary, officer. We're all in this together. I couldn't accept that, thank you. Besides, we need the outside record. And your name, of course. Of course. The charge for night deliveries is usually $10. If you will let me have a receipt, please. Schofield took the money from his pocket. And if you don't mind, please specify that delivery is to be made between 11 and 11:15. That's very important to us. You will make sure of it, won't you? I'll do better than that, officer. I'll deliver it myself. I'm on till midnight, so I'll just leave one of the boys in charge and go right over there myself. I really admire the sort of thing you're doing. Crime is simply astronomical these days. We've all got to pitch in, I say. You're very kind, ma'am. You know, there are a lot of very strange people around the apartment house where I live. Very strange. What's the address? I'll have the patrol cars look a little more closely from here on. Why, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. It was 9:20 when he walked into the lobby of the Ritz-Carlton. He had driven down to the piers and eaten a fish dinner, his time spent thinking about what he and Tony would do after the night was over. Where would they go? How would they live? Finances did not concern him. Winthrop had promised vindication, and the calculating head of consular operations, the would-be executioner named Daniel Congdon, had been generous in pension and unrecorded benefits that would come his way as long as his silence was maintained. Beowulf Agate was about to disappear from this world. Where would Bray Schofield go? As long as Antonia was with him, it did not matter. "There's a message for you, Mr. Vickery," said the desk clerk, holding out a small envelope. "Thank you," said Schofield, wondering if beneath the man's white shirt there was a small blue circle inked into his flesh. The message was only a telephone number. He crumpled it in his hand and dropped it on the counter. "Is something wrong?" asked the clerk. Bray smiled. "Tell that son of a bitch I don't make calls to numbers, only to names." He let the telephone ring 3 times before he picked it up. "Yes?" "You're an arrogant man, Beowulf." The voice was high-pitched, crueler than the wind. It was the shepherd boy, Nicholas Gideron. "I was right, then," said Schofield. "That man downstairs doesn't work full-time for the Ritz-Carlton. And when he showers, he can't wash off a small blue circle on his chest." "It's worn with enormous pride, sir. They are extraordinary men and women who have enlisted in our extraordinary cause." "Where do you find them? People who will blow themselves away and bite into cyanide." "Quite simply in our companies. Men have been willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for causes since the dawn of time. It does not always have to be on a battlefield or in a wartime underground or even in the world of international espionage. There are many causes, I don't have to tell you that." "Such as themselves? The Fidais, Gideron? Hassan ibn al-Sabah's cadre of assassins?" "You've studied the Padrone, I see." "Very closely." "There are certain practical and philosophical similarities, I will not deny it. These men and women have everything they want on this earth, and when they leave it, their families, wives, children, husbands, will have more than they ever need. Isn't that the dream? With over 500 companies, computers can select a handful of people willing and capable of entering into the arrangement. A simple extension of the dream, Mr. Schofield." "Pretty damned extended." "Not really. Far more executives collapse from heart seizure than from violence. Read the daily obituaries. But I'm sure this is only one of many questions. May I send a car for you?" "You may not." "There's no cause for hostility." "I'm not hostile, I'm cautious. Basically, I'm a coward. I've set a schedule, and I intend to stick with it. I'll get there at exactly 11:30. You talk, I'll listen. At precisely 12:15, I'll walk out with the girl and the Russian. A signal will be given. We'll get into the car and drive to your main gate. That's when you'll get the X-rays and we get away. If there's the slightest deviation, the X-rays will disappear.
They'll show up somewhere else. We have a right to examine them, protested Gideron, for accuracy and spectroanalysis. We want to make sure no duplicates were made. We must have time for that. The shepherd boy bit. The omission of the examination was the weakness Gideron quite naturally pounced upon. The huge electronic iron gate had to be opened and stay open. If it remained shut, all the troops and all the diversions that could be mounted would not prevent a man firing a rifle into the car. Bray hesitated. Fair enough. Have equipment and a technician down at the gatehouse. Verification will take 2 or 3 minutes, but the gate has to remain open while it's being done. Very well. By the way, added Schofield, I meant what I said to your son. You mean Senator Appleton, I believe. Believe it. You'll find the X-rays intact, no light marks of duplication. I won't get killed for that. I'm convinced, but I find a weakness in these arrangements. A weakness? Bray felt cold. Yes, 11:30 to 12:15 is only 45 minutes. That's not much time for us to talk. For me to talk, and you to listen. Schofield breathed again. If you're convincing, I'll know where to find you in the morning, won't I? Gideron laughed softly in his eerily high-pitched voice. Of course, so simple. You're a logical man. I try to be. 11:30 then. Bray hung up. He had done it. Every system had a backup system, every backup an alternative. The exchange was covered on all flanks. It was 11:29 when he drove through the gates of Appleton Hall and entered the drive that curved up past the carriage house to the walled estate on the crest of the hill. As he drove by the cavernous garage of the carriage house, he was surprised to see a number of limousines. Between 10 and 12 uniformed chauffeurs were talking. They were men who knew each other. They had been here before together. The wall surrounding the enormous main house was more for effect than protection. It was barely 8 feet high, designed to look far higher from below. Joshua Appleton I had erected an expensive plaything. 1/3 castle, 1/3 fortress, 1/3 functional estate with an incredible view of Boston. The lights of the city flickered in the distance. The rain had stopped, leaving a chilly translucent mist in the air. Bray saw 2 men in the glare of his headlights. The one on the right signaled him to stop in front of a separation in the wall. He did so. The path beyond the wall was bordered by 2 heavy chains suspended from thick iron posts, the door at the end set in an archway. All that was missing was a portcullis, deadly spikes to come crashing down with the severing of a rope. Bray got out of the car and was immediately shoved over the hood, every pocket, every area of his body searched for weapons. Flanked by the guards, he was escorted to the door in the archway and admitted. At first full glance, Schofield understood why Nicholas Gideron had to possess the Appleton estate. The staircase, the tapestries, the chandeliers, the sheer magnificence of the great hall was breathtaking. The nearest thing to it Bray could imagine was the burned-out skeleton in Porto Vecchio that once had been the Villa Matarese. "Come this way, please," said the guard on his right, opening a door. "You have 3 minutes with the guests." Antonia ran across the room into his arms, her tears moistening his cheeks, the strength of her embrace desperate. "My darling, you've come for us." "Shh!" He held her. Oh, God, he held her. "We haven't time," he said softly. "In a little while we're going to walk out of here. Everything's going to be all right. We're going to be free." "He wants to talk to you," she whispered, quickly. "What?" Schofield opened his eyes and looked beyond Tony. Across the room Telenyakov sat rigidly in an armchair. The Russian's face was pale, so pale it was like chalk, the left side of his head taped. His ear and half his cheek had been blown away. His neck and shoulder blade were also damaged, encased in a T-squared metal brace. He could barely move them. Bray held Antonia's hand and approached. Telenyakov was dying. "We're getting out of here," said Schofield. "We'll take you to a hospital. It'll be all right." The Russian shook his head slowly, painfully, deliberately. "He can't talk, darling." Tony touched Vasily's right cheek. "He has no voice." "Jesus, what did they—" Never mind. In 45 minutes we're driving out of here. Again Telenyakov shook his head. The Russian was trying to tell him something. When the guards were helping him down the staircase, he had a convulsion, said Antonia. It was terrible. They were pulled down with him and were furious. They kept hitting him, and he's in such pain. They were pulled down? Asked Bray, wondering, looking at Telenyakov. The Russian nodded, reaching under his shirt to the belt beneath. He pulled out a gun and shoved it across his legs toward Schofield. He fell all right, whispered Bray, smiling, kneeling down and taking the weapon. You can't trust these commie bastards. Then he shifted the Russian, putting his lips close to Telenyakov's right ear. Everything's clean. We've got men outside. I've set explosive charges all around the hill. They want the proof I've got. We'll get out. The KGB man once more shook his head. Then he stopped, his eyes wide, gesturing for Schofield to watch his lips. The words were formed. Pajar. Sigda Pajar. Bray translated. Fire? Always fire? Telenyakov nodded, then formed other words, a barely audible whisper now emerging. Zazhigania Pajar. Explosions? After the explosions, fire? Is that what you're saying? Again Telenyakov nodded, his eyes beseeching. You don't understand, said Bray. We're covered. The Russian once more shook his head, now violently. Then he raised his hand, 2 fingers across his lips. A cigarette? Asked Schofield. Vasily nodded. Bray took the pack out of his pocket, along with a book of matches. Telenyakov waved away the cigarettes and grabbed the matches. The door opened. The guard spoke sharply. That's it. Mr. Gideron's waiting for you. They'll be here when you're finished. They'd better be. Schofield rose to his feet, hiding the gun in his belt beneath his raincoat. He gripped Antonia's hand and walked with her to the door. I'll be back in a while. No one's going to stop us. Nicholas Gideron sat behind the desk in his library, his large head with the fringe of white hair supporting an old man's face, the pale skin taut, receding into the temples and stretched, sinking into the hollows that held his dark, shining eyes. There was a gnome-like quality about him. It was not hard to think of him as the shepherd boy. "Would you care to reconsider your schedule, Mr. Schofield?" asked Gideron in his high, somewhat breathless voice, not looking at Bray, but instead studying papers. 40 minutes is really very little time, and I've got a great deal to tell you. You can tell me some other time, perhaps. Tonight the schedule stands. I see. The old man looked up, now staring at Schofield. You think we've done terrible things, don't you? I don't know what you've done. Certainly you do. We've had nearly 4 full days with the Russian. His monologues were not voluntary, but with chemical assistance the words were there. You've uncovered the pattern of huge companies linked across the world. You've perceived that through these companies we have funneled sums of money to terrorist groups everywhere. Incidentally, you're quite right. I doubt there's an effective group of fanatics anywhere that has not benefited from us. You perceive all this, but you can't understand why. It's at your fingertips, but it eludes you. At my fingertips? The words are yours. The Russian used them, but they were yours. Under chemical inducement, multilingual subjects speak the language of their sources. Paralysis, Mr. Schofield. Governments must be paralyzed. Nothing achieves this more rapidly or more completely than the rampant global chaos of what we call terrorism. Chaos, Bray whispered. That was the word he kept coming back to, never sure why. Chaos. Clashing bodies in space. Yes, chaos, repeated Gideron, his startling eyes 2 shining black stones, reflecting the light of the desk lamp. When the chaos is complete, when civilian and military authorities are impotent, admitting they cannot destroy 1,000 vanishing wolf packs with tanks and warheads and tactical weapons, then men of reason will move in. The period of violence will at last be over, and this world can go about the business of living productively. In a nuclear ash heap? There will be no such consequences. We've tested the controls. We have men at them. What the hell are you talking about? Governments, Mr. Schofield, shouted Gideron, his eyes on fire. Governments are obsolete. They can no longer be permitted to function as they have functioned throughout history. If they do, this planet will not see the next century. Governments, as we have known them, are no longer viable entities. They must be replaced. By whom? With what? The old man softened his voice. It became hollow, hypnotic. By a new breed of philosopher-kings, if you like, men who understand this world as it has truly emerged, who measure its potential in terms of resources, technology, and productivity, who care not one whit about the color of a man's skin, or the heritage of his ancestors, or what idols he may pray to, who care only about his full productive potential as a human being, and his contribution to the marketplace. My God, said Bray, you're talking about the conglomerates. Does it offend you? Not if I owned one. Very good. Gideron broke into a short jackal-like laugh. It disappeared instantly. But that's a limited point of view. There are those among us who thought you, of all people, would understand. You've seen the other futility. You've lived it. By choice. Very, very good. But that presumes there is no choice in our structure. Untrue. A man is free to develop his full potential. The greater his productivity, the greater his freedom and rewards. Suppose he doesn't want to be productive, as you define it. Then obviously there's a lesser reward for the lesser contribution. Who does define it? Trained units of management personnel using all the technology developed in modern industry. I guess it'd be a good idea to get to know them. Don't waste time with sarcasm. Such teams operate daily all over the world. The international companies are not in business to lose money or forfeit profits. The system works. We prove it every day. The new society will function within a competitive, non-violent structure. Governments can no longer guarantee that. They're on nuclear collision courses everywhere. But the Chrysler Corporation does not make war on Volkswagen. No planes fill the skies to wipe out factories and whole towns centered around one or the other company. The new world will be committed to the marketplace, to the developing of resources and technology that ensure the productive survival of mankind. There's no other way. The multinational community is proof. It is aggressive, highly competitive, but it is non-violent. It bears no arms. Chaos, said Bray, the clashing of bodies in space. Destruction before the creation of order. Yes, Mr. Schofield, the period of violence before the permanent era of tranquility. But governments and their leaders do not relinquish their responsibilities easily. Alternatives must be given men whose backs are to the wall. Alternatives? In Italy, we control nearly 20% of the parliament. In Bonn, 12% of the Bundestag. In Japan, almost 31% of the Diet. Could we have done this without the Brigate Rosse or Baader-Meinhof or the Red Army of Japan? We grow in authority every month. With each act of terrorism, we are closer to our objective, the total absence of violence. That wasn't what Guillaume de Matarese had in mind 70 years ago. It's much closer than you think. The Padrone wanted to destroy the corruptors in governments, which all too frequently meant entire governments themselves. He gave us the structure, the methods, hired assassins to pit political factions against adversaries everywhere. He provided the initial fortune to put it all in motion. He showed us the way to chaos. All that remained was to put something in its place. We have found it. We'll save this world from itself. There can be no greater cause. You're convincing, said Schofield. I think we may have a basis for talking further. I'm glad you think so, answered Gideron, his voice suddenly cold again. It's gratifying to know one is convincing, but much more interesting to watch the reactions of a liar. Liar? You could have been part of this. Once more the old man shouted. After that night in Rock Creek Park, I myself convened the council. I told it to reassess, reevaluate. Beowulf agate could be of incalculable value. The Russian was useless, but not you. The information you possessed could make a mockery of Washington's moral positions. I myself would have made you director of all security. On my instructions, we tried for weeks to reach you, bring you in, make you one of us. It is, of course, no longer possible. You're relentless in your deceptions. In short words, you cannot be trusted. You can never be trusted. Bray sat forward. The shepherd boy was a maniac. It was in the maniacal eyes, set in the hollows of his pale, gaunt skull. He was a man capable of quiet, seemingly logical discourse, but irrationality ruled him. He was a bomb. A bomb had to be controlled. I wouldn't forget the purpose of my coming here if I were you. Your purpose? By all means it will be achieved. You want the woman? You want Telenyakov? They're yours. You'll be together, I assure you. You will be taken from this house and driven far away, never to be heard from again. Let's deal, Gideon. Don't make any foolish mistakes. You have a son who can be the next president of the United States, as long as he's Joshua Appleton. But he's not, and I have the X-rays to prove it. The X-rays, roared Gideon. You ass! He pressed a button on his desk console and spoke. Bring him in, he said. Bring in our esteemed guest. The shepherd boy sat back in his chair. The door behind Schofield opened. Bray turned, mind and body suspended in pain at what he saw. Seated in a wheelchair, his eyes glazed, his gentle face bruised, Robert Winthrop was brought through the door by his chauffeur of 20 years. Stanley smiled, his expression arrogant. Schofield sprang up. The chauffeur raised his hand from behind the wheelchair. In it was a gun. Years ago, said Gideon, a Marine combat sergeant was sentenced to spend the greater part of his life in prison. We found more productive work for a man of his skills. It was necessary that the benign elder statesman, whom everyone in Washington sought out for comfort and advice, be watched very thoroughly. We learned a great deal. Bray looked away from the battered Winthrop and stared at Stanley. Congratulations, you bastard. What did you do, pistol whip him? He didn't want to come, Stanley said, his smile vanishing. He fell. Schofield started forward. The chauffeur raised the gun higher, aiming at Bray's head. I'm going to talk to him, said Schofield, disregarding the weapon, kneeling at Winthrop's feet. Stanley glanced at the shepherd boy. Bray could see Gideon nod consent. Mr. Ambassador? Brandon. Winthrop's voice was weak, his tired eyes sad. I'm afraid I wasn't much help. They told the President I was ill. There are no soldiers outside, no command post, no one waiting for you to strike a match and drive to the gate. I failed you. The envelope? Bergeron thinks I have it. He knows Stanley, you see. He took the next plane back to Boston. I'm sorry, Brandon. I'm very, very sorry. About so many things. The old man glanced up at the ex-Marine he had befriended for so many years, then back at Schofield. I've heard the gospel of trash, according to Nicholas Gideon. Do you know what they've done? My God, do you know what they've done? They haven't done it yet, said Bray. Next January they'll have the White House. The administration will be their administration. It won't happen. It will happen, shouted Gideon, and the world will be a better place, everywhere. The period of violence will stop. 1,000 years of productive tranquility will take its place. 1,000 years? Schofield got to his feet. Another maniac said that once. Is it going to be your own personal 1,000-year Reich? Parallels are meaningless, labels irrelevant. There's no connection. The shepherd boy rose behind his desk, his eyes again on fire. In our world, nations can keep their leaders, people, their identities. But governments will be controlled by the companies, everywhere. The values of the marketplace will link the peoples of the world. Bray caught the word, and it revolted him. Identities? In your world, there are no identities. We're numbers and symbols on computers. circles and squares. We must forfeit degrees of self for the continuity of peace. Then we are robots, but alive, functioning. How? Tell me how. You there, you're not a person anymore, you're a factor. You're X or Y or Z, and whatever you do is measured and stored on wheels of tape by experts trained to evaluate factors. Go on, factor. Be productive, or the experts will take your loaf of bread away. Or the shiny new car. Schofield paused in a fever. You're wrong, Gideron. So wrong. Give me an imperfect place where I know who I am. Find it in the next world, screamed the shepherd boy. You'll be there soon enough. Bray felt the weight in his belt, the gun supplied by the dying Telenyakov. The visitor to Appleton Hall had been searched thoroughly for weapons, none found, yet one provided by his old enemy. The decision to make a final gesture was clinical. There was no hope after all. But before he tried to kill and was killed, he would see Gideron's face when he told him. You said before that I was a liar, but you have no idea how extensive my lies were. You think you have the X-rays, don't you? We know we have them. So do others. Really? Yes, really. Have you ever heard of an Alpha 12 duplicating machine? It's one of the finest pieces of equipment ever designed. It's the only copier made that can take an X-ray negative and turn out a positive print. A print so defined, it's acceptable as evidence in a court of law. I separated the 4 top X-rays off both the master sheets from Andover, made copies, and sent them to 5 different men in Washington. You're finished. You're through. They'll see to it. And this has gone on long enough. Gideron came around his desk. We're in the middle of a conference, and you've taken up enough time. I think you'd better listen. And I think you should walk over to that drape and pull the cord. You will see our conference room, but those inside will not see you. I'm sure I don't have to explain the technology. You've been so anxious to meet the Council of the Matarese, do so now. Not all are in attendance tonight, and not all are equal, but there's a fair gathering. Help yourself, please. Bray crossed to the drapery, felt the cord, and pulled it downward. The curtains parted, showing a huge room with a long oval conference table around which were seated 20-odd men. There were decanters of brandy in front of each place setting, along with pads, pencils, and pitchers of water. The lighting came from crystal chandeliers, swelled by a yellowish glow from the far end of the room where a fire was blazing. It could have been the enormous dining hall of the Villa Matarese, described in such detail by a blind woman in the mountains above Porto Vecchio. Schofield nearly found himself looking for a balcony and a frightened girl of 17 hiding in the shadows. But his eyes were drawn to the 40-foot wall behind the table. Between 2 enormous tapestries linked at the top border was a map of the world. A man with a pointer in his hand was addressing the others from a small platform. All eyes were on him. The man was in the uniform of the United States Army. He was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. I see you recognize the general in front of the map. The shepherd boy's voice once more proved the blind woman's words, crueler than the wind. His presence, I believe, explains the death of Anthony Blackburn. Perhaps I should introduce you to a few of the others in absentia. In the center of the table, directly below the platform, is the Secretary of State. Next to him, the Soviet ambassador. Across from the ambassador is the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. He seems to be having a side conversation with the Soviet Commissar for Planning and Development. One man you might be interested in is missing. He didn't belong, you see, but he telephoned the CIA after receiving a very strange telephone call routed through Lisbon. The President's chief advisor on foreign affairs. He's had an accident. His mail is being intercepted. The last X-rays no doubt in our hands by now. Need I go on? Gideron started to pull the cord, shutting out the window. Schofield put up his hand. The curtain arced before closing. He was not looking at the men at the table. The message was clear. He was looking at a guard stationed at a small recessed door to the right of the fireplace. The man stood at attention, his eyes forward. In his hand was a .30-caliber magazine-loaded submachine gun. Telenyakov had known about these betrayals at the highest levels.
He had heard the words spoken by others as they had inserted the needles that further ebbed his life away. His former enemy had tried to give him his last chance to live. His last chance. What were the words? Pajar, Sigda Pajar, Zijigania Pajar. When the explosions begin, fire will follow. He was not sure what he meant, but he knew it was the path he had to follow. They were the best men there were. One trusted the only professional on earth who was one's equal. And that meant exercising the control his equal would demand. No false moves now. Stanley stood by Winthrop's wheelchair, his gun leveled at Bray. If somehow he could turn, twist, get the weapon from under his raincoat. He looked down at Winthrop, his attention caught by the old man's eyes. Winthrop was trying to tell him something, just as Telenyakov had tried to tell him something. It was in the eyes. The old man kept shifting them to his right. That was it. Stanley was by the wheelchair now, not behind it. In tiny, imperceptible movements, Winthrop was edging his chair around. He was going to go after Stanley's gun. His eyes were telling him that. They were also telling him to keep talking. Schofield glanced unobtrusively at his watch. There were 6 minutes left before the sequence of explosions began. He needed 3 for preparation. That left 3 minutes to take out Stanley and bring in another. 180 seconds. Keep talking. He turned to the monster at his side. Do you remember when you killed him? When you pulled the trigger that night in Villa Matarese? Gideron stared at him. It was not a moment to be forgotten. It was my destiny. So the whore of Villa Matarese is alive. Not any longer. No, that was not in the pages you sent to Winthrop. She was killed then? By the legend, per nostro circolo. The old man nodded. Words that long ago meant one thing, now something else entirely. They guard the grave still. They still fear it. That grave's going to kill them all one of these days. The warning of Guillaume de Matarese. Gideron started back to his desk. Keep talking. Winthrop was pressing the wheels of the chair, each press an inch. Warning or prophecy? Asked Bray quickly. They are often interchangeable, aren't they? They called you the shepherd boy. Gideron turned. Yes, I know. It was only partially true. As a child, I took my turn herding the flocks, but the occasions diminished. The priests demanded it. They had other plans for me. The priests? Winthrop moved again. I had astonished them. By the time I was 7 years of age, I knew and understood the catechism better than they did. By 8 years, I could read and write in Latin. Before I was 10, I could debate the most complex issues of theology and dogma. The priests saw me as the first Corsican to be sent to the Vatican to achieve high office, perhaps the highest. I would bring great honor to their parishes. Those simple priests in the hills of Porto Vecchio perceived my genius before I did. They spoke to the padrone, petitioning him to sponsor my studies. Guillaume de Matarese did so in ways far beyond their comprehension. 40 seconds. Winthrop was within 2 feet of the gun. Keep talking. Matarese made his arrangements with Appleton then? Joshua Appleton II? America's industrial expansion was extraordinary. It was the logical place for a gifted young man with a fortune at his disposal. You were married? You had a son. I bought a vessel, the most perfectly formed female through which to bear children. The design was always there. Including the death of young Joshua Appleton? An accident of war and destiny. The decision was a result of the captain's own exploits, not part of the original design. It was instead an unparalleled opportunity to be seized upon. I think we've said enough. Now, Winthrop lunged out of the chair, his hands gripping Stanley's gun, pulling it to him, every ounce of his strength clawing at the weapon, refusing to let it go. It fired. Bray pulled out his own gun, aiming it at the chauffeur. Winthrop's body arched in the air, his throat blown away. Schofield squeezed the trigger once. It was all he needed. Stanley fell. "Stay away from that desk," yelled Bray. "You were searched. It's not possible. Where—" "From a better man than any computer of yours could ever find," said Schofield, looking briefly in anguish at the dead Winthrop. "Just as he was. You'll never get out.
Bray sprang forward, grabbing Nicholas Gideron by the throat, pushing him against the desk. "You're going to do what I tell you to do, or I'll blow your eyes out." He shoved the pistol up into the hollow of Gideron's right eye. "Do not kill me," commanded the overlord of the Matarese. "The value of my life is too extraordinary. My work is not finished. It must be finished before I die." "You're everything in this world I hate," said Schofield, jamming the gun into the old man's skull. "I don't have to tell you the odds. Every second you go on living means you might get another. Do as I say. I'm going to press the button, the same button you pressed before. You're going to give the following order. Say it right or you won't ever say anything more. You tell whoever answers, send in the guard from the conference room, the one with the submachine gun. Have you got that?" He shoved Gideron's head down over the console and pressed the button. "Send the guard in from the conference room." The words were rushed, but the fear was not audible. "The one with the submachine gun." Schofield viced his left arm around Gideron's neck, dragged him over to the drapes, and pulled them open. Through the glass, across the conference room, a man could be seen approaching the guard. The guard nodded, angled his weapon to the floor, and walked rapidly across the room toward the archway exit. "Per nostro circolo," whispered Bray. He yanked up with all his strength, the vice around Gideron's throat clamping shut, crushing bone and cartilage. There was a snap, an expulsion of breath. The old man's eyes protruded from their sockets, his neck broken. The shepherd boy was dead. Schofield ran across the room to the door, pressing his back against the wall by the hinges. The door opened. He saw the angled weapon first, the figure of the guard a split second later. Bray kicked the door closed, both his hands surging forward toward the man's throat. The harassed desk sergeant at the precinct on Boylston Street looked down at the thin, prim-looking woman whose mouth was pursed, eyes narrowed in disapproval. He held the envelope in his hands. "Okay, lady, you've delivered it and I've got it, okay? The phones are a little busy tonight, okay? I'll get to it soon as I can, okay?" "Not okay, Sergeant Witkowski," said the woman, reading the name on the desk sign. "The citizens of Boston will not stand idly by while their rights are being abridged by criminal elements. We are rising up in justifiable outrage, and our cries have not gone unheeded. You are being watched, Sergeant. There are those who understand our distress, and they are testing you. I'd advise you not to be so cavalier." "Okay, okay." The sergeant tore open the envelope and pulled out a sheet of yellow paper. He unfolded it and read the words printed in large blue letters. "Jesus Christ on a fucking raft," he said quietly, his eyes suddenly widening in astonishment. He looked down at the disapproving woman as if he were seeing her for the first time. As he stared, he reached over to a button on the desk. He pressed it repeatedly. "Sergeant, I strenuously object to your profanity." Above every visible door in the precinct house, red lights began flashing on and off. From deep within, the sound of an alarm bell echoed off the walls of unseen rooms and corridors. In seconds, doors began opening and helmeted men came out, hastily donned 2-inch shields of canvas and steel strapped over their chests. "Grab her," shouted the sergeant. "Pin her arms. Throw her into the bomb room." 7 police officers converged on the woman. A precinct lieutenant came running out of his office. "What the hell is it, Sergeant?" "Look at this." The lieutenant read the words on the yellow paper. "Oh, my Jesus." "To the fascist pigs of Boston, protectors of the alabaster bride. Death to the economic tyrants. Death to Appleton Hall. As pigs read this, our bombs will do what our pleas cannot. Our suicide brigades are positioned to kill all who flee the righteous Holocaust. Death to Appleton Hall. Signed, the Third World Army of Liberation and Justice." The lieutenant issued his instructions. "Gideron's got guards all around that place. Reach the house. Then call Brookline, tell them what's going down, and raise every patrol car we've got in the vicinity of Jamaica Way. Send them over." The officer paused, peering at the yellow page with the precise blue letters printed on it, then added harshly, "God damn it! Get Central Headquarters on the line. I want their best SWAT team dispatched to Appleton Hall." He started back to his office, pausing again to look in disgust at the woman being propelled through a door, arms pulled, stretched away from her sides, prodded by men with padded shields and helmets. "Third World Army of Liberation and Justice. Freaked out bastards. Booker!" he roared. Schofield dragged the guard's body across the room, concealing it behind Gideron's desk.
He raced over to the dead shepherd boy and, for the briefest of moments, just stared at the arrogant face. If it were possible to kill beyond killing, Bray would do so now. He pulled Gideron to the far corner, throwing his body in a crumpled heap. He then stopped at Winthrop's corpse, wishing there was time to somehow say goodbye. He grabbed the guard's submachine gun off the floor and ran over to the drapes. He pulled them open and looked at his watch. 50 seconds to go until the explosions would begin. He checked the weapon in his hands. All clips were full. He looked through the window into the conference room, seeing what he had not seen before because the man had not been there before. The senator had arrived. All eyes were now on him, the magnetic presence mesmerizing the entire room. The easy grace, the worn, still handsome face giving each man his attention, if only for an instant, telling that man he was special. And each man was seduced by the raw power of power. This was the next president of the United States, and he was one of them. For the first time in all the years Schofield had seen that face, he saw what a destroyed alcoholic mother saw. It was a mask, a brilliantly conceived, ingeniously programmed mask, and mind. 12 seconds. There was a burst of static from a speaker on the desk. A voice erupted. "Mr. Gideron, we must interrupt. We've had calls from the Boston and Brookline police. There are reports of an armed attack on Appleton Hall, men calling themselves the Third World Army of Liberation and Justice. We have no such organization on any list, sir. Our patrols are alerted. The police want everyone to stay—" 2 seconds. The news had been relayed to the conference room. Men leaped up from chairs, gathering papers. Their own particular panic was breaking out. How would the presence of such men be explained? Who would explain it? 1 second. Bray heard the first explosion beyond the walls of Appleton Hall. It was in the distance, far down the hill, but unmistakable. The sound of rapid-fire weapons followed. Men were shooting at the source of the first explosions. Inside the conference room, the panic mounted. The consigliere of the Matarese were rushing around, a single guard at the archway exit, poised with his submachine gun leveled through the arch. Suddenly, Schofield realized what the powerful men were doing. They were throwing papers and pads and maps into the fire at the end of the room. It was his moment. The guard would be first, but merely the first. Bray smashed the window with the barrel of his automatic weapon and opened fire. The guard spun as the bullets caught him. His submachine gun was on rapid repeat. The death pressure of his trigger finger caused the gun to erupt wildly, the spray of .30-caliber shells flying out of the ejector, walls and chandeliers and men bursting, exploding, collapsing under their impacts. Screams of death and shrieks of horror filled the room. Schofield knew his targets. His eye rehearsed over a lifetime of violence. He smashed the jagged fragments of glass and raised the weapon to his shoulder. He squeezed the trigger in rapidly defined, reasonably aimed sequences. One step, one death at a time. The bursts of gunfire exploded through the window frame. The general fell, the pointer in his hand lacerating his face as he collapsed. The Secretary of State cowered at the sight of the table. Schofield blew his head off. The director of the Central Intelligence Agency raced his counterpart from the National Security Council toward the arch, leaping over bodies in their hysteria. Bray caught them both. The director's throat was a mass of blood. The NSC chairman raised his hands to a forehead that was no longer there. Where was he? He, of all men, had to be found. There he was. The senator was crouched below the conference table in front of the roaring fire. Schofield took the aim of his life and squeezed the trigger. The spray of bullets exploded the wood. Some had to penetrate. They did. The senator fell back, then rose to his feet. Bray fired another burst. The senator spun into the fireplace, then sprang back out, fire and blood covering his body. He raced blindly forward, then to his left, grabbing the tapestry on the wall as he fell. The tapestry caught fire. The senator, in his collapse of death, pulled it off the wall. The huge cloth arced down in flames over the conference table. The fire spread, flames leaping to every corner of the enormous room. Fire. After the explosions, fire. Telenyakov. Schofield ran from the window. He had done what he had to do. It was the moment to do what he so desperately wanted to do. If it were possible. If there was any hope at all. He stopped in front of the door, checking the remaining ammunition. He had conserved it well. The third and fourth charges had detonated at the base of the hill. The fifth and sixth were timed to explode within seconds. The fifth came. He yanked the door back, lunging through, weapon leveled. He heard the sixth explosion. Two guards at the cathedral-like entrance doors sprang from the outside path into view. Bray fired two bursts. The guards of the Matarese fell. He raced to the door of the room that held Antonia and Telenyakov. It was locked. "Stand way back, it's me." He fired 5 rounds into the wood around the lock casing. It splintered. He kicked the heavy door open. It crashed back against the wall. He ran in. Telenyakov was out of the chair, kneeling by the couch at the far end of the room, Tony beside him. Both were working furiously, tearing pillows out of slipcovers. Tearing pillows? What were they doing? Antonia looked up and shouted, "Quickly, help us!" "What?" He raced over. "Pojar!" The Russian had to force the voice. It emerged now as a whispered roar. 6 pillows were free of their cases. Tony got to her feet, throwing 5 of the pillows around the room. "Now," said Telenyakov, handing her the matches he had taken from Bray earlier. She ran to the farthest pillow, struck a match, and held it to the soft fabric. It caught fire instantly. The Russian held out his hand for Schofield. "Help me. Get up." Bray pulled him off the floor. Telenyakov clutched the last pillow to his chest. They heard the 7th explosion in the distance. Staccato gunfire followed, piercing the screams from inside the house. "Come on," yelled Schofield, putting his arm around the Russian's waist. He looked over at Tony. She had set fire to the 4th pillow. Flames and smoke were filling the room. "Come on, we're getting out." "No," whispered Telenyakov. She, get me to the door." The Russian held the pillow and lurched forward. The great hall of the house was dense with smoke, flames from the inner conference room surging beneath doors and through archways, as men raced up the staircase to windows, vantage points, high ground, to aim their weapons at invaders. A guard spotted them. He raised his submachine gun. Schofield fired first. The man arched back, blown off his feet. "Listen to me," gasped Telenyakov. "Always Pojar. With you it is sequence. With me it is fire." He held up the soft pillow. "Light this. I will have the race of my life." "Don't be a fool." Bray tried to take the pillow away. The Russian would not permit it. "Niet!" Telenyakov stared at Schofield. A final plea was in his eyes. "If I could, I would not care to live like this. Neither would you. Do this for me, Beowulf. I would do it for you." Bray returned the Russian's look. "We've worked together," he said simply. "I'm proud of that." "We were the best there were." Telenyakov smiled and raised his hand to Schofield's cheek. "Now, my friend, do what I would do for you." Bray nodded and turned to Antonia. There were tears in her eyes. He took the book of matches from her hand, struck one, and held it beneath the pillow. The flames leapt up. The Russian spun in place, clutching the fire to his chest. And with the roar of a wounded animal suddenly set free from the jaws of a lethal trap, Telenyakov lunged, propelling himself into a limping run, careening off the walls and chairs, pressing the flaming pillow and himself into everything he touched. And everything he touched caught fire. 2 guards raced down the staircase, seeing the 3 of them. Before they or Schofield could fire, the Russian was on them, hurling the flames and himself at them, throwing the fire into their faces. "Skarie!" screamed Telenyakov. "Run, Beowulf!" A burst of gunfire came upon the command, smothered by the flaming body of the serpent. He fell, pulling both the Matarese guards with him down the staircase. Bray grabbed Antonia by the arm and ran out to the stone path bordered by the lines of heavy black chain. They raced through the opening in the wall into the concrete parking area. Beams of floodlights shot down from the roof of Appleton Hall. Men were at windows, weapons in their hands. The 8th explosion came from below at the base of the hill, the charge so filled with heat that the surrounding foliage burst into flames. Men at the windows smashed panes of glass and fired at the dancing light. Schofield saw that 3 of the other detonations had caused small brush fires. They were gifts he was grateful for. He and Telenyakov were both right. Sequence and fire, fire and sequence. Each was a diversion that could save one's life. There were no guarantees, ever, but there was hope. The rented car was parked at the side of the wall about 50 yards to their right. It was in shadows, an isolated vehicle that was meant to stay there. Bray pulled Tony against the wall. "The car over there. It's mine. It's our chance." "They'll shoot at us." "The odds are better than running. There are patrols up and down the hill. On foot they'd cut us down." They raced along the wall. The 9th charge of dynamite lit up the sky at the northwest base of the hill. Automatic guns and single-shot weapons erupted. Suddenly, from within the growing fires of Appleton Hall, a massive explosion blew out a section of the front wall. Men fell from windows. Fragments of stone and steel burst into the night as half the floodlights disappeared. Schofield understood. The seat of the Matarese had its arsenals. The fires had found one. "Let's go," he yelled, pushing Antonia toward the car. She threw herself inside as he ran around the trunk toward the driver's side. The concrete exploded all around him. From somewhere on the remaining roof, a man with a submachine gun had spotted them. Bray crouched below the car and saw the source of fire. He leveled his weapon and held the trigger steady in a prolonged burst. A scream preceded a body plummeting toward the ground. He opened the door and slid behind the wheel. "There's no key," cried Tony. "They've taken the key." "Here," said Schofield, handing her the gun, as he reached for the plastic shell of the roof light. He yanked it off. A key fell into his hand. He started the engine. "Get in the back," he yelled. She obeyed, climbing over the seat. "Push that gun through the left window, and when I spin out of here, hold the trigger down. Aim high and keep firing. Spray everything until I reach the first curve, but keep your head back. Can you do that?" "I can do it." Bray spun the car into a U-turn and sped across the parking area. Antonia did as she was told, the rapid explosions of the machine gun filling the car. They reached the curve of the drive, the first descent on the hill. "Get over to the right window," he ordered, careening the automobile around the curve, holding onto the wheel with such pressure that he was conscious of the ache in his arms. "In a few seconds we'll pass the carriage house. There's a garage there, men inside. If they've got guns, open fire the same way. Keep your head back and the trigger tight. Have you got that?" "I've got that." There were men. They had weapons, and they were using them. The glass of the windshield shattered as a fusillade of bullets came from the open garage doors. Antonia had rolled down the window. She now pushed the gun through the frame, held the trigger against its rim, and the explosions once again vibrated through the racing automobile. Bodies lurched. Screams and the shattering of glass and the screeching ricochets of bullets filled the cavernous garage of the carriage house. The last clip of ammunition was exhausted as Schofield, his face cut from the windshield fragments, came to the final 200 yards toward the gates of Appleton Hall. There were men below, armed men, uniformed men, but they were not soldiers of the Matarese. Bray thrust his hand down to the knob of the light switch and repeatedly pushed it in and pulled it out. The headlights flickered on and off, in sequence, always sequence. The gates had been forced open. He slammed his foot on the brake. The automobile skidded to a stop, tires screeching. The police converged. Then more than police, black-suited men in paramilitary gear, men trained for a specialized warfare, the battlegrounds defined by momentary bursts of armed fanaticism. Their commander approached the car. "Take it easy," he said to Bray. "You're out. Who are you?" "Vickery, B.A. Vickery. I had business with Nicholas Guideron. As you say, we got out. When that hell broke loose, I grabbed my wife and we hid in a closet. They smashed into the house, in teams, I think. Our car was outside. It was the only chance we had." "Now calmly, Mr. Vickery, but quickly. What's happening up there?" The 10th charge detonated from the other side of the hill, but its light was lost in the flames that were spreading across the crest of the hill. Appleton Hall was being consumed by fire, the explosions more frequent now as more arsenals were opened, more ignited. The shepherd boy was fulfilling his destiny. He had found his Villa Matarese, and as his padrone 70 years ago, his remains would perish in its skeleton. "What's happening, Mr. Vickery?" "They're killers. They've killed everyone inside. They'll kill every one of you they can. You won't take them alive." "Then we'll take them dead," said the commander, his voice filled with emotion. "They've come over here now. They've really come over. Italy, Germany, Mexico, Lebanon, Israel, Buenos Aires. Whatever made us think we were immune? Pull your car out of here, Mr. Vickery. Head down the road about a quarter of a mile. There are ambulances down there. We'll get your statement later." "Yes, sir," said Schofield, starting the engine. They passed the ambulances at the base of Appleton Drive and turned left into the road for Boston. Soon they would cross the Longfellow Bridge into Cambridge. There was a locker on the MPTA subway platform in Harvard Square. In that locker was his attaché case. They were free. The serpent had died at Appleton Hall, but they were free, their freedom his gift. Beowulf Agate had disappeared at last. Epilogue. Men and women were taken into custody swiftly, quietly, no charges processed through the courts, for their crimes were beyond the sanity of the courts, beyond the tolerance of the nation, of all nations. Each dealt with the Matarese in its own way, where it could find them. Heads of state across the world conferred by telephone, the normal interpreters replaced by ranking government personnel fluent in the necessary languages. The leaders professed astonishment and shock, tacitly acknowledging both the inadequacy and the infiltration of their intelligence communities. They tested one another with subtle shades of accusation, knowing the attempts were futile. They were not idiots. They probed for vulnerabilities. They all had them. Finally, tacitly, a single conclusion was agreed upon. It was the only one that made sense in these insane times. Silence. Each to be responsible for his own deception, none to implicate the others beyond the normal levels of suspicion and hostility. For to admit the massive global conspiracy was to admit the existence of the fundamental proposition: governments were obsolete. They were not idiots. They were afraid. In Washington, rapid decisions were made secretly by a handful of men. Senator Joshua Appleton IV died as he had come into being, burned to death in an automobile accident on a dark highway at night. There was a state funeral, the casket mounted in splendor in the rotunda, where another vigil took place. The words intoned befitted a man everyone knew would have occupied the White House but for the tragedy that had cut him down. A government-owned Lockheed TriStar was sacrificed in the Colorado mountains north of Poudre Canyon, a dual-engine malfunction causing the aircraft to lose altitude while crossing that dangerous range. The pilot and crew were mourned, full pensions granted their families regardless of their service longevities. But the true mourning was accompanied by a tragic lesson never to be forgotten. For it was revealed that on board the plane were 3 of the nation's most distinguished men, killed in the service of their country while on an inspection tour of military installations. The chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff had requested his counterparts at the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Council to accompany him on the tour. Along with a message of presidential sorrow, an executive order was issued from the Oval Office. Never again were such ranking government personnel permitted to fly together in a single aircraft. The nation could not sustain such a grievous loss twice. As the weeks went by, upper-echelon employees of the State Department, as well as numerous reporters who covered its day-to-day operations, were gradually aware of an oddity. The Secretary of State had not been in evidence for a very long time. There was a growing concern as schedules were altered, trips abandoned, conferences postponed or canceled. Rumors spread throughout the capital, some quarters insisting the Secretary was involved with prolonged secret negotiations in Peking, while others claimed he was in Moscow, close to a breakthrough on arms control. Then the rumors took on less attractive colorations. Something was wrong. An explanation was required. The President gave it on a warm afternoon in spring. He went on radio and television from a medical retreat in Moorfield, West Virginia. In this year of tragedy, it is my burden to bring you further sorrow. I have just said goodbye to a dear friend, a great and courageous man who understood the delicate balance required in our negotiations with our adversaries, who would not permit those adversaries to learn of his rapidly ebbing life. That extraordinary life ended only hours ago, succumbing at last to the ravages of disease. I have today ordered the flags of the Capitol, and so it went, all over the world. The President sat back in his chair as Under-Secretary Daniel Congdon walked into the Oval Office. The Commander-in-Chief did not like Congdon. There was a ferret-like quality about him, his overly sincere eyes concealing a dreadful ambition. But the man did his job well, and that was all that mattered. Especially now, especially this job. What's the resolution? As expected, Mr. President, Beowulf Agate rarely did the normal thing. He didn't lead much of a normal life, did he? I mean, you people didn't expect him to, did you? No, sir, he was— Tell me, Congdon, interrupted the President, did you really try to have him killed? It was a mandatory execution, sir. We considered him beyond salvage, dangerous to our men everywhere. To a degree, I still believe that. You'd better. He is. So that's why he insisted on negotiating with you. I'd advise you, no, I order you, to put such mandatory actions out of your mind. Is that understood? Yes, Mr. President. I hope so, because if it isn't, I might have to issue a mandatory sentence of my own, now that I know how it's done. Understood, sir. Good. The resolution? Beyond the initial demand, Schofield wants nothing further to do with us. But you know where he is. Yes, sir, the Caribbean. However, we don't know where the documents are. Don't bother to look for them. He's better than you. And leave him alone. Never give him the slightest reason to think you have any interest in him. Because if you do, those documents will surface in 100 different places at once. This government, this nation, cannot handle the repercussions. Perhaps in a few years, but not now. I accept that judgment, Mr. President. You damn well better. What did the resolution cost us, and where is it buried? $176,412.18. It was attached to a cost overrun for naval training equipment, the payment made by a CIA proprietary directly to the shipyard in Mystic, Connecticut. The President looked out the window at the White House lawn. The blossoms on the cherry trees were dying, curling up and withering away. He could have asked for the sky, and we would have given it to him. He could have taken us for millions. Instead, all he wants is a boat and to be left alone.
Questions unanswered, mistakes abound in the world of testing, where hopes are drowned. A blank canvas with no relief, just a zero mark, a sign of grief.
March 1980 blank. The 58-foot charter yawl Serpent, its mainsail luffing in the island breezes, glided into its slip, the woman jumping onto the pier, rope in hand. She looped it around the forward post, securing the bow. At the stern, the bearded skipper tied off the wheel, stepped up on the gunwale and over to the dock, swinging the aft rope around the nearest post, pulling it taut, knotting it when all slack had vanished. At midships, a pleasant-looking, middle-aged couple stepped cautiously onto the pier. It was obvious they had said their goodbyes, and those goodbyes had been just a little bit painful. "Well, vacation's over," said the man, sighing, holding his wife's arm. "We'll be back next year, Captain Vickery. You're the best charter in the islands. And thank you again, Mrs. Vickery. As always, the galley was terrific." The couple walked up the dock. "I'll stow the gear while you check on the supplies, okay?" said Schofield. "All right, darling. We've got 10 days before the couple from New Orleans arrive." "Let's take a sail by ourselves," said the captain, smiling, jumping back on board the Serpent. An hour and 20 minutes passed. The supplies were loaded, the weather bulletins logged, and the coastal charts studied. The Serpent was ready for departure. "Let's get a drink," Bray said, taking Tony's hand, walking up the sandy path into the hot St. Kitts Street. Across the way was a cafe, a shack with ancient wicker tables and chairs, and a bar that had not changed in 30 years. It was a gathering place for charter boat skippers and their crews. Antonia sat down, greeting friends, laughing with her eyes and spontaneous voice. She was liked by the rough, capable runaways of the Caribbean. She was a lady, and they knew it. Schofield watched her from the bar as he ordered their drinks, remembering another waterfront cafe in Corsica. It was only a few years ago, another lifetime, really, but she had not changed. There was still the easy grace, the sense of presence and gentle open humor. She was liked because she was immensely likable. It was as simple as that.
He carried their drinks to the table and sat down. Antonia reached over to an adjacent table, borrowing a week-old Barbados newspaper. An article had caught her attention. "Darling, look at this," she said, turning the paper and pushing it toward him, her index finger marking the column. Transcommunications wins legal battles over conglomerate reorganization. Washington, D.C., Combined Wire Services. After several years of ownership litigation in the federal courts, the way has been cleared for the executors of the Nicholas Guideron estate to press ahead with reorganization plans which include significant mergers with European companies. It will be recalled that following the terrorist assault on the Guideron mansion in Brookline, Massachusetts, when Guideron and others holding large blocks of Transcom stock were massacred, the conglomerate's line of ownership was thrown into a legal maze. It has been no secret that the Justice Department has been supportive of the executors, as indeed has been the Department of State. The feeling has been that while the multinational corporation has continued functioning, its lack of expansion due to unclear leadership has caused American prestige to suffer in the international marketplace. The President, upon learning of the final legal resolutions, sent the following wire to the executors. It seems fitting to me that during the week that marks my first year in office, the obstructions have been removed, and once again a great American institution is in a position to export and expand American know-how and technology across the world, joining the other great companies to give us a better world. I congratulate you. Bray shoved the paper aside. The subtlety gets less and less, doesn't it? They tacked into the wind out of Basseterre, the coast of St. Kitts receding behind them. Antonia pulled the jib taut, tied off the sheet, and climbed back to the wheel. She sat beside Schofield, running her fingers over his short, clipped beard that was more gray than dark. "Where are we going, darling?" she asked. "I don't know," said Bray, meaning it. "With the wind for a while, if it's all right with you." "It's all right with me." She leaned back, looking at his face, so pensive, so lost in thought. "What's going to happen?" "It's happened. The mergers have taken over the earth," he answered, smiling. "Guideron was right. Nobody can stop it. Maybe nobody should. Let them have their day in the sun. It doesn't make any difference what I think. They'll leave me alone. Leave us alone. They're still afraid." "Of what?" "Of people. Just people. Trim the jib, will you, please? We're spilling too much. We can make better time." "To where?" "Damned if I know. Only that I want to be there." This concludes the reading of The Matarese Circle by Robert Ludlum. This book was read by Michael Pritchard.